In the year 739 of the Age of Universe, little brat meddling in affairs that do not concern you, seeking a longer life. Are you? A scion of 12 years, standing at a height of 1.6 meters, grasped a barely conscious scion child in his hand. This individual was none other than Nappa, the sycophant of Vegeta. This moment, the small scion, initially with closed eyes, opened them slightly to gaze at the peculiar sight of being lifted by a creature with a tail protruding from its posterior, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment that left him in a state of confusion. Where is this? As consciousness returned, an influx of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, inducing a sharp pain that caused him to involuntarily cry out. Hey, the little brat is awake? Quite resilient, aren't you? Come, let me bestow another punch upon you. Ha. Once the pain subsided slightly, the bewildering memories revealed a startling truth. He had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. He had become a member of the Saiyan race. Vegeta. Listening to the voice and looking at the figure who was lifting him, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He felt as though he had encountered this person before. Upon closer reflection, was this not Nappa from the Dragon Ball anime? However, he appeared to be considerably younger than when he invaded Earth. Vegeta pondered the reasons behind his transmigration into the Dragon Ball universe. Nappa's iron fist struck his abdomen. The excruciating pain rendered Vegeta speechless. He could only cast a piercing gaze at Nappa before his eyes fluttered shut, succumbing to unconsciousness. Nappa released Vegeta, who crumpled to the ground, motionless, evidently plunged into a state of oblivion. TCH, I thought you could take a hit, but after just one punch from me, you're out? How disappointing. Fine, I'll spare this brat for now. Let's go, Nappa declared, departing with a group of Saiyans. Vegeta, wake up. A little girl with a ponytail incessantly nudged Vegeta, tears and snot streaming down her face. She was none other than the girl who had just been bullied. Originally, Vegeta had rushed to defend Melodies, only to meet a tragic fate against the superior warrior Nappa, leading to his current predicament. Please, someone help me save Vegeta. He's been knocked unconscious by Nappa. The girl desperately pleaded for assistance from passing Saiyans, but they merely glanced at the combat power readings displayed on their scouters and ignored the two, brushing past them. According to the readings, they were merely two worthless beings with a power level of 5, unworthy of their attention. As despair settled within the girl, a scion with bandaged hair approached, one hand grasping the little girl and the other cradling the unconscious Vegeta, leading them away from the scene. Inside, Kain watched as Bardock entered, holding a 3-year-old girl in one hand and cradling a 4-year-old boy in the other. Noticing the boy appeared to be quite injured, and she felt a wave of confusion. Bardock, what has happened? Why have you brought these two children? It's that child Naba from Kansas that he spends his days bullying the weaker Saiyans, truly bringing shame upon our race, Bardock remarked, his tone laced with disdain for Kansas-san. Sigh, these two must be the children of the Kaishan and Jirini couples. They are unfortunate indeed, losing their parents at such a tender age, unable to shield them. Yet Kansa is a confidant of King Vegeta. Moreover, these two children, due to their low battle power, have already been placed on the list of those to be exiled. Bardock fell silent, his fists clenched tightly, for their son Kakarot was also among those marked for exile. Time slowly passed in this heavy silence. The following morning, the unconscious Vegeta slowly opened his eyelids a fraction, awakening from his slumber. The little girl who had been vigilantly watching over him immediately erupted in joyous cries. Vegeta, brother, you're awake. Oh, you scare me so much. I thought you would never return. Please, don't leave me. With great difficulty, Vegeta extended his hands, tenderly stroking the girl's hair, his eyes betraying a softness he had not previously acknowledged. From their shared memories, he understood that both their parents had perished, and, being of low battle power, they were often victimized by other Saiyans. In this clan that revered strength above all, the notion of kinship was non-existent. The weak were preyed upon. Having frequently tended to each other's wounds, they had become each other's most cherished family. Thus, when he witnessed Naba bullying the girl, he had recklessly intervened, fully aware of the disparity in their strengths. Vegeta, you're awake. Are you hurt? Upon hearing the girl's cries, Bardock and Jain entered the room. Seeing that Vegeta had regained consciousness, They inquired about his condition. Startled by the voice, Vegeta turned his gaze and was taken aback. This was Bardock, the father of Goku, and the person beside him must be Goku's mother. The sight of Bardock filled Vegeta with immense excitement, causing his body to tremble. This reaction startled Bardock and the others, who feared something was amiss. In truth, Vegeta was merely overwhelmed with emotion. After all, this was Goku's father, the first to ascend to the status of Super Saiyan, whose legend had endured through time. "Kid, are you alright?" Bardock asked, noticing something was off with Vegeta. "I'm fine," Vegeta stammered. With his words, Bardock and Jian felt relieved. After ensuring that Vegeta was indeed unharmed, they left the room, granting him privacy with the girl. "Vegeta, brother, why were you so reckless? They're so powerful. What if they had killed you? I can't bear the thought of losing you. Without you, I wouldn't want to live." As Meido's tears flowed once more, a wave of guilt washed over Vegeta. The true Vegeta had perished. He simply could not voice this reality. In silence, he vowed to safeguard Meido in honor of the original Vegeta. As Meido wept, fatigue began to overcome her. After enduring such prolonged fear and anxiety, even the resilient Saiyan body found it challenging to cope, especially given Meido's fragile constitution. Vegeta gently placed Meido on the bed, and as he observed her peaceful slumber, he gradually fell into a deep contemplation. According to the memories within his mind, it was now the year 739 of the age of the universe. In just 1 year's time, Frieza would annihilate planet Vegeta. Thus he must depart before that inevitable fate befalls them. The means of leaving planet Vegeta were deceptively simple. Given his power level of merely 5, and Maid was even lower at 3, they as low-tier Saiyans were destined to be exiled to lesser planets, akin to Kakarot, also known as Son Goku. The true challenge lay in orchestrating his exile to Earth, for it was only there that he could diligently rebuild his foundational strength. A solid foundation would ensure rapid advancement. After all, towering edifices rise from firm ground. Son Goku's rapid increase in power stemmed from his robust training on Earth, allowing him to consistently surpass Vegeta. It is undeniable that there exists an aura of protagonism surrounding him. Yet the crux of Goku's prowess lies in the steadfastness of his martial arts foundation. Chapter 2. A letter to Bardock contemplating proved futile, and soon, Bege's eyelids grew heavy, surrendering to slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Bege rose early and ventured outside, meandering through planet Vegeta while pondering how he might escape its confines and journey to Earth. Along the way, he encountered Vegeta and swiftly sidestepped, lowering his head in trepidation, fearful of being recognized by Nappa and subsequently receiving a thrashing. In his current state, Bege was no match for Nappa, especially with the formidable presence of Vegeta looming nearby. Initially, Vegeta held a disdainful view towards the seemingly inept lower-class Saiyans, believing them expendable. Even when only 3 Saiyans remained, including Kakarot, he mercilessly eliminated Nappa. Thus, Bege harbored greater fear of being discovered by Vegeta than by Nappa. Vegeta strode past Bege with an air of arrogance, his head held high, entirely dismissive of Bege's presence. Following Vegeta were Nappa, Raditz, and other Saiyans. Once they were a considerable distance away, Bege exhaled deeply, releasing the tension that had gripped him. His palms were slick with cold sweat, a testament to his fright. Observing the moisture in his hands, Bege couldn't help but shake his head in a bitter smile, clenching his fists. This predicament stemmed from his insufficient strength. If only he were stronger, he would not have to live in fear, even in the face of Vegeta. Setting aside his thoughts, Bege made his way to the Cosmic Launch Center. There, he witnessed the exiled lower-class Saiyans boarding their spacecraft. The launch trajectories had been predetermined. They merely had to enter and press the launch button. As he beheld this scene, a bold plan ignited in Bege's mind. He scrutinized the parked circular spacecraft, contemplating the feasibility of his scheme. After a moment of consideration, he deemed it viable and quietly departed. Upon returning to Bardock's residence, Bege discovered that, due to concerns over Nappa causing trouble for him and Meido, Bardock had conferred with Jian and decided to let Bege and Meido temporarily reside in their home. They were to be dispatched to a lower-class planet the following day, and their stay would be brief, but Bardock wished to protect them for the time being. Upon entering, Bege found Bardock clutching his bandaged head, his visage twisted in agony, while his wife, Jian, looked on with deep concern. Since the ambush by the Karashans in the recent battle, Bardock had been plagued by excruciating headaches and fleeting visions of fragmented images, vanishing before he could grasp them. Observing Bardock's plight, Bege experienced an epiphany. It was the Karashans' precognitive abilities at play. Their power allowed Bardock to glimpse fragments of the future, albeit with the painful side effect of relentless headaches. Gazing at Bardock's condition, Bege fell into a deep contemplation. Should I reveal to Uncle Bardock the impending destruction of planet Vegeta? After all, he has been so kind to me, and he is the father of my beloved Goku. It is my duty to disclose the truth, yet how can I convey this revelation in a manner that he will accept? To Bardock, I am merely a 3-year-old child. Is he still suffering from the headache? Perhaps he ought to visit the medical chamber for a thorough examination. As Gnei observed Bardock, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, her heart ached, prompting her to urge him to seek medical attention. However, Bardock gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain while dismissively waving his hand. Despite the agony, fleeting images of shattered scenes flickered through his mind, carrying an undeniable significance that compelled him to resist treatment, even if it meant enduring unbearable suffering. Gradually, the pain subsided, and the visions began to fade. Bardock sighed softly, yet felt a twinge of regret. Had there been more images, perhaps he could comprehend their meaning. Uncle Bardock, are you all right? Noticing that Bardock seemed to recover, and despite understanding the cause, Vegeta could not suppress his concern. I'm fine, just an old ailment. It will pass, Bardock replied weakly. Seeing that Bardock was indeed all right, and with Gnei attending to him, Vegeta felt he had no further obligations and decided to take his leave, returning to his own room. Upon entering his chamber, he found Maedrose still fast asleep on the bed, her cherubic face adorably puffed, bubbles forming at her lips, making one yearn to pinch her round cheeks. Vegeta was startled by his own mischievous thought. How could he harbor such a wicked notion about Maedrose, who was so dear to him? Once assured that Maedrose remained in slumber, Vegeta approached his desk, retrieving a piece of paper and a pen. After much contemplation, he resolved to write a letter to Bardock, believing it might persuade him to believe the dire message. With hope resting on his pen, he wrote in an awkward scrawl, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration at his own handwriting. After all, he was merely a 3-year-old child, still mastering his grip and control. Nevertheless, the content was legible enough to convey the impending doom of planet Vegeta, omitting any mention of the god of destruction, Beerus. As that knowledge served no purpose, he was a deity. Once he finished, Vegeta reviewed the letter, ensuring there were no errors before placing it into an envelope marked to Uncle Bardock. At that moment, Maedrose began to stir, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Vegeta. Good morning, brother Vegeta, she exclaimed. Vegeta approached the bedside, playfully pinching her cheek as he smiled back at her. It is still early, yet almost midday has arrived. Upon hearing this, Medusa's stomach emitted a low growl, a gentle reminder of her hunger. Blushing with embarrassment, she instinctively patted her belly, feeling quite ashamed. Bege burst into hearty laughter at the sight of Medusa's flustered expression, inexplicably delighted by her discomfort, perhaps a reflection of his own mischievous nature. However, he too had not eaten for a while and felt hunger gnawing at him. So he proposed they venture out together in search of food. Come, Medusa, you are hungry too. Let us seek sustenance, he said. Medusa's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, and she could not suppress the drool escaping her lips, her stomach's yearning too profound. She seized Bege's hand, and together they stepped outside. Chapter 3. Departure from Vegeta. Star Bege led Medusa into a nearby forest, though they dared not venture too deep due to the formidable beasts that lurked within. For those whose combat prowess barely exceeded 10, such depths were perilous. Instead, Bege and Medusa gathered wild fruits and sought out weaker animals for hunting. After a flurry of activity, they had collected a variety of fruits and successfully hunted 2 creatures resembling rabbits, as well as a slender animal akin to a tiger, distinguished by its 3 eyes. Bege skillfully skinned the prey and removed their innards. He then constructed a modest framework and placed the game upon it. Once this was accomplished, Bege unleashed a ki blast, igniting the kindling beneath. As the flames danced, the rabbits and tiger sizzled, releasing an intoxicating aroma of roasting meat. Overwhelmed by the tantalizing scent, Medusa could not help but drool, and even Bege, a connoisseur of roasted delicacies from his past life, inhaled deeply. Perhaps the tigers of this planet had a distinct flavor, for the meat roasted with an exceptional allure. Throughout the cooking process, Bege diligently brushed on seasonings, ingredients he had foraged from the nearby mountains, such as scallions, garlic, ginger, and peppers, which he had deemed suitable for flavoring. In that moment, he found himself reminiscing about the diverse spices of Earth, a realm rich in culinary variety. It was no wonder that Beerus, as a deity, had developed an affinity for Earth-esque cuisine, succumbing to its delights. Before long, the meat was ready, and Bege portioned it into 2 servings, taking a slightly smaller portion for himself and offering the larger to Maidusi. Touched by his generosity, Maidusi wasted no time and eagerly dug in, heedless of the scalding heat of the meat. Once their hunger was satiated, Bege led Maidusi out of the forest. The following morning, they were awakened by Bardock and Jine, for it was the day of their banishment. Upon hearing this, Maidusi remained largely unperturbed, for Bege had already informed her the night before that they would be exiled to the same planet. The specific location of their exile mattered little to her, as long as she could be with Bege. After tidying up, though there was little of significance to organize, I arrived at the launch site of the spaceship. Bege first instructed Meadows to board the ship and wait for him, then turned to Bardock and his wife, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the care they had shown him throughout the day. I have left a letter for Uncle Bardock at the bedside. Once I have departed, please be sure to open it. It is of utmost importance to him, as it pertains to the cause of his headaches. What? You know why Bardock has a headache? What is the reason? Upon hearing Bege's words, Jine became agitated, showing no disbelief due to Bege's tender age of merely 3. In contrast, Bardock furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical of Bege's claims. However, seeing Jine's concern, he refrained from voicing his doubts. Well, we shall see when the time comes, he thought, considering Jine's distress over his ailment. Yes, I believe I know the cause. I have detailed it in the letter, but it is not convenient for me to disclose it now. Well, I must go check on Meadows, Bege said as he dashed off to her. By then, Frisia's subordinates had begun to urge Meadows to take off. Bege hurriedly approached them, apologizing and explaining the situation while gesturing towards Bardock. At that moment, Bardock glanced over, and his formidable presence allowed Bege and Meadows a brief moment to converse. Do not fear, Meadows. We shall meet again soon, Bege reassured her, noticing her apprehension. He then subtly obstructed the view of one of Frisia's henchmen while quietly conversing with Meadows and discreetly searching for the location of Earth on the control panel. Upon discovering Earth's coordinates, he pressed the confirmation button and subsequently exited Meadows' spacecraft. As Bege emerged, Frisia's subordinates promptly urged him to hurry, as they feared Bardock would not permit the 2 youngsters any further time to chat. A warrior with a combat power of merely 5 was hardly worth their time. Meadows glanced at Bege. Upon receiving his nod, she pressed the launch button. The hatch closed, and the spaceship slowly ascended before accelerating, leaving behind a trail. Once Meadows had safely taken off, Bege bid farewell to Bardock and Jine and entered the hatch, first pressing the button to close the door, followed by the button for Earth's coordinates. Bege's ship then departed planet Vegeta. Watching Bege's ship vanish from sight, Bardock and Jine returned to Bege's room, where they found and opened the letter. Staring at the scrawled handwriting, Bardock felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his skepticism regarding its contents growing. Yet, urged by Jine, he began to read what lay within. Dear Uncle Bardock, I apologize for having to convey this message through a letter, as it is far too extraordinary to explain in person. Firstly, it must be stated that the reason Uncle Bardock experiences such profound headaches is due to the foresight ability possessed by the inhabitants of planet Canas. This extraordinary power enables Bardock to glimpse future events, yet the accompanying side effect manifests as excruciating pain. Each time Bardock suffers from these headaches, vivid images of the future flood his mind. Upon realizing this, both Bardock and his wife were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. It became clear to them that Bardock's debilitating pain was a result of the prophetic gift bestowed upon him by the Canassians. No wonder he had been haunted by unfamiliar visions during his episodes of pain. They were, in fact, glimpses of events yet to unfold. Bardock found himself increasingly inclined to believe Vegeta's words, and as he noticed that there were more details on the parchment, he continued reading. However, what he discovered next left both Bardock and his wife in utter disbelief. Bardock, overwhelmed with emotion, slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into fragments. Uncle Bardock, what I am about to reveal must be believed and kept secret, for divulging it could lead to perilous consequences. In just 1 year, planet Vegeta will meet its doom at the hands of Frisia. The reasons for this calamity, aside from Frisia's fear of the Saiyan race, were too sensitive for him to disclose. In any case, Bardock urged his wife, Jine, to flee planet Vegeta as swiftly as possible. Moreover, our scouters possess listening capabilities and could be monitored by Frisia at any moment, and the spaceship may even have a tracking function. The letter concluded here, yet its content was profoundly significant, which explained Bardock's volatile state. Once he regained his composure, he began to connect his recent headaches with the fragmented visions of planetary destruction that had plagued him, reinforcing his belief in Vegeta's assertions. As for how Vegeta came to know such clandestine information, Bardock paid it little mind. After accepting Vegeta's words, he pondered how to avert this impending doom. However, he quickly abandoned such unrealistic notions. First, he knew he could not persuade all Saiyans to believe him and leave planet Vegeta together. Second, King Vegeta would not permit him to evacuate the entire Saiyan populace. Third, if a significant number of Saiyans attempted to flee, it would undoubtedly raise Frisia's suspicions, potentially prompting him to act preemptively against them. In Chapter 4, Sending Off Kakarot, Bardock contemplated the only feasible course of action, to escape with his own team, resigned to the fact that he could not save anyone else. This thought filled him with profound sorrow. His eyes reddened with grief as he grappled with his own powerlessness and the tragic fate of his people. As a member of the Saiyan race, knowing that their annihilation was imminent, yet feeling utterly helpless was a torment beyond measure. Suddenly, a thought struck Bardock, and he grasped Jine's shoulders, his voice urgent. Quickly, we must find Kakarot and send him away immediately. Jine, jolted from her reverie by Bardock's fervent tone, had just been processing the shocking revelations contained in Vegeta's message. Although reluctant, she understood that this was a matter of protecting their son. Planet Vegeta was perilously dangerous at this juncture. Nodding slightly, the two hastened towards Kakarot's location. Arriving at the incubation chamber, as they gazed upon Kakarot within the pod, Bardock felt a sharp pain in his head, and visions of Kakarot's entire growth journey began to unfold in his mind. Aware that these were glimpses of the future, Bardock endured the agonizing pain, focusing intently on the images. This time, perhaps due to his prior knowledge, the scenes, though still fragmented, appeared significantly more coherent than before. The final vision depicted Kakarot confronting Frisia, abruptly cutting off, which coincidentally alleviated Bardock's headache. On the side, Jine, witnessing Bardock drenched in sweat from the pain, felt a pang of sorrow, yet understood he was glimpsing the future and could only stand by in silent support. Once the pain subsided, Bardock, still glistening with perspiration, looked at Jine, managing a smile to reassure her that he was fine. His gaze then turned to Kakarot, filled with hope. His son would surely avenge their Saiyan lineage in the future. With a newfound resolve, he turned to Jine and declared, "We must send Kakarot away immediately." "What? So soon? We still have a year, and Kakarot is still so little." Jine's voice trailed off, as the weight of Bardock's premonitions dawned upon her, her eyes reflecting her reluctance as she gazed at Kakarot. "Must we send him away today?" "Yes," Bardock replied. Though reluctant, he nodded in affirmation. After a moment of silence, Jine finally acquiesced. With their decision made, Bardock approached the soldier responsible for dispatching the spaceship. "Lord Bardock, you have come to see your son. Is there anything you wish to command?" The soldier stood at attention, saluting before addressing Bardock with a tone of obsequiousness. "Prepare the spaceship at once. I need to send Kakarot away," Bardock commanded. "Yes, sir." Although the soldier was puzzled by Bardock's decision to send away his son prematurely, he dared not defy the order and immediately set about preparing the ship. In no time, the spaceship was ready. Bardock personally cradled Kakarot and placed him within the pod, securing the oxygen mask over his small face. The 3-year-old Kakarot looked up at his parents with wide, bewildered eyes, prompting Jine to turn her face away, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. This was her son, still so young, not yet reaching the Saiyan requirement of 4 years old. Bardock's eyes reddened, but he held back his tears. Shutting the spaceship door, he approached the map to find a suitable planet for Kakarot's journey. Finally, he pointed to a planet and instructed the awaiting soldier, "Set course for the planet known as Earth." "Understood. Please hold on, Lord Bardock. I will make the arrangements immediately." The soldier bowed respectfully before stepping away to prepare for Kakarot's journey to Earth, his fingers deftly tapping the controls as he inputted commands into the spaceship's system, confirming the accuracy before pressing the final confirmation key. As Kakarot's spaceship ascended, it propelled itself away from the space station. Witnessing Kakarot's departure from planet Vegeta in this perilous place, Bardock let out a sigh of relief, pulling his beloved wife closer as they exited the incubation chamber. Noticing that Chinny still wore a sorrowful expression, Bardock gently reassured her, "Do not worry, we shall surely see Kakarot again. Our foremost priority is to leave planet Vegeta. I will search for Toma and the others. Together, we shall depart. Although we cannot evacuate all the Saiyans, we can leave with those we know well. We will return one day to exact our vengeance upon Frieza. That day is not far off." A glimmer of hatred flickered in Bardock's eyes as he spoke. Subsequently, Bardock found Toma and Celepa, explaining the situation in detail, including his ability to glimpse future events. Since they were comrades who had fought side by side, Bardock felt no need to conceal the truth from them. They believed Bardock's words and resolved to leave planet Vegeta immediately, albeit with caution to avoid arousing Frieza's suspicions. Bardock selected a particularly challenging mission from the task hall and departed with Chinny and his team members. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's ship, the tyrant lounged in his mobile command pod, sipping a glass of crimson wine as he listened to Dodoria report on the movements of the Saiyans. "Lord Frieza, should I eliminate those Saiyans and the infant?" Dodoria inquired cautiously after his report. "Ho ho ho. The infant can be disregarded. A banished lowly Saiyan is hardly worth mentioning. However, that Bardock and his team warrant some attention. Send a small elite squad to deal with them." "Dodoria, you need not involve yourself in this," Frieza replied, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As if struck by an amusing thought, he gazed toward the distant planet Vegeta. "Dodoria, Zarbin, issue orders for the Saiyans currently on missions to assemble on planet Vegeta. And remember, King Vegeta has a son named Vegeta, correct? A promising specimen with a battle power of 1,000 from birth. Bring him to me separately. I look forward to witnessing a beautiful display of fireworks." "How exhilarating," he exclaimed with glee. "Yes, my lord." Dodoria and Zarbin saluted before swiftly departing to execute their orders. Once the command pod was empty save for Frieza, his laughter subsided. Gazing at the distant planet Vegeta, a glimmer of ambition sparkled in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Eradicating planet Vegeta will fulfill Lord Beerus's charge. Though the plan has been expedited, exterminating such a base race as the Saiyans is for the best. While my ancestors warned of the Super Saiyans as formidable foes to our Frost Demon clan, I have already surpassed them. However, the Saiyans were completely annihilated. As for the prodigy of planet Vegeta, I merely need to keep him under surveillance. It is essential to ascertain the true nature of the legendary Super Saiyan as foretold by my ancestors. Should he fail to meet the expectations, I shall eliminate him without hesitation. I cannot allow anyone to threaten my dominion over the universe. I, Frieza, am the mightiest emperor of all." Ha 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 ha. Upon finishing his proclamation, Frieza could not suppress his laughter. Chapter 5. Arrival on Earth. 3 months swiftly passed. Apart from Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, all others on planet Vegeta were gathered and exterminated by Frieza, who then hovered above the planet and unleashed a devastating planetary annihilation device, reducing the planet and its Saiyan inhabitants to mere cosmic dust. Meanwhile, Bardock and his team, after sustaining injuries from Frieza's elite squad, finally managed to vanquish them. Fearing for their safety, they abandoned their original spacecraft and swiftly escaped aboard a pirate ship. Little did Vegeta know that his intervention had precipitated the destruction of planet Vegeta by a full 6 months, perhaps demonstrating the butterfly effect in action. After a year of travel, they finally reached Earth. In a remote mountainous region of Earth, 2 circular vessels descended from the sky, crashing into the forest floor and creating 2 massive craters. With a hissing sound, the doors of the vessels slowly opened, and Vegeta and Merides emerged. As they surveyed their surroundings, the familiar yet foreign environment prompted Vegeta to take a deep breath before exhaling slowly. He had finally arrived on Earth, a place where he could feel safe. Merides curiously examined the environment. "Brother Vegeta, is this really Earth? It looks quite similar to planet Vegeta." "Yes, this is indeed Earth," Vegeta affirmed, contemplating their next course of action when he heard Merides' inquiry and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, they had already attracted the attention of the Cat Sage and the deities of the Heavenly Temple upon their arrival on this planet. However, upon realizing they were merely 2 children with low combat power, they chose to disregard them. Soon, Vegeta conceived their next destination. They would visit Master Roshi's home to seek his guidance. "Let us go, Merides." I will take you to meet our master. Though he had yet to formally become a disciple of Master Roshi, Vegeta already considered himself one. Okay, big brother Vegeta, Merides exclaimed, her cherubic face lighting up with a radiant smile as she placed her small hand in his, feeling immensely satisfied with Earth, where no malevolent beings could bully her or her brother. Hand in hand, Vegeta and Merides strolled through the forest. At present, they were unable to fly due to their low power level, which stood at a mere 5, just slightly stronger than an average adult. Upon exiting the forest, Vegeta first sought out a map, and then, following its directions, made their way to the small island where Master Roshi resided. Upon reaching the seaside, Vegeta and Merides fashioned a boat together and set sail towards the island of their master. As time gradually passed, Bege and Midusi took turns rowing the boat, both covered in sweat, until at last, a small island came into view ahead. As they drew nearer to the island, they faintly discerned a figure reclining on a deck chair. On Turtle Island, Master Roshi was happily perusing an adult magazine when he suddenly sensed two extremely faint auras approaching his direction. Following the source of the energy, he spotted a small boat not far away, where two children were vigorously rowing towards him. This energy did not resemble that of Earthlings. Intriguing, it appeared that two peculiar little beings had arrived. After much effort, Bege and Midusi finally reached Master Roshi's island and jumped from the boat. Immediately catching the old master's curious gaze, Master Roshi studied Bege and Midusi with great interest, especially widening his eyes at the sight of their tails, as if he had encountered a new world. However, before he could fully examine the two children, one of them began to speak. Bege presented a securely wrapped package from behind him, which piqued Midusi's curiosity. What could Bege possibly be holding? He had been so secretive about it during their journey, insisting that it was something that could harm her eyes, yet he himself had seen it without any issue. Master Roshi, too, looked on with interest as the gift was offered to him. Master Roshi, this is my gift to you as a token of my desire to become your disciple. Along with Midusi, Bege stated earnestly. With that, he began to unwrap the package, revealing a corner of the magazine's cover. He took Midusi by the hand and stepped back, shielding her eyes with his hand. Oh, what is this? Master Roshi exclaimed upon seeing the magazine cover, while Midusi, with her eyes covered, pouted in discontent, her curiosity piqued, especially upon hearing Master Roshi's astonishment. Master Roshi, how do you like this gift? Will you accept us as your disciples? Bege inquired cautiously, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. He had merely gathered a few of the latest adult magazines to present to Master Roshi, hoping that in light of the gift, the master would agree to take him and Midusi as his students. Yes, of course, Master Roshi replied, returning to his reading of the magazine. Hearing this affirmation, Bege's excitement bubbled over as he clenched his fists and exclaimed, yes, to express his elation. Moments later, Master Roshi finally lifted his gaze from the magazine to look at Bege and Midusi, suddenly realizing the commitment he had unintentionally made, causing him a moment of headache. Nevertheless, having given his word, he would not retract it. After all, he was a master of great renown. Truly, beauty can mislead. And while he had agreed to take Bege and Midusi as his disciples, there would still be trials to face. Otherwise, it would seem too easy and cheap for him to assume the role of a mentor. Moreover, he needed to test their character as well. Clearing his throat, he prepared for what was to come. Though I have promised to take you under my wing, you must first undergo a trial. Only upon passing this test shall you officially become my disciples at the Turtle School. Upon hearing this, Vegeta grew serious, wondering whether the trial would be particularly arduous. With a heart full of trepidation, he inquired of Master Roshi, Master Roshi, what exactly does this trial entail? Ah, the trial, Master Roshi replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he addressed Vegeta. Since you have come this far, I am committed to teaching you diligently. Therefore, the matter of cooking must be addressed. You are to find a young cook to prepare our meals, someone youthful, as their vigor will ensure the work is not too taxing. And they should be pleasing to the eye, for an unappealing appearance may dampen one's appetite. After all, a beautiful visage is much more delightful to behold. As he spoke, Master Roshi regarded Vegeta with a lecherous gaze, his expression unmistakably suggestive. Vegeta immediately understood, feeling a sense of admiration for Master Roshi's character, which was undeniably true to the colorful portrayal in the original anime. However, a dilemma soon surfaced. How was he to procure such a cook when he could not fly? Vegeta voiced his predicament, and Master Rashi's eyes gleamed with inspiration. Indeed, that presents a challenge. Thus, I shall gift you a token, the flying nimbus. Master Rashi shouted towards the heavens. Vegeta and Melodius looked skyward, initially seeing nothing. Yet, Vegeta understood what Master Rashi intended to bestow upon him, anticipation building within. Soon, a yellow streak descended from the sky, halting gracefully before Master Rashi. It was none other than the flying nimbus, the very cloud belonging to Sun Wukong. Now, you shall ride this nimbus to seek out the cook. Understood. Vegeta and Melodius responded in unison. Without hesitation, Melodius leaped onto the nimbus, standing firmly atop it. After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta gritted his teeth and followed suit, finding his footing on the cloud as well. Upon realizing he had not fallen, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Satisfied, Master Rashi nodded, recognizing that his new disciples possessed pure hearts, allowing him to instruct them with confidence. Otherwise, he would have merely imparted superficial martial arts knowledge before sending them on their way. Chapter 6. Officially joining Master Rashi's school as Vegeta and Melodius soared through the skies on the Nimbus, they gazed below in search of a cook. Brother Vegeta, how shall we find the cook? Melodius queried, her brow furrowing in concern, as they were unaware of who possessed culinary skills. Do not fret, we shall continue our search. We are bound to find someone, Vegeta reassured her, though he secretly planned to seek out Launch, who at this time would likely be around 14 years old. The pair aimlessly traversed the skies above various cities in pursuit of Launch's figure. As they passed over one city, a deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by the blaring of sirens. Vegeta turned to investigate and beheld a bank transport vehicle engulfed in flames. Not far off, a blonde girl riding a motorcycle wielded a rocket launcher in one hand, firing rockets at the pursuing police behind her. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had found her. Bege swiftly commanded the Nimbus to change its course, heading towards Lanchi. What happened to Brother Bege? Meduo asked, curious as she noticed Bege's sudden shift towards the direction of the explosion. I have found the chef mentioned by my master, Bege exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, an eagerness to fulfill his master's task, but even more so, a thrill at the prospect of seeing Lanchi. After all, she was a goddess in the Dragon Ball universe, on par with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Android 18. Although she had been marginalized in the later arcs, it did not lessen his affection for her. Both sides of the conflict noticed the two children approaching. The blonde-haired Lanchi, spotting someone flying towards her, instinctively became alert, raising her rocket launcher to prepare for an attack on Bege and Meduo. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting her golden locks and tickling her nose. Oh no, Achu! In an instant, she transformed into the defenseless blue-haired Lanchi, surveying the surrounding police and the rocket launcher she held. With a startled cry, she dropped her weapon. The police, witnessing this, were about to apprehend her when Bege and Meduo arrived. Bege swiftly seized the blue-haired Lanchi, and with a firm grip, he lifted her onto the Nimbus, soaring into the sky without a backward glance. During their flight, Bege explained their intent to rescue her and the purpose of wanting her to become their chef. After listening, blue-haired Lanchi nodded in agreement. She had grown weary of a life filled with violence, often regaining consciousness surrounded by police and taken to jail. She wished to escape such a life. Perhaps distancing herself from the city's chaos was a solution. Moreover, she enjoyed cooking and domestic chores, so when they mentioned merely needing help with food, she readily agreed. After a considerable flight, Bege and his companions finally reached Kame House, just as evening mealtime approached. The turtle hermit expressed great satisfaction with the blue-haired Lanchi that Bege and Meduo had brought back. Although she was still quite young, he deemed her acceptable. Excellent. Since you have completed the assessment, from this day forth, you shall be my disciples under the turtle hermit. As night has fallen, your training will commence tomorrow, he declared, reverting to a serious demeanor befitting a master of his stature. Yes, master, Bege and Meduo responded in unison. Now that you are my disciples, you must understand and internalize the spirit of the Turtle School martial arts. Learning martial arts is not merely for the sake of victory in fights, nor is it to elicit admiration from girls with comments like, "Oh, you're so strong." That is an improper mindset. The pursuit of martial arts is to cultivate a healthy body and mind, allowing you to live a meaningful life. This is the essence of martial way. Do you understand? As he spoke, the turtle hermit's stern expression softened into a smile as he looked at Bege and Meduo. Understood. They replied in unison, acknowledging the turtle hermit's teachings. Time for dinner. At that moment, the voice of the blue-haired Lan Shi echoed from within the house. It turned out that she had prepared dinner well in advance, while Master Roshi was instructing Vegeta and Mato. Upon hearing that a meal was ready, the tails of Vegeta and Mato instinctively perked up, and drool began to escape from the corners of their mouths. Master Roshi raised an eyebrow, realizing that these two were quite the gluttons. However, this was not entirely accurate. Vegeta and Mato had been in a state of slumber since their journey from planet Vegeta to Earth. Upon arriving, they immediately sought out Master Roshi and had scarcely eaten anything until now. Thus, their current state of salivating at the mention of food was not out of desire, but sheer hunger. Well, since dinner was ready, it was time to eat. Hom, responded Vegeta and Mato in unison, rushing towards the dining table. Master Roshi, fearing that the two little rascals would devour everything if he lagged behind, hurriedly followed. At the table, Master Roshi, Vegeta, and Mato were indulging in the delectable spread before them. Mato and Vegeta kept refilling their bowls, having already consumed over 10 servings without showing any signs of satiation. Master Roshi's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Were these two gluttons reborn? Their appetites were insatiable. As they were happily eating, Mato noticed the pepper shaker beside her, recalling how Master Roshi sprinkled it over the food. Curiosity piqued. She picked up the shaker and began to pour pepper onto her meal. Out of the corner of his eye, Vegeta caught sight of Mato's actions and felt a pang of dread. It was too late to intervene, as Mato had already begun to sprinkle a generous amount of pepper onto her dish. A cloud of spice erupted, causing Vegeta, Master Roshi, and Mato to cough uncontrollably. It was Mato's first time using pepper, and she had overdone it. Achoo! Who are you? Where's this place? The yellow-haired Lan Shi gazed at her surroundings, suddenly noticing the apron she wore. Master Roshi, bewildered by the transformation of Lan Shi's hair color, was at a loss for words. How dare you make me cook for you? You seek your own demise. With that, the yellow-haired Lan Shi inexplicably drew a machine gun from behind her and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Master Roshi and the others. Upon seeing Lan Shi brandish the weapon, Vegeta thought with alarm that this was disastrous. Without hesitation, he grabbed Mato and swiftly dodged out of the way, while Master Roshi remained momentarily stunned by Lan Shi's transformation. The gunfire rang out, and the pain from the bullets striking him jolted Master Roshi into action, prompting him to flee. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Mato had already escaped from the Turtle Hermit's abode. Lan Shi chased them outside, firing a few rounds before retreating back indoors. What just happened? Why does Lan Shi seem like a completely different person now? Her temper has become so volatile. Master Roshi took a deep breath before turning to Vegeta to inquire about Lan Shi's condition. Vegeta shared everything he knew, and upon learning that a single sneeze could drastically alter Lan Shi's personality, Master Roshi's face displayed palpable fear, clearly shaken by the earlier incident that had even startled him. A martial arts master. It seemed that from now on, pepper would be strictly forbidden at the dining table. This would be inscribed as the first rule under the Turtle School. Vegeta, Melodious, and Master Roshi waited outside for a considerable time until they heard a sneeze, at which point the blonde-haired Lan Shi transformed back into her blue-haired self. Only then did they dare to return inside, promptly gathering away all items that could provoke another sneeze from Lan Shi. Chapter 7. Rigorous training. As the night passed, dawn broke at 4 a.m., and Master Roshi awakened Vegeta and Melodious. Lan Shi, clad in a nightgown, stood there, her exquisite figure unmistakably on display, much to Master Roshi's delight. Clearing his throat, he regained his serious demeanor and addressed the still drowsy Vegeta and Melodious. Today marks the official commencement of your martial arts training. The space here is too confined for proper practice. Thus, we shall relocate to an island more suited for training. With that, Master Roshi strode outside, and the blue-haired Lan Shi followed closely behind. Upon hearing that they could officially begin their training, Vegeta and Melodious, who had been groggy moments before, were instantly invigorated and excitedly followed suit. Outside, a small aircraft awaited them. As Vegeta and Melodious emerged, Master Roshi pressed a button on the house. With a resounding bang, the house was reduced to a capsule. Master Roshi, along with Vegeta and Lan Shi, were accustomed to this transformation, while Melodious gazed in wonder at the spectacle. Master Roshi picked up the capsule and led Vegeta and the others onto the plane, which ascended into the sky. After approximately an hour of flight, they landed on a vast island inhabited by other humans. This was the very island where Master Roshi had trained Goku and Krillin in the original story. Once a suitable spot was found and they had disembarked, Master Roshi revealed the turtle house once more. At 5 a.m., after all arrangements were made, the blue-haired launch entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Master Roshi took Vegeta and Melodius outside for training. You must keep up with my pace, understood? Yes, responded Vegeta and Melodius in unison. Satisfied with their reply, Master Roshi nodded and took off running, with Vegeta and Melodius closely trailing behind. They jogged until they reached a hillside, where Master Roshi engaged in conversation before calling Vegeta and Melodius over to point at some milk. Carry this milk. Today's warm-up exercise is to deliver it. You must complete the delivery by 7 a.m. Upon hearing Master Roshi's directive, Vegeta promptly stepped forward to hoist the milk. Realizing that their training had officially begun, Melodius, seeing Vegeta's actions, followed suit and lifted a box of milk as well. Once they were both prepared, Master Roshi led the way, initiating their formal morning training. Bounding and weaving around tree stumps, traversing waterfalls and deserts, climbing stairs, Vegeta and Meadows were already breathless, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Yet, Vegeta gritted his teeth and persevered, acutely aware that there are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. He must tread each step with determination. Especially given his innate inferiority compared to other Saiyans, he could only enhance his abilities through diligent training. Much like Kakarot, who, with a solid foundation, was able to unleash terrifying potential that consistently kept him ahead of Vegeta. In contrast, Meadows found herself in an even more precarious situation, having long since been unable to keep pace. Her physical condition was worse than Vegeta's, compounded by the fact that as a girl, she inherently possessed less stamina than boys. However, whenever she felt on the brink of surrender, she would gaze at the unwavering silhouette of her brother, equally fatigued, yet still standing resolute. Igniting a fierce resolve within her, she yearned to stand alongside her brother, refusing to be a burden any longer. With this determination solidified, newfound strength surged within her, propelling her to push through and continue her forward march. Master Roshi, observing their struggle from a distance, nodded in approval, recognizing the indomitable spirit within both of them. Before long, he led Vegeta and Meadows to the foot of a towering mountain where they paused. Rest for 10 minutes. After this, we shall walk rather than run, he instructed, settling onto a nearby step and pulling out a pipe to smoke. Vegeta's heart raced as he lifted his gaze to the sky-piercing peak. The series of steps ascending into the clouds, the summit obscured from view. He gasped in astonishment. This was indeed the mountain. Steadying himself, he urged Meadows to find a place to sit and recuperate. Otherwise, they would surely falter later. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and Master Roshi rose to commence the ascent. Though apprehensive, Vegeta gritted his teeth and followed in his footsteps, while Meadows silently trailed behind her brother. Ascending step by step, the initial ease soon gave way to mounting difficulty, until eventually, Vegeta found himself laboriously moving upwards. Behind him, Meadows struggled, panting heavily as she summoned every ounce of energy to advance. Just when it seemed that Vegeta could endure no longer, the end of the staircase finally came into view. Clenching their teeth, both Vegeta and Meadows managed to conquer the final step. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent, followed closely by Meadows, who lay down beside him. Master Roshi observed their plight, shaking his head, but he recognized that both had reached their limits. Ultimately, their physical conditions were so inadequate that even this modest training felt overwhelmingly arduous. After providing them with nourishment, Master Roshi guided Vegeta and Meadows to their next training endeavor. He brought them to the edge of a vast field, pointing to an area yet to be cultivated. Your task is to prepare this rice paddy. Remember, you must dig with your hands, no tools allowed. Listening to the words of Master Roshi, Vegeta gazed at his hands, gritted his teeth, and bent down to begin digging. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind, the desire to grow stronger. Meadows followed suit, bending down and swiftly plunging her hands into the soil. Observing the earnest labor of the two, Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction and called out to them, urging, "You must hurry. If you dawdle, there will be no breakfast." Upon hearing his words, Vegeta and Meadows quickened their pace, resembling two miniature excavators as they diligently cultivated the land. After approximately half an hour of strenuous toil, they finally collapsed onto the freshly turned earth, panting and caked in mud, having completed the cultivation of a significant area of land. Master Roshi glanced at the clock, nodding approvingly yet remarking, "Time has slipped away. We are nearly late for breakfast." Tomorrow's field will be larger than today's, so you must work even faster. All right, you may return for your meal now. At the mention of food, the stomachs of Vegeta and Meridos rumbled, having trained without breakfast. They promptly rose to follow Master Roshi home for their meal. After dining, Master Roshi imparted cultural knowledge to them before it was time for a midday rest. Now it is time for a nap. Train diligently, study well, eat heartily, and then enjoy an afternoon slumber. This is our martial arts practice. Master Roshi, along with Meridos and Vegeta, reclined in hammocks strung between trees, where he enlightened them on the truths of their training. Chapter 8. Kakarot arrives on Earth after their midday rest. Master Roshi led Vegeta and Meridos to the construction site to find work. The foreman regarded the two children with disbelief, particularly skeptical of the delicate-looking girl's ability to perform labor on the site. Noticing the foreman's skepticism, Master Roshi encouraged Vegeta and Meridos to demonstrate their capabilities. Vegeta, Meridos, step forward and show him what you can do. This time, you are permitted to use tools, but your speed must be impressive. The two approached, grasped their tools, and began to work. With the foundation laid by their previous training and the cultivation of the fields, their bodies had gained some strength, making the task more manageable. They worked with remarkable speed, outpacing the other laborers on site, leaving the foreman astounded. Witnessing this, Master Roshi smiled and continued discussing the arrangement for the children to work. The foreman ultimately agreed, offering them double the usual wages. Time flew by, and after half a month, Vegeta and Meridos engaged in their daily routine of training, advancing from basic exercises to weighted training with turtle shells. Their bodies grew increasingly robust, shedding their initial frailty. In terms of combat power, where once Vegeta and Meridos stood at 5 and 4 respectively, they had now risen to 30 and 25. A remarkable six-fold increase in strength. Although still weaker compared to the Saiyans, the foundation of strength has been established, and with continued training, combat power will inevitably rise. Meanwhile, as Vegeta and Meridos trained diligently, a spaceship descended towards Earth, landing in a secluded valley. This was Kakarot, sent to Earth by Bardock. At that moment, an elderly man, kind in demeanor and sporting 2 tufts of whiskers, observed the object descending into the valley and went to investigate. He ultimately discovered Kakarot lying within the spacecraft's cabin. This benevolent elder, who took Kakarot in to raise him, was none other than Goku's grandfather from the original tale. It is indeed remarkable how fate works. Even though Goku arrived on Earth earlier, he still encountered son Gohan, who adopted him as his own grandchild. Just as in the original narrative, Kakarot, after falling from a cliff and sustaining a head injury, underwent a transformation from a tempestuous disposition to a gentle one, simultaneously losing his memories. At this point, Kakarot was already 4 years old. After losing his memories, he remained by son Gohan's side, living together. Through their interactions, he gradually adopted a peaceful and kind character. But that is a tale for another time. Vegeta and Meridos diligently followed Master Roshi in their training until he was satisfied, at which point he took them to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament to assess their progress. As in the original story, Master Roshi disguised himself as a contestant named Jackie Chan. Even though Vegeta was aware of this, he kept it to himself and looked forward to battling against Master Roshi. Eager to understand his shortcomings, knowing that fighting a master would enhance his practical experience, Vegeta explained Jackie Chan's true identity to Meridos, advising her on how to approach the match against Master Roshi's disguise. Meridos, when you face off against Master Roshi, feel free to unleash your full power without holding back. Also, try to provoke him into using a variety of techniques while diligently observing and learning from them. Understood. Meridos nodded in agreement. Soon, it was time for the semifinals. Meridos would face Master Roshi, while Vegeta tackled an explosive-haired opponent. After swiftly defeating his adversary, it was time for Master Roshi to battle Meridos. When the referee announced the start, Meridos charged at Master Roshi, launching a right hook aimed at his face. Observing the force behind her punch, Master Roshi couldn't help but nod, acknowledging her impressive training results. This punch carried a certain momentum. Satisfied, Master Roshi extended his right hand, deftly seizing Meridos' right fist, rendering it immobile. With her right hand restrained, Meridos shifted to kick at Master Roshi's waist with her right leg. Master Roshi released his grip and leapt back to evade the strike. The girl possesses considerable strength, but there's still room for improvement. It's time to conclude this. He commented on Meridos' performance, then suddenly lunged towards her. In response, Madhu swiftly threw a punch at the approaching figure of Master Rashi, her fist passing through his form. Devoid of the sensation of impact, both Madhu and Vegeta on stage narrowed their eyes in unison, realizing the technique. After Bege became aware of this technique, he focused his attention more intently on the arena. In contrast, Madhu, upon missing her strike, inwardly lamented her predicament and hurriedly attempted to defend herself. But it was already too late. It was over. Like a specter, Master Rashi appeared behind Madhu, his hands forming a blade as he swiftly struck at the nape of her neck. Madhu gasped in pain and collapsed to the ground. As soon as she fell, Master Rashi summoned the referee to initiate the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Get up, Madhu. Continue fighting. You can do it, Bege shouted, hoping to rouse her with his fervent cries. 7, 8. Perhaps Bege's shouts had a profound effect, as Madhu's tail twitched, followed by a slight tremble of her limbs. Seeing this, the referee ceased the countdown and stepped down from the ring. Struggling, Madhu managed to rise. Though her movements were painfully slow, her gaze remained resolute. She could not allow herself to fall. For Bege's sake, she had to keep fighting. Master Rashi observed her with admiration, refraining from launching another attack, allowing her to regain her footing. Impressive. To stand after enduring such a heavy blow indicated her physical resilience. Upon standing, Madhu instinctively clasped her hand to the back of her neck, where waves of pain surged, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. How excruciating. Noticing that Madhu had recovered, Master Rashi resumed his combat stance. In response, Madhu lowered her hand from her neck, eyeing him warily. Without further ado, Master Rashi charged at her, executing the afterimage fist. However, having been deceived once, Madhu was no longer easily fooled. The simplicity of the technique made it easy to learn, and only those encountering it for the first time would fall prey to it. Madhu's eyes darted around, scanning the field filled with Master Rashi's illusory remnants. Here, she exclaimed, as she delivered a flying kick towards one of the corners. Master Rashi was compelled to reveal his true form, and the surrounding illusions dissipated. He raised his arms defensively to block Madhu's approaching kick. Seizing the moment, Madhu relentlessly pressed her attack, while Master Rashi, though forced to defend, remained unfazed. As he gauged the right moment and assessed Madhu's strength, Master Rashi decided to unleash his full power. He brought his hands together, a shimmering green light radiating from his palms. Madhu remained alert, prepared to defend against the luminous energy emanating from him. Child, allow me to send you a refreshing breeze. With that, Master Rashi waved his hand, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that swept forth from his palms. Unable to withstand the ferocity of the wind, Madhu was blown off the martial arts stage, resulting in her elimination. Chapter 9. Turtle School Kamehameha. Upon realizing her defeat, Madhu was engulfed in disappointment. As Bege approached to console her, there is no cause for despair in Melody's defeat. After all, he is our master, and it is only natural that he is stronger than us. Moreover, we are still at the early stages of our cultivation. As long as we persist in our training, it is entirely possible to surpass our master in due time. At this point, a fervent light ignited in Vegeta's eyes. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Melodies regained her composure and responded, "Brother Vegeta, I fear no hardship. I will strive diligently in my practice. I only wish to remain by your side, fighting alongside you rather than becoming a burden. For your sake, I would even be willing to sacrifice my life." Before Melodies could finish her heartfelt declaration, Vegeta placed a hand over her mouth, silencing her. With a serious expression, he gazed intently at her. "I will not allow such a thing to happen. I vow to protect you, Melodies, from any harm." Melodies remained silent, tears of gratitude streaming down her face, feeling immensely fortunate to have Vegeta by her side. After 10 minutes, it was finally time for Vegeta and Master Rashi, the two mentors and their disciples, to compete for the championship title. Vegeta instructed Melodies to wait for him at the foot of the arena before leaping onto the stage to face Master Rashi. With the sound of a gong, the match commenced. Vegeta charged at Master Rashi, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Master Rashi attempted a counterattack but struck only air, raising an eyebrow. He quickly leapt from his original position, revealing Vegeta's form where he had stood. It came as no surprise to Vegeta that he had missed. After all, his techniques were learned from Master Rashi himself, who would undoubtedly possess the means to counter them. Without any hesitation, Vegeta continued his assault on Master Rashi. They exchanged blows in an intricate dance of combat, with Vegeta on the offensive and Master Roshi on the defensive. However, Vegeta understood that this was merely Master Roshi testing his capabilities, much like Melody's had done. After executing a technique that Master Roshi successfully defended against, Vegeta leapt out of his range and brought his hands together. A brilliant azure light surged forth from his palms, mimicking the very technique that Master Roshi had just used to defeat Melody's. Master Roshi was taken aback, astonished that Vegeta had managed to learn a technique he had just demonstrated. Although surprised, he prepared himself for defense. With resolve, Vegeta unleashed a powerful gust of azure wind directed at Master Roshi. Master Roshi, with a powerful leap, evaded the oncoming tempest, and Vegeta followed suit. Launching an attack of his own, they engaged in an aerial battle, exchanging blows before retreating to their respective positions. Impressive. You possess great strength. Now, I shall reveal my true power, so be cautious, Master Roshi declared, extending his hands outward in a petal-like formation. Vegeta's pupils dilated in alarm. This is the Turtle School. As Master Roshi uttered these words, he retracted his hands, and a brilliant blue light flickered between them, emanating an immense pressure that filled the air, leaving Vegeta gasping for breath. Melodies watched the arena with a tense expression, sensing the extraordinary nature of Master Roshi's technique. She worried for her brother Vegeta's safety. Bege bit his tongue, the sharp pang allowing him to momentarily break free from the oppressive aura of Master Roshi's technique. With his hands extended in a blossom-like formation, he mimicked Master Roshi, launching a Kamehameha wave. As the final syllable of Kamehameha escaped his lips, both combatants unleashed twin beams of azure energy. Though Bege's attack was somewhat smaller compared to Master Roshi's, which was nearly double in size, the two forces collided, erupting into a blinding radiance that illuminated the arena, causing all onlookers to squint against the dazzling light. Bege's Kamehameha wave merely held off Master Roshi's assault for an instant before being consumed, with the latter's energy surging towards Bege, ultimately striking him and sending him careening off the stage, crashing through the arena's wall before finally coming to a halt. Severely injured, Bege found himself incapable of continuing the fight, though he was fortunate that Master Roshi had restrained his full power. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire, potentially resulting in Bege's demise. Master Roshi exhaled in relief as he approached Bege, reassured to find his apprentice merely lightly wounded. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Though he already suspected the answer, Bege shook his head, signaling that he was fine, while simultaneously calming the increasingly agitated Maedros. For at that moment, Maedros glared at Master Roshi with a fierce expression, for Bege was her everything, her very life, and she would not permit anyone to harm him, not even her own master. Master Roshi, feeling the intensity of her gaze, awkwardly scratched his nose, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. He recognized his misjudgment. After all, Bege was his disciple, and inflicting such harm upon him was inexcusable. Yet, he could not help it. The energy of the Kamehameha was notoriously difficult to control, and despite his efforts to temper its force, he had unintentionally injured Bege. The primary issue lay in Bege's astonishing rate of growth. Had he not exerted a fraction of his strength, defeating Bege would have proven challenging, and he had not anticipated that Bege would master his Kamehameha technique, leading to an unintended escalation in their confrontation. "I'm fine, just a minor injury. Master, I concede this match to you, and I do so with complete acceptance," Bege assured Maedros, who was still bristling, before addressing Master Roshi. "Oh good, I'm relieved to hear that," Master Roshi exclaimed, visibly easing as he heard Bege's reassurances. At this moment, the referee stepped forward to announce that Master Long had emerged victorious in the match, earning a prize of 500,000 Sony. After the competition concluded, Master Roshi discreetly changed out of Master Long's attire and approached Bege and the others for some final words of guidance. "I have observed your match, and both of you performed admirably. You showcased your full potential. Although you ultimately lost, you did exceptionally well. What I must impart to you is that there are always individuals more formidable than yourselves, as exemplified by the illustrious contestant in this competition, Jackie Chan. If you find satisfaction in possessing merely this level of strength, then you are grossly underestimating the essence of martial arts. The true journey of cultivation has only just commenced. It is through relentless effort that one can attain greater power. Do you understand?" "Understood." Both Vegeta and Meadows nodded in unison. Residing on planet Vegeta, They recognized that their current prowess was inferior even to that of a newborn Saiyan. Thus, how could they take pride or feel content? Only through continuous self-improvement can one seize control of their destiny and safeguard those dearest to them. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. He had toiled diligently to convey this message. Donning the guise of Jackie Chan and participating in the competition, one must ponder the challenges faced by such a mentor. Having imparted all that he intended to teach, Master Roshi declared that the remaining path must be traversed by themselves, and thus it was time to part ways. Vegeta and Meadows looked up at Master Roshi in astonishment. Vegeta had not anticipated such a swift separation, even though they would ultimately depart from Master Roshi to pursue deeper training, while Meadows felt a tinge of reluctance. However, Master Roshi had made his decision, which was irrevocable. After all, would he really keep them around as mere distractions, impeding his cherished moments with launch? In the end, persuaded by Master Roshi's words, Vegeta and Meadows agreed to continue their training independently. Chapter 10. The official beginning of the Dragon Ball saga. After parting ways with Master Roshi, Meadows turned to Vegeta to inquire about their next course of action. Vegeta pondered for a moment, and then, inadvertently noticing the tail swaying behind Meadows, he smacked his forehead, recalling that their tails were both the source of their strength and their inherent weakness. The upcoming training would focus on their tails, which represented a vulnerability they must overcome. Otherwise, it would become a fatal flaw in the future. Vegeta articulated this plan to Meadows while grasping his own tail with slight pressure, immediately sensing a wave of weakness. Upon releasing his tail, that sensation vanished without a trace. Observing Vegeta's actions, Meadows mimicked him, experiencing the same phenomenon. She then understood that Vegeta's strategy was indeed sound. Their tails were, without a doubt, a weakness. She nodded in agreement with Vegeta's plan, yet was uncertain about how to train against this weakness, prompting her to voice her concerns. Vegeta recalled how Kakarot, also known as Goku, had trained his tail, and thus decided to lead Meadows away from Papaya Island into the depths of the forest. Indeed, Vegeta envisioned training akin to that of the original Goku, engaging in exercises such as playfully grasping tails with the monkeys in the forest to hone their own. As time passed day by day, Vegeta and Meadows continued their training, not only focusing on their tails, but also refining their own skills. Each day, apart from their usual practice of using their tails to traverse cliffs alongside monkeys, they engaged in arduous exercises, such as climbing mountains and leaping while bearing heavy boulders. By the year 474 of the age, 7 years had elapsed, and both Vegeta and Meadows had entirely overcome the weaknesses associated with their tails. In fact, they had surmounted these challenges 2 years prior. Yet they chose to remain in the forest, diligently honing their abilities. At this point, Vegeta was 12 years old and Meadows 11, and they appeared little changed, retaining their youthful appearance due to the slow growth rate characteristic of Saiyans in their early years. Their strength had significantly increased compared to the time of the World Martial Arts Tournament 7 years ago, reaching impressive levels of 170 and 158, respectively. Vegeta's prowess had surpassed Master Roshi's strength of 160 at the tournament, while Meadows was nearing his level, assuming Master Roshi had not continued his training. It was now time for Meadows to venture out. Vegeta turned to Meadows and remarked that, by this time, Goku would already be 11 years old, likely having encountered Bulma and embarked on the quest for the Dragon Balls. His decision to remain in the forest rather than leave immediately was to await Goku's maturation and the unfolding of the Dragon Ball narrative. Lacking a dragon radar, he found himself unable to locate the Dragon Balls, and though he had considered meeting Bulma earlier, he ultimately dismissed the idea. He was reluctant to interfere with the development of the Dragon Ball storyline, especially concerning a pivotal character like Bulma. "All right, big brother Vegeta," Meadows replied, taking his hand as they began their journey beyond the forest. In fact, Vegeta's intuition was correct. At that moment, Goku was also 11 years old, having met Bulma and commenced his search for the Dragon Balls. Along the way, he encountered Yamcha, Oolong, and Master Roshi, successfully collecting 5 Dragon Balls. However, due to Master Roshi's previous instruction of Vegeta and Meadows, he quickly recognized Goku's tail and deduced their kinship, though he could not ascertain that Goku was a Saiyan. Master Roshi informed Goku that both Vegeta and Meadows shared the same trait of having tails, which thrilled and intrigued Goku, revealing to him that he was not alone in possessing this unique feature. Ultimately, after locating the 6th Dragon Ball at the Demon King's lair, Goku learned the Kamehameha technique from Master Roshi with just a single demonstration, leaving the master astounded. Upon discovering that Goku was the grandson of Son Gohan, Master Roshi decided to take him as a disciple. The timing of Vegeta and Maidos's departure coincided perfectly with Goku's group heading towards Pilaf's castle to seize the last Dragon Ball. As Bege and Maidusi journeyed towards the Pilaf castle, the sky abruptly darkened, obscuring the stars above. Bege halted, his brow furrowing at the ominous clouds that had gathered, signaling the summoning of the dragon. It appeared that their plan to wish upon the Dragon Balls before the emergence of the Oolong had been thwarted. "Why have you stopped, Bege? What is happening as the sky darkens?" Maidusi inquired, noticing his sudden pause. Confused by the swift change in the weather, she pondered how the sky had turned ominous so quickly. "Nothing to worry about. Let us keep moving," Bege replied, shaking his head, choosing not to elaborate. It seemed futile to dwell on what had already transpired. "Oh," Maidusi, sensing Bege's reluctance to discuss further, refrained from pressing him. Instead, she curiously asked, "Where are we headed, Bege?" As they ran, Bege responded while contemplating the necessity of acquiring some funds. Without money, purchasing essentials on Earth would be impossible, including transportation. It was not feasible to resort to theft for financial gain, especially since they would be residing on Earth indefinitely. "It seems we need to expedite our plans," Bege thought. "To introduce you to someone, a rather formidable individual." They continued their swift pace, and as the clouds parted, the stars re-emerged. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of a colossal gorilla wreaking havoc upon the castle. Maidusi gasped at the sudden appearance of the gigantic creature, recognizing it as the form that Saiyans assume under a full moon. Could that gorilla also be a Saiyan? Is tonight a full moon? She wondered aloud. Just then, Bege's voice broke through her astonishment. "Maidusi, do not look at the sky. It's a full moon on Earth tonight. If we both gaze upon it, it could spell trouble for us." "But what about that over there?" Maidusi pointed, puzzled, at the enormous gorilla that Goku had transformed into. "That is a Saiyan. As for who it is, you will find out soon enough. For now, our priority is to restore him to his human form," Bege said, aware of the gorilla's identity but unable to disclose it. "Understood." Together, they charged towards the formidable creature. At that moment, Goku's gorilla form possessed a combat power of 150, indicating that he had yet to train under Master Roshi. Otherwise, Bege would not have dared to confront him head-on with Maidusi. They would have resorted to stealth, aiming to sever his tail instead. Meanwhile, Bulma and Yamcha, startled by Goku's sudden transformation, noticed the two children rushing towards him. They were about to shout a warning when the unfolding scene left them speechless, swallowing their words in utter shock. A young boy leaped directly before the gorilla, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent the creature crashing to the ground. Following this, a young girl dashed behind the gorilla, seizing its tail and yanking it with all her might, severing it entirely. With its tail gone, the gorilla swiftly shrank in size, ultimately reverting back to Goku's original form. What just happened? He bears an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Bardock. Chapter 11. The Return of Goku's Nimbus. Maidusi gazed in astonishment at Goku, who had reverted to his original form. The likeness was striking, as if he were carved from the same mold. However, Goku now appeared to be a miniature version of Bardock. He must indeed be the son of Uncle Bardock, who had also sent his son to Earth. But what had become of Uncle Bardock? Vegeta couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Bardock's current situation. Had he managed to escape planet Vegeta, or had he, like in the original tale, departed this world and returned to the past? "Do not fret, brother Vegeta. Did you not already write to Uncle Bardock?" Maidusi offered words of comfort, which greatly lifted Vegeta's spirits. He too believed that Uncle Bardock and Aunt Jine would be safe. Just then, Yamcha arrived with Bulma and others before Vegeta and Maidusi. Upon witnessing the two saving Goku, they wished to express their gratitude. The sight of the tails, identical to Goku's, piqued Bulma's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Thank you for rescuing Goku. Are you disciples of Master Roshi and members of Goku's race?" Vegeta cast a glance at Bulma, who appeared youthful and charming, one of his favorite characters from the Dragon Ball series. Regrettably, he had Maidusi and no longer entertained thoughts of other girls, even though Bulma was indeed a beloved character. After contemplating Bulma's inquiry, Vegeta responded, "We are indeed disciples of Master Roshi, and Goku is indeed our kin. What of his parents? Are they still alive? Why did they abandon Goku?" Bulma pressed on, her heart aching for Goku, who had been forsaken since childhood. If his parents were still alive, she could not fathom why they would abandon him. I am uncertain of his parents' current status. As for why they abandoned him, I can only say it was a matter of necessity. The specifics cannot be divulged at present. Vegeta replied. Noticing Bulma's intent to inquire further, he interrupted her and subtly gestured for her to look in another direction. Following Vegeta's gaze, Bulma spotted Goku, who had just awakened from his slumber. Shortly after regaining consciousness, Goku realized his tail was missing. As he surveyed the devastation surrounding him, the once majestic castle now reduced to ruins, he noticed Vegeta, Meduosi, and their tails that mirrored his own. How incredible! Who could have wrought such destruction upon the castle? Their power is remarkable. Where's my tail? Why is it gone? Ah, you also possess tails. Are you like me? Did you cause this destruction? You seem quite powerful. May I challenge you to a duel? With that, Goku assumed an attack stance. But the absence of his tail disrupted his balance, causing him to tumble to the ground. Bege and Meduosi could not help but chuckle at Goku's appearance, with even Bulma and Yamcha covering their faces in disbelief. Goku, do you not recall what just transpired? Bulma finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity, as she found it hard to believe that Goku could have forgotten the recent events. Just now? What happened? Goku replied, seemingly puzzled. I remember seeing the moon, feeling drowsy, and then I fell asleep. Upon hearing Goku's response, Bulma, Yamcha, and Oolong were rendered speechless, given that he claimed to have fallen asleep. They were nonetheless perplexed by Goku's apparent sincerity, wondering how he could forget. However, Meduosi stepped forward to question Goku, having observed that something was amiss. Goku, do you truly not realize why everything around you is in such disarray? Goku shook his head, genuinely unaware. Seeing this, Meduosi was about to ask further, but Bege interjected, speaking to Goku as if to spare Meduosi from continuing her inquiries. Goku, have you perhaps sustained a head injury and lost your memory? Yes. How did you know? Just a guess, Bege replied casually. Oh, you are quite impressive to have deduced that. Goku honestly praised Bege, while Meduosi, upon hearing Goku's admission of amnesia, finally comprehended why he was oblivious to his transformation into a gorilla. Goku, the wish upon the Dragon Balls has been fulfilled, but it will take a year for the Dragon Balls to be restored. What do you plan to do during this year? Yamcha inquired as he approached Goku. I intend to seek training from Master Roshi. What about you, Yamcha? Goku answered while simultaneously posing the question back to Yamcha. Yamcha blushed slightly, casting a furtive glance at Bulma, who likewise turned crimson upon noticing his gaze. Yamcha quickly averted his eyes from Bulma and, feeling a bit bashful, replied to Goku. I plan to go to West City with Bulma. With Goku and Yamcha having shared their intentions, Bege then approached Goku and said, since you will be training under Master Roshi, you will henceforth be my and Meduosi's junior. As your seniors, we have a gift for you, which can be regarded as a token of our first meeting. With that, Bege shouted towards the sky, calling for the flying nimbus. After a brief moment, a yellow cloud descended from the heavens. Bege pointed to the nimbus and addressed Goku. This is the flying nimbus that Master Roshi bestowed upon me. And now I present it to you. Give it a try? Really? Awesome. Goku exclaimed, already brimming with excitement as he leaped onto the nimbus and soared into the sky. As Meduosi observed Bege sending off the Kame Sennin's flying nimbus, she couldn't help but glance at him, knowing well that neither of them had yet mastered the art of flight, nor possessed any means of transportation. At this juncture, the nimbus was of utmost significance to them. Bege, sensing her concern, shook his head reassuringly, indicating that it was of no consequence. His intention in returning the nimbus to Goku was primarily to restore it to its rightful owner. Indeed, it was far more fitting for Goku to possess it, as he was considerably more dependent on the nimbus, at least in the early stages of their adventures. After frolicking in the skies for a while, Goku descended from above. Bulma, may I borrow your submarine and a few large containers? Bege asked, addressing Bulma, who was nearby. Rest assured, we shall return them once we are finished. He intended to delve into the depths of the ocean to retrieve the pirate's treasure, for both he and Meduosi found themselves in dire financial straits. Chapter 12. The Undersea Treasure. Absolutely. And you needn't return them. Consider it a gift as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Bulma replied with remarkable generosity. However, she added, I don't have the capsule for the submarine on me at the moment. You'll need to accompany me to West City. With a spirit of camaraderie, Bege expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I am Bege, and this is my childhood friend, Meduosi. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. As he pointed to himself and then to Midouozi, Bulma and Yamcha exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with teasing mirth, suggesting that the bond between Bege and Midouozi transcended mere childhood friendship. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Bege coughed lightly, while Midouozi, unfazed, tightened her hold on his arm. After a bout of light-hearted jesting, the atmosphere among the group grew more amicable, dispelling the initial awkwardness. Having completed their Dragon Ball adventure, Goku was set to continue his training under Kame Sennin. Yamcha produced a capsule that transformed into an airplane, and together with Bulma, Bege, Midouozi, and Oolong, they boarded the aircraft, soaring towards West City. Meanwhile, Goku rode the Nimbus back to Kame House, where he packed his belongings before setting off towards Kame Sennin's location. Upon arriving, he encountered Krillin, and both pledged their allegiance to Kame Sennin. Since Bege and the others had already brought lunch, the requirement for bringing a beautiful woman was waived. Kame Sennin, recognizing Goku as the grandson of Son Gohan, accepted him as a disciple, while Krillin earned his place through the submission of a magazine. Not long into their journey, Bege and his companions encountered a predicament reminiscent of the Dragon Ball saga, as their airplane ran out of fuel and plummeted into the desert. After a series of misadventures, they finally returned to West City. True to her word, Bulma not only provided the submarine and containers to Bege and Midouozi, but also gifted them an airplane, acknowledging that their lack of transportation had proved quite inconvenient. After expressing their gratitude, Vegeta and Murta set off on a flight towards the island where Master Roshi once resided. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Master Roshi had already departed for a larger island with Goku, Krillin, and launch for their upcoming training. As Vegeta and Murta disembarked from the aircraft on Kame House, they noticed the island was eerily deserted, indicating that Master Roshi had indeed left for Goku's training. Originally, they had intended to pay their respects to Master Roshi before departing, but with him absent, they had to abandon that notion. Vegeta pressed a button on the aircraft, and with a resounding pop, it transformed into a capsule. After securing the capsule, he retrieved the submarine capsule and tossed it into the nearby water. With a splash, a small submarine floated to the surface. Vegeta took Murta's hand and led her inside the submarine, sealing the hatch before activating it to plunge into the depths of the ocean. Once submerged, Murta inquired about the purpose of their expedition. She had been puzzled ever since Vegeta requested the submarine from Bulma, unsure of his intentions. However, she refrained from asking earlier since Bulma was present. Hearing her question, Vegeta chuckled softly, then playfully tapped her nose, prompting Murta to swat his hand away in mild irritation. She glared at him, clearly annoyed, as she was earnestly seeking answers. Vegeta found her puffed-up expression irresistibly adorable, but restrained his laughter as he explained his reasons for acquiring the submarine. Foolish girl, if we wish to thrive on Earth, we must have the necessary financial resources. Hence, I sought a submarine from Bulma to search for pirate treasure, ensuring we won't have to worry about finances on Earth. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Murta understood that their journey was indeed to seek pirate treasure. However, she was left wondering how Vegeta knew such treasures were nearby. Vegeta found it challenging to explain, as revealing he was aware of the storyline from Dragon Ball would be rather absurd. Even when pressed by Murta's inquiries, he merely stated that they were hoping for a stroke of luck. Vegeta piloted the submarine, meticulously searching the seabed near Kame House. Without the guidance of the Dragon Balls, he could not swiftly locate the pirate's hidden lair and thus resorted to painstaking exploration, leaving no detail overlooked. After nearly 3 hours of diligent searching, Vegeta finally discovered the entrance to the pirate base. He maneuvered the submarine inside, ultimately arriving at the pirate stronghold. After securing the submarine, Vegeta took Murta's hand, leading the way with one hand protectively guiding her as they cautiously advanced. He remembered while the numerous traps within, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. As Bege and Midouozi tread cautiously, they finally arrive at the harbor where the pirate ship is docked, encountering no perils along the way. Bege swiftly scans the surroundings in search of the pirate robot. Noticing Bege's vigilant gaze, Midouozi instinctively begins to look around as well, yet sees nothing, leaving her puzzled about her brother's actions. Bege, what are you? She begins, but is interrupted as Bege places a finger over her lips, gently urging her to remain silent. Once he confirms the absence of the pirate robot, he breathes a sigh of relief, not out of fear of the robot, but rather to avoid complications and to preserve the storyline of Dragon Ball. His sole intention is to secure the treasure. Moreover, The pirate robot is linked to the self-destruct mechanism of the entire base. Should it be destroyed, the base itself would self-implode. After ensuring the coast is clear, Bege leads Medusi until they finally discover the statue of the thousand-handed Guanyin. Without hesitation, Bege leaps and delivers a powerful punch before the statue can activate its defenses, shattering it and releasing a plethora of gold and jewels. Not content with merely that, he continues with another punch, breaking through the wall behind the statue to reveal a mountain of treasure. After completing this task, Bege pauses, and Medusi, who has been watching in awe, exclaims, "Bege, you're incredible. How did you know where the treasure was buried?" "Medusi, come help," Bege calls out, and without a moment to ponder, Medusi quickly raises her head to see Bege conjuring containers to begin transporting the gold and jewels. She responds eagerly and joins him in the labor. After approximately 3 hours of relentless work, the duo manages to fill 8 containers, finally emptying the chamber of its riches. With this accomplished, Bege takes Medusi and departs the pirate base, ultimately surfacing aboard a submarine. "Bege, what shall we do with all this treasure?" Medusi inquires, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Dividing it seems cumbersome, while handling it all at once might draw attention. "We'll seek Bulma's assistance in managing it," Bege replies after some contemplation. He intends for Bulma to help with the treasure and its management, acknowledging that as Saiyans, they excel in combat, but lack business acumen. If they merely consume their wealth without strategy, it will inevitably dwindle. As for training on Corin Tower, Bege considers this his next step. Their current abilities are merely average, and they have yet to begin cultivating their energy. Mastery of energy is essential before they can venture to planet Yardrat to learn the instant transmission technique. Without control over their energy, further efforts would be futile. Chapter 13. Ascending Corin Tower. What is Corin Tower? Medusi asks, puzzled, realizing he has yet to explain its origin. Bege takes a moment to enlighten her about Corin Tower. Through the elucidation provided by Bege, Medusi soon realized that Corinta was indeed the sacred place where her master had once practiced, which filled her with exhilaration, perceiving it as a splendid destination. Once the decision was made, Bege took Medusi aboard a plane bound for West City. Upon their arrival, they proceeded to meet Bulma. When Bulma beheld the treasures of gold and silver that Bege revealed from the capsule, even she, the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual, was taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure. While these jewels represented a substantial fortune to an ordinary person, for her, they were merely a trifle. Upon hearing Bege's request, she promptly acquiesced, assisting him in liquidating the precious metals and gems. Following Bege's instructions, she arranged for a primary bank card along with 2 supplementary cards, granting full access to all privileges. She then handed all 3 cards to Bege. Upon receiving the cards, Bege presented one of the supplementary cards to Bulma, while the remaining 2 were designated for himself and Medusi. Bulma, momentarily stunned by the unexpected gift of a bank card, cast a perplexed glance at Bege, uncertain of his intentions. Noticing her confusion, Bege clarified, "Bulma, I wish for you to help manage the investments of this wealth. Medusi and I are solely adept in martial arts and possess no knowledge of finance. However, we do have voracious appetites. While the funds within are sufficient for us to live comfortably for a lifetime, we aspire for them to continue growing rather than depleting. Thus, I entrust this responsibility to you." Upon hearing Bege's explanation, Bulma couldn't help but smile, playfully shaking the card in her hand as she inquired, "You have such faith in my ability to manage your wealth? I cannot guarantee that there won't be losses. Aren't you concerned I might secretly abscond with the money?" "Not at all," Bege reassured her. "After all, the money is essentially found wealth. Whether it is lost or taken does not matter, as long as we retain enough to cover our meals." He spoke with confidence, knowing the funds were acquired fortuitously. Moreover, he considered Bulma a friend. If she needed the money, she could use it without hesitation. Worst case, a wish granted by the Dragon Balls could yield a card with infinite funds. Though he had just used them, and waiting a year to collect them again seemed cumbersome for such a trivial desire. Bulma, having listened to Bege, felt reassured. Her inquiry was merely a means to gauge his character. Had he been overly fixated on wealth, she would have declined his request. Considering their acquaintance was still rather superficial, merely casual friends, and she was more familiar with Goku. However, he seemed to possess redeeming qualities. "Very well. I shall assist you with this matter." Bege's heart soared at Bulma's affirmative response, as his intentions were also geared towards the future. After all, It would not be just him and Medosi. He intended to find Uncle Bardock and others, who would eventually share their residence on Earth, necessitating even more funds. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Bege and Medosi embarked on their journey, piloting the aircraft away from Bulma's abode towards Corinta. As they drew ever closer to their destination, an imposing stone pillar, stretching straight towards the heavens and seemingly endless, came into view before Bege and Medosi. As Bege and Meduo landed, they noticed a tent beside the stone pillar. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, they were approached by two figures, one large and one small, their faces adorned with vibrant colors. It was none other than Bra, the guardian of Corinta, and his son Yuba. "Who are you? You cannot enter here at will. Do you understand? Go back." Bra addressed Bege and Meduo, his tone softened by the realization that they were merely children. "Greetings, sir. We have come to challenge Corinta. Please allow us to ascend," Bege implored, adopting a humble demeanor. "Our master is the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian, who has previously challenged Corinta. We wish to try our hand as well." Aware of Bra's formidable strength, Bege was cautious, recognizing that he was not a match for him. He desired merely to climb Corinta, not to create adversaries. It was essential to show respect and courtesy in another's territory. Upon learning that they were disciples of the revered Master Wu Tian, Bra regarded Bege and Meduo with newfound respect, astonished that such young children were his students. Yet, despite their lineage, Bra felt compelled to caution them. The ascent is arduous and fraught with peril. One could easily fall to their demise from exhaustion. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "I am certain," Bege and Meduo replied in unison, exchanging determined glances. For the sake of their strength, what was a little hardship? "Very well," Bra nodded, stepping aside. Since they were resolute, he would not impede their journey. Bege and Meduo did not immediately begin their ascent, recognizing that climbing Corinta would require considerable time. Even Wukong had needed an entire day to reach the summit. And given their current strength was comparable to Wukong's at that time, they needed to prepare provisions for the day ahead. After stowing the aircraft and gathering their supplies, Bege returned to the base of Corinta. With a few steps back to gain momentum, he leaped towards the tower, soaring upward until he vanished from Meduo and Bra's sight. Seeing her brother commence the climb, Meduo mimicked his actions and leapt, disappearing from Bra's view as well. Once Bege steadied himself, he paused to gaze downward, awaiting Meduo's appearance. Before long, Meduo emerged within Bege's line of sight, finally stabilizing just below him. Bege smiled and continued his ascent, with Meduo following closely behind. They climbed from morning until afternoon, and then from afternoon into evening, pausing to rest and replenish their energy on the stone pillar. After a full day of arduous climbing, Bege and Meduo eventually reached the pinnacle of Corinta. Upon arriving, they collapsed onto the ground, breathless and exhausted from their exertions. Just then, a white cat wielding a cane emerged from the shadows within Corinta. Well, I never expected that after 3 centuries, someone would finally ascend Corinta once more. Who goes there?" A sudden sound startled both Bege and Medusi, causing them to leap up and gaze in the direction of the noise. Upon discovering a white cat speaking, Bege sighed in relief, for he recognized it as the cat sage, while Medusi was intrigued by the notion of a cat conversing in human language. "I am the master of this Corinta. You may address me as the cat sage," it declared. "Having encountered the cat sage, we humbly request your guidance in our cultivation," Bege uttered as he quickly pulled Medusi to bow before the cat sage. "Meow, given your earnestness, I shall offer you some guidance. Take this, consume it, and you will restore all your stamina, allowing you to go 10 days without sustenance," the cat sage instructed, noticing the fatigue etched on Bege and Medusi's faces. It then produced 2 miraculous beans, tossing one to each of them. Chapter 14. The quest for the super holy water commences. Bege and Medusi promptly caught the beans, chewed them, and swallowed. Almost immediately, their stomachs visibly swelled, followed by a simultaneous satisfied belch. "Excellent. Meow. Now, commence your efforts to seize the super holy water dangling from my staff. The moment you secure it, you shall graduate," the cat sage stated, turning its back and walking away, unguarded. Exchanging glances, Bege and Medusi launched their assault on the cat sage. Just as their hands were about to grasp the super holy water, the cat sage spun around, evading their joint attempt with an uncanny tilt of the water's container. Undeterred by their initial failure, they continued to jump and strive for the prize. "You will never seize the super holy water like this, Meow. You have too many extraneous movements and fail to pay attention to my actions. Mere pursuit is futile, the cat sage admonished. Upon hearing its words, Bege and Medusi halted and carefully observed the cat sage's movements. After its remark, the cat sage reclined on a bed, snoring as though in slumber. However, Bege and Medusi refrained from rushing their attack, instead approaching slowly while meticulously scrutinizing the cat sage's every motion. At last, they neared the cat sage, their hands inching closer to the bottle of super holy water. Medusi could hardly contain her excitement, while Bege grew increasingly tense. Just as their fingers were about to touch the bottle, it fell with a loud crash, and before they could react, the cat sage retrieved the super holy water. Come, hasten and seize the super holy water from my grasp. Meow. Upon hearing this, the duo charged at the cat sage once more, their movements now swifter and more precise, eliminating unnecessary actions. Yet, despite this slight improvement, they still found themselves unable to grasp the super holy water. As the three of them continued their frantic chase within the Grand Hall of Corinta, before long, Bege and Medusi were panting heavily, feeling a sense of breathlessness. Meow? Your progress is commendable. The unnecessary burdens have significantly diminished, yet there remains much to shed. Furthermore, you must learn to anticipate my subsequent actions. For failing to do so will squander your energy, which is far from ideal. Meow? And given that we are at a high altitude where the air is exceedingly thin, an excess of burdens may lead to oxygen deprivation. Meow? That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day had elapsed. Yet Bege and Medusi had still failed to seize the super holy water from the cat sage, which left Medusi feeling somewhat disheartened. Medusi, we are here to learn martial arts. Acquiring the super holy water is not our primary objective. Our main goal in ascending here is to learn from the cat sage. Upon hearing Bege's words, Medusi nodded in agreement, her eyes rekindling with determination. Bege was right. Their foremost aim was to learn, rather than to snatch the super holy water. The cat sage, who had already entered the chamber, twitched its ears upon hearing Bege's remarks, a smile creeping upon its lips. This child named Bege was indeed amusing, possessing a clear focus on his goals, unperturbed by distractions. As the cat sage reclined on its bed to rest, Bege followed suit, mimicking the cat sage's posture. Medusi, eager to emulate, joined in as well, resulting in a peculiar scene within the Corinta, a cat continuously shifting poses in slumber, while two children synchronized their movements, scratching their faces, flicking tails, and stretching lazily. Time slipped by gradually, and after 3 months of diligently following the cat sage, Bege and Medusi had not only honed their martial skills, but also mastered the basic aerial technique in just 3 days, thanks to the guidance of the cat sage. Now, 3 months later, having engaged in various stretching exercises, they had learned considerably from the cat sage. Today, they were determined to seize the super holy water. The cat sage observed their movements with a serious expression, fully aware that they might succeed in their endeavor today. It was astonished by their remarkable progress, realizing that in merely 3 months, their abilities had surpassed its own. Are you prepared? Meow? Today, we shall see if you can wrest the super holy water from my grasp. With that, the cat sage focused intently, entering a combat stance. Bege remained still, while Medusi was the first to launch an attack against the cat sage. They had no intention of collaborating to seize the super holy water. It was not out of disdain for the cat sage, but rather a desire to rely on their own strength. As Medusi advanced, the cat sage sprang into action, leaping into the air. In that very moment, Medusi followed suit, matching the cat sage in the sky. In midair, Medusi did not hastily seize the holy water. Instead, she directed her assault towards the cat sage. With a flying kick aimed at the cat sage's abdomen, she launched her attack. The cat sage narrowly evaded this blow by arching his body upward, landing safely on the ground, while wiping non-existent cold sweat from his brow. To his astonishment, Medusi proved to be remarkably formidable, having discerned his movements. Undeterred by her initial failure, Medusi continued her onslaught, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the cat sage. While he attempted to dodge, he occasionally retaliated, only to have his strikes thwarted by Medusi's deft blocks. During one of his counterattacks, the cat sage found himself striking air, caught by the phantom fist. The realization struck him too late. Medusi's fist connected directly with his side, sending him flying and forcing him to relinquish his staff. Thus, the holy water fell into Medusi's grasp, granting her victory in this contest. Ouch! That hurt terribly, the cat sage exclaimed. You strike with such force, showing no regard for age or youth. However, your use of the phantom fist was indeed timely, utilizing the afterimage to launch a side attack. Impressive. Rising to his feet, despite grimacing in pain, he could not help but commend my Dosai's prowess and wit. Hee. Thank you for your kind words, cat sage. My Dosai replied, delighting in the praise. All right, it's my turn now. Bege, having witnessed the outcome of the bout between my Dosai and the cat sage, eagerly stepped forward, unable to contain his desire to challenge the cat sage himself. Having observed the earlier skirmish, he felt a strong urge to engage as well. If the cat sage could read Bege's thoughts, he would surely scold him to keep his distance, exclaiming, "Let me rest for a moment. I'm quite fatigued from my recent bout with that little girl. Let us take a 10-minute break before we resume the battle," the cat sage suggested, feeling the toll of the recent fight. Acknowledging the cat sage's fatigue, Bege agreed to the 10-minute respite. Chapter 15. The summons of the deity. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and the cat sage had sufficiently recuperated as the contest resumed. Bege swiftly approached the cat sage and delivered a punch. The cat sage crossed his arms defensively, bracing for the impact. Bang! Bege's fist collided with the cat sage's arms, the force propelling the cat sage backward several steps. You possess quite an impressive strength, the cat sage remarked. Although he managed to defend against Bege's attack, the overwhelming force still caused him considerable pain. With a subtle smile, Bege remained silent, pressing on with his assault. Having learned from his previous encounter, the cat sage opted to evade rather than confront Bege head-on, choosing to elude his powerful strikes. Regrettably, despite his relentless attempts to outmaneuver the cat sage, Vegeta was compelled to engage in a direct confrontation. After enduring several exchanges, the cat sage could no longer bear the intensity. Stop! I concede. Meow. Upon hearing the cat sage's words, Vegeta ceased his onslaught, as his bout with the cat sage was merely a means to assess the prowess he had cultivated over the past 3 months. And he was quite pleased with the results. Through his vague perception of energy, he realized that his strength had more than tripled since his initial climb up the Corin Tower, with Meritus showing similar progress. This enhancement was remarkable, considering he and Meritus had yet to undergo training in the gravity chamber, relying solely on fundamental physical conditioning and natural growth. However, their training was nearing completion, and they were soon ready to embark on gravity training. You two are truly monstrous. In just 3 short months, your strength has surged so drastically. The cat sage marveled at the rapid advancements of Vegeta and Meritus. Vegeta merely smiled in response, acknowledging that their progress, while impressive, paled in comparison to Goku's. After all, Goku had acquired the super sacred water in a mere 3 days, a feat that, despite some luck, was still astonishing. By the way, esteemed cat sage, might you spare us some of your senza beans? Vegeta inquired, recalling that these beans were miraculous healing agents. Rather than allow the subsequent Achi Nobe to consume them, it was prudent to procure them in advance. What do you need senza beans for? I can offer you a few, but I cannot part with too many. These are the result of my long-term accumulation, the cat sage replied, puzzled by Vegeta's request, as he had only recognized their ability to stave off hunger for 10 days and had not yet discovered other applications. I propose a trade, 1 senza bean for 100 fresh fish. What do you think? Vegeta articulated his terms, and the cat sage was instantly intrigued. Despite being a sage, he was still fundamentally a cat, and his insatiable love for fish was undeniable. Done. It's a deal. The cat sage agreed eagerly. Vegeta, unfazed, exchanged knowing glances with Meritus, and together they soared into the sky. Once they had distanced themselves from the Corin Tower, Meritus inquired why Vegeta desired such a quantity of senza beans. You foolish girl. The senza bean is not merely a means to satisfy hunger for 10 days. It is a sacred healing remedy. As long as one is not dead, consuming a senza bean can restore one to full health instantaneously. Wow, that's incredible. We are in for quite a windfall. Meritus exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment at Vegeta's revelation. With a smile, Vegeta nodded in agreement. The duo swiftly procured 6 oversized, fresh-keeping capsules along with fishing gear and set off towards the ocean. They tirelessly fished until they had filled all 6 containers before returning to the Corin Tower. Approximately 2 hours after Vegeta's departure, the cat sage spotted Vegeta and Meritus returning. Upon their arrival at the palace, the cat sage gazed at them with eager anticipation. In the presence of the esteemed cat immortal, There lay 6 containers, 2 of which were bestowed as a token of gratitude for your guidance over the past 3 months. The remaining 4 were designated for the exchange of celestial beings. Please ascertain the number available for redemption. After presenting the 6 capsules brimming with fish to the cat immortal, Bege observed as the latter examined the contents. Upon ascertaining the abundant quantity of fish and their preservation potential, the cat immortal erupted into a fervent display of joy, his tail swaying animatedly. Subsequently, he ventured to the cellar, retrieving 2 large bowls of celestial beans, reserving only 1 bowl for himself. Both of these bowls are celestial beans. Entirely for you. Bege, equally elated, placed the 2 bowls of beans into a capsule, estimating roughly around 10,000 beans in total, with each bowl containing approximately 5,000. With the task completed, Bege intended to take his leave, refraining from mentioning the super divine water from the original narrative. He chose silence on this matter. Knowing that while it could rapidly enhance one's power, it was also highly toxic, he speculated that Goku's subsequent viral heart condition may have stemmed from it. After bidding farewell to the cat immortal, Bege and Medusi ascended from Karen Tower, not descending, but rather soaring upwards. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't go up there," the cat immortal exclaimed in alarm, hastily issuing a warning upon witnessing Bege and Medusi's trajectory. "Senior cat immortal, I am merely curious to see what lies above. Is there something wrong with ascending?" Bege feigned ignorance, while Medusi mirrored his curiosity, having found Bege's previous ascent intriguing, and was now even more captivated by the cat immortal's reaction. "Well, fine, I shall divulge the truth. Above dwells the gods. Without their permission, one cannot disturb them. Do you understand?" After a moment of hesitation, the cat immortal ultimately revealed the existence of the gods to Bege and Medusi. "Are the gods truly formidable? I wish to continue my training alongside them." Bege expressed his desire, specifically to follow Bobo in his training, recognizing Bobo's enigmatic and peculiar nature. His eternal existence, having served various deities throughout time, hinted at his extraordinary capabilities. Furthermore, through the teachings imparted to Goku by the Dragon Balls and the training of Goten and Trunks alongside the formidable Majin Buu, Bobo's prowess was unmistakable. "Absolutely not. The gods are not for you." The cat immortal promptly interrupted Bege, yet before he could finish his admonition, a voice resonated in his ear. "Allow them to ascend. I wish to meet these 2 little ones." The cat immortal's words were abruptly halted, his astonishment evident as he gazed at Bege and Medusi, perplexed by their unexpected summons from a deity. "You may go up, but once you encounter the gods, remember to show them the utmost respect. Do you understand?" Bege, having not heard the deity's voice, found it strange that the cat immortal had suddenly changed his stance. However, it mattered little. As long as they were permitted to ascend, he nodded and took Medusi's hand, soaring toward the heavens. They ascended through layers of clouds until finally beholding a semicircular palace floating in the air. Bege and Medusi soared to the open space of the Grand Hall, where the deities Bik and Bobo awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Bege, they approached with a calm demeanor. Chapter 16. Training in the Divine Hall. "Do you 2 seek my counsel for a specific purpose?" inquired the serene deity Bik, who was persuaded to meet them due to their remarkable martial prowess. "Honorable deity, we wish to remain here for further cultivation and training. May we?" Bege bowed respectfully and earnestly requested. "Indeed, however, I lack the time to instruct you personally. Let Bobo guide you instead. Furthermore, your tails are a vulnerability that may require sealing. I can assist you with that." Bik contemplated briefly before consenting. Initially, he acknowledged the potential of Bege and Medusi, sensing no malevolence within them, thus affirming their innocence. Bege and Medusi expressed their gratitude to Bik, but humbly declined his advice. "Very well," Bobo acknowledged, stepping forward. Bik bore no resentment towards their refusal. Upon confirming they had no further inquiries, he retreated into the Divine Hall, vanishing from their sight. Once the deity departed, Bobo fixed his gaze intently upon Bege and Medusi. Under the weight of Bobo's unwavering stare, a shiver coursed through them, causing an involuntary reaction of goosebumps. "Your foundation is remarkably solid. You have already grasped the basics of energy perception. The next step is to cultivate sensitivity of the heart. Please, take a seat," Bobo instructed before settling himself down. Bege and Medusi followed suit. "Envision yourselves as stones, utterly tranquil, impervious to the storms that may assail them." With that, Bege and Medusi seated themselves cross-legged, striving to achieve a state of inner peace. Observing their compliance, Bobo picked up 2 small stones and hurled them towards Bege and Medosi. Bang! Ah! You must not cry out in pain nor entertain any thoughts. Empty your minds of all distractions and allow your hearts to become void. Bege refrained from touching his wounded forehead, closing his eyes to return to tranquility. This time, he endeavored to quiet his mind while maintaining clarity, discarding all thoughts. After a brief interval, Bobo again tossed 2 stones towards them. At times they evaded the blows, while at others they were struck, yet both refrained from vocalizing their discomfort, focusing instead on maintaining their inner calm. While Bege and Medosi were immersed in their training within the Divine Hall, Master Roshi accompanied Goku and Krillin to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku transformed into a colossal ape during the event, while Master Roshi unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave, obliterating the moon. Following the conclusion of the tournament, Goku embarked on a quest for the Dragon Balls and adventures with Bulma and Krillin at a pirate base. Though this time, they encountered neither gold nor jewels. Ultimately, Goku confronted Tao Pai Pai and was slain by him. Afterward, Goku ascended the Korin Tower and encountered Master Roshi, who also recognized Goku, the one with the tail. Master Roshi informed Goku that he, along with Vegeta and Mai, had successfully climbed the Korin Tower. Roshi took 3 years to accomplish this feat, while Vegeta and Mai managed it in just 3 months. This revelation filled Goku with exhilaration, realizing that his esteemed Master Roshi, as well as Vegeta and Mai, had also reached the tower and partaken of the sacred water. A fervent determination ignited within Goku. He too yearned to taste the sacred water. As Goku made his ascent, Vegeta and Mai had already been training outside the heavenly temple for 3 days, seated on the ground, striking stones to calm their minds. Through their diligent efforts, they had progressed from requiring half a day to achieve tranquility to merely needing a little over half an hour to attain a state of serene composure. One day, Bobo approached them with a stick, swinging it in an area where it could not reach them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stick sliced through the air, spinning in Bobo's hands. He inquired of Vegeta and Mai, "Are you afraid?" "Not at all. That stick cannot touch us," they replied confidently. Before Vegeta could voice his agreement, Mai interjected, believing that their distance rendered them safe from the stick's reach. "Is that so?" Bobo smiled slightly, then ceased his words, merely accelerating the speed of his swings. Initially, Mai remained self-assured, for the stick seemed far away, while Vegeta focused intently on its movement. However, as the stick drew nearer, Mai's confidence began to wane, replaced by tension. When the stick finally approached and began its assault, both Vegeta and Mai were forced to evade its strikes, despite Bobo remaining stationary. The swift whooshing of the stick filled the air, and while they could initially dodge its blows, the speed intensified until both Vegeta and Mai collapsed to the ground. At which point Bobo halted his swinging. "Why did you dodge?" he asked. "Because your stick elongated and struck us," Mai responded hastily, her cheeks flushing at her earlier bravado. Vegeta, however, recognized this as part of Bobo's instruction, and indeed, Bobo remarked, "This is merely an ordinary stick." He then handed the stick to Mai for inspection. After examining it, both Vegeta and Mai confirmed it was indeed just a regular stick. Once they finished their inspection, Bobo addressed them, saying, "You merely observed with your eyes. Relying solely on sight will not reveal the truth." Following this, Bobo produced 2 ribbons, handing one to each of them. "Cover your eyes, and together attempt to catch this little cat," he instructed, unveiling a small kitten adorned with a bell tied to its tail. Bege and Medosi covered their eyes with silk ribbons, plunging themselves into a realm of darkness where nothing was visible. Observing this, Bobo released the cat cradled in his arms, allowing it to scamper away. Suddenly, a series of jingling bells resonated in the air. Guided by the sound, Bege and Medosi rushed towards the source, extending their hands to grasp. Bang! Ouch! The impact of their heads colliding sent pain coursing through them, drawing tears from their eyes. "Are you all right, Bege? Are you okay, Medosi?" they inquired in unison, only to burst into laughter upon hearing each other's concerns. They resumed their attentive listening, seeking the cat's whereabouts. The tinkling of bells continued as the cat's tail flicked, while Bobo also possessed a bell that chimed in unison. Thus, Bege and Medosi found themselves misled by the sound of Bobo's bell, unable to discern the true location of the cat. Eventually, when they halted and removed their blindfolds, Bobo revealed the bell in his hand. Bege shook his head with a wry smile, although he knew from the Dragon Ball narrative that Bobo would do this. Experiencing it firsthand during training revealed just how challenging it was. Judging positions solely by sound, in utter darkness, proved to be exceedingly difficult, and he realized this was erroneous, yet felt powerless to change it. Bobo, you are too cunning to have another bell. Midosai, unlike Bege, expressed her frustration, feeling that Bobo was toying with her and her brother. Since you are relying solely on the sound of the bells, it is impossible to discern the truth with just sight and sound. This is crucial. Once your mindset becomes void, many truths will become clear. In response to Midosai's inquiry, Bobo remained unperturbed, calmly elucidating his reasoning. Chapter 17. Lightning Training. Mr. Bobo, may I undertake the same training as you? Bege respectfully bowed and posed his question. I too desire such training. Observing Bege's gesture, Midosai followed suit and expressed her wish to accompany him, undeterred by any hardship. Have you made your decision? There is a possibility of death. We are ready. In resolute unison, Bege and Midosai affirmed their commitment to Bobo, deeming the risks trivial in the pursuit of strength. As long as I can stay by Bege's side, I fear nothing. Very well. Follow me. Bobo nodded calmly and proceeded towards the heavenly temple, with Bege and Midosai hastily trailing behind. You may stand there. Bobo directed them to a specific spot. Once they were properly positioned, he approached a machine, deftly manipulating its controls. As a cascade of vibrant lights enveloped them, the surrounding environment gradually transformed into a series of towering mountains. Your task is to ascend the Corlo mountain and retrieve the crown. With Bobo's declaration, the surroundings crystallized into clarity, leaving Bege and Midosai momentarily awestruck on the mountain path. As Bege and Midosai were lost in thought, a little girl approached them. Regaining her composure, Bege walked towards the girl and inquired, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to Kelyuoshan?" The girl pointed towards a towering mountain shrouded in clouds and replied, "That. The mountain over there is it." With that, she continued on her way. Bege and Midosai gazed in the direction indicated by the girl, where an awe-inspiring peak soared into the heavens, its summit obscured from view. "Let us proceed," Bege said to Midosai, who nodded in agreement and followed closely behind him. After traversing a steep cliff, they finally reached the pinnacle. At the summit, they found nothing but a stone platform adorned with a crown. Midosai moved to approach it, but Bege stopped her, aware of the crown's perilous nature. He knew that donning it would signal the commencement of a daunting trial, and he could not allow Midosai to take such a risk. He insisted on being the first to try it on. With a mixture of trepidation and resolve, Bege stepped forward to seize the crown. Memories of a terrifying lightning bolt flashed in his mind, yet after a brief moment of hesitation, he placed the crown upon his head. The stone platform began to descend, and a brilliant yellow beam shot skyward, darkening the clouds above and producing a cacophony of thunder. "Bege, brother," Midosai called out anxiously, her worry palpable as she observed the ominous transformation. Suddenly, a fierce blue lightning bolt erupted from the blackened clouds, striking towards Bege. He attempted to retreat swiftly, but his speed was no match for the lightning's ferocity, which struck an unpredictable trajectory aimed directly at him. "Bege, watch out." In an instant, Midosai appeared at Bege's side, pushing him to the ground just as the lightning struck her instead. "Ah!" she cried out, flung away by the force of the bolt, plummeting towards the precipice. "Bege." Bege's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Midosai being struck and sent over the cliff. The lightning dissipated, but soon another bolt descended towards Bege, who, caught off guard by the shocking sight of Midosai's fall, had no time to react before being struck himself. "Ah!" he screamed, following her down the cliff, the crown slipping from his head as he fell. Upon the crown's descent, the storm ceased, and the dark clouds began to disperse. Miraculously, Bege and Midosai were rescued by a mother and daughter, emerging unscathed from the ordeal. Once they regained their senses, they stepped outside to gaze upon Kelyuoshan. "Bege, brother, do you still wish to challenge Kelyuoshan?" Midosai asked hesitantly, knowing the fear that gripped her heart from the earlier calamity. She wished for him to reconsider, for the lightning had been truly terrifying, yet she understood that Bege would never relent. As anticipated, Bege declared, "No, I must confront Kelyuoshan. Midosai, this time, do not risk yourself to save me. Do you have any idea how terrified I was witnessing you fall victim to that lightning? I thought I had lost you. So please, do not place yourself in harm's way again, all right?" As Bege gently placed his hands on Midosai's shoulders, he gazed at her with unwavering determination and said, "All right." Upon hearing Midosai's agreement, Bege was filled with joy, momentarily overlooking the slight flicker in her eyes. Let us ascend Mount Kalu again. Together, they began their climb once more. Bege refrained from hastily donning the crown. Instead, he contemplated how to evade the lightning that danced in the sky. As his mind calmed, it transformed into a state of emptiness, serene as the heavens. I understand. What do you comprehend, Brother Bege? Maidusi, intrigued by his transition from murmurs to exuberant exclamations, inquired about his thoughts. It is essential to clear one's mind, to attain tranquility like the sky, Bege replied, striding towards the stone platform. He lifted the crown and placed it upon his head, simultaneously retrieving a ribbon to blindfold his eyes. As Bege donned the crown, the sky darkened ominously. Maidusi, filled with concern, observed Bege, recognizing her inability to intervene, and silently cheered for him. Thunder roared. Crackling. The sound of lightning was deafening. Bege endeavored to maintain a heart as still as water, undisturbed by the thunder's tumult, keenly attuned to the external clamor. Zing! A blue bolt suddenly descended from the heavens. Relying on instinct, Bege deftly retreated and evaded the electric strike, executing a leap to dodge the onslaught. I did it! Maidusi exclaimed joyfully but quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might disrupt Bege's focus. After successfully avoiding the first bolt, Bege did not relent, fully aware that further challenges awaited. Indeed, zing, zing. More lightning struck in rapid succession, yet he skillfully evaded each one. From an initial state of frantic dodging, Bege's movements evolved into a composed dance of evasion. Ultimately, it seemed the lightning recognized its futility against Bege, and the ominous clouds began to disperse. He was then able to remove the crown from his head and return it to the stone platform. Bege had triumphed over Mount Kalu. Brother Bege, you succeeded. Only after Bege's victory did Maidusi rush over, embracing him tightly, her excitement palpable as if she herself had conquered the challenge. Now it is your turn. Go for it. I believe in you. Yes, Maidusi replied, her voice steady. She approached the stone platform, donned the crown, and blindfolded herself. However, at the outset, a wave of anxiety washed over her, causing her to falter against the lightning's assault. Bege, feeling a pang of concern as Maidusi was struck, instinctively moved to intervene. Brother Bege, I can do this. He halted, recognizing that this was a journey Maidusi must undertake alone. Excessive protection would only hinder her growth. I must achieve tranquility. Just as Brother Bege advised. I can do it, Maidusi affirmed, striving to calm her racing heart. Zing! The lightning continued its relentless onslaught, and despite her efforts to evade, she was again struck. Having faced the lightning twice, her body trembled, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Zing! As the third bolt of lightning struck, Maidusi instinctively evaded the onslaught. Time and again, she gradually became attuned to the rhythm of the lightning's assault, ultimately passing the harrowing test. Chapter 18. The Utilization of Qi. Martial Arts Master Tetu. As Maidusi completed her trial, the surrounding environment transformed back into the celestial hall, where Bobo stood beside the machine, observing Bege and Maidusi. You've done well, Bobo remarked. You have begun to sense the state of the heart of nothingness and achieved a degree of inner tranquility. Thus, the next step is the application of Qi. With that, Bobo executed a series of maneuvers, and Bege and Maidusi found themselves in a forest, face to face with a young Master Roshi. Bege immediately recognized the youthful Master Roshi, but chose not to disclose his identity, instead requesting him to guide them to meet Tetu. Upon encountering Tetu, Bege was filled with exhilaration, for Tetu was the foremost martial artist of humanity, and the prospect of battling him was exhilarating. Bege boldly proposed a duel, leaving Master Roshi astonished. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tetu nodded in agreement. Bege stepped forward, bowing respectfully before adopting a combat stance, while Tetu remained still, kneeling and poised, awaiting Bege's attack. Whoosh! Bang! Bege leapt forward, delivering a kick aimed at Tetu, who effortlessly sidestepped the blow. Following this, Bege attempted a back elbow strike, only to have it intercepted by Tetu's single hand. Bang! Bege's straight punch was met with Tetu's firm grip. Bang! 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 Bege relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches and knee strikes. Yet Tetu deftly avoided or blocked them with ease. The spectators, including Tetu's students, Master Roshi and Maidusi, watched in awe. Master Roshi was taken aback by Bege's remarkable prowess and speed, while Maidusi marveled at the old master's strength, capable of withstanding Bege's assaults while maintaining his seated position. The exchange continued, with Bege on the offensive and Tetu on the defensive. While Bege appeared to have the upper hand, discerning eyes could see that Tetu was slightly superior. "Ah!" Bege exclaimed, as Tetu seized the opportunity to deftly tap his forehead. Whoosh! A surge of formidable energy emanated from Tetu's fingertip, sending Bege hurtling backward uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, Bege collided with the dojo wall, barely coming to a halt. Meidusi hurried over to assist Bege to his feet. As he gingerly rubbed the back of his head and forehead, acknowledging the intensity of the previous blow. "Was that chi, old master?" Bege respectfully inquired after bowing to Tetu. "Indeed, that was chi, a demonstration of its free utilization," Tetu affirmed, nodding in response. Bege fell into contemplation, recalling his prior rudimentary attempts at manipulating chi into wind through Master Rashi's teachings. Yet, he realized he could not control his chi with the same finesse and freedom as Tetu. "Can I learn to do that as well? Would you be willing to teach me, old master? I too, dear grandfather, implore you to impart your wisdom upon me." Meiduo promptly joined in the request, having witnessed the remarkable prowess of the venerable elder. "This depends entirely on your own efforts," the master replied, turning to exit. Bege and Meiduo hurriedly followed, with Master Rashi soon trailing behind. The master led the trio to a magnificent waterfall, cascading down with breathtaking grandeur. "Observe closely," he exclaimed. Taking a deep breath, he raised one hand, concentrating his energy, and effortlessly cleaved the waterfall in two. "Did you see that? The essence lies in focus. Channel all your strength and release your energy in one sweeping motion. During this process, your mind must not waver for even a moment." After imparting this wisdom, the master departed, leaving Bege, Meiduo, and Master Rashi to practice on their own. Once the master had left, Bege and Meiduo, alongside Master Rashi, began their training. As Bege practiced, he pondered the master's words. "Focus your attention, gather all your strength, release it in one burst." Repeating the master's phrases, he endeavored to concentrate his energy and focus. A faint surge of energy emanated from Bege's palm, striking the waterfall without effect. "It works," Bege exclaimed joyfully, eagerly sharing his insights with Meiduo and Master Rashi. Inspired, they too began to reflect and experiment, gradually producing weak energy surges. The trio intensified their efforts, and over time, their energy grew stronger until Bege and Meiduo were able to slightly part the waterfall, revealing the temple's scenery once more. "Well done. The first stage of your training concludes here. You have achieved a state of inner peace. As for the second stage of the formless state, that is still beyond your current capabilities. You must first enhance your strength before proceeding," Bobo informed Bege and Meiduo, indicating they had met the basic graduation criteria. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo, for your guidance." Both Bege and Meiduo bowed respectfully, genuinely appreciative. Although their power had not significantly increased, their overall capabilities and understanding of energy had improved markedly. "When might we commence the second stage of training?" Bege inquired, seeking clarity on the next steps. "You are not yet ready." "Wait," Bobo replied, turning away and departing. With a sense of resignation, Bege led Meiduo out of the Temple of the Gods, aware that he was not yet prepared for the second stage of training. 3 months had passed since Bege and Meiduo completed their training under Bobo, during which Goku had also triumphed over the Red Ribbon Army and the Fortune Teller's warriors, ultimately reuniting with his grandfather. After locating the final Dragon Ball and resurrecting Beulah, Goku embarked on a new journey of training. "Brother Bege, where shall we go next? Are there other places for training?" "First, let us venture to the location where we have concealed our spaceship, and subsequently, we shall take it to Bulma's residence to enlist her father's assistance in retrofitting the vessel with a gravity device." "A gravity device? What is that?" Upon hearing Vegeta's response, Meadows was curious about the nature of the gravity device. The gravity device is an apparatus that alters gravitational forces, modifying the gravitational field of the surrounding environment, thus enabling us to engage in more advanced training, especially since our foundational skills are already quite solid. "All right, I shall heed Brother Vegeta's advice," Meadows replied, nodding in agreement. The duo then soared towards the primordial forest where they had hidden the spaceship. Vegeta only took Meadows with him, intending for Bulma's father to enlarge the ship. They lifted the spaceship and set their course towards West City. Due to the lack of modifications, the spaceship could not transform into capsule form. compelling them to carry it the entire way. While they were in flight, Vegeta pondered the inconvenience of not being able to shrink the vessel. Upon arriving in West City, they found Bulma and informed her of their intentions to modify the spaceship. Bulma looked astonished as she turned to Vegeta and Meadows. "So you are not Earthlings? No wonder you are different, with tails sprouting from your backs. Does that mean Goku is also?" Bulma's eyes widened in surprise as she seemed to connect the dots. "Indeed, Goku, like us, is not from Earth. We belong to a race known as Saiyans, and we found ourselves on Earth after the destruction of our home planet. As for Goku, he was likely sent here for his own reasons." Vegeta nodded, confirming Goku's identity and revealing everything he could to Bulma, omitting only the less honorable details regarding the Frieza force and the Saiyan reputation. "How unfortunate. It must be quite sorrowful to have lost your home planet and be stranded in a foreign land," Bulma empathized. "Fear not. I shall take it upon myself to assist in retrofitting your spaceship. With the original vessel as a template, I should be able to complete it swiftly. However, the gravity device may pose some challenges, as I have never attempted such a modification before, but it should not be insurmountable." After hearing Vegeta's explanation, Bulma felt a pang of sympathy for him. After inspecting the spaceship, she offered her assurance. "Thank you. I am truly grateful. Bulma, could you also check if the spaceship has a tracking device while you are modifying it? If it does, please remove it and just make the ship larger." Vegeta expressed his delight at Bulma's agreement and humbly articulated his request. "Not a problem. As friends, it is merely a small favor, and I too stand to gain from this experience, as I am quite excited to learn about technology beyond Earth. Just wait for me to fetch my father to assist, and I will notify you once everything is ready. Oh, by the way, I do not have your contact information. Please give me your phone number, Vegeta," Bulma exclaimed. Her excitement palpable, for delving into technology brought her immense joy. Subsequently, as if struck by a sudden thought, Vegeta requested Bulma's phone number, for they had indeed become friends. "Ah, I completely forgot about that. I shall take care of it right away." The moment Bulma asked for his number, Vegeta found himself momentarily taken aback, followed by an awkward silence, as he had genuinely overlooked this detail amidst his years of rigorous training. "How are you and Goku alike, both so obsessed with martial arts?" Faced with Bulma's teasing, Vegeta felt a mix of embarrassment and an inability to retort. He could only grasp Merida's hand and tell Bulma that they would procure the number now, before hastily departing from her house to acquire a mobile number. Having successfully registered their numbers, Vegeta returned to Bulma's home, where she and her father, Dr. Briefs, were engrossed in their research on a spacecraft. Not wishing to interrupt them, Vegeta simply jotted down his phone number on a slip of paper and handed it to Bulma before taking his leave. "Meridus, for the time being, we shall reside in West City. Once Bulma has completed the modifications on the spaceship, we shall embark on our journey. Until then, we ought to relax. I shall take you to savor the delectable cuisine of Earth, which you have yet to experience. The culinary delights here are truly exquisite." Vegeta, holding Meridus' hand, gazed at her with a smile and continued, "Since our arrival on Earth, we have either relied on launches cooking or hunted for our meals in the forest, roasting beasts and fish. We have yet to indulge in the myriad of other gastronomical wonders this planet has to offer." "Absolutely. Brother Vegeta, let us hurry there. Where shall we eat?" Upon hearing about Earth's delicacies, Meridus' eyes sparkled with excitement, her mouth watering, and her tail swaying playfully behind her as she affectionately nudged Vegeta. Her adorableness was undeniable. "Haha, you little glutton. I shall take you there right away. Come." With that, Vegeta led Meridus toward the bustling food street of West City. They entered various establishments, sampling dishes such as oily noodles, grilled squid, barbecued chicken wings, spicy hot pot, and more, ensuring Meridus tried each one. Saiyans were known for their hearty appetites, unbothered by the prospect of excess, and Vegeta had the means to indulge without concern. "Wow, Brother Vegeta, this is so delicious. This is delightful as well. How is it made? This one smells a bit odd, but it tastes amazing. Brother Vegeta, you must try it. Come on." Throughout their culinary adventure, Meridus was filled with exuberance, continuously tugging on Vegeta's hand as she relished each bite, even feeding him with her own hands. Vegeta remained by her side, savoring the flavors together, tenderly wiping the grease from the corners of her mouth with a napkin, his eyes filled with fondness. "Thank you. Brother Vegeta, you are truly wonderful. Wow, wow, this is also incredibly delicious." Meridus simply giggled with delight, overwhelmed by the feast before her. lost in the blissful ocean of flavors. Thus, Bege and Midusi indulged in a culinary adventure, leading to a rather peculiar scene at the West City Food Festival. Two children entered a shop and shortly thereafter were sent away by the beaming proprietor, as if they were welcomed like harbingers of fortune. Indeed, their voracious appetites resulted in a remarkable tripling of the shop's sales, leaving behind a legend of these little bringers of prosperity. Having traversed a third of the food street, Bege and Midusi still had two-thirds left to explore. However, Midusi felt quite satisfied and exclaimed, "Oh, I am so full. We have only explored a third. Yet there is still so much left to taste. What a pity." She gazed longingly at the unvisited stalls, lamenting her full stomach. "Do not worry, my dear. We can return when you wish to indulge again. After all, we have plenty of time. Almost preparations will not be ready in a hurry," Bege reassured her, gently stroking her silky hair, his heart swelling with joy at her happiness. "Really, that sounds wonderful. I love you, brother Bege," Midusi exclaimed with excitement, suddenly turning to plant a kiss on Bege's cheek. After this bold gesture, her face flushed a deep crimson as she dashed away. Bege stood there, momentarily stunned, his hand brushing against the spot where Midusi had kissed him, feeling the lingering warmth. A silly grin spread across his face as he gazed in the direction she had fled, his eyes deep and contemplative, akin to a black hole. Midusi hurried back to Bulma's home, her heart racing and her cheeks as red as a ripe tomato. At that moment, Mrs. Briefs emerged with a tray, her eyes twinkling with amusement upon seeing Midusi's flustered state. "Oh, hee. Look at our adorable little Midusi, blushing like that. What on earth has happened to her?" Mrs. Briefs chuckled, her curiosity piqued, her gossiping instincts ignited. Hello, Auntie," Midusi greeted, her gaze evasive and her demeanor sheepish. "If there is something on your mind, you can share it with me. I would be happy to offer my advice," Mrs. Briefs encouraged, hoping to coax the young girl into speaking. Her motivation was twofold, both the thrill of gossip and a genuine desire to assist Midusi, who seemed quite troubled. Chapter 20. Journey to Planet Audrat. Under the encouraging gaze of Mrs. Briefs, Midusi finally revealed her recent act of affection toward Bege. "Little Midusi, before I answer your question, tell me, what are your feelings for your brother Bege, and what would you be willing to do for him?" Upon hearing Mrs. Brief's inquiry, Midusi paused, puzzled by the question. But after a moment's reflection, she responded earnestly, "Being with brother Bege brings me immense joy. For him, I would sacrifice anything, even my life." "Oh, Mados is truly adorable. If only my Buma were as charming as you. Silly girl, you have indeed fallen for your brother Vegeto. What you feel for him is not mere affection, but love." Upon hearing Mados's response, Mrs. Briefs couldn't help but stifle a laugh, and then proceeded to elucidate Mados's feelings for Vegeto, thereby gently guiding her to embrace her emotions. "So this is how I feel about brother Vegeto." Mados's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her head and murmured softly. Seeing Mados depart quietly, Mrs. Briefs graciously afforded her the time and space to ponder her feelings. After receiving a kiss from Mados, Vegeto realized that he had indeed fallen for this young girl. His mature soul easily comprehended such matters. Upon returning to Buma's home, Vegeto found Mados lost in thought in the hall. As her reverie was interrupted by the sound of footsteps, she was jolted back to reality. Upon seeing Vegeto, her immediate instinct was to flee, but she hesitated, ultimately deciding to approach him. When Mados stood before Vegeto, she mustered her courage, her face flushed, gazing up at him. "Vegeto, I like you. I wish to protect you for a lifetime. No matter what dangers or difficulties arise, I will stand before you, shielding you from the storm. Will you be with me?" Vegeto placed his hands on Mados's shoulders, his eyes filled with deep affection as he awaited her response. Initially planning to confess her feelings to Vegeto, Mados was taken aback by his heartfelt declaration. Waves of emotion and happiness surged within her. "So brother Vegeto loves me too. I willingly accept. I love you too, Vegeto." "Mados." Upon hearing her reciprocate his feelings, Vegeto exclaimed her name with excitement, immediately enveloping her in his embrace. After a long moment, he released her, and as they gazed into each other's eyes, they drew closer until their lips met. When they finally parted, a delicate silver thread seemed to break between them, and both Vegeto and Mados shared a knowing smile. After solidifying their relationship, Vegeto took Mados on various dates, indulging in the typical activities of a couple, watching movies, shopping, savoring delicious food, and enjoying amusement park rides. Days turned into weeks, and 6 months later, Dr. Brevis and Buma finally completed the modifications to their spaceship. It had transformed into a vessel as grand as the one Goku piloted in the original Dragon Ball. Now equipped with a gravity device capable of amplifying the force by 150 times, which was the utmost limit achievable by Dr. Brevis and Buma, constrained by the materials at their disposal. Given more time, Dr. Brevis could likely enhance the performance even further. Vegito, eager to test the new apparatus, entered the spaceship with Mados, setting the gravity multiplier to tenfold. Beep 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 hiss. After a series of sounds, the spaceship's gravitational force increased to 10 times that of normal. Both Vegeta and Mados felt the same gravitational intensity as that of planet Vegeta, and after a prolonged absence from such weight, they were momentarily taken aback by the sensation. However, they soon acclimated to it. Brother Vegeta, the gravity here is identical to that of planet Vegeta. It's truly astonishing, Mados exclaimed, marveling at the change in her own weight before speaking. Indeed, this gravity can reach up to 150 times the norm. Our training will heavily rely on it, Vegeta replied, his satisfaction evident. After shutting off the gravity device, he led Mados out of the spaceship to meet Bulma and Dr. Brief. How do you find the modifications inside? Are you satisfied? Bulma inquired with a smile, brimming with confidence in her design and eager to hear Vegeta's thoughts. Quite impressive. Thank you, Bulma, Dr. Brief. Vegeta expressed his gratitude sincerely. As long as you're satisfied, no need for thanks. We are friends. Bulma responded, slightly discontented with Vegeta's formalities, believing that friends should not be so courteous. By the way, is the spaceship ready for departure? When will you return? Bulma asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she pondered their imminent journey. Yes, we need to attend to some matters, including the possibility of bringing back Goku's parents and some of my kin. The time frame is uncertain, perhaps 1 to 3 years. In any case, we will return once our tasks are completed. How about I bring back some exotic gifts from other planets for you? Vegeta proposed. Great. It's a promise. You mustn't go back on your word. Bulma exclaimed with excitement, relieved that he would indeed return and thrilled by the thought of receiving gifts from other worlds. Oh, and there's one more thing. Please convey to Goku that he must keep his tail. It is the source of our clan's power, Vegeta said with a smile. And Bulma nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Mados, who had been silently listening to their exchange, felt an inexplicable discomfort creeping in. What's wrong? Vegeta asked, noticing her glum demeanor. Nothing, Mados replied, her tone flat. She found herself reluctant to speak with Vegeta at that moment, a puzzling feeling she had never experienced before. Vegeta, scratching his head in confusion, pondered over her mood. Having never been in a romantic relationship before, he couldn't fathom that Mados felt envious due to his casual conversation with Bulma. In his mind, it was merely a farewell between friends. Vegeta, perplexed, hesitated to descend, instead approaching the control panel to display the star map and locate their destination, planet Yardrat. These were the coordinates pre-existing in the spaceship, which Bulma and her father had not altered. Outside the spacecraft, Bulma and her father merely observed as it ascended gracefully into the sky, subsequently vanishing from their sight in a swift burst of speed. Inside the ship, as they ventured into the cosmos, Melody's temper, which had flared briefly, dissipated almost as quickly. She soon inquired of Vegeta their intended destination. We are bound for Yardrat to master a particular skill. Once acquired, our mobility will vastly improve, rendering the spaceship unnecessary. Vegeta elucidated, revealing their purpose, to learn the art of instant transmission. Chapter 21. Arrival at Yardrat Instant Transmission? What is that? Melody's queried, puzzled by the allure of this skill that prompted her brother to embark on such a journey. Instant transmission entails sensing one's energy and teleporting instantaneously to another location, potentially spanning across planets. The foundational teachings of energy sensing and manipulation that they had previously undertaken were essential for this advanced ability. Vegeta, smiling, elaborated on the efficacy of instant transmission, explaining why Goku in the original narrative had successfully mastered it, a feat intrinsically linked to his robust training on Earth. How marvelous! I yearned to learn it at once. Then I could travel anywhere my heart desires. Melodies exclaimed, captivated by Vegeta's description of instant transmission, eager to journey to Yardrat and acquire this skill. Indeed, it is feasible to reach any life-bearing planet. However, there is no need for haste. We can afford to moderate our pace. In a year's time, we shall arrive at Yardrat, and during this journey, We will engage in gravity training aboard the ship, he replied, shaking his head, asserting that there was no urgency in reaching Yardrat. It was inevitable, so they might as well continue their training. He suggested Bulma establish a gravity chamber within the spaceship to facilitate their practice en route. All right. Melodies nodded in agreement, reassured by her brother's calm demeanor that they could take their time. Vegeta approached the gravity device, adjusting the settings to 20 times Earth's gravity before pressing the activation button. As the machinery whirred to life, the surrounding environment transformed into a crushing 20-fold gravity field. Vegeta's body bent under the immense weight, while Melodies, unprepared for such a drastic change, found herself pinned to the floor. What sort of gravity have you set, brother? I feel as though my body is leaden. I can scarcely rise, she exclaimed, struggling to regain her footing, barely able to maintain a crouched position. 20 times gravity. For now, we must acclimatize to this weight before commencing our training, Vegeta informed her, already beginning to navigate the ship, the sound of his heavy footsteps resonating within the confines of the vessel. Determined not to be outdone, Melodies endeavored to mimic his movements, trudging forward with her own labored steps. 2 days later, inside the spacecraft, Bege supported himself on the ground with one thumb, while performing push-ups with one hand behind his back. Meanwhile, Maidusi was engaged in sit-ups, both of them drenched in sweat. Bege's athletic tank top and shorts were completely soaked, while Maidusi wore a matching female set designed for moisture absorption, albeit rendering her somewhat uncomfortable due to the dampness. After 7 days of acclimatization, Bege and Maidusi had largely adjusted to the 20-fold gravity environment, commencing their foundational training regimen. 9998, 9999, 10,000. After completing 10,000 push-ups, Bege collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Performing push-ups under 20 times the normal gravity was exceedingly exhausting, yet the results were undeniably beneficial. He felt a significant increase in his strength, though the exact extent remained unclear, as he lacked a detector. On the other side, Maidusi was struggling to finish her sit-ups at a noticeably slower pace. Upon completing her own 10,000 repetitions, she too fell to the ground, panting heavily. Maidusi, let's grab something to eat. I feel absolutely famished after the workout. Hearing Bege's suggestion, Maidusi eagerly scrambled to her feet, her excitement palpable. Yes, brother Bege, I'm hungry too. Let's go eat. All right, let's go, Bege responded, moving to assist Maidusi up before they both headed towards the dining area. Upon opening a massive refrigerator brimming with food, they discovered that there were as many as 8 such colossal units, sufficient for 2 ordinary people for an entire year. However, for Bege and Maidusi, it would last merely a month. Brother Bege, why is there so little? This is hardly enough. Maidusi frowned, gazing at the abundance of food, yet feeling discontented. Bege chuckled and extended his hands, revealing 5 universal capsules, smiling at Maidusi. Look at this. Wow, is this? Maidusi exclaimed, eager to open one. But Bege halted her. Confused, Maidusi looked up at him, uncertain of his reasoning. The contents within are far too large. Opening them now would cause the spacecraft to explode. We'll wait until we've consumed this food, and then find a planet to land on before opening them. You will see then, Bege explained, as he had stored the food in an oversized container, equivalent to the size of 2 spacecraft. Opening it now would indeed risk bursting the ship. All right, I'll listen to you. Maidusi nodded in agreement, deciding to hold off on opening the capsules, and began rummaging through the refrigerator for her favorite snacks, with Bege doing the same beside her. After satisfying their hunger, they resumed their training. Time flew by, and a year passed swiftly. The spacecraft was nearing its destination, Yadralat Star. The destination Yadralat Star has been reached. The spacecraft is beginning its descent. The mechanical electronic sound echoed within the spacecraft, prompting Bege to cease his training and approach the gravity device, which was set to a staggering gravitational adjustment of 150 times. After a year of rigorous practice, both Bege and Maidusi had acclimated to this intense gravitational environment. As Bege deactivated the gravity device, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness wash over him, a sensation equally mirrored by Maidusi. Bege, I feel so unburdened, as if I am floating on clouds, Maidusi remarked, assessing her own state. Indeed, Bege nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment, yet pondering the extent of his own abilities. Upon the spacecraft's arrival on the surface of Yadralat Star, Bege and Maidusi disembarked and stowed the vessel away. Shortly after, a group of Yadralat aliens approached them, led by a prominent elder who inquired about their intentions. What brings you two friends to our planet? The Odrat people, known for their peaceful disposition, approached with calm demeanor, sensing no malice in Bege and Midusi. Greetings. We are wandering warriors with a passion for martial arts, here to learn the skill of instant teleportation. Bege responded respectfully, articulating their purpose to the elder. Since you have traveled from afar, it is only fitting that we assist you in your quest. Whether you succeed depends on your own capabilities, the elder replied, gesturing for one of his kin to escort them to the training grounds for instant teleportation. After bowing to the elder, Bege and Midusi followed the guide. Once they departed, the elder and his companions also took their leave. Chapter 22. Training in Instant Teleportation. The Odrat guide led Bege and Midusi into a cavern adorned with ancient stone pillars. Pointing to one of the pillars, the guide explained, "This is the skill of instant teleportation. Each individual may only learn a maximum of 2 martial arts. Greed can lead to peril." With that, the guide departed, leaving Bege and Midusi before the pillar of instant teleportation. "Midusi, you should begin your studies first. I want to see if there is a skill that suits my abilities," Bege suggested to Midusi, eager to find a means to gauge his strength. "All right, Bege, please hurry," Midusi replied, settling down to contemplate the designs upon the pillar as she sought to grasp the essence of instant teleportation. Meanwhile, Bege wandered among the more than 20 pillars, ultimately pausing before one nestled deeper within the cavern. The inscriptions on this pillar detailed a perception-based skill that allowed one to sense energy signatures and reveal combat statistics. Akin to a detector, Bege settled down and began to study the art of perception by observing the patterns above. A month passed, and he rose from the cave to assess his combat power using his newfound skill. The readings indicated a value of 10,000, reflecting his strength without unleashing the energy within. With a deep breath, Bege channeled his energy, and as he shouted, power surged forth, causing the ground to tremble. The readings skyrocketed: 50,000, 150,000, 350,000, 600,000, 1, 980,000, 2, 800,000, 4, 500,000. Ultimately, his strength peaked at 4,500,000, just shy of breaking the 5 million barrier. Exhaling, he gained a clear understanding of his capabilities, rather than a vague sense. 4,500,000. With this, I should attempt to breach the Super Saiyan threshold. However, achieving Super Saiyan requires not only extreme anger, but also the ability to maintain composure amidst that fury, which poses a challenge. Perhaps I could try the method taught by Vegeta in Dragon Ball Super, concentrating my power along my spine. But that can wait. Bege clenched his fists, savoring his newfound strength as he mused to himself. Wow, Brother Bege is amazing. I can feel his power. It surpasses mine by a significant margin. Midusi exclaimed, having been drawn from her meditative state by the commotion Bege had caused. Upon sensing his aura, she emerged to witness Bege's display of strength. "Midusi, now it's your turn to showcase your power. I wish to see your true combat capability," Bege said with a smile, pleased with his progress and eager to learn of Midusi's strength. "All right," Midusi nodded in agreement. She moved to an open area and began to unleash her energy. She cried out, her power rapidly escalating. From Bege's readings, her combat power soared from the original 10,000 to 300,000, and it continued to rise. 450,000, 680,000, 1, 560,000, 3, 900,000, 4, 100,000. Eventually, her combat power reached 4,100,000, only 400,000 shy of Bege's. "How am I doing, Brother Bege? What is my combat power?" Midusi inquired eagerly after demonstrating her prowess. "Your combat power stands at an impressive 4,100,000. Quite high indeed. You only trail me by 400,000, Bege responded, a touch of astonishment in his voice. "Oh yay, I didn't realize my power was so great. Brother Bege, your skill is truly remarkable. Once I master instant transmission, I too wish to learn this ability," Midusi said excitedly, fully aware of the advantages this skill could offer. "Very well, once you finish mastering instant transmission, you may learn it. This skill is relatively straightforward, with your foundational mastery of energy control. You should be able to acquire it in about a month. Bege chuckled as he attempted to pat Medosis on the head, only to have her evade him with a playful stick of her tongue. Earlier, the commotion caused by Bege and Medosis attracted the attention of the Yatarat star. But after Bege offered an explanation, the visitor departed. The two then re-entered the cave and took their seats before the teleportation stone, embarking on their journey to master the skill of instant transmission. As time gradually passed, Bege and Medosis devoted their days to studying this technique, reserving only mealtime for sustenance. Soon, 2 years slipped by. Bege, having spent an additional year compared to Goku, finally mastered instant transmission. Medosis followed closely behind, achieving the same feat just 2 months later, before swiftly moving on to learn detection skills. While Bege and Medosis were honing their abilities on Yatarat, Goku concluded his training on Earth and participated in the 24th World Martial Arts Tournament at Papaya Island. He faced off against Tien Shinhan and emerged victorious, claiming the championship title. However, following the tournament, Krillin was slain by the offspring of Demon King Piccolo, igniting Goku's fury. In a confrontation with Demon King Piccolo, Goku, having consumed the super divine water from Master Roshi to unleash his potential, ultimately defeated the original Demon King Piccolo and ascended to the Heavenly Palace. Goku, you performed admirably. However, it is unfortunate that Demon King Piccolo has not truly perished. Before his demise, he spawned the second incarnation, who will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you, remarked the Supreme Kai Piccolo, who lamented internally about how beneficial it would have been had Bege and Medosis been present. Their combined strength could have ensured Piccolo's true demise, even if it meant their own disappearance. Damn it, I can't believe that Demon King Piccolo is still alive. Goku gritted his teeth, to which Supreme Kai Piccolo responded with a faint smile, uttering words that left Goku momentarily bewildered. From here on, you shall train under Bobo. Your elder peers, Bege and Medosis, have both trained with him. What? Brother Bege and Medosis have trained here? Goku exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he had underestimated their prior visit and training in this very place. Indeed, they trained here approximately 3 years ago before departing. Supreme Kai Piccolo chuckled, sharing Bege and Medosis's training experiences, which thrilled Goku immensely. Mr. Bobo, please teach me. Goku eagerly implored Bobo, to which the Supreme Kai hinted that there was no rush. Reviving the dragon would come first, followed by training. Subsequently, Bobo produced a model of the dragon, meticulously assembling its form, while Supreme Kai Piccolo recited an incantation to resurrect the dragon. Upon noticing Goku's tail, Supreme Kai Piccolo echoed his earlier sentiments expressed to Bege and Medosis, seeking to seal Goku's tail. However, thanks to Bulma's relay of Bege's words, Goku firmly declined the Supreme Kai's counsel. Why do you and Bege refuse to seal your tails? It is clearly a vulnerability, the Supreme Kai Piccolo inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, Bobo, observing Goku, maintained a stoic expression, though a fleeting smile betrayed his amusement. Chapter 23. The Restoration of Planet Namek. While Wukong practiced in the Heavenly Temple, Vegeta and Mados learned the art of instantaneous movement. Mados continued to refine her detection abilities, while Vegeta seized the opportunity to venture outside the cave. He placed his index and middle fingers upon his forehead, attuning himself to the essence of the Namekians. It was not long before he sensed a presence akin to that of the divine Namekian Piccolo, causing his eyes to gleam with recognition. In an instant, he vanished from his location. On planet Namek, Vegeta materialized beside a startled Namekian, who promptly fell to the ground in shock. The Grand Elder of Namek slowly opened his squinted eyes and addressed Neru, who stood nearby. A friend has arrived on our planet. Please escort him here. Understood, Neru replied, departing the Grand Elder's chamber and soaring toward Vegeta. Alas, the inevitable has come to pass. I fear the crisis looming over Namek draws ever closer. I wonder if this young man possesses the strength to assist us in overcoming this peril. The Grand Elder sighed, murmuring to himself before lapsing into silence, leaving the room in tranquility. My apologies, I did not intend to startle you, Vegeta offered awkwardly to the Namekian beside him. Yet he could feel a formidable energy approaching. Soon, Neru arrived before Vegeta, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Just a youth, devoid of any remarkable traits. Why would the Grand Elder wish to meet him? As Neru assessed Vegeta, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny, instantly recognizing the newcomer, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo. Come with me. The Grand Elder wishes to see you, Neru stated plainly. revealing his intent to escort Vegeta to the Grand Elder. Very well, Vegeta agreed, for his objective was indeed to meet the Grand Elder and request the Dragon Balls. Naru took flight, with Vegeta trailing closely behind. After a brief journey, they arrived at the Grand Elder's abode. Naru guided Vegeta inside, ascending to the second floor, where Vegeta immediately spotted the imposing figure of the Grand Elder seated in a chair. "You have come here for what purpose, young man?" the Grand Elder inquired. "I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls," Vegeta replied, candidly stating his purpose. I can lend you the Dragon Balls, but you must agree to one condition." The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, stipulating that Vegeta must fulfill a condition. "Please, state your condition. I shall see if I can comply." Vegeta responded, having already surmised the Grand Elder's request, yet eager to hear it articulated. "It is quite simple. In the future, our planet will face a great calamity. Your strength is formidable, and I wish for you to aid us in navigating this crisis," the Grand Elder declared, awaiting Vegeta's response. Naru, standing nearby, was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a dire fate for their planet. He turned to Vegeta, questioning whether this young man could indeed be their savior. The Grand Elder: "I too can assist, but the situation is dire and we cannot rely solely on ourselves. We must depend on them." Before Naru could finish speaking, the Grand Elder interrupted him, gesturing towards Vegeta while explaining that he understood Nairu's thoughts, yet it was futile. "Very well, I shall assist. When the time comes, I will lend my hand." After overhearing the dialogue between the Grand Elder and Nairu, Vegeta surmised that it must pertain to Frieza and nodded in agreement, knowing that he would eventually confront Frieza himself. "All right, I will have Nairu accompany you to gather the remaining Dragon Balls." The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, then retrieved the Dragon Ball atop his head, handing it to Nairu so he could collect the remaining 6 Dragon Balls with Vegeta. After expressing his gratitude, Vegeta followed Nairu out of the Grand Elder's chamber. With Nairu's assistance, the collection of Dragon Balls proceeded swiftly, and soon they had gathered all 7. Nairu then invoked the Eternal Dragon, Purunga, in the Namekian tongue. "O gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wishes. Any desire can be fulfilled. You may make 3 wishes." After Purunga's introduction, Nairu turned to Vegeta and inquired, "What is your wish?" "I will restate it for you." Vegeta gazed in awe at the immense Purunga, exclaiming, "It's colossal." After regaining his composure upon hearing Nairu's question, he declared his wish. "I wish to restore the Saiyan homeworld." "Planet Salad." Nairu repeated Vegeta's wish in Namekian. "That is quite simple." Upon uttering these words, Purunga's eyes flashed crimson, and simultaneously, the long-destroyed planet Salad was rejuvenated in the distant cosmos. "What is your second wish?" Nairu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta articulated his second desire, to create a divine island in midair above West City on Earth, and to establish an interdimensional space to relocate planet Salad within it. After repeating Vegeta's wish in Namekian, Vegeta anxiously awaited Purunga's response. "This poses no issue." After a brief pause, Purunga spoke, followed by another flash of red from his eyes. A massive island, spanning 100,000 square kilometers, materialized at an altitude of 10,000 meters above West City, near the atmosphere. On this island stood a structure reminiscent of the Room of Spirit and Time, within which lay an interdimensional space where Planet Salad could operate autonomously. "Your wishes have been fulfilled. Now, state your final wish." Purunga awaited Vegeta's last desire. "I wish for us Saiyans to retain our sanity when transformed into great apes." After some consideration, Vegeta voiced this wish, as achieving Super Saiyan 4 necessitated a return from the ape state, which required maintaining rationality during the transformation. This was a challenging feat. Currently, only Vegeta could accomplish it, while Goku had to rely on his granddaughter's call to regain his senses, as he could not simply revert to clarity without transforming. "That is quite simple." Before long, the magnificent Shenlong Purunga flashed his crimson eyes, and Vegeta felt a warm current coursing through his entire being. "Your wishes have been granted. Farewell." With that, Purunga transformed back into 7 colossal Dragon Balls, which tumbled to the ground. "Your 3 wishes have been fulfilled. Remember your promise to the Elder," Nairu said to Vegeta, expressing his trust in him. As the Elder had chosen to believe in Vegeta, "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my commitments," Vegeta assured Nairu, for he knew he would soon confront Frieza. After acknowledging Vegeta's vow with a nod, Nairu departed, while Vegeta placed his index and middle fingers upon his forehead and vanished in a flash. In an uncharted planet's primordial forest, Vegeta suddenly materialized. He concentrated his energy in his right hand and hurled it skyward, summoning an artificial full moon that soon illuminated the night. Thump, thump, thump. Gazing at the moon, Vegeta's heart raced, its rhythm echoing like a drumbeat. His form began to expand, first sprouting forth until he ultimately transformed into a colossal gorilla. Clenching his fist, Vegeta reveled in his newfound strength. Exhilarated not only by his power, but also by the fact that he retained his sanity upon transforming into a great ape. Thus, the greatest obstacle to his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 had been surmounted. Chapter 24. Exploring Planet Salada, understanding Nairu's thoughts. Vegeta recognized that he believed their Saiyan bloodline could save them. Yet, it was essential to note that the Namekians too possessed divine blood, as descendants of Salama. They were similarly endowed, unaware of it, much like Vegeta had once been. Indeed, I shall convey my gratitude to the Elder through you, Vegeta promised Nairu, thanking the Elder for lending him the Dragon Balls. Nairu nodded and departed, while Vegeta utilized instant transmission to return to planet Yardrat, where merely a day had passed. Upon his return, Vegeta did not leave, but waited for Mato's training to conclude so they could depart together. Time flew by, and soon a month had elapsed, during which Mato successfully mastered her detection abilities. Brother Vegeta, I have learned the detection skill, Mato exclaimed excitedly. Very well. Come, I shall take you to a special place. Vegeta replied mysteriously, withholding the details of his wish on Namek to surprise her. Where to? Mato inquired curiously, but Vegeta remained silent, leaving her somewhat vexed. With a chuckle, Vegeta took Mato's hand and, placing his fingers on his forehead, instantly transported them both, their figures disappearing from sight. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta and Mato appeared before Bulma, startling her. Vegeta, Mato, how did you arrive here? You scared me to death without making a sound. Upon recognizing that the visitors were Vegeta and Merida, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to be swiftly engulfed by a torrent of indignation as she began to chastise them. Vegeta awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the nature of instant transmission necessitated the use of energy, which invariably brought him to Bulma's side. By the way, how did you return? Why didn't you arrive by spaceship? Are you here to participate in the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma inquired. Yet, her anger soon dissipated, replaced by curiosity about how they had returned, especially since no spaceship had been observed descending to Earth. Is it already the 25th tournament? That means Piccolo should also make an appearance. How intriguing, Vegeta murmured to himself, a slight smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Bulma's question, he explained that they had returned via instant transmission, elaborating on its mechanics. Wow, that skill is truly remarkable, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. She genuinely found the ability impressive. As for this year's tournament, neither Merida nor I will be participating. It would be rather pointless for us to join. But we will certainly attend to watch the event unfold, Vegeta chuckled, jesting that with their current prowess, the champions would already be predetermined. Besides, this was a battle between Goku and Piccolo, and he had no intention of intervening. By the way, this is a gift I brought back for you, some technological gadgets. Though I am unsure of their utility for you, Vegeta said, recalling something as he produced a capsule and handed it to Bulma. These items were spoils he had seized from cosmic pirates along the way, all conveniently stored within the capsule. Bulma received the capsule with palpable excitement. Really, I love this. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. We are friends, he replied. Bulma nodded enthusiastically, eager to examine the contents. Seeing her impatience, Vegeta chuckled, informed her that he had matters to attend to, and then, with Merida, soared into the sky. Big brother Vegeta, why are we flying upwards? Is there something happening related to the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament? You seem quite interested. Merida finally voiced her curiosity after they had ascended from Bulma's home. Just wait a moment, and you will find out. This tournament is indeed quite fascinating, Vegeta responded, sharing tales of Goku and Piccolo, which piqued Merida's interest in the upcoming event. After flying for a while, they finally spotted a floating island suspended in the air, where Vegeta gently descended with Merida. Merida surveyed the surroundings, black soil, even grasslands, and a stone temple not far off. Her eyes widened with amazement as she eagerly inquired of Vegeta, who had brought her here. Big brother, how is there an island floating in the air, just like the sacred world of the Kais? With a smile, Vegeta recounted his wish upon Namek and revealed that the Supreme Kai Piccolo was indeed a Namekian. Come, let us explore our Saiyan home planet, Planet Salad, he suggested. As Bege pushed open the stone door, he was greeted by an expansive and boundless dimensional space, within which lay the Planet Salad. He soared toward Salad, with Maidusi closely following in his wake. Upon landing on Salad, Bege felt a profound sense of tranquility enveloping his heart. Notably, the gravitational force on Salad was akin to that of Vegeta, both being tenfold that of Earth's gravity. This realization illuminated for Bege the peaceful disposition of the Saiyans from the sixth universe. Wow! Upon arriving at Salad, I feel my spirit has been remarkably soothed, as if my soul has undergone a cleansing, he mused. Maidusi exhaled with delight, her joy evident. Observing her, Bege smiled, contemplating that this sensation was likely a novelty, bound to fade with time, until they, too, might attain the purity of the Saiyans from the sixth universe. Let us explore and discover the wonders of Salad, suggested Bege, extending his left hand. Maidusi, beaming, placed her right hand atop his, and together they wandered hand in hand across the enchanting landscape of Salad. The environment bore a striking resemblance to Earth, with its breathtaking scenery, save for the gravity being 10 times greater. As they meandered, they soon found themselves before a colossal cave. Brother Bege, why is there a cave here? It doesn't appear to be naturally formed, Maidusi remarked. Her observation stemmed from the fact that the cave resembled an underground palace, descending with steps rather than a mere cavern. Let us venture down and see, Bege suggested, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Unsure of what awaited beneath, he decided it was worth investigating. All right, Maidusi nodded. The pair descended the staircase, with Bege conjuring a small orb of light to illuminate their path. After approximately 3 hours, they finally glimpsed a flicker of light ahead. Quickening their pace, they emerged from the tunnel, only to be met with a sight that rendered them speechless, a chill racing down their spines. Before them lay a vast expanse of skeletal remains, countless in number, akin to an ocean of bones. Brother Bege, I'm frightened. What is this place? Why are there so many Saiyan skeletons here? Maidusi clutched Bege tightly, seeking solace in his presence, her voice trembling with fear. This must be a burial ground for the Saiyans. But why are their remains here, and why do they appear to have been deceased for so long? Bege speculated, his thoughts racing. He entertained a bold hypothesis that this might be connected to the destruction of Salad, recalling how he had wished upon the eternal dragon Purunga to restore the planet. In doing so, perhaps Purunga had inadvertently revived these ancient remains along with the planet itself. Brother Bege, should we not leave this place? It feels too ominous. Maidusi urged, her apprehension palpable. Upon hearing that this place was a graveyard for Saiyans, Meadows felt an even greater sense of dread, for she too belonged to that lineage. It was akin to how a human might fear a cemetery, especially with so many exposed skeletons around. Why don't you go ahead first? I will stay here for a moment, suggested Vegeta, understanding that it was only natural for Meadows, being a girl, to feel frightened. No, Brother Vegeta, I won't go. If you don't go, then I won't either, Meadows declared, her fear notwithstanding. She was resolute in her desire to remain by Vegeta's side. All right, if you are afraid, then perhaps you should step back, Vegeta replied, a mix of exasperation and concern in his voice. He felt a pang of sympathy for Meadows, but the peculiar circumstances demanded his investigation, for he sensed that a monumental secret lay hidden here. With determination, he took Meadows' hand and led her toward the 5 largest skeletons in the distance. While he could sense an overwhelming aura emanating from the other remains, even in death, these 5 exuded no such presence. Instead, they felt like ordinary bones. Yet the unsettling sensation they provoked was far more intense than that of the others. Vegeta carefully guided Meadows around the scattered skeletons, making their way to the 5 in question. The sound of bones cracking underfoot sent chills down their spines, and Meadows nearly let out a scream. Despite their efforts to tread lightly, the sheer number of remains made it nearly impossible to avoid stepping on them. At last, they stood before the 5 skeletons, each towering approximately 2.1 meters, complete with elongated tails. The fractures in their limbs suggested they had perished in battle, yet curiously, they lacked any formidable aura. As Vegeta contemplated this, a shocking realization struck him, an aura akin to that of a deity. Though he had never experienced it firsthand, he had witnessed it in Dragon Ball Super. While the other skeletons radiated a strong sense of death, these 5 remained devoid of such energy. Suddenly, a A set of inscriptions on the ground where one skeleton lay caught Vegeta's attention. It read, "The Saiyans were invaded by malevolent energy, transforming into evil Saiyans. We five exhausted all our strength to seal it. Future generations, heed this warning, to unseal requires." The message abruptly ended, likely because the Saiyan had succumbed before finishing it. Upon reading this, Vegeta felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, a gnawing sense of impending danger. No one could predict when that evil Saiyan might resurrect, nor the extent of its power or the conditions for its revival. Everything remained shrouded in mystery. All he could do was hasten his own strength. "Meadows, let us help bury them," he finally said after a moment of silence. Since they had fought for the Saiyans, the least he could do was ensure they received a proper burial. "Yes," Meadows nodded, her fear dissipating as she learned of their noble deeds. Now, all she felt was admiration, devoid of any lingering trepidation. After 3 days of diligent effort, the two finally laid all the remains to rest. As they stepped out of the cave, Vegeta took a deep breath, exhaling as if releasing the weight of his inner turmoil. "We must strive to grow stronger, Merides," he declared. "Indeed, let us endeavor together." Both encouraged one another, for a sword hung ominously above them, a constant reminder of the urgency to improve. "Merides, I wish to attempt breaking through the barriers of the Saiyan race and transform into a Super Saiyan." Vegeta, who had previously been in no rush to achieve this transformation, now felt compelled to try, uncertain if the method would prove effective. "All right, you can do it, big brother," Merides cheered, having been informed by Vegeta about their ability to transform into Super Saiyans. As he began his attempt, she stood by, offering her unwavering support. With a deep inhale, Vegeta exhaled, concentrating his energy at the base of his spine before unleashing a powerful shout. The ground trembled beneath him as waves of white energy surged around. Rising ever higher, his hair began to stand on end, and the sky darkened under the weight of his power, lightning striking down in response to his might. This terrifying spectacle widened Merides' eyes, silencing her as she quickly covered her mouth. As Vegeta continued to channel his strength and shout, his hair and eyebrows oscillated between black and golden hues, while his pupils shifted from emerald green to deep black. At last, his hair stabilized in a brilliant golden hue, and his pupils transformed entirely to emerald green. Vegeta had successfully transitioned into a Super Saiyan. "Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Truly formidable. My combat power has soared to 22.5 billion, significantly surpassing Frisia's 14.5 billion. I no longer need to fear Frisia, but there remains cooler. It seems I must continue to strive." Clenching his fists, Vegeta murmured to himself, feeling the tremendous power coursing through him. Fortunately, he had transformed on planet Salad, shielded by the dimensional space. Otherwise, his energy would surely have been sensed by Goku and the Kai on Earth. "Wow, big brother, you've succeeded in your transformation. Your combat power is an astonishing 22.5 billion. That's a 50-fold increase," Merides exclaimed in awe. Although Vegeta had mentioned the potential for a 50-fold increase, experiencing it firsthand was far more impactful. With a sigh, Vegeta reverted from his Super Saiyan form. The emotional toll of the first transformation was significant. Coupled with a swift depletion of energy, now that he had succeeded, there was no need to maintain it further. However, the sensation of the transformation was etched in his memory. The next time would be much simpler, and with practice, he would extend the duration of his transformations until he could sustain the Super Saiyan form in its full power state during normal conditions. Vegeta shared the method of transformation with Merides before planning to depart from Planet Salad, allowing her to train on her own, as he had other matters to attend to. "Midoozi, you practice here while I step out for a moment. It is indeed time to bring Uncle Bardock and the others back." "Well, Brother Vegeta, you may go. I shall wait for your return." Midoozi nodded in agreement, eagerly preparing to attempt her transformation into a Super Saiyan. After all, the minimum battle power requirement for a Super Saiyan is 3 million, and both she and Midoozi have met that threshold. Vegeta chuckled and promptly departed from Planet Salad, heading towards the floating island. With a swift motion of his fingers to his forehead, he activated instantaneous movement and vanished from his location. Lacking precise knowledge of Bardock's whereabouts, he could only scan one planet after another in search of their energy signatures. Simultaneously, on a planet in the western expanse of the universe, Bardock and his companions found themselves in a predicament. "You dare to openly provoke King Slag. You are doomed," a minor henchman exclaimed. Bardock swiftly dispatched the loquacious underling with a wave of energy. King Slag is indeed verbose and should consider his own strength, Bardock scoffed. Bemused that an ant would threaten him, let alone attempt to rob them. Was that not tantamount to courting death? However, Bardock's confidence was perhaps misplaced. King Slag appeared formidable, particularly since he claimed the title of king, implying a significant level of power. Janae expressed her concerns, noting that while the henchman was inconsequential, the King Slag mentioned by him warranted her attention. There is no need for alarm. Brother Bardock possesses a battle power exceeding 50,000. Even if King Slag is indeed powerful, he is no match for him. One of Bardock's teammates, Toma, reassured Janae with a smile, displaying unwavering faith in Bardock's strength. After all, their years of diligent training had borne fruit, their battle powers having multiplied several times, with Bardock's increasing fivefold from a mere 10,000 to over 50,000. Yet Bardock could not share in the joy of this achievement. After so many years, his battle power barely exceeding 50,000 paled in comparison to Frisia's, which was an entirely different echelon. Over the years, their squad had not only trained, but had also discreetly gathered intelligence on Frisia, learning that his battle power stood at 530,000, 10 times Bardock's current strength. Bardock remained unaware that Frisia could transform, as he had never revealed his true forms to anyone, maintaining his first form, which led others to believe his power was limited to 530,000. As Bardock eliminated a minor soldier of Slag, the aged King Slag received this news. However, he paid it little heed. The death of a mere soldier was not yet worthy of his attention. Nonetheless, he deemed it necessary to deal with those who dared to slay his men and ordered Sins to lead a squad to address the matter. Unbeknownst to Bardock and his companions, danger was encroaching upon them, while they made their way back to their temporary lodging, the surrounding onlookers displaying expressions of sheer terror as they scattered in every direction. Bardock furrowed his brow, discerning from the crowd's demeanor that they were under the oppressive rule of another tyrant akin to Frisia. As Bardock contemplated, he perceived the hatred within Frisia's gaze. Since that King Shrag was akin to Frisia, it was only fitting that he be eradicated. If he couldn't overcome Frisia, how could he possibly contend with someone named Shrag? As Bardock departed, Sins and his subordinates hastened to this location, while Vegeta diligently scoured each area for Bardock's energy signature. During his search, Vegeta unexpectedly detected two energy signatures of Saiyans with similar attributes, one considerably stronger, the other notably weaker. Curiosity piqued, Vegeta followed the direction of these signatures and, in an instant, teleported away. On planet Vampa, Broly and his father Paragus were returning from a hunt when a figure suddenly materialized before them, startling both Broly and Paragus. Upon encountering Broly, Vegeta was equally taken aback, almost retreating in fear, only to recall that this Broly from a different timeline was not malevolent, which quelled his inclination to flee and instead sparked an idea to recruit Broly. Vegeta was well aware of Broly's extraordinary potential. The legendary bloodline was no mere myth, as he had witnessed Goku's struggles against Broly's power. Unlike the brutal version of Broly from the films, this incarnation exhibited a kindness that reassured Vegeta. "You are also a Saiyan," Paragus exclaimed excitedly, having spotted the brown tail coiled around Vegeta's waist, an unmistakable mark of their race. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Paragus could ascertain his identity so swiftly. Realizing the connection stemmed from his tail, he acknowledged, "Indeed, I am a Saiyan. And you are? What brings you here?" Paragus introduced himself and shared his background, looking at Vegeta with eager anticipation. "Can you take us away from here?" he implored. Of course, Vegeta readily agreed, as he too desired to take Broly along. Having a powerful ally would bolster their confidence in facing future threats, and with Broly around, training would be all the more advantageous. "Hold my hand and do not let go," Vegeta instructed as Broly and Paragus grasped his left hand. With his right fingers pressed against his forehead, Vegeta activated his teleportation ability, and the trio vanished from planet Vampa. On planet Salad, 2 days had elapsed, and Meduse had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, mastering the transformation with remarkable finesse. Suddenly, she sensed 3 figures approaching her location. Upon sensing Vegeta's energy, her spirits lifted, and she made her way toward him. The 4 encountered each other mid-journey, and Meduse curiously eyed Broly and Paragus, uncertain of their identities. "These are Broly and his father Paragus." Vegeta introduced them to Meduse. "They will be residing with us on this planet." He also took the opportunity to introduce Meduse to Broly and Paragus. From now on, you may reside here. Simply find a spot that suits you. The environment is quite pleasant, wouldn't you agree? Vegeta inquired with a smile, fully aware that the decision ultimately rested with Paragus. Very well, that poses no issue. Ever since I arrived here, my spirits have been remarkably lifted. This is truly a rare gem of a planet, Paragus remarked, expressing his awe at how his soul felt rejuvenated since setting foot on this celestial body. Indeed, this is Planet Salad, the ancestral home of our Saiyan people. It is, of course, extraordinary. Mado's voice brimmed with pride, her tail swaying animatedly behind her, a testament to her exuberance. But isn't Planet Salad supposed to be destroyed? How is it that we find ourselves here? Paragus exclaimed, astonished. Mado, witnessing his reaction, felt a surge of triumph. Vegeta, unable to bear the sight, covered his face with one hand and then gestured to Mado to temper her exuberance. Mado playfully stuck out her tongue, adorable and mischievous. But after receiving a glare from Vegeta, she obediently toned down her antics. Vegeta then turned to Paragus, revealing that he had employed a certain method to restore Planet Salad, omitting any mention of the Dragon Balls for fear of inviting undesirable thoughts. After sharing this information, he instructed Mado to ensure Broly and the others were well cared for before instantly vanishing, for he still needed to locate Bardock and the others. As time passed, Bardock and his companions remained at home, waiting patiently, reassured by the absence of any disturbances. Gradually, they began to relax, believing that their mere elimination of a lowly minion would not attract attention. During their midday meal, the tranquility was abruptly shattered when the door was forcefully smashed open, revealing a green, winged creature accompanied by a band of subordinates, none other than Sins, the right-hand man of Shrag. Are you the ones who killed King Shrag's subordinate? Sins demanded, already convinced of their guilt despite his inquiry. Brother, their combat power is merely 23,000. It hardly requires your intervention. Allow me to handle this, exclaimed Toma, having just finished his meal and eager to engage in some exercise. He eagerly stood up, noting that his own power level was a formidable 36,000, and approached Sins without hesitation. How dare you look down upon me? You seek death. Sins fumed, incensed by Toma's disdain, and lunged toward him. Bang! Toma effortlessly caught Sins's incoming fist with one hand, displaying his disdain. Have you not eaten? Your strength is pitiful. Observe closely. For today I shall teach you how to use your fists with power. With that, Toma delivered a punch to Sins's abdomen, resulting in a resounding thud. Gah! The intense pain caused Sins to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Toma swiftly evaded the splatter, his face contorting in disgust as Sins gritted his teeth in fury. All of you attack. Kill him. Sins commanded his subordinates, over 100 of them charging toward Toma in a frenzied assault. Insignificant insects. Tom charged into the crowd, relentlessly swinging his fists, as one by one, Sins's men fell to the ground. Ultimately, only Sins remained standing, his expression reflecting profound distress. Do not presume that you have triumphed, he declared. Witness my might. Sins opened his mouth, gathering a wave of yellow energy before expelling it forth. It is time to conclude this. Tom similarly thrust out a single hand, directing his energy wave towards Sins. The two forces collided, with Tom's energy wave instantly engulfing Sins's, continuing its relentless advance. What? How is this possible? No, King Shrag will not spare you. The energy swiftly consumed Sins, reducing him to mere remnants. Inside the palace, King Shrag, who had been with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them upon hearing his subordinate report the disappearance of Sins's life signs. Not Sins. Damn it. Who is responsible? Whoever has provoked me shall meet their demise. How dare they challenge me, Shrag? His furious roar echoed through the palace, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. Chapter 27. Arrival of Vegeta. King Shrag seethed with rage, prompting him and his subordinates to prepare hastily. He intended to personally seek vengeance for Sins against Bardock. Meanwhile, Bardock, upon witnessing Tom slay Sins, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. With Sins's power level exceeding 20,000, he surmised that Shrag would undoubtedly be even stronger. Deciding it was best to depart swiftly. Gather your belongings. We must leave at once. Taken aback, Tom paused, unable to comprehend why the captain was so eager to flee. Wait, Captain, why must we leave? Are we truly afraid of them? Enough chatter. Pack your things and leave this place immediately, Bardock insisted, and though the others were perplexed, they complied and began to gather their belongings. Bardock called out his name, wanting to express something, but was abruptly interrupted by Bardock. Shoo, do not question anything. I hope this is merely my imagination. Bardock harbored a sense that they had stirred a great trouble, a feeling that had arisen the moment since perished. Soon, they finished packing and prepared to depart when a chilling voice pierced the air. You think you can leave after killing my subordinate? Startled, Bardock and the others turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a frail, hooded figure with green skin standing outside their dwelling. Coldly observing them, none other than King Shrag himself, accompanied by a cadre of subordinates. Instinctively, Tom activated his scouter to assess Shrag's power level, only to be met with a resounding explosion as the device shattered. Clearly, Shrag's power exceeded the scouter's maximum detection range, surpassing 100,000. Tom gulped nervously, while Bardock, wearing a grave expression, prepared himself for battle. So, you are the Saiyans. No wonder you dared to challenge me. Yet, I believe the Saiyans had been eradicated by Frisia. I did not expect remnants to linger. Observing the tails at Bardock and his companions' waists, Shrag's face contorted with disdain. To him, the Saiyans were merely a joke, a self-proclaimed race of the strongest warriors, a combat prowess of fewer than 100,000, yet still daring to claim the title of the mightiest warrior race. List. Go entertain them. Yes. With a command from Shrag, a warrior resembling a yellow lizard dragon stepped forward, a cruel smile adorning his face as he gazed upon Bardock and his companions. You should all attack together, otherwise, you will miss your chance. List spoke with mockery, exuding a palpable disdain for Bardock and his group. Exchanging glances, Bardock and Toma nodded in agreement, and the four of them launched an assault on List. Seizing the opportunity presented to them, the clash of combat began, and despite List facing four opponents, he appeared to handle the situation with ease, effortlessly parrying their strikes with his hands and feet. The more they fought, the darker their expressions became, for they had exerted all their strength, yet found their efforts effortlessly thwarted by List. Is this all the power you possess? Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. After exchanging dozens, perhaps even hundreds of blows, List grew weary of prolonging the battle. With a resounding roar, he surged forward, sending Bardock and his companions sprawling. What? How can this be, Captain? Watch out behind you. As they were knocked back by List's overwhelming presence, he swiftly approached Bardock from behind. Toma, noticing the impending danger, shouted in alarm. Upon hearing Toma's warning, Bardock quickly turned to defend himself, but it was already too late. Down you go. With that, List delivered a knee strike to Bardock's abdomen, followed by a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a nearby mountain. Captain, damn it, I will fight you. Enraged by the sight of their leader being felled, Toma charged at List, his teeth clenched in fury, while the other two joined him in the assault. Meanwhile, Janae flew towards Bardock's direction. Bardock, are you all right? Coughing up blood and emerging from the debris, Bardock heard Janae's frantic calls. I am fine. Upon seeing Bardock emerge, Janae rushed to support him, and he placed a hand on her shoulder as she helped him navigate through the rubble. Toma and his companions surrounded List, attempting to buy time for Janae to rescue their captain. Too weak, List disdainfully shook his head, losing interest in continuing the battle with Toma and the others. In an instant, he accelerated, arriving before Toma and delivering a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground like a shooting star, carving a deep trench in his wake. With a series of resounding impacts, List repeated his assault. One punch struck Pabujan's abdomen, while another descended upon Celeba's back, both of whom fell to the ground. Bardock and his companions, nursing their injuries, stared in shock at List, astonished by his formidable strength. Their gazes then shifted to Shrag, their expressions darkening. If his subordinates were this powerful, Shrag himself must be even more terrifying. They feared their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. I have had my fun. Now I shall send you off. Remember, in your next life, do not offend King Shrag. As List gathered a wave of energy in his hand, he directed it towards Bardock. Damn it, I cannot perish here without avenging myself. Bardock's face contorted with resentment, yet he found himself powerless, forced to watch as the energy wave descended. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Bardock. It was Vegeta, who had sensed Bardock's aura and rushed over. Uncle Bardock, it's been a long time. How have you been? Vegeta greeted Bardock and the others cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the energy wave trailing behind him. Ah, Vegeta, what are you doing here? Beware of what's behind you. You must leave at once. Bardock exclaimed, initially startled by Vegeta's sudden appearance. But his initial shock quickly transformed into joy. However, he soon realized their perilous situation and urgently warned Vegeta to flee. "Don't worry, Uncle Bardock. I'm fine," Vegeta replied with a smile. Just as the energy wave was about to strike him, he casually flicked his right hand back, effortlessly deflecting the energy wave away. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, witnessing Vegeta's unexpected ability to repel List's attack. Bardock and the others stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that the once weak Vegeta had grown so formidable during their years apart. "Who are you, brat? How dare you disrupt my plans?" List fumed. His attack thwarted. Initially taken aback, he quickly became infuriated, suspecting Vegeta's interference was intentional. Although his previous strike had not been delivered with full force, it still constituted a third of his strength, and he realized that Vegeta was not to be underestimated. "I am the one who will end you," Vegeta stated coolly. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before List, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Ugh! A wave of agony surged through List, and he spat out blood as his body fell toward the ground. Observing List's descent, Vegeta raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave directed at List. "Brat! How dare you!" Slag, noticing Vegeta's intentions, bellowed in anger as he attempted to save his subordinate, but it was too late. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as List's body was engulfed by Vegeta's energy wave, leaving no trace behind. "You! Very well. How dare you kill List?" Slag seethed with rage. Feeling disrespected by Vegeta's defiance, he stepped forward, intent on personally avenging his fallen comrade. Chapter 28, Slag's Demise. Vegeta regarded the advancing Slag with a calm demeanor, surprised by the overwhelming malice and power emanating from him. As he beheld Slag's face, memories flooded back, revealing him to be the nefarious Super Namekian from the Dragon Ball saga, with an estimated battle power of 10 million. Slag's aged physique suggested he could not unleash his full potential. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Vegeta. Why not use this opportunity to test his skills? He was curious to see how potent he could be without transforming into a Super Saiyan, and he desired to augment his combat experience. Having had scarce opportunities for battle in recent years, with such a splendid chance presented to him, how could he let it slip away? "What will you do about it?" Vegeta provocatively taunted Shrag, intending to incite his wrath. "You little brat. You're courting death." Shrag roared, his fury igniting as he launched a powerful punch at Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta crossed his arms to block the blow. "What? So that is how it is? No wonder you're so arrogant. It stems from your strength. Unfortunately for you, encountering me seals your fate." Initially astonished that Vegeta could withstand his punch, Shrag quickly regained his composure, his expression settling into a calm, yet murderous glare. Such strength at such a young age posed a grave threat that must be eliminated to avert future troubles. Bardock and the others were astounded. Vegeta had managed to absorb Shrag's punch, which they had sensed was significantly more powerful than a full-force strike from Lister. "Let us put it to the test then," Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, preparing himself for battle. From the earlier blow, he estimated Shrag's true combat prowess to be around 5 million, a figure diminished by the aging of Shrag's body, which still eclipsed his own by 50,000. "Humph," Shrag scoffed, launching another attack at Vegeta. He aimed a punch at Vegeta's face, but Vegeta countered with a fist of his own. Shrag, unable to land a hit, swiftly raised his right leg to kick at Vegeta's midsection, only for Vegeta to raise his knee to deflect the blow. The two exchanged relentless strikes, their movements so swift that Bardock and the others below struggled to track them. Bang! Boom! The air was filled with the sound of their clashes, waves of white energy erupting and swirling around them. After trading hundreds, if not thousands, of blows in the air, Shrag seized an opening and landed a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Gasping, Vegeta spat out bile as his body was sent careening through 2 mountains, finally coming to a halt against a third. Die! Shrag unleashed a massive energy wave directed at Vegeta. Crack! Boom! Vegeta emerged from the rubble, his expression calm as he gazed at the incoming energy wave. Extending his hands in a flower-like formation, he drew them back to his waist. Kamehameha! Huh! Vegeta propelled a colossal blue energy wave towards Shrag's attack, the two forces colliding. "What? Damn it! Die, you brat!" Shrag was taken aback, astonished that Vegeta could withstand his energy wave. In a fit of rage, he intensified the energy he channeled. Instantly, Shrag's energy wave surged over Vegeta's Kamehameha, barreling towards him. Unwilling to yield, Vegeta shouted back, amplifying his own power. Ah! The energy once again leveled out and even subtly surpassed Shrag as it slowly advanced towards him. How could this be possible? How could a Saiyan possess such formidable power? I refuse to believe it. Ah! Shrag shook his head frantically, his eyes glinting with madness as he intensified the flow of his energy. It's over, Vegeta shouted, fully unleashing his power, which doubled in an instant. This explosive surge, akin to the Kaioken technique, concentrated and detonated his strength to achieve a sudden enhancement, albeit without the exaggerated multipliers of the Kaioken, resulting in a lesser burden on his body. The amplification of power allowed Vegeta's Kamehameha wave to swiftly consume Shrag's energy blast before striking him directly. No, how is this possible? Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from Shrag, and Vegeta exhaled, finally concluding the battle. Otherwise, he would have had to transform into a Super Saiyan. Reflecting on the fight, Vegeta quickly recognized his lack of combat experience, which had been glaringly exposed. Shrag possessed extensive battle experience, and on numerous occasions, Vegeta had been struck due to his own naivety. It became evident that he needed to engage in more battles to refine his combat skills. As he pondered, he looked up and was taken aback. The thick smoke in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing Shrag's massive form. In that life-or-death moment, Shrag had unleashed all his strength, augmenting his size to narrowly evade a fatal blow. Gasping for breath, Shrag was battered and bloodied, yet his eyes burned with fury as he fixated on Vegeta. Damn that guy! I was almost killed. Unforgivable. Shrag seethed in rage, venting his inner turmoil and flickers of fear. It would have been better if you had perished just now. It would have saved me a great deal of trouble. Vegeta sighed in resignation. But his words ignited Shrag's fury. Ah, die! Shrag roared, charging at Vegeta. In a swift maneuver, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind Shrag and delivering a powerful kick to his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta grasped one of Shrag's legs, exerting all his might as he lifted half of Shrag's body off the ground. Vegeta spun Shrag around, soon lifting him off the ground as he twirled in midair. Damn it! Let me go! Shrag screamed in desperation. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta released his grip, launching Shrag upwards, and then leaped to follow, delivering a devastating kick to Shrag's back. Boom. Crack. Shrag's spine shattered under Vegeta's strike. Thud. 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 Vegeta relentlessly pounded Shrag's back with his fists. The excruciating pain forced Shrag to cry out in agony, culminating in Vegeta unleashing a Kamehameha wave that pierced through Shrag's back, exiting through his chest, delivering a chilling final blow. The heart was pierced by the Turtle School's Kamehameha, and Shrag fell lifeless to the ground, his massive body stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Shrag returned to his original size, albeit with a gaping hole in his chest. Swish, swish, swish. After dispatching Shrag, Vegeta turned to the subordinates brought by Shrag and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. In the wake of the colossal explosions, Shrag's entire army was annihilated. Only after completing this did Vegeta descend, approaching Bardock and the others with a smile, greeting them warmly. Hello, Uncle Bardock, Aunt Jine. Bardock and Jine looked at Vegeta in astonishment, wondering if this was truly the same Vegeta they once knew. How had he become so formidable? Chapter 29. The Shock of Bardock and Others. How has Vegeta grown so powerful? How did you achieve this? Bardock stammered, his voice rising with excitement at the prospect of quickly gaining strength himself, perhaps to finally defeat Frieza. What is your battle power, Vegeta? Bardock inquired, curious about the extent of Vegeta's newfound prowess. After glancing at the reading from his scouter, Vegeta revealed a staggering figure that left Bardock speechless. 4,800,000. It had increased from 4,500,000, a remarkable rise of 300,000. That's astounding. So you can defeat Frieza, right? His battle power is only 530,000. You must be able to conquer him. At Bardock's excited questioning, Vegeta first nodded, then shook his head. This reaction left Bardock and the others perplexed, unsure of its meaning. Before Bardock could voice his confusion, Vegeta began to explain. I can indeed defeat Frieza, but his battle power is not merely 530,000. That figure is incorrect. Frieza, being a mutant of the Frost Demons, can transform to augment his strength. He can transform a total of 4 times, with his ultimate power reaching 120 million. Boom. The revelation of Frisia's true battle power left everyone present in utter shock. They had never imagined such a terrifying strength existed, explaining why he was dubbed the Cosmic Emperor. However, Bardock and the others were soon left in bewilderment. If Frisia's true power was 120 million, how could Vegeta claim he could defeat him? Especially with his own power only at 4,800,000? Vegeta, how can you assert you can defeat Frisia? Isn't your battle power merely 4,800,000? Bardock posed the question that was on everyone's minds. With a smile, Vegeta replied, Frisia is not the only one who can enhance his battle power through transformation. We Saiyans can do so as well. But that is impossible. While we Saiyans can transform into great apes, which increases our power tenfold, that would only bring our strength to 48 million, still far from 120 million. After Bege spoke, Bardock couldn't help but retort, expressing his disbelief. He felt it was impossible, while transforming into a great ape could indeed enhance combat power. It paled in comparison to Frisia's strength. Uncle Bardock, I never claimed it was the great ape transformation, Bege chuckled, shaking his head in explanation. Upon hearing this, Bardock couldn't resist giving Bege a light tap on the forehead, scolding, You rascal! Hurry up and clarify. You're making us guess wildly. I'm not finished. You jumped the gun. Bege replied, feeling frustrated. What I meant was the transformation into a Super Saiyan, not a great ape. He absent-mindedly rubbed his head. It wasn't that he was reluctant to speak, but Bardock had interjected before he had the chance. A Super Saiyan? A Super Saiyan? That legendary warrior. You mean to say you can become a Super Saiyan? Bardock murmured in confusion before realization struck him, leaving him utterly astonished. Uncle Bardock, please step back a bit to avoid any harm. I'll transform so you can see that I'm not lying. Bege understood that without demonstrating his transformation, Bardock and the others would remain skeptical, so he urged them to step back. Upon hearing this, Bardock pulled Chini away a little further, and Toma and the others also made some space. Once Bardock and the others had retreated a sufficient distance, Bege took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and shouted aloud. His aura surged dramatically, his hair standing on end and turning a brilliant gold, while his black pupils transformed into a striking emerald green. In an instant, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden aura enveloped Bege, and the overwhelming energy radiated outward, causing Bardock and the others in the distance to squint their eyes. After a moment, the energy stabilized. Bardock gazed at Bege's transformed form, his eyes widening in astonishment. Was this truly the appearance of a Super Saiyan? The sheer intensity of the aura was formidable, especially those indifferent emerald green eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Uncle Bardock, this is what it looks like to be a Super Saiyan. The combat power increases by 50 times. Bege explained, revealing the effects of his transformation. With a greater mastery over his powers than during his first transformation, he confidently addressed Bardock. What? A 50-fold increase in power. That is utterly absurd. Bardock exclaimed, stunned. If that's the case, your base combat power must be 4.8 million, which means after transforming into a Super Saiyan, it skyrockets to 240 million. Hiss, that's terrifying. That's even more than Frisia's power. Bardock was left speechless, grappling with the staggering implications of Bege's newfound strength. How astonishing. With that kind of combat power, what do we have to fear from Frisia? Toma chimed in, equally shocked, his face flushed with excitement. They could finally feel liberated from their fear of Frisia and his forces. How can one achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Bardock, now exhilarated, turned to Bege, longing to experience the same transformation. Toma and the others looked at Bege with eager anticipation, awaiting his answer. This transformation is, in certain respects, quite simple, yet it also presents its challenges. To ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan, one must first meet a fundamental criterion, a base combat power of 3 million. This is the minimum standard. Following this, one may transform through the fury of rage or by concentrating energy along the spine to stimulate the transformation. I accomplished my transformation through the latter method. Naturally, fulfilling the primary requirement is not insurmountable. With rigorous training in the gravity chamber, one stands a good chance of achieving it. Thus, becoming a Super Saiyan is not an impossible feat. Vegeta, with a smile, articulated the conditions for transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet he omitted one crucial detail. The cells must reach a certain threshold to facilitate this transformation. These cells can only manifest in a state of inner tranquility. However, Now that they reside on planet Salad, prolonged habitation will gradually enhance the proliferation of these cells. The ease with which the Scions of the Sixth Universe can transform into Super Scions is attributed to their extended residence on planet Salad, where their benevolent natures have allowed them to accumulate a significant number of these cells, enabling them to transform with minimal provocation. What is this gravity chamber? Bardock pondered aloud. Perplexed by the term, he turned to Vegeta, seeking clarification. Vegeta patiently elucidated the function of the gravity chamber. Upon learning that it could augment training by adjusting the surrounding gravitational forces, Bardock, Tora, and the others were filled with wonder. This was indeed a remarkable tool. With it, their combat prowess would undoubtedly see exponential growth. Come, take each other's hands. I shall transport you back, Vegeta smiled, encouraging Bardock and the others to link hands as he prepared to utilize instant transmission. By the way, Bardock and Chi-Chi, you may also visit Kakarot. Bardock and Chi-Chi were momentarily taken aback at the mention of Kakarot's name, their bodies trembling with a mix of disbelief and hope as they gazed at Vegeta. Their son was indeed there. Chapter 30, Returning to Earth Is Kakarot doing well? Chi-Chi inquired, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice choked with emotion. Vegeta's words struck a tender chord within her heart. As a mother, how could she not long for her child? In the past, she had dared not even dream of this moment. But hearing Vegeta utter her son's name unleashed a torrent of longing she could no longer contain, compelling her to question his well-being. Bardock remained silent, his own eyes reddening, clearly harboring concern for his youngest son. You will see for yourselves upon your return. I can assure you he is thriving. He has made many friends and is living joyfully, Vegeta reassured Chi-Chi with a smile. Indeed, Goku was flourishing on Earth. Soon, Chi-Chi and Bardock would witness this for themselves. Bardock nodded in agreement without further comment. Hand in hand, they grasped Vegeta's hand, who placed his 2 fingers upon his forehead, carefully sensing their surroundings before vanishing in an instant. After 3 uses of instant transmission, Vegeta brought Bardock and the others to the floating island, where he had previously left his energy signature, allowing them to return here. Bardock, this is Planet Salad, and inside resides Matos. Oh, and there is also an old acquaintance you should recognize. Bege led Bardock and his companions through a stone gateway, introducing them as they ventured in. Upon witnessing the otherworldly realm and the planet Salada beyond the stone door, Bardock and the others were left in awe. As Bege entered the dimension, Matos sensed his presence immediately, along with several other auras, 2 of which were particularly familiar to her. Without hesitation, Matos vanished from her original spot. Shortly after Bege and his companions entered the dimensional space, Matos appeared beside Bege, embracing him and expressing her longing. Brother Bege, you have returned. I missed you so much. Coughing to regain composure, Bege gestured for Matos to look to the side. Confused, she turned and, upon recognizing Bardock and Chinny-Eye, her face flushed crimson, especially at Bardock's peculiar expression and Chinny-Eye's suppressed laughter, prompting her to bury her face in Bege's chest, unwilling to emerge. How embarrassing. Cough, cough, young man. You truly have your ways. Bardock chuckled, complimenting Bege with a thumbs up, signaling his approval. Bege's face also turned slightly red. He cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject, keen to avoid the awkwardness. Well, we should head down. There is someone else I have yet to introduce you to. With that, he hurriedly led Matos away toward Salada. As Bardock and the others shared a knowing smile, recognizing Bege's bashfulness and refraining from teasing him further, they were curious about the familiar acquaintance Bege had mentioned. Upon landing on Salada, Bardock and his companions spotted 2 figures waiting for them from a distance. As Bege guided his friends towards the figures, they soon realized the identity of one of them, prompting simultaneous exclamations of surprise from Bardock and Paragus. Paragus, what brings you here? Bardock, you are alive. Matos had already informed Paragus of the events surrounding planet Vegeta, including its destruction by Frieza and the demise of the Saiyan race. Paragus had assumed Bardock had perished as well, so their reunion was unexpected. Bardock was equally astonished that Paragus had survived the destruction of planet Vegeta. However, his surprise quickly transformed into joy. The survival of 2 more Scions was indeed a blessing. Huh, I never imagined you would still be alive. This is wonderful. After exchanging pleasantries, Bardock learned from Paragus that his son's immense power had posed a threat to King Vegeta's son, Bege. Sensing the danger Broly represented, King Vegeta had exiled him, and Paragus had accompanied Broly, thus escaping the calamity. Paragus also learned from Bardock that Bege had forewarned them of the impending disaster. Looking towards Bege with astonishment, pondering how he had known of Frisia's intent to annihilate planet Vegeta. As Bardock and Paragus engaged in conversation, Vegeta released the spaceship, allowing Toma and the others to explore the gravity device within. Even Broly, filled with curiosity, joined them. Vegeta set the gravity to 30 times Earth's standard, enabling Toma and his companions to experience the effects of the gravity chamber. Instantly, they felt their bodies grow extraordinarily heavy. Although movement was cumbersome, their eyes sparkled with excitement. In contrast, Broly remained unaffected, appearing as if nothing had changed. Vegeta could only shake his head in disbelief. Indeed, one cannot measure genius by ordinary standards, especially when one possesses the legendary Saiyan physiology, which allows for continuous enhancement through combat. Adapting to a gravitational environment was a trivial matter for him. While Vegeta guided Toma through the gravity device, Jian discreetly led Mato to a secluded corner where they began to whisper to one another. As they conversed, Mato occasionally glanced towards Vegeta, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Thus, Bardock and his companions settled on Planet Salad, where Vegeta procured several capsule villas from the outside world. For Vegeta, the expenditure was mere trifles. With Bulma managing his finances, he had no concerns about running out of money. Moreover, given the vastness of his wealth, depleting it entirely seemed implausible. During his acquisition of the capsule villas, Vegeta also approached Bulma to request the construction of several gravity chambers. Although puzzled by his need for so many, Bulma readily agreed. Vegeta presented the capsule villas to them, instructing them on their use. Uncle Bardock, Uncle Paragus. These capsules contain villas. Simply choose a spot you like and release the villa. As for the gravity chambers, I've asked a friend to help create them, but it will take some time before each of you can have your own. For now, we only have this one gravity chamber. That's perfectly fine. We can take turns or share it among a few of us, Bardock replied, waving his hand dismissively. He was more astonished by the capsules than concerned about the gravity chamber. Vegeta smiled knowingly. How could it not be impressive? This marvel existed solely on Earth, which boasted cuisine superior to that of any other place in the universe. After all, why did Beerus frequently visit Earth? Why did he choose to incorporate Planet Salad into Earth's vicinity? It was for convenience. Stepping outside meant being on Earth. How splendid! Vegeta couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. Despite Vegeta's assertions, Bardock and his companions did not truly separate to reside in different locations. Instead, they sought a relatively flat area to live together. Time passed gradually, and before long, a month had elapsed, heralding the upcoming 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. Throughout this month, Bardock and his friends took turns training in the gravity chamber, rapidly enhancing their abilities. Bardock's combat power had reached 120,000, while Toma and the others hovered around 60,000 to 70,000. Paragus, having trained little prior, possessed a combat power of 40,000. Bege approached the abode of Bardock and Aunt Janae, gently knocking on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Janae, who greeted Bege with a warm smile before he stepped inside. Within the room, Bardock lounged on the sofa, his brow furrowing in confusion at Bege's arrival. What could this young man possibly want? A sudden thought ignited within Bardock, causing him to rise with excitement. He yearned to see Kakarot, known on Earth as Sun Wukong. Without further ado, Bege stated his purpose for visiting, to escort Bardock to meet Kakarot. Really? Janae inquired, her voice tinged with excitement as she sought validation for this revelation. Indeed, today marks the registration day for the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth, and Kakarot will be participating. We need only to attend the event to reunite with him, Bege replied with a smile, explaining that this was the very reason he had sought out Bardock and the others after hearing from Bulma about the tournament. The timing was perfect. Wukong had solidified his foundational skills under the guidance of Bobo at the Heavenly Temple. Moreover, it was essential for Wukong to meet his parents, especially since he was to wed Chi-Chi following this tournament. It was only fitting for Bardock and Janae to meet their future daughter-in-law. Bege refrained from admitting that his motivation was simply the thrill of the encounter. He genuinely wished for the well-being of Wukong and his family. Very well, let us go meet Kakarot. I wonder how he has fared all these years, Bardock mused, inhaling deeply and grasping Janae's hand, equally filled with anticipation. Let us depart. Oh, and wear this, Bege said, handing Bardock a mask. I intend to test Kakarot's strength, And with this, he won't recognize you, given how similar your faces are. Bege chuckled as he presented a theatrical monkey mask he had randomly purchased. Bardock accepted it and donned it, eager not only to see Kakarot, but also to assess his prowess. After exiting Planet Salad, Bege led Bardock and Janae toward Papaya Island, reaching their destination post-haste. As they awaited at the registration booth for the martial arts tournament, a familiar voice rang out. Bege, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Where's Medozi? I haven't seen her. Turning at the sound, Bege spotted Bulma. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, he rubbed the back of his head. He had completely forgotten about Medozi, knowing he would soon face her ire. I forgot to bring her along, Bege awkwardly explained, but before he could finish, a shout echoed from the sky. Bege and I. Medozi swiftly descended, wrapping her arms around his waist and giving it a fierce twist. Ouch! Bege gasped, feeling a sharp pang of pain. Humph. Serves you right, Bege and I. Who allowed you to abandon me and run off to play alone? As Medozi observed the pain etched on Bege's face, she reluctantly released her grip, but not without a disdainful huff as she chastised him. Ouch! Medozi, be gentle. I made a mistake. I was just eager to bring Uncle Bardock and the others here, which made me forget. I promise it won't happen again. Bege quickly begged for mercy, while the others watched their playful banter with amused expressions. Master Roshi, it has been quite some time. How have you fared in these years? After their playful exchange, Bege took Medozi's hand and approached Master Roshi to greet him, reflecting on how they had been so engrossed in their training that they had seldom visited him. Oh, I am as well as ever. But you too, after all these years, have become formidable martial artists. Your prowess is beyond my recognition. Splendid, splendid. Master Roshi nodded with satisfaction, genuinely delighted to see Bege and Medozi. While Bege engaged in conversation with Bulma and the others, he also introduced Bardock and Gnei as their elders. In truth, even without Bege's introduction, Bulma and the others had discerned Bardock's relation to Bege, as both he and Medozi bore the same tail wrapped around their waists. However, they were taken aback to discover that these two were indeed Bege and Medozi's elders, as they appeared remarkably youthful. This is characteristic of Saiyans. Their prolonged adolescence is designed for enhanced combat capabilities. Amidst their conversation, a little girl's balloon soared upwards, becoming ensnared in the treetops, causing her to wail inconsolably. Bulma stepped forward to comfort the girl, reaching out in an attempt to retrieve the balloon, but she always fell just short. At that moment, a large hand reached past Bulma and swiftly retrieved the balloon, handing it to her. Bulma paused, momentarily startled, and only upon hearing the girl's cries did she react, returning the balloon to the child while staring blankly at the man before her, unsure of his identity. Who are you? Bulma inquired directly. The man was taken aback, evidently surprised that Bulma did not recognize him. He quickly realized that the bandages wrapped around his head had concealed his identity. As he began to unravel the bandages, he spoke to Bulma, revealing himself. It is I, Son Goku. Have you truly forgotten me? Once Goku had fully unwrapped his head, a face identical to Bardock's, yet unmarred by scars, appeared before all. Bulma covered her mouth in disbelief, astonished by the transformation. Had it not been for his familiar hairstyle, she might have struggled to recognize him. Goku had matured significantly, both in appearance and stature. Bardock and Gnei, too, gaped in astonishment at Kakarot, their eyes wide with shock. Although Goku had resembled Bardock as a child, they were unprepared for how closely he mirrored his father in adulthood, albeit with a slightly more youthful countenance. Gnei covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. This was her son whom she had not seen in many years. She lifted her foot, intent on rushing toward him, only to be restrained by Bardock, who shook his head, signaling that the moment was not yet right. As Wukong conversed with Bulma, he felt two searing gazes directed at him. He turned in confusion to discover two unfamiliar figures. Yet the emotions reflected in their eyes rendered him momentarily speechless. Particularly upon seeing Janae, his heart ached, and tears threatened to well up in his eyes, leaving him bewildered. What was happening to him? It was only after he spotted Vegeta and Meadows that he finally recognized them, albeit their transformations were substantial, having grown just as he had. Brother Vegeta, Sister Meadows, you have also come. Are you here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Wukong approached them eagerly, looking forward to their participation in the event. Unfortunately, Vegeta explained that he was not there to compete, but merely to observe the festivities. Neither Meadows nor I will participate this time. However, He will, and you can face him in battle, Vegeta remarked with a smile, pointing towards Bardock, who would indeed compete. Wukong followed Vegeta's gesture and, upon sensing Bardock's formidable energy, was struck with astonishment. This, Brother Vegeta, he is incredibly strong. I am no match for him, Wukong exclaimed, his excitement evident despite the shock. Bardock, momentarily taken aback, pondered how this young man discerned his strength, as he had not noticed any detection devices on Kakarot. In truth, Bardock and Janae were unaware of how to conceal their own energy, allowing Wukong to sense their immense power effortlessly. At that moment, Master Roshi also perceived Bardock's overwhelming aura. Equally astonished. Are you afraid? Do you wish to challenge him? Vegeta teased Wukong, fully aware that despite the daunting disparity in strength, Wukong yearned for a chance to spar. Absolutely. Wukong responded without hesitation, eager to engage in a contest with Bardock. By now, Bardock had regained his composure and, intrigued by his son's desire to duel, raised an eyebrow with curiosity. Wukong's eyes sparkled with the spirit of battle as he regarded Bardock. Where are Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien? The registration deadline is fast approaching. Bulma interjected, her tone tinged with impatience as she glanced at the time. Here they come, Vegeta and Wukong exclaimed in unison. As they spoke, several figures swiftly appeared before them to register for the tournament. Wukong and Bardock also signed up, with Bardock using his own name. Once everyone had registered, Krillin and the others engaged in friendly banter with Wukong, who introduced them to Vegeta and Meadows, the legendary senior disciples. Greetings, Brother Vegeta, Sister Meadows, Krillin said, acknowledging them for the first time. Klin respectfully greeted Bege and Midusi. Upon hearing Klin's address, Bege's lips twitched. While the title was technically correct, it felt rather odd. You need not refer to us as senior brothers or sisters. Simply calling me by my name suffices. With no choice but to rectify the situation, Bege addressed Klin, for the discomfort was too much to bear. Oh, no problem. Bege, Midusi, Klin replied, echoing Bege's sentiments, then turned to Goku, embracing him with misty eyes. Goku, I've missed you dearly. Bege, witnessing Klin's words and their affectionate embrace, looked at the two with a peculiar expression. These two truly radiated passion. No wonder. In the original story, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan out of rage when Frieza killed Klin. It was indeed a manifestation of love, albeit platonic. Goku, how on earth have you grown so much taller? It's utterly unfair. After their embrace, Klin, filled with envy, remarked as he scrutinized Goku, prompting laughter from everyone present. Ha! Klin, you haven't changed a bit. Goku chuckled, teasing Klin for his unchanged demeanor. How infuriating! Klin lamented, while Bardock and Jine observed their son Kakarot frolicking with the others, wearing smiles of contentment, pleased that Kakarot was thriving in this environment. Just then, a girl clad in a blue cheapao approached Goku and greeted him. Goku, long time no see. Who are you? Goku responded, failing to recognize her. The girl, feeling slighted, stomped her feet in frustration and departed. Bege smirked as he recognized the girl to be Goku's future wife, Chi-Chi. Bardock and Jine exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had just encountered their future daughter-in-law. Klin, filled with envy, eagerly inquired how Goku came to know such a beautiful and charming girl. Goku admitted he had no idea. It seemed only Bege was privy to the truth. After their playful banter, Bege and the others entered the martial arts tournament venue. Before entering, Bege whispered a few words to Kaiatsu, who, while puzzled by Bege's request, nodded in agreement. After speaking with Kaiatsu, Bege departed to join Bulma and the others in the audience, eagerly awaiting their appearance. Soon, the contestants took to the stage to draw lots. This time, Kaiatsu was not eliminated right away. Bege had him switch numbers, ensuring he would not face Tao Pai Pai, instead pairing Bardock with Tao Pai Pai. Kaiatsu replaced the original Kaioshin's team. Thanks to Bege's intervention, the Earth's Kaioshin did not participate in this tournament, leading to a perfect outcome where everyone advanced to the preliminary rounds. With Kaiatsu's assistance, Goku and Piccolo vied for third place, while Bardock defeated Tenshinhan to contend for the championship. As in the original tale, Chi-Chi and Goku met on stage, where he announced their marriage, astonishing everyone present. However, the shock quickly transformed into a chorus of congratulations and well wishes. Klin and others also extended their congratulations, while Bardock and the audience, including Janae, gazed at Goku, who was embraced by Chi-Chi, with expressions of satisfaction. When it was time for Goku to battle Piccolo, their confrontation was exceedingly fierce. Goku and Piccolo engaged in relentless exchanges, and to the onlookers, including Tenshinhan, their battle appeared remarkably intense. However, to Bardock, it seemed rather feeble, prompting him to furrow his brow. Vegeta, seemingly sensing Bardock's thoughts, spoke up to provide an explanation for Goku's performance. Uncle Bardock, I understand your concern. You might be perplexed as to why Goku's power is so low, right? Indeed. After all, both you and Madosis are exceptionally strong, so it stands to reason that Goku should not be this weak. Bardock nodded in agreement. It was indeed a puzzlement, considering Goku lived on Earth alongside Vegeta and Madosis, making it illogical for Goku to be so inferior in strength. This is because Goku has yet to commence formal gravity training, and moreover, he prioritizes solidifying his foundation over merely enhancing his combat power. When Madosis and I were not engaged in gravity training, our combat power was quite comparable to Goku's. Vegeta's words rendered Bardock momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated that Vegeta's combat power, without gravity training, would be on par with his son Kakarot's. Suddenly, Bardock had an epiphany, revealing a look of astonishment. Indeed, once Goku begins gravity training, his strength will escalate rapidly. Vegeta confirmed Bardock's thoughts, while internally reflecting that when Goku's power surged, it would be Vegeta, upon arriving on Earth, who would be at a disadvantage. Silently, he lit a candle for the impending Vegeta, though he harbored little concern for him. After all, Vegeta was a relentless competitor whose rapid ascent in strength was astonishing, primarily due to his overwhelming pride and his relentless training methods, allowing him to keep pace with Goku's power, even if he remained the eternal second. As Bardock and Vegeta conversed, Goku and Piccolo's battle raged on. Goku seized an opening from Piccolo, deliberately allowing himself to be struck while simultaneously shattering the arena wall, leading Piccolo to believe Goku was still within the debris. Seizing the moment, Goku launched a fierce assault on Piccolo, ultimately delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the air. As Piccolo regained his composure, he noticed the blood flowing from his wounds and was consumed by rage. How dare you make a demon like me bleed? This arena shall no longer exist. Watch me obliterate it. With that, Piccolo concentrated his energy into his palms, preparing to unleash an energy wave. Goku, filled with urgency, leaped into the air to divert Piccolo's attention. Piccolo unleashed his energy wave towards Goku, who countered by punching the air to create a shockwave, altering his trajectory to evade the attack. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave struck a distant mountain, leveling it and creating a massive crater. After evading Piccolo's energy wave, Goku spun back to the ground and assumed the stance for the Kamehameha. Super Kamehameha Wave. Vegeta watched with keen interest as Goku prepared his attack, affirming that he had not made a mistake in attending, as he was about to witness a magnificent battle. Unyielding, Piccolo concentrated his strength, his body shimmering brilliantly. The immense blue wave of the Kamehameha surged forth, while Piccolo unleashed a yellow energy wave of his own. The two forces collided, yet ultimately, Goku's energy wave prevailed, driving Piccolo's energy wave back and striking him directly. The resulting explosion echoed thunderously, revealing a disheveled Piccolo, his attire tattered and torn. Damn it! Even in that fleeting moment, you instilled fear within me, unforgivable. As Piccolo descended, the onlookers recognized his identity and scattered in terror. Bardock, perplexed, watched the fleeing crowd, wondering what could possibly frighten them. After Bardock received an explanation from Vegeta regarding Piccolo's origins, he regarded Piccolo with disdain. Is this truly the so-called Demon King? Vegeta chuckled awkwardly, recalling that in the original narrative, Piccolo had once been a formidable figure, feared before the arrival of the Saiyans. Chapter 33, Goku vs. Piccolo, 2. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Vegeta, Bardock, the Dragon Ball warriors, Mai, Kenai, Master Roshi, and the referee remained around the arena. Suddenly, Piccolo bellowed, his body expanding until he reached a size comparable to a small house. He lunged toward Goku, attempting to strike him down, but Goku skillfully executed backflips to evade Piccolo's onslaught. In a moment of miscalculation, Goku leaped into the air, only to be caught by Piccolo's massive hand and slammed to the ground, remaining incapacitated for a brief moment. Piccolo approached, preparing to stomp on Goku, but just in time. Goku sprang up and dodged the impending foot. He then soared behind Piccolo, delivering a powerful kick to his knee, causing him to stumble backward. Seizing the opportunity, Goku grasped one of Piccolo's fingers and, with all his might, flung him across the arena. Piccolo regained his footing and relentlessly attacked Goku with punches and kicks, all of which Goku adeptly avoided. The intensity of their battle captivated Bulma and the others, who watched with wide eyes, not missing a single detail of the fierce combat. The clash continued, with Goku executing a flying kick that struck Piccolo in the eye, while Piccolo retaliated with a beam of energy aimed at Goku's knee, followed by a forceful stomp that pinned Goku down. Kenai, witnessing this predicament, displayed concern and stepped forward to intervene, but was restrained by Bardock. Do not worry. Kakarot is not one to succumb so easily. Trust in the unfolding battle. If it comes to it, I shall intervene to assist him, Bardock assured. Reassured by Bardock's promise, Kenai suppressed her impulse to assist and continued to observe the fierce confrontation. Goku and Piccolo remained locked in a stalemate, with Piccolo attempting to crush Goku beneath his weight, while Goku desperately pushed back, ultimately managing to lift Piccolo's foot and throw him to the ground. Heh, if this is all you've got, I have nothing to fear. Goku smiled at the fallen Piccolo, who, fueled by rage, rose once more and bellowed, his form expanding again, nearing the size of a Saiyan great ape. With a subtle smirk gracing his lips, Wukong exhibited no trace of fear. He leaped to a position parallel to Piccolo's head and, harnessing the power of the Kamehameha, propelled himself into Piccolo's mouth, arriving at his throat where he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Piccolo, doubled over in pain, coughed incessantly until he ultimately expelled Wukong from his mouth. Once he regained his composure, Piccolo reverted to his original size. How did you change back? Wukong taunted. But Piccolo remained silent, and the two resumed their battle. This time, however, they exchanged blows, each delivering punishing strikes upon the other. After Wukong was knocked to the ground, he executed a Kamehameha with his feet, utilizing its acceleration effect to land a powerful uppercut on Piccolo's chin. As Piccolo fell, two antennae on his head emitted electric sparks, striking Wukong, who was also descending. Wukong crashed to the ground, and Piccolo charged at him, delivering a punch that sent Wukong crashing through a wall. Piccolo unleashed a homing energy wave, but Wukong cleverly redirected this attack back towards Piccolo, evading just in time, causing Piccolo to be struck by his own energy wave. This time, Piccolo sustained significant injury. One of his arms exploded, rendering it immobile, and he tore it off in desperation. Aya! Piccolo's anguished cry echoed as, with each scream, a brand new arm, still glistening with green slime, grew back. Master Roshi, Bulma, and others looked on in astonishment. Even Mados was taken aback, while Vegeta and Bardock maintained their composure. I didn't realize Namekians possessed such abilities. Bardock mused, prompting Bulma to gasp in surprise. You mean Piccolo isn't from Earth? Even Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Bardock's knowledge of Piccolo's origins, but soon found it unsurprising. Bardock had traveled extensively and encountered many beings. It was no wonder he recognized Piccolo, just as Vegeta had. However, recognizing Piccolo did not equate to knowing that the Namekian had Dragon Balls. The Supreme Kai, observing the fierce clash between Wukong and Piccolo from the heavens, was equally astonished by Bardock's revelation. He had not anticipated that he was also a Namekian, and now understood why he bore a different appearance from other Earthlings. While Bardock and the others conversed, Piccolo seethed with rage, feeling utterly humiliated to be injured by his own energy attack. I shall unleash my final assault and eliminate you all at once, he declared as he clasped his shoulders, veins bulging with the accumulation of immense power. The stones on the ground began to leap and tremble under the influence of this energy. Quick, everyone get out of here! Wukong shouted to Bulma and the others, sensing the imminent danger of Piccolo's attack. However, upon seeing Vegeta, Bardock, and Mados, he hesitated momentarily, before turning back to focus solely on countering Piccolo's onslaught. Vegeta, observing Wukong's resolute demeanor, found himself involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. All right then, Wukong. Knowing that they were with Bulma, he felt assured of their safety and chose to disregard the situation, leaving Vegeta at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he would not allow Piccolo to harm Bulma and her companions. He subtly signaled to Bardock, Kairatsu, and Mado, who nodded in understanding and positioned themselves before Krillin, Master Roshi, and Bulma, conjuring a protective barrier around them. Piccolo relentlessly gathered energy, and soon, a blazing yellow aura enveloped his form. Super explosive wave. he bellowed, stretching his arms wide to unleash his full power. Goku crossed his arms, lowering his head to shield himself in preparation for the impending assault. With a thunderous roar, the super explosive wave engulfed the entire Papaya Island, a colossal beam of energy shooting high into the sky, piercing the clouds above. Goku struggled against the force at the center of the energy, being pushed backward, while Bulma and the others remained unharmed within the protective barrier crafted by Vegeta, Bardock, Kairatsu, and Mato. As the energy dissipated, Piccolo stood amidst the devastation, the island reduced to rubble. Goku had successfully withstood the onslaught, leaving Piccolo utterly astonished, his eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. He also noticed that Bulma and the others were unharmed, standing confidently before Vegeta and Mato. How is this possible? How are they unscathed? Piccolo pondered, fear creeping into his expression as he sensed the immense power emanating from Bardock and Kairatsu. However, he did not perceive the latent strength of Vegeta and Mato, yet it was evident that they were formidable enough to withstand his full-on assault. Do not worry. We mean no harm. We are merely here to watch the match, Vegeta reassured Piccolo with a smile. Bulma and the others exchanged bewildered glances at Vegeta's seemingly sincere words. Observing Piccolo's visibly shaken demeanor, Vegeta felt a sense of helplessness. He had not intended to intervene, preferring to observe the battle between Piccolo and Goku. However, he had not anticipated Piccolo resorting to such a wide-ranging attack, leaving him no choice but to act. After all, he was not one to hide like in the original story, as he was more than capable of standing his ground against Piccolo. Chapter 34. The reunion of father and son Piccolo. Do not concern yourself with them. Our contest is far from over. You have had your turn. And now it is mine, Goku declared, shouting at Piccolo as he clenched his fists at his waist, channeling all his energy, adopting a stance akin to that of a sprinter. In an instant, Goku accelerated, appearing before Piccolo and delivering a powerful punch to his face, causing his head to jerk back. Bang, 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 bang. Goku, moving with astonishing speed, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Piccolo's body. A devastating uppercut struck Piccolo in the abdomen, the intense pain forcing him to expel a mouthful of bile. His body curling up like a shrimp before Goku delivered a final kick that sent him flying off the stage. The illustrious warrior's son Wukong has emerged victorious. The referee announced Wukong's triumph with a trembling voice. Overcome with excitement, Wukong leapt into the air, exuberantly waving his fists in celebration of his hard-won victory. Clearly exhilarated by his conquest over Piccolo, rising from the edge of the arena, Piccolo cast a cold glance at Wukong, snorted disdainfully, and then turned to leave after a brief look at Vegeta and the others. He recognized that with Vegeta and his companions present, he could not eliminate Wukong. The defeat weighed heavily on him, fueling his determination to cultivate and transform further. He vowed that one day he would return, and that day would herald Wukong's demise. At that moment, Bardock ascended to the arena. Upon seeing Bardock approach, Wukong descended gracefully from the air, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Wukong, first consume a senzu bean to restore your strength. Otherwise, this fight will hold little significance, considering you have just endured a grueling battle, Bardock advised. With a smile, Vegeta tossed a senzu bean to Wukong, who, without hesitation, caught it and promptly chewed it before swallowing. Thus, the championship match of the World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The referee declared the match underway once more, and Vegeta regarded the referee with admiration. Truly, this official demonstrated unparalleled dedication, risking his life to officiate. It was commendable that he had not fled since Piccolo's identity was revealed, especially as he was merely an ordinary human. Come at me. Show me the extent of your prowess, Bardock stated, standing firmly with his arms crossed, gazing at his son. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Bardock's willingness to allow him to attack freely. Sensing Bardock's formidable strength, Wukong understood he must seize the opportunity. With a determined yell, Wukong focused all his energy and charged at Bardock, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his father's mask. Bardock raised a single finger to intercept Wukong's blow effortlessly. Following this, Wukong aimed a kick at Bardock's lower back, but Bardock did not flinch. He absorbed the force of Wukong's attack without moving an inch. Wukong continued to unleash a flurry of strikes, yet Bardock scarcely bothered to defend himself, simply enduring the onslaught. The sheer magnitude of Bardock's strength rendered Wukong's efforts futile. Below, Bulma and Master Roshi watched in wide-eyed astonishment, marveling at Bardock's incredible prowess. Vegeta, however, appeared somewhat exasperated. Bardock, his uncle, showed no inclination to hold back, standing steadfastly while Wukong struck. It seemed pointless to him. Indeed, after several futile attempts, Wukong's spirit waned. This was akin to battling a sandbag. His opponent remained motionless, and the fight lost its thrill. "I concede," Wukong declared decisively. Bardock was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Wukong had chosen to forfeit mid-battle. Yet, he remained unconcerned. Through their skirmish, he had gauged his son's capabilities. As Vegeta had remarked, although Wukong's combat power fell somewhat short, if one overlooked that aspect, he displayed considerable potential. "Greetings, Uncle Bardock. It would be more engaging if you would spar with Goku instead of remaining stationary and allowing him to strike without resistance," Vegeta remarked with a smile directed at Bardock. However, he recognized that persuading Bardock to relent would be a formidable task. "Goku, do take a moment to observe the individual before you," Vegeta continued, gesturing towards Bardock and prompting Goku to deduce his identity. "I have no idea. Brother Vegeta, who is he?" Goku asked, scratching the back of his head with a foolish grin. Initially indifferent to such matters, Goku's curiosity was piqued by Vegeta's words, particularly regarding the mystery surrounding Bardock, who had been concealing his face behind a mask since his arrival. "Uncle Bardock, the time has come for you to remove your mask and formally meet Goku," Vegeta cheerfully urged. Bardock, without further ado, recognized that having already tested his strength against Kakarot, there was no reason to withhold his true identity from his son. Slowly, he removed the mask from his face, revealing a visage strikingly akin to Goku's own, save for the two scars on his right cheek, nearly identical, as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. Upon witnessing Bardock's true appearance, Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, while Bulma, Master Roshi, and others mirrored expressions of disbelief, alternating their gaze between Bardock and Goku. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's eyes glistened with tears. The anticipation of finally recognizing her son filled her with overwhelming emotion. "Ah, how can you look exactly like me?" Goku exclaimed, his inquiry almost childlike in its simplicity. Vegeta, exasperated, could only stare in silence, as could Bulma and Krillin. The revelation was glaringly evident. "This is your father, your biological father, and that is your mother," Vegeta interjected, unable to contain himself any longer, as he pointed out Bardock's identity and then directed Goku's attention to Chi-Chi, who was now weeping profusely. "What? You are my father?" Goku stammered, momentarily bewildered, but his eyes glistened with unshed tears upon hearing Vegeta affirm Bardock's paternity. "Then, why did you abandon me?" he asked Bardock and Chi-Chi, a hint of sorrow lacing his voice. He was naive, yet not foolish. Had it not been for his grandfather's nurturing, he might not have survived. He had long believed his parents were gone, and their sudden reappearance filled him with joy, yet left him feeling aggrieved over their inexplicable abandonment. "It was not as it seems. Our actions were compelled by circumstance." Bardock had yet to speak when Chi-Chi, sensing her son's misunderstanding, quickly stepped forward to clarify. She recounted the events of that fateful time in detail. Upon concluding Chi-Chi's narrative, Goku, Bulma, and the others fell into a heavy silence. The names Planet Vegeta, the annihilation of the Saiyans, and Frieza shattered their previous understanding of reality. The revelation that a being possessed such power as to obliterate an entire planet filled Bulma and Krillin with profound dread. They had never imagined that such strength could exist. Upon discovering the truth, Wukong felt a sense of relief. As long as his parents did not genuinely intend to abandon him, everything else seemed inconsequential. Regarding the destruction of Planet Vegeta by Frieza, to be frank, Wukong did not experience profound sadness or anger. After all, he had never lived on Planet Vegeta. Having spent his childhood on Earth, the annihilation of Vegeta did not significantly affect him. In fact, his feelings toward Frieza's formidable power were a mix of admiration and exhilaration. Indeed, he was thrilled, surprised that such a powerful being existed beyond Earth. He yearned for an opportunity to test his strength against such an opponent. Chapter 35. A visit to Planet Salad. Kenny approached and embraced Wukong. Initially stiffened by the unexpected hug, Wukong soon relaxed, finding comfort in Kenny's warm embrace, reminiscent of a mother's love. After parting from Kenny, he was also embraced by Bardock, whose strong and reassuring hug provided a sense of security. "Congratulations, Wukong. You have finally found your family," exclaimed Bulma as Wukong stepped away from Bardock. Indeed. Congratulations, Wukong, Krillin echoed, followed by Yamchu, Tien, and others, who all offered their heartfelt congratulations. After receiving their well wishes, Wukong approached Vegeta to bow in gratitude, but Vegeta swiftly supported him, preventing him from bowing. What are you doing? Get up. Wukong, thank you for saving my parents and bringing them here, Wukong sincerely expressed, acknowledging Vegeta's timely intervention, which allowed him to reunite with his father and mother. Don't mention it. Uncle Bardock and Aunt Kenny saved me in Meadows when we were younger. It's no trouble at all. Besides, why should we be so formal? We are friends and brothers. This is nothing, Vegeta explained with a smile. After hearing Vegeta's words, Wukong refrained from bowing further. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached shyly, standing beside Wukong to greet Bardock and Kenny. Hello, Uncle Bardock and Aunt Kenny. I am Chi-Chi, Wukong's fiancée, blushing. She introduced herself and boldly declared her engagement to Wukong. Bardock and Kenny beamed at Chi-Chi and Wukong, pleased with their prospective daughter-in-law. They did not mind that she was not a Saiyan, especially given that their lineage had nearly been extinguished. It seemed reasonable for Wukong to marry a human rather than someone like Saraba, who was far too young and not suitable in terms of family ties. Chi-Chi, when do you plan to marry Kakarot? Kenny inquired with a warm smile. Whenever you say, Chi-Chi shyly replied, allowing Kenny to take the lead. In that case, the sooner, the better. How about holding the wedding on Planet Salad? Observing the entire process, Vegeta smiled and suggested, Bardock, upon witnessing the interaction between you and Meritus, I must say, your relationship seems quite strong. Why not host your wedding alongside Meritus? Vegeta, Meritus. The unexpected remark left Vegeta momentarily speechless, causing a hint of embarrassment as he turned to Meritus, whose cheeks flushed crimson. Upon meeting his gaze, she promptly averted her eyes. Indeed, Vegeta, you should consider having your wedding together with Meritus, Jinai chimed in, echoing Bardock's sentiment, believing it would be delightful for Goku and Vegeta to wed simultaneously. You may arrange it as you wish. I have no objections, Vegeta responded, feeling a bit bashful as he scratched the back of his head. Since Aunt Jinai and Uncle Bardock had voiced their support, he felt inclined to acquiesce. The bond he shared with Meritus, aside from the formalities of a wedding, was akin to that of a married couple, even though they had yet to cohabitate. Once Vegeta consented, Bardock coordinated with Bulma and the others to finalize the date. A week later, they would celebrate the weddings of Goku and Chi-Chi, as well as Vegeta and Meritus, on the planet Salada. The group departed from Papaya Island, with Vegeta leading Goku, Bulma, and the others to explore the surroundings of Salada. They were all taken aback to discover a floating island above the West City. Their astonishment only deepened upon passing through a stone archway and witnessing Salada's self-sustaining operation within. When they learned that this was a result of Vegeta's wish upon the Dragon Balls, they were rendered speechless. Wait, when did you make that wish? We had no idea. Bulma voiced the collective confusion, noting that a wish typically darkened the sky, which should have alerted them. I didn't use Earth's Dragon Balls. I wished upon those from Namek, Vegeta clarified, dispelling their doubts. Realization dawned upon them, and they acknowledged the power of the Namekian Dragon Balls, vowing to experience their wonders when the opportunity arose. As they stepped onto Salada, Goku, Chi-Chi, and Bulma were immediately weighed down by the planet's intense gravity, collapsing onto the ground. Vegeta, Bardock, Jinai, Meritus. Haha. Look, brother Vegeta, they're all flattened by the gravity here. Meritus was the first to react, bursting into laughter that brought tears to her eyes. Vegeta's lips twitched in discomfort as he rubbed his forehead, recalling that Salada's gravity was 10 times that of Earth. While Goku and Krillin managed better, Bulma, being an ordinary person, faced the brunt of the burden. Vegeta raised a hand to create a protective shield around Bulma, leaving the others to fend for themselves. They were martial artists, after all, and should be able to withstand such minor gravity. Goku struggled to rise, his weight compounded by the gravity suit he had donned, making his exertion all the more challenging. Krillin, Yamchu, Chi-Chi, and Master Roshi struggled to rise to their feet. Brother Vegeta, the gravity here is overwhelming. I can hardly bear it, Goku remarked, wiping the incessant sweat from his brow. Krillin and the others nodded in unison, fully agreeing with Goku's assessment. However, Vegeta, with a smile, uttered words that left Goku utterly astonished. This is nothing. The gravity on our original planet Vegeta was just as intense. Even the frozen planet of the cosmic tyrant Frisia is perpetually frigid. It is only under such conditions that the Saiyans and Frisia possess such formidable strength. Of course, both Merus and I have already adapted to training under 150 times the normal gravity, and your father Bardock has acclimated to 40 times. If Bulma can create a gravity chamber with even greater intensity, I could further enhance my training. Naturally, Goku and Krillin, you are welcome to join me in this gravity training. Goku and Krillin were taken aback. The thought of 150 times the normal gravity was beyond their imagination. They would surely be crushed to a pulp under such weight. Brother Vegeta, you are truly impressive. In that case, I too shall partake in gravity training, Goku exclaimed, his initial shock giving way to excitement. Bulma, suddenly recalling something, retrieved a capsule box from her bag and handed it to Vegeta. Speaking of which, I remember you asked me to continue developing gravity chambers. I have created 10 in total, and thanks to the materials you brought back from space, I have set the gravity enhancement to a maximum of 500 times. Upon hearing Bulma's words, not only were Goku and the others astounded, even Vegeta momentarily stood in stunned silence. A staggering 500 times gravity. One could only say that Bulma is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 36. The wedding. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Bulma wore a satisfied smile. Now you see how remarkable I am, she said. Vegeta gave her a thumbs up, and Goku and the others followed suit. However, given this revelation, the wedding would not be held on Planet Salad, but rather in West City, as they would struggle to acclimate to the gravity here. Vegeta, noticing the fatigue on Krillin and the others, suggested this shift, recognizing their oversight. While the gravity here posed little challenge for him, it was considerably difficult for Krillin and his companions. That sounds splendid. The gravity here is truly excessive. West City is far better. Krillin was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Following him, Yamchu, Tien, and the others also enthusiastically supported the proposal. Then I shall take care of the wedding arrangements, Bulma declared, stepping forward to oversee the planning. Being located in West City, it was a task she could easily manage. With the arrangements settled, Bulma and the others prepared to leave. As for the tour, it could wait for another time. The gravity here was too intense, and she would return once she had developed a device to regulate her own gravity. After escorting Bulma and the others back to West City, Vegeta began preparations for the wedding. Time passed, and during this period, Goku met his grandfather, Son Gohan, and the Supreme Deity while assisting the Ox King in extinguishing the flames of Fire Mountain. Wukong shared with Sun Wufan the joyous news of his reunion with his parents, and Sun Wufan, in turn, expressed gratitude for his grandson's newfound connection. Following the wisdom of Taishang Laojun, Wukong embarked on a quest to gather materials to mend the stove, ultimately extinguishing the flames of Fire Mountain forever. The long-awaited wedding of Wukong and Chi-Chi, along with Vegeta and Meidu OC, had finally arrived, presided over by the familiar figures of the fortune-telling grandmother, Bull Demon King, Master Roshi, and others, including Bardock and his team. Captain, who would have thought that just after reuniting with your son, he would be getting married? It seems you shall soon embrace the role of grandfather, chuckled Toma, observing Wukong with a smile. Bardock, also touched, reflected on Toma's words, realizing that had Vegeta not brought them back in time, he might have missed his son's wedding. Yet, he felt a sense of contentment, knowing his son had finally established his own family. As the fortune-telling grandmother concluded her wedding remarks, she offered a complimentary reading for the newlyweds. Peering into the crystal ball to glimpse their future, her laughter echoing joyfully. Following the ceremony, Wukong and Vegeta escorted their brides back to their respective abodes for the wedding night. Wukong and Chi-Chi settled into a standalone villa in West City, a decision influenced by his reunion with Bardock. Unlike in the original tale, he chose to invest in a villa rather than reside in the Baozi Mountain, utilizing funds from Vegeta's bank card. This arrangement not only facilitated Chi-Chi's travels, but also made it convenient for Wukong to visit Bardock, who resided nearby, and allowed him to train on Salada Planet. Vegeta, meanwhile, returned to his villa on Salada Planet with Meidu OC. He gazed at her in her exquisite white wedding gown, which accentuated her alluring figure, and the blush on her beautiful face sent his adrenaline soaring. Brother Vegeta, please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel shy, Meidu OC said, turning her head away bashfully. Vegeta, grinning sheepishly, gently cupped her face and brought her gaze back to him. Meidu OC, I love you, he declared, sealing his words with a kiss, as they fell onto the bed. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. During this time, Chi-Chi bore Wukong a son named Sun Wufan, while Meduosi gave birth to a daughter named Lalis. Perhaps due to both Vegeta and Meduosi's ability to transform into Super Saiyans, Lalis exhibited an astounding battle power of 15,000 at birth, surpassing even Broly. Though she did not possess the legendary Saiyan bloodline, this revelation brought a sigh of relief to Vegeta, for while the legendary bloodline had its merits, it often led to a loss of rationality, unlike the Saiyan bloodline, where strength could be cultivated through diligence. Though the flaw of losing reason was far more challenging to remedy, Sun Wufan and Lalis were born nearly simultaneously, with Wufan arriving 5 months prior, naturally earning the title of Lalis' elder brother. He frequently visited Salada Planet to play with Lalis. 1 month after giving birth to Laris, Medozi resumed her training in the gravity chamber, and Vegeta followed suit in his own rigorous regimen. Once Chi-Chi had completed her postpartum recovery, Goku brought her to Salad Planet, where he immediately entered the gravity chamber to continue his training. Although Chi-Chi did not partake in the gravity chamber exercises, she assisted Jian on Salad Planet with various tasks. Eventually, Goku and Chi-Chi decided to relocate to Salad Planet, as Chi-Chi had become largely acclimated to its gravitational force. Vegeta also accompanied Goku to Yardrat to learn the instant transmission technique and sensing skills, before heading to the North Kai's realm to master the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Over the span of 4 years, both Vegeta and Medozi adapted to the 500 times gravity, with Vegeta's combat power skyrocketing from 4.8 million to an astounding 12 million, while Medozi achieved a combat power of 10 million. However, Vegeta sensed that his growth through the gravity chamber was reaching its limits. He reflected that mere gravitational training offered only marginal gains in strength. True enhancement could only be attained through continuous battles, as well as advancing to the next level of Super Saiyan, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, which would significantly amplify his power. Meanwhile, Goku, through 3 years of diligent effort, adjusted to 300 times gravity, elevating his combat power from 1.05 million to a remarkable 8 million, surpassing his father Bardock's 1.5 million power level, leaving Bardock astounded. Vegeta felt a twinge of anxiety. It was undeniable that as the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Goku's training speed was exceptional. Observing Goku's rapid progress, Vegeta experienced a sense of urgency, yet this very feeling fueled his determination to train even harder. One day, Goku, accompanied by Gohan, and Vegeta with Medozi and Laris, made their way to Kame House. After 4 years of separation, Bulma proposed a gathering at Kame House, which both Vegeta and Goku readily accepted. Meanwhile, a spherical spaceship approached Earth, eventually landing on its surface. As the hatch opened, a figure emerged, Goku's brother, Raditz. Raditz's arrival signified the official commencement of the Dragon Ball saga. How do I return? How can there be so many life forms on this planet? What has Kakarot been up to? Never mind, I'll find Kakarot first. Raditz casually killed a civilian and, detecting 4 powerful energies, set off toward their location. He soon encountered Piccolo, who, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Raditz, dared not move. Nevertheless, Piccolo launched an energy blast at Raditz, which was effortlessly deflected. As Raditz prepared to eliminate Piccolo, he sensed 3 powerful energies approaching rapidly and immediately pursued them. This must be Kakarot. Kakarot, just wait. Chapter 37. Raditz descends upon Earth. Raditz continued his pursuit of Vegeta, Goku, and Medozi. Once Raditz departed, Piccolo knelt on one knee. Gasping for breath, I found myself utterly daunted by the imposing presence of my opponent, rendering me motionless. Cursed be it. Vegeta, filled with reluctance, contemplated the direction in which Raditz had departed and decided to follow suit. Simultaneously, both Bulma and Goku, along with Meadows, sensed an unfamiliar aura descending upon Earth. Unlike the original narrative, Goku and his companions had significantly enhanced their powers, rendering their senses far more acute. Vegeta discerned the aura as that of a Saiyan and, recalling the plot of Dragon Ball, swiftly deduced the identity of the newcomer, Raditz. This indicated that the events of Dragon Ball were indeed unfolding. Brother Vegeta, this is the aura of a Saiyan. Could it be that aside from Uncle Bardock, there are other surviving Saiyans? Meadows also sensed the presence. Yet she was filled with confusion, pondering how other Saiyans could exist when, apart from herself, Vegeta, and Uncle Bardock, all others had been annihilated by Frieza, save for the early exiled Broly and his father. Only time will reveal the truth. He is making his way towards us. For now, let us not concern ourselves with him. He poses no significant threat. We should first visit Master Roshi, Vegeta remarked with a smile, dismissing Raditz as inconsequential, merely a weakling. Lesser even than Nappa, and utterly lacking in resolve. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku and Meadows nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the foe's inferior strength posed little concern for them. Furthermore, with children in their care, engaging in battle would complicate matters. Thus, it was prudent to proceed to Master Roshi's abode and await the adversary there. Upon arriving at Master Roshi's residence, Goku, Vegeta, and Meadows had scarcely set down the children when Raditz arrived. Exchanging glances, they stepped outside, only to find Raditz descending from the sky. Kakarot, you must be Kakarot. Upon seeing your face, I was certain of your identity. For you bear an uncanny resemblance to our deceased father, Raditz declared. Goku, suppressing a laugh, found amusement in the fact that Raditz was unaware of Bardock's survival, and his assertion regarding their father's death was bound to leave him bewildered. What are you saying? Our father is very much alive, as are our mother and father. Goku retorted sharply, taken aback by Raditz's nonsensical claim about his father's demise. Our father perished alongside planet Vegeta, Raditz continued. But why does this planet still harbor life? Why have you not exterminated them? You are also Saiyans. What is the meaning of this? As Raditz continued his discourse with Goku, he inadvertently glanced at Vegeta and Meadows, his shock palpable upon noticing the tails wrapped around their waists. How could there be other Saiyans? Hadn't only he, Nappa, Vegeta, and Kakarot remained? Yet, he dismissed his confusion. Nevertheless, you are Saiyans, and thus you must submit to Prince Vegeta. Come, let us go forth to meet Prince Vegeta and pledge your allegiance to him. Though Raditz was astonished to discover that other Saiyans existed besides Kakarot, he remained indifferent, as the other party was destined to follow Vegeta just like him. Brother Vegeta, who is he? Why does he wear such an arrogant expression? And who is this Prince Vegeta he speaks of? Upon observing Raditz's haughty demeanor, Goku couldn't help but wonder about the identity of this so-called Prince Vegeta. The tone of Raditz suggested that this Prince Vegeta was quite formidable. Vegeta was the son of the former king of planet Vegeta, who was the sovereign of the Saiyans. Thus, Vegeta was indeed the prince of the Saiyans, but all of that was in the past. Planet Vegeta had been annihilated, and Vegeta was no longer a prince. Vegeta suppressed a chuckle as he explained Raditz's identity to Goku, thoroughly entertained by Raditz's foolish bravado, boasting in the name of Vegeta while possessing a considerably weak power level. Oh, so that's it. I thought he was powerful, but he is merely a former Saiyan prince. Goku promptly lost interest in this so-called Prince Vegeta, finding more excitement in sparring with his brother Vegeta or sister Melodies. You all dare to underestimate me. Raditz had yet to finish his sentence when Gohan and Laris burst out from the Turtle Hermit's house. Dad, I want to fight him. He cursed Grandpa to death. Mom and Dad, I want to fight him too. Don't intervene. He's too weak. If you step in, Laris 1T get to play. Gohan and Laris both pleaded with their respective parents, Goku, Vegeta, and Melodies, primarily eager to engage in battle. Due to Bardock's legacy, and with Bulma managing the finances of the Saiyans, Chi-Chi did not lack for money. Consequently, Gohan did not become a scholar as in the original narrative, but trained in martial arts alongside Goku. Alright, you two can play. But remember not to hold back too much. He still has his uses. Vegeta affectionately ruffled his daughter Laris's hair, smiling as he spoke, while Goku agreed to Gohan's request. Sensing Raditz's significantly low power level and feeling no desire to fight, in the end, Gohan and Laris decided who would face Raditz by playing rock, paper, scissors. Gohan emerged victorious. Laris pouted in displeasure, but had no choice but to concede Raditz to Gohan. You dare to look down on me? You pathetic weaklings with power levels of only 1200 dare to underestimate me. Raditz seethed with rage, having detected through his scouter that Vegeta, Goku, and Melodies had power levels around 1200, while Gohan and Laris were slightly above 500, audaciously declaring him weak. Unbeknownst to him, Goku and Vegeta had merely suppressed their energy levels. Had Raditz known their true power, he would have been terrified. Even Krillin and others, who had trained in the gravity chamber over the years, saw significant increases in their strength, reaching around 500,000, albeit not as much as Goku and Vegeta's Saiyan enhancements. Uncle, I'm going to attack now. You better be careful. Gohan was filled with excitement as he addressed Raditz before launching an attack. In a swift motion, he appeared before Raditz and struck with a powerful punch. Raditz hastily raised both hands to block Gohan's blow. Bang! Raditz was sent flying by Gohan's punch, skidding a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. How is this possible? Wasn't his combat power only 500? Now it seems to be 2,000. As Raditz felt the searing pain radiating from where Gohan's fist had struck his arm, he gazed at Gohan's astonished expression. His pallor intensified upon seeing the readings from his scouter, which indicated Gohan's combat power had indeed surged to 2,000. How could he be so weak? I have hardly displayed even 10% of my strength. Gohan felt a sense of tedium. His true power stood at a staggering 29,000, while Raditz was even higher at 45,000, given that he was born with a combat power 15,000 greater than Gohan's. Seeing the opportune moment, Vegeta, noticing Gohan's waning interest in continuing the battle, raised his hand and fired a beam, shattering Raditz's scouter. The message he wished to convey to Vegeta had been successfully transmitted, rendering the scouter obsolete. Raditz looked on in fear at Vegeta, realizing that upon learning Gohan's true combat power, he could only surmise that Vegeta, Goku, and the others possessed even greater strength. He dared not move a muscle, remaining rooted in place, while Gohan returned, having lost interest in further sparring with Raditz. At that moment, Piccolo also arrived, eliciting a smirk from Vegeta. Chapter 38. Vegeta's Journey to Earth. Hey, Piccolo, long time no see. Goku greeted Piccolo with a wave. Piccolo awkwardly turned his head away. Truthfully, he did not wish to encounter Goku, as Goku's power surpassed his own, coupled with the presence of Vegeta and the others. His aspirations of ruling Earth had significantly diminished. Vegeta paid no mind to Raditz's thoughts and pulled out his phone to make a call. With Bulma's assistance and research, he had finally managed to connect a call to Planet Salad without interference from the dimensional barriers. The call was quickly answered, and Bardock's voice came through the receiver. Hello? Why are you calling me, Vegeta? Your uncle Bardock is eager to enter the gravity chamber for training. I am quite displeased being surpassed by all of you. Bardock rambled on, his irritation fueled by Goku's achievements. Naturally, it was a bit awkward for him to witness his son, who once had a lower combat power, now surpassing him. However, pride still swelled within him. Vegeta had no choice but to interrupt Bardock's lengthy monologue to get to the point, or else he would continue for ages. Uncle Bardock, Raditz, your eldest son, has come to Earth. He is currently at Kame House. You should come here. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Bardock fell silent for a moment before abruptly hanging up. Vegeta chuckled at the busy signal, knowing that Bardock was undoubtedly racing over. Is he truly my elder brother? Wukong scrutinized Raditz, his expression awkward as he turned to Vegeta. The sudden emergence of an older brother left him feeling rather strange. Indeed, he is your elder brother. How does it feel to have an older sibling? Meadows cheerfully confirmed Raditz's identity. Raditz stood frozen, as he had just heard Vegeta refer to his father by the name Bardock. Could it be? Before he could dwell on the thought, two figures appeared on the horizon. Making their way toward them, Bardock and Jine. Soon, Bardock and Jine landed on Kame House, where Bulma and Master Roshi also noticed Bardock's arrival. However, they were taken aback to discover that Wukong had an older brother. They had assumed that Bardock and Jine had only one child, Wukong. Bardock and Jine immediately spotted their eldest son Raditz outside, who in turn recognized his parents. His eyes welled with tears, and Bardock and Jine shared the same sentiment. They had believed their eldest son had perished alongside Planet Vegeta. After all, when they sought to find Raditz, they realized he had left with Vegeta, and thus, they had no choice but to depart from Planet Vegeta with heavy hearts. Raditz, mother, father, Jine called out to her son, and Raditz echoed their names in a heartfelt reunion. Jine enveloped Raditz in her embrace, her eyes sparkling with joy and tears streaming down her cheeks. My Raditz is alive. How wonderful. Bulma and the others were deeply moved by this touching scene of mother and son reunited. Vegeta, what on earth happened? Although Bardock was elated to find his son alive, he was also puzzled by Raditz's sudden appearance and thus inquired of Vegeta. Vegeta, without reservation, recounted everything that had transpired since Raditz's arrival, including his words. Raditz. Upon hearing Vegeta's account, Bardock quickly turned to his eldest son. His teeth clenched as he spat out Raditz's name. Raditz shivered, for he feared his father the most. Upon hearing Bardock's fierce call, he hastily hid behind his mother, Jine. Vegeta watched this spectacle with a teasing grin, feeling no sympathy for Raditz, as he had merely stated the truth without embellishment. Jine glared at Bardock. her expression clearly warning him not to lay a hand on her son. Bardock, feeling utterly helpless, recognized that Raditz had been spoiled by Jine. Vegeta suppressed his laughter at Bardock's predicament, well aware that as long as Aunt Jine was present, Bardock would be unable to discipline Raditz. Indeed, despite Bardock's desire to reprimand Raditz, he was constrained by Jine's presence. With Bulma, Master Roshi, and Wukong urging him, Bardock eventually relented, though he vowed to train Raditz thoroughly, ensuring that while he would not punish him physically, he would not escape the rigors of training. After the farce concluded, Vegeta and his companions re-entered the Turtle Hermit's abode to resume the gathering that had yet to commence. Bardock and Jine, too, coaxed the visibly reluctant Raditz to join them. Having arrived, it would be impolite to depart immediately, so they decided to partake in the festivities together. On a distant planet in the cosmos, a bald giant and a youth with an extravagant hairstyle sat atop a tree stump, consuming the flesh of an unidentified creature while a campfire blazed before them. Nappa, who do you suppose this newly emerged Saiyan on Earth is? They must possess considerable strength. Even Kakarot's son boasts a power level of 2,000, whereas he initially started with only 500. This suggests they can control their combat abilities. However, it was unfortunate that the scouter had been damaged, preventing them from acquiring further valuable information. Vegeta, gnawing on his meat, conversed with Nappa. To be frank, he harbored a certain concern regarding Kakarot and the other two Saiyans' prowess. He would not allow any Saiyan to surpass him. He was the mightiest Saiyan, the prince of the Saiyans, an elite warrior. Indeed, every one of Kakarot's offspring possesses a battle power of 2,000. Therefore, Kakarot and those two Saiyans must be even more formidable. What will become of Vegeta? Shall we venture to Earth? Nappa expressed his reluctance, aware that Kakarot and the other two Saiyans were likely stronger, possibly even more so than Vegeta himself. Though he dared not voice this thought. Why not? We shall depart immediately after this meal. I am eager to ascertain the true extent of Kakarot's strength, as well as that of those two Saiyans. They are mere low-ranking warriors. I refuse to believe they can surpass me. I am the finest elite warrior, the prince of the Saiyans. Very well. Though Nappa was somewhat unwilling, he nodded in agreement to accompany Vegeta to Earth. After finishing their meal, the two made their way to the spaceship and lay down within. We should remain there for about a year. It has been a long time since I've had a proper rest. As Vegeta's voice echoed from within the ship, its hatch simultaneously sealed shut. At the same moment, on the Frisia Force's galactic headquarters, Frisia received a report from his subordinates regarding the eavesdropped conversation of Vegeta and his companions. Oh, I did not anticipate that besides Vegeta, there would still be surviving Saiyans. A power level of merely 2,000? A bunch of worthless trash. There is no need to concern ourselves with Vegeta's presence. He should be able to eliminate those Saiyans effortlessly. Frisia, seated upon his hovering throne, remained utterly unconcerned about the Saiyans on Earth. Chapter 39. Cooler. This situation had drawn the attention of both Vegeta and Frisia, as Vegeta and Nappa hastened toward Earth. Vegeta estimated that within a year at most, the Frisia Force and he would arrive at their destination. Upon sharing this conjecture with Goku, Bardock, Bulma, and the others, their reactions varied significantly. It is true that Vegeta miscalculated. Only two Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa, arrived on Earth, while Frisia did not make an appearance. However, Vegeta and his companions remain oblivious to the reasons behind the misinformation. Goku is exhilarated, as he has longed for the opportunity to confront Frisia. Having heard tales from Vegeta and his father Bardock about Frisia's formidable strength, which ignites his desire for battle. Conversely, Bardock falls into silence, his gaze betraying a deep-seated hatred. Being a native of planet Vegeta, Bardock's upbringing starkly contrasts with Goku's, who was raised on Earth since childhood. Similarly, Vegeta and Melody's have their own stories. Vegeta left planet Vegeta not long after arriving, while Melody's endured bullying from other Saiyans during her formative years on the same planet, leaving her devoid of any emotional ties to it. The only ones who likely harbor feelings for planet Vegeta are Bardock's squad and Vegeta, the prince. Bardock's arm is held by Chinny, who looks at him with concern. She understands that Bardock is immersed in the hatred and sorrow stemming from Frisia's destruction of their homeland, and with the news of Frisia's impending arrival on Earth. Bardock's emotions are undoubtedly tumultuous. Nearby, Letize is gripped by fear. Having worked closely alongside Frisia, he acutely feels the weight of Frisia's power and is thus terrified of him. Upon hearing that Frisia would come to Earth, he trembles in fear, while Bulma and the others, though shocked and somewhat frightened, do not share Letai's intensity of dread. Having never encountered Frisia themselves, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Bardock informs Vegeta and Melodies, bidding farewell to Bulma and the others as he departs with Chinny and Letais, leaving Goku behind. What is wrong with Dad? Why did he leave so suddenly? Goku wonders, puzzled by his father's abrupt exit. Alas, if I am not mistaken, Uncle Bardock is likely eager to return to his training. After all, his combat power is merely 1.5 million, which is insufficient to face Frisia, prompting his urgency to enhance his strength. Vegeta sighs, sharing his conjecture regarding Bardock's hasty departure. Perhaps we should leave Frisia for your father to battle. If you wish to test your skills, I can introduce you to another individual who is even more formidable than Frisia, Vegeta proposes. Who is it? Goku inquires with curiosity and surprise, eager to learn about this individual whom Vegeta claims to be superior to Frisia. Melodies, too, is intrigued, as Frisia's combat power of 120 million is hardly a match for her, which is why she holds little interest in confronting him. Cooler. Bege softly uttered 2 words. Indeed, he was referring to Frisia's elder brother, Cooler, whose combat power had reached an astounding 4.7 billion. Upon hearing Bege disclose Cooler's identity and his formidable strength, both Goku and Matos were taken aback. This power was nearly on par with Matos in her Super Saiyan form, surpassing Goku's Super Saiyan strength by a staggering 70 million. Krillin and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. What kind of combat power was this? Were battles now measured in the billions? After the initial shock, Goku's spirits soared, filled with exhilaration and eagerness. Yes. Bege, take me with you. I yearn to battle Cooler. Matos, equally restless, clamored for Bege to include her in the confrontation. After all, it was a rare opportunity to face an opponent of similar caliber. Bege chuckled and readily consented, first instructing Bulma and the others to look after Gohan and Lollies. Once he had given his instructions, Bege took Goku and Matos by the hand and vanished in an instant. Left behind, Gohan and Lollies gazed enviously at the spot where Bege and the others had disappeared, wishing they could join them. But their own combat power was far too low to accompany them. In the skies above the cosmic Cooler headquarters, Bege, Matos, and Goku materialized above the base. Bege raised his hand, conjuring an energy sphere, which he hurled downwards towards the facility. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the entire base, followed by the formation of a mushroom cloud. Once the cloud dissipated, a vast area of the base lay in ruins, transformed into a massive crater several dozen meters wide. In the aftermath of the explosion, alarms blared throughout the base, signaling an enemy attack. Having completed this act, Bege, Matos, and Goku hovered in the air, awaiting Cooler's arrival. What is happening? How could the base be under attack? Find out who is responsible. I shall make them pay dearly. Cooler stormed into the command room, angrily demanding answers from a subordinate entrusted with monitoring the base's security. My Lord Cooler, the base has been assaulted by unidentified enemies. I am now transmitting the recorded footage. The trembling soldier reported, fearful that any displeasure from Cooler might result in his demise. Cooler released the soldier, who hastily scrambled to the control panel, swiftly operating the computer. Soon, the main screen illuminated with images from outside the base, revealing the scene and the enormous crater. Upon seeing the devastation, Cooler clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. As the camera panned upward, it revealed 3 unfamiliar dark figures. The image zoomed in, and Bege and his companions appeared prominently on the central screen. Upon recognizing their forms and the tails at their waists, Cooler's pupils flared with crimson light, and the central screen exploded, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Saiyans. Damn it, they are Saiyans. My foolish brother Frisia has failed to exterminate them all, allowing them to come here. They dare to show themselves here and even vandalize my base. How audacious. Those accursed Saiyan wildlings. Since Frisia failed to eradicate you completely, allow me to take on that task. I shall ensure that not a trace of you remains. Cooler roared in fury, astonished to discover that the assailants of his base were indeed Saiyans, a despicable race that affronted his dignity. Swiftly exiting the control room of his base, he took flight towards Vegeta and his companions. Upon descending 3 meters in front of them, the anger on Cooler's face abruptly vanished, replaced by an expression of calmness. Do you know where you are? And who I am? You dare to assault my base? I know. You are Cooler, Frisia's brother. We have come to find you. I wish to challenge you to a duel. Before Vegeta could respond, Goku stepped forward, eager to answer Cooler's inquiry. Vegeta remained speechless. Well, after all, he did bring Goku along to fight, so it was fine to let Goku take a few hits. Chapter 40. Cooler's final form with Goku's battle power exceeding 8 million. Even transforming into a Super Saiyan would only yield a power level of 400 million, which still paled in comparison to Cooler's might. It was highly likely that Goku could not defeat Cooler. Vegeta intended for Goku to experience some hardship to deter him from constantly seeking battles with stronger foes. When the time came for him to intervene, it would not even be necessary, as he was merely an observer. Glancing at the eager melodies beside him, Vegeta felt a sense of helplessness. She too was a battle enthusiast, often seeking sparring matches with Broly, only to lose each time. In this timeline, Broly possessed a kind heart and was unaccustomed to fighting. Otherwise, he could have dominated the universe. In response to Goku's provocation, Cooler remained surprisingly composed. He had just received battle power data from his subordinates regarding the three opponents, which indicated just over 1,000. However, he found that hard to believe. Given the level of destruction they had just caused, their battle power must be at least 10 million, suggesting they were concealing their true strength. Yet, he dismissed their power as insignificant. A mere 10 million battle power was nothing he could not eliminate with ease. His restraint was merely to gauge the Saiyans' capabilities. Let us fight over there. Cooler casually pointed to a distant planet, addressing Goku. He had no desire to battle on his home turf, as doing so would damage his base. Thus, he sought a more suitable location for their confrontation, granting him freedom to engage without restraint. All right, Goku exclaimed, soaring towards the planet Cooler indicated. He felt indifferent about the destination, as long as he could engage in battle with Cooler. As Goku flew out of Cooler's base into the vacuum of space, Cooler was momentarily astonished by the Saiyans' ability to survive in such an environment. However, it was a fleeting surprise. He was unconcerned about their survival in the cosmos. His strength was formidable enough that even without the vacuum, he could annihilate these Saiyans. Thus, he quickly regained his impassive demeanor and followed Goku into the void. Certainly, the ability of the Saiyans to survive in the cosmos was a boon granted to Vegeta through his wish to the Dragon Balls during those 4 years. As he prepared to confront the Frieza race, known for their ability to endure in the vacuum of space, Vegeta, aware of the Saiyans' vulnerabilities, sought to rectify this deficiency. The group arrived on the planet, with Goku and Cooler standing face to face on the ground, while Vegeta and Midus observed from a distant hill, watching the unfolding battle. Goku refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan. Instead, he launched a direct attack on Cooler, aiming to gauge his adversary's combat prowess. This tendency of Goku to hold back, even when aware of the formidable strength of his opponent, was one of his recurring flaws. With a resounding thud, Goku's punch was effortlessly caught by Cooler with a single hand. Undeterred, Goku pressed on, unleashing a barrage of strikes with his fists, elbows, knees, and legs. Yet Cooler parried every blow with ease. Gradually, Cooler grew impatient and seized upon a fleeting opening, delivering a powerful punch to Goku's abdomen. The impact sent Goku sprawling backward, his body contorting like a shrimp before crashing to the ground. Coughing up blood, Goku realized the severity of his injuries from that single blow. In haste, he consumed a Senzu bean, allowing his wounds to heal instantaneously. Cooler, momentarily taken aback by Goku's rapid recovery, soon dismissed it. Growing weary of the battle due to Goku's apparent weakness. Is this all your strength? Unleash your full power, or perish. Goku, rubbing the back of his head, acknowledged that the previous strike had nearly claimed his life. He understood that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he stood no chance against Cooler, as even a casual hit could prove fatal. With a mighty shout, Goku's aura surged, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. His hair stood on end, turning golden, while his eyebrows and pupils shifted to a striking emerald green. Goku ascended into the Super Saiyan form. Cooler, momentarily stunned by this transformation, received a report through his communicator that Goku's battle power had soared to an astounding 400 million, leaving him utterly astonished. The sight of Goku resonated with the legends passed down in his family. Super Saiyan. Damn it, that fool Frieza failed to eradicate the Saiyans completely, allowing them to become the legendary Super Saiyans. Cooler cursed through gritted teeth, his composure beginning to unravel as he glanced at Vegeta and Midus. There's no way they could also transform into Super Saiyans. Let us commence our battle, Goku declared, his emerald eyes fixed coldly on Cooler. His transformation had rendered him emotionally detached and irritable. In an instant, Goku vanished from his position, reappearing before Cooler and delivering a powerful punch to his face. The force sent Cooler hurtling back, crashing into the mountainside, where he was soon buried beneath the surrounding rubble. The earth trembled with a resounding roar, echoing the chaos of the battle. The surrounding rocks were shattered as Gula shouted from beneath the pit, his previous calmness utterly replaced by an overwhelming fury. His blood-red eyes fixated intensely upon Goku. Damn it! That cursed Saiyan monkey has dared to injure me. How long has it been since I last suffered harm? Haha. But do you think this is the extent of my power? I can transform as well, and my strength will surge exponentially upon doing so. Goku remained composed, Gula's words failing to stir any turmoil within him, though he was somewhat surprised to learn of Gula's ability to transform. Very well, then. Transform. And I shall await your display. I am eager to witness the extent of your newfound prowess. Vegeta, taken aback, silently questioned Goku's decision to grant the enemy such an opportunity. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening, confident that he would ultimately be there to support Goku. Indeed, Goku was unperturbed, knowing that with both Vegeta and Meritus by his side, he need not fear unforeseen complications. Allowing Gula to transform would only enhance the excitement of the battle. Haha, you shall regret this. Behold my true power, Gula bellowed as he clenched his fists. His energy surged dramatically, his physique expanding. A helmet of armor sprouting atop his round head, while a protective shield encased his mouth and curved blade armor formed around his wrists. With this transformation, Gula's combat strength skyrocketed to an astounding 4.7 billion. As Goku sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Gula, his expression grew serious, yet he was also invigorated. Very well. This is my ultimate transformation, the culmination of my strength. With renewed confidence, Gula prepared for battle, his power now surpassing that of the Saiyan. Goku wasted no time. Recognizing Gula's successful transformation and heightened abilities, he launched directly into combat. Chapter 41. Goku vs. Gula. Gula raised his hand, unleashing an energy beam toward Goku, who effortlessly swatted it aside, sending it crashing into a distant hill. The ground trembled as a semicircular wave of energy enveloped several kilometers of terrain. After deflecting the energy beam, Goku swiftly appeared before Gula, delivering a kick aimed at his head. Gula raised a fist to block the strike. Undeterred, Goku attempted another kick with his opposite leg, which Gula similarly countered. In the midst of parrying Goku's attack, a flash of red ignited in Gula's eyes, and two energy beams shot forth toward Goku. Goku expertly dodged the beams, executing a backflip that allowed him to land a kick to Gula's chin, forcing him to stagger 2 steps backward. Both combatants regained their footing and paused, assessing one another, refraining from immediate further attacks. Suddenly, both figures vanished, the air around them cracking with explosive sounds as Goku and Gula engaged in a frenzied exchange mid-air, their fists colliding with such force that the surrounding air was agitated into bursts. Vegeta, who do you think will emerge victorious? As Bege and Midusi gazed at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, Midusi suddenly inquired of Bege, evidently having discerned something significant. Nonetheless, she sought confirmation from her elder brother, curious if his perspective aligned with hers. Goku was destined to lose, although he and Gula appeared evenly matched. Gula was merely exerting about 70% of his combat prowess, while Goku had already given his all. Once Gula unleashed his true strength, Goku would inevitably falter. Bege articulated his thoughts, and Midusi smiled, revealing that her opinion mirrored Bege's. The two continued to observe the celestial clash. At that moment, Gula and Goku had exchanged countless blows, with Goku's strikes mostly evaded or blocked by Gula using his hands and knees, while Gula's own attacks were similarly deflected by Goku. It was time for a resolution. Suddenly, Gula's speed surged dramatically, so fast that Goku struggled to perceive his movements. With a swift kick, Gula struck towards Goku, who, taken aback, hastily crossed his arms in defense. Bang! 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 Gula's powerful kick collided with Goku's arm, the immense force sending Goku plummeting from the sky like a meteor, crashing into a mountain peak, shattering it, and continuing to soar through 3 more mountains before being entombed within the 4th. The sound of shifting stones echoed as Goku emerged from the rubble, appearing disheveled, his garments tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze burned with fervor. He ascended back into the air, confronting Gula once more, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with dirt. That last strike was formidable, Goku acknowledged, recognizing the severity of Gula's blow that had momentarily tested his limits. Oh, it's nothing. I merely grew weary of the previous skirmish and decided to showcase a fraction of my true capabilities. I didn't anticipate you would struggle to withstand even a single blow, Gula remarked. Goku remained calm in the face of Gula's words, aware that the latter spoke the truth. Judging by Gula's demeanor, that strike had not been his full power. Truly a fearsome opponent. Without further ado, Goku charged at Gula once more, but this time, Gula would not hold back. Consequently, Goku's efforts failed to topple Gula, and he found himself on the receiving end of relentless attacks. Goku's body bore the brunt of Gula's punches, leaving him battered and bruised. Maidusi, witnessing Goku's deteriorating condition, turned to Bege with concern. Brother Bege, should we intervene? Goku appears to be in dire straits. Gula has revealed his true strength, and Goku is no longer his equal. Perhaps I should take over? Maidusi gazed at Bege with hopeful eyes. Bege surveyed Goku's precarious state, recognizing that the situation was indeed grave, and it was time to step in to save Goku. However, he was reluctant to allow Maidusi to take the lead. On one hand, he desired to stretch his limbs. On the other hand, the combat prowess of Maidusi and Gula was relatively comparable. If Maidusi were to engage in battle, the duration would likely extend considerably, and they had already spent a significant amount of time outside. It was time to return. Furthermore, prolonging the fight might drive Gula to desperation, compelling him to contemplate mutual destruction. After all, Gula's combat power of 4.7 billion was not vastly different from Maidusi's transformed Super Saiyan strength of 500 million. Should Gula opt for a self-destructive strategy, Maidusi would inevitably be at risk, a scenario he could not permit. It would be best if I intervened to swiftly conclude this battle. Prolonging it would be unwise. Vegeta gently tousled Maidusi's hair. Despite her reluctance, she acquiesced with a nod, allowing Vegeta to bring this confrontation to a close. Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and vanished from sight using instant transmission. At that moment, Gula was mercilessly assaulting Goku when Vegeta materialized beside him, effortlessly intercepting Gula's fist aimed at Goku. What? Gula was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden appearance, bewildered as to how his opponent had arrived undetected, and astonished that Vegeta could so nonchalantly catch his punch. Vegeta, what brings you here? Goku realized that this battle was nearing its end. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood that he was no match for Gula's full power. Goku, you can no longer contend with him. Stand down. I shall take over this battle. As Vegeta spoke to Goku, Gula strained desperately to free his hand from Vegeta's grip. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. Vegeta's grip was as unyielding as a vice. All right then, take your time, Vegeta. I'll take my leave. Goku consumed a senzu bean, restoring his injuries to their previous state, and soared downward, joining the others. Observing Gula's futile efforts, his face flushed from exertion. Vegeta finally released his hold. Gula immediately retreated several meters, cradling his injured wrist with his other hand, while watching Vegeta warily. Who are you? I am the one who will end your life. Use whatever means you possess. Otherwise, I shall strike, and you will have no further chances. Gula's fury ignited at Vegeta's audacious words. How could a mere youth dare to look down upon him, the Emperor of the Universe? The fact that his adversary was a Saiyan only compounded his indignation. Amidst his rage, however, a flicker of fear began to arise within him, struggling to suppress his trepidation. He extended his hand, conjuring a dark red orb of energy crackling with lightning, which he hurled towards Vegeta. As the energy orb approached, it was utterly neutralized by the protective aura surrounding Vegeta, inflicting him with not a scratch. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Gula's lips quivered as he relentlessly bombarded Vegeta with energy blasts, yet none could even graze him. Bege stifled a yawn, his figure vanishing in an instant to appear before Gula. Without allowing Gula a moment to react, he unleashed an upward hook that struck Gula's abdomen. The immense force transferred through Bege's fist into Gula's core, causing him to halt his assault and expel a mouthful of blood. Chapter 42, Gula's Demise. Gula clutched his agonized abdomen, retreating as bloodshot eyes stared in shock and terror at Bege. One blow, merely a single blow, had rendered him severely injured, instilling within Gula a profound sense of dread at the sheer strength of his opponent. He fled from Bege in desperation, soaring towards the cosmos, intent on escaping. He had forsaken the base. Survival was his only goal, believing he could rise again if he eluded this catastrophe. Yet, Bege was not one to permit such an escape. With a swift application of instantaneous movement, he appeared beside Gula and delivered a kick that sent him crashing downwards. Thud! Gula was forcefully propelled into the depths below. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any sign of Gula emerging, Bege sensed his energy and paused momentarily. Shaking his head in realization, Gula had lost all will to fight and was solely focused on escape. Instead of resurfacing, Gula sought an alternative exit, unaware that for one possessing instantaneous movement like Bege, there was no sanctuary, no matter where he fled. Only by truly defeating Bege could Gula hope to evade his relentless pursuit. However, this was patently impossible, as Bege's combat prowess surpassed Gula's by a staggering 1.3 billion units. Upon sensing Gula's emergence from the ground, Bege again utilized his instantaneous movement to reappear beside him. Gula broke through from another side, exhaling a sigh of relief, believing he had narrowly escaped. But as he turned, Bege's visage materialized before him. Gula's crimson pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively leaped away, astonished at Bege's sudden presence. "Good day, Mr. Gula," Bege greeted, yet Gula could not muster a smile. His expression clouded with uncertainty as he regarded Bege's beaming face. "How did you accomplish this? How did you appear beside me without a sound?" Gula questioned. Bege merely shook his head, a tranquil smile gracing his lips. He had no intention of offering explanations. It was not out of fear of Gula gaining an advantage, but rather a matter of futility. There was no need to elaborate with one who was moments away from demise. "Curse you!" Gula bellowed, ascending into the air, arms raised high as he began to gather all his energy. "I will annihilate you. You shall vanish alongside this planet." With a furious shout, Gula launched the energy sphere, a manifestation of his cumulative power, towards Bege. The colossal orb of energy barreled forth, causing the very fabric of space to fracture in its wake, lightning crackling incessantly, and fierce winds howling as the magnetic field of the planet was disrupted, unleashing tempestuous weather. Beneath the energy sphere, Bege remained unperturbed, his countenance betraying no sign of alarm as the massive orb descended towards him. "Ha! You are doomed. Let us perish alongside this planet." Gulra sneered as he observed the seemingly unresponsive Vegeta below, erupting into maniacal laughter, convinced that Vegeta had surrendered and that he had triumphed. Just as the planet-destroying missile was about to reach Vegeta, he finally stirred, extending his hands in a blossom-like formation before retracting them to his waist, where a magnificent blue-white luminescence materialized. Kaioken times 3. The energy of the Kaioken, compressed to its utmost limit, surged forth from Vegeta, colliding directly with the descending missile. The planet-destroying projectile was forcefully redirected by Vegeta's amplified Kaioken, hurtling away from the surface and towards a bewildered Gulra. "What? How is this possible? My planet-destroying missile cannot be thwarted. It embodies the entirety of my power." Gulra's horrified screams echoed as he was struck by both the Kaioken and the rebounding missile. His cries of defiance were silenced as his form was obliterated by the overwhelming energy, leaving nothing behind. Gulra perished, vanquished by Vegeta's Kaioken and his own destructive missile. Exhaling softly, Vegeta acknowledged the effort of his recent strike. It had indeed been a full-force attack, as he would not have easily repelled Gulra's assault otherwise. Resuming his normal state, he was soon joined by Goku and Meadows, who hurried to his side upon the conclusion of the battle. "Brother Vegeta, you are truly formidable." Meadows gazed at him with adoration, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "As expected of you, Brother Vegeta, you effortlessly defeated Gulra." Goku, equally impressed, regarded Vegeta with newfound respect. Having faced defeat against Gulra himself, he marveled at how easily Vegeta had overcome him, realizing the vast gap between their strengths and the necessity for his own diligent training. "It is nothing. My abilities are hardly noteworthy. There are many who surpass me," Vegeta replied, shaking his head, remaining humble despite his impressive display of power. Fully aware of his relative weakness in the grand cosmos, Goku, further inspired by Vegeta's modesty, felt an even deeper admiration. The trio shared light-hearted banter as they departed the planet, with Vegeta leading Goku and Meadows to Gulra's base. They unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the facility. the sound of explosions resonating as Gulra's base succumbed to their relentless onslaught. Only when it lay in ruins did they cease their attack, and Meadows utilized instant transmission to whisk them back to Earth. Upon their return, only half a day had passed on Earth since their departure. From the provocation of Gulra to the climactic battle and destruction of his base. Arriving just in time for dinner, Vegeta and Meadows accompanied Goku to his home, where they intended to share a meal, having not yet prepared anything themselves. Goku's wife, Chi-Chi, was busy in the kitchen, ready to serve. As Bege and Medusis followed Wukong into the house, they found Chi-Chi had already prepared a sumptuous meal, meticulously arranging the dishes upon the table. Gohan was already seated, eagerly anticipating the feast, alongside Bege and Medusis's daughter, Lollies. "Welcome back. Come, let us eat." Chi-Chi cheerfully beckoned Wukong and Bege to take their places at the table, refraining from inquiring about their whereabouts. However, Wukong, filled with excitement, began recounting their adventures at the Gula base. Chi-Chi's expression remained neutral. Her disinterest in combat was evident, as reflected in the original narrative. Influenced by Bardock and Jine, and with their financial worries alleviated, she did not oppose Wukong's martial pursuits or Gohan's training. Meanwhile, Gohan and Lollies listened intently to Wukong's tales, their spirits ignited with fervor, yearning to have fought alongside him against Gula. The meal soon concluded amidst Wukong's animated storytelling and the enthusiastic aspirations of Gohan and Lollies. Subsequently, Bege and Medusis took their daughter Lollies back to their home. At the headquarters of the Universe Frieza Force, Frieza was taken aback by the shocking news of his brother Gula's demise. He knew well that Gula possessed far greater strength than himself. Thus, the assailant must be exceptionally formidable. "Quick, investigate who killed my brother." Frieza commanded his subordinates in a state of agitation. They hastily set out to uncover the truth, returning 2 days later with the report. However, upon receiving the information, Frieza's eyes flared with rage as he unleashed a deadly beam at the messenger, killing him instantly. "This is impossible." The report indicated that Gula had been slain by a Saiyan. Chapter 43. Frieza's panic. Frieza's visage was marred by profound shock and dread. Yes, dread. He had annihilated countless Saiyans and obliterated their home, planet Vegeta. If a Saiyan had indeed killed his brother, it was only a matter of time before they would come for him. "I must leave this place at once. I shall seek refuge with my father. Only there can I find safety." In a frantic state, Frieza fled his headquarters, piloting his spacecraft towards the domain of King Cold. Bege could never have anticipated that Gula's death would instill such terror in Frieza, leading to a cascade of subsequent troubles. Upon returning to Earth, Bege and Medusis resumed their training, having adapted to the 500 times gravity environment, rendering further sessions within the gravity chamber less beneficial. They were now embarking on the second phase of their training, the normalization of the Super Saiyan transformation, which involved sustaining this form continuously. It is worth noting that maintaining this state demanded considerable stamina, making it a formidable challenge. Wukong and Gohan had spent an entire year within the hyperbolic time chamber to achieve the same mastery of their Super Saiyan form. Wukong continued his training in the gravity chamber, having acclimated to the 300-fold gravity. He aimed to challenge himself with even greater intensities, as brother Vegeta had already commenced the second phase of his training, and he needed to catch up swiftly. Time passed rapidly, and soon a year had elapsed. On this day, 2 circular spacecraft descended towards Earth like shooting stars. Upon crashing into the city, they created a massive crater, and the doors of the vessels opened, allowing Nappa and Vegeta to emerge onto the surface. As Nappa and Vegeta touched down on Earth, Krillin and the other Dragon Ball warriors took notice of their arrival. Krillin hurriedly contacted Vegeta and Goku, who were on planet Salad. "So this is Earth. This planet is rather unremarkable," Vegeta remarked with a sinister smile, surveying the startled crowd. Nappa chimed in, suggesting they greet these astonished onlookers, but Vegeta dismissed the idea, insisting they find Kakarot and the 2 other Saiyans first. Nappa nodded in agreement as they ascended into the air, activating their scouters to gauge power levels. Soon, they detected a cluster of high combat power readings. Realizing that their presence had been noted, Nappa proposed they pay a visit to these warriors. Meanwhile, on the floating island in West City, Vegeta, Medusa, Goku, and Krillin had gathered. The energies that Nappa and Vegeta had sensed were deliberately emitted by Vegeta to attract their attention. As the 2 Saiyans approached rapidly, a smirk formed on Vegeta's lips. "Nappa, it seems we meet again. I wonder what your expression will be upon seeing Medusa and me." It is indeed quite thrilling. Before long, Vegeta and Nappa beheld the immense island suspended in the air, swiftly descending toward it. They scrutinized Vegeta and the others, with Nappa frowning at the sight of Vegeta and Medoisai, feeling an uncanny familiarity but unable to pinpoint their identities. Vegeta, however, immediately recognized Goku, Vegeta, and the tail of Medoisai, confirming their identities as the two Saiyans mentioned by Raditz and Kakarot. In particular, Goku bore a striking resemblance to Raditz, leading him to identify Goku as Kakarot. Nappa, long time no see, Vegeta greeted first. The animosity of the past had faded with time. Now, seeing Nappa evoked only distant memories. While the hatred could be set aside, debts still needed to be settled. As Vegeta exchanged pleasantries with Nappa, Medoisai took the initiative. Upon seeing Nappa, she recognized him as the one who had tormented her and brother Vegeta in their childhood. Though Vegeta might have moved past that animosity, having traversed time, Medoisai could not. She had undeniably grown up under Nappa's oppression, and her memories of him were indelible. She would not forget, nor relinquish her hatred towards Nappa. In an instant, Medozi appeared before Nappa, her speed so astonishing that even Vegeta was caught off guard. Nappa, taken by surprise, attempted to evade her, but it was already too late. Medozi delivered a powerful kick to Nappa's chest, sending him hurtling back to crash against the mountainside, embedding him into the rock in the shape of a large letter. Medozi was intent on continuing her assault, but Vegeta swiftly intervened, standing before her. He had not anticipated Medozi's fierce reaction. It seemed he had underestimated the impact Nappa had on her, revealing the extent of Nappa's torment towards Medozi. It became evident that Nappa could not be spared. While his own grievances could be overlooked, the mistreatment of Medozi was intolerable. Vegeta stared in disbelief at Medozi and the suddenly present Nappa, a cold sweat soaking his back. Just moments ago, he had failed to perceive how they had appeared. They were simply too quick, their powers far surpassing his own. After the initial shock came an insatiable fury that burned within him. How could it be? How could their strength exceed his? He was the prince of the Saiyans, the most formidable warrior among them, destined to be the strongest. As for Nappa, Vegeta's concern for him dissipated. He was engulfed in the realization that he had been surpassed by two unfamiliar Saiyans. Little did he know that Kakarot also possessed strength greater than his own, and that Vegeta, Medozi, and Kakarot could all transform into Super Saiyans. Had Vegeta been aware of this truth, he would likely have succumbed to madness. Rest assured, Medozi, I shall ensure Nappa's demise, Vegeta murmured, caressing her flowing hair to soothe her inner turmoil. With his reassurance, Medozi gradually regained her composure, yet her gaze towards Nappa remained laced with hostility. Nappa, having freed himself from the wall, spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly wounded by Medozi's earlier strike. Faced with Medozi's wrathful eyes and Vegeta's cold demeanor, he finally recalled their identities. However, the moment he remembered who they were, his body trembled violently, a wave of terror washing over him, his teeth chattering in fear. You are Vegeta and Medozi, he stammered, panic consuming him. In that instant, he understood the gravity of his past transgressions against them. He was certain of his impending doom, but alongside the dread of death, a fierce instinct for survival surged within him. He swiftly knelt before Medozi and Vegeta, bowing his head and repeatedly prostrating himself in supplication. Sister Medozi, Lord Vegeta, I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to do anything you ask. From this day forth, I will be your loyal servant. Please, grant me a chance to live. In response to Nappa's incessant pleas, Vegeta's face contorted in disdain. This man had no honor. Vegeta's expression darkened further, clearly incensed. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, to witness his subordinate groveling before their adversaries, pleading to be treated as a mere pet, was utterly intolerable. His pride shattered, he erupted in fury. Damn it, Nappa, you shall pay for this. Chapter 44. Vegeta's collapse. Vegeta was utterly shattered by the sight of Nappa's spinelessness. He approached Nappa and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, venting his pent-up fury and frustration. Both Vegeta and Meadows observed the scene with indifference, showing no intention of intervening. Nappa cried out, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, yet he dared not retaliate against Vegeta's onslaught. Even if he attempted to fight back, he was no match for Vegeta's strength. Only when Vegeta grew weary did he cease his assault. By then, Nappa was bruised and battered, his battle attire in tatters. But he remained silent, enduring the punishment in stoic defiance. Vegeta found Nappa's condition amusing. He had no backbone when begging for mercy, but displayed stubbornness while being beaten. If only he had shown a fraction of that defiance earlier, he might not have been looked down upon. Raising a finger, Vegeta concentrated energy at its tip. Please, don't kill me. Lord Vegeta, I beg you, spare my life. I am willing to serve you, to be your beast of burden. Please, do not take my life. Nappa pleaded. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed. Having promised Meadows that he would eliminate Nappa, he was resolute in fulfilling his vow. With the energy condensed, Vegeta unleashed an attack aimed directly at Nappa. Vegeta, Meadows, may you both suffer, Nappa screamed. But his curses were cut short as an energy beam pierced through his heart. He let out a final cry before expiring, leaving no trace of life behind. Vegeta exhibited no sorrow at Nappa's demise. His heart was as cold as ice during this period. It was only after encountering Kakarot and marrying Bulma, establishing a family, that he gradually transformed into the warm-hearted Vegeta we know today. After dispatching Nappa, Vegeta disregarded him and ventured with Meadows and Goku through the spatial portal. Krillin and the others contemplated joining them, but ultimately decided against it. They sensed that Vegeta and the Saiyan named Vegeta had matters to discuss, issues intrinsic to their race that were best left unintruded upon. Krillin and the others exchanged farewells with Goku before departing. Upon arriving at Planet Salad, Vegeta was taken aback by his surroundings. What is this? How is this possible? He exclaimed. Vegeta gestured for Vegeta to remove his scouter, then revealed the truth about the Dragon Ball's wishes and recounted the devastation of Planet Vegeta by Frieza. He also mentioned that the scouter had a listening function. At that moment, Bardock and the others had arrived. And hearing once again about Planet Vegeta's annihilation stirred a deep sense of anger and resentment within them, despite the passage of years and prior knowledge of the event. Vegeta clenched his fists, revealing his own tumultuous emotions. After a long pause, he turned to Vegeta and inquired why he had not wished for eternal life. Upon hearing Vegeta's question, Vegeta chuckled, realizing that the matter still weighed heavily on his mind. Do not harbor any illusions. The attainment of eternal life is an impossibility. The wishes granted by the Dragon Balls cannot surpass their inherent capabilities, hence your desire cannot be fulfilled. The only exceptions would be through the cultivation of divine power akin to that of the angels, or by utilizing the Super Dragon Balls. Yet these are not endeavors achievable in the short term. For now, we must await the unfolding of the storyline in Dragon Ball Super. As without the proactive arrival of Beerus and Whis on Earth, locating them would be utterly futile, given that the aura of deities cannot be sensed. Upon hearing Vegeta's assertion that the Dragon Balls cannot bestow everlasting life, he could not help but feel a tinge of discontent. He then turned his gaze towards Bege. How did you become so strong? In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Bege pondered for a moment, as if recalling an amusing thought that prompted a smile. He approached Goku and whispered a few words into his ear. Is this really okay, Bege? Goku asked, a hint of reluctance evident in his expression. This gaze unnerved Vegeta somewhat. What is wrong with this? I am merely showing him that Saiyans can become immensely powerful, thus providing him with motivation to grow stronger. Bege imparted a philosophical discourse to Goku, which, had Vegeta overheard, would have elicited a snicker of disbelief. I truly appreciate your well-intentioned advice. Bege would never disclose that his motivations for acting this way stemmed from a desire to witness the unfolding drama. He was curious to see the expression on Vegeta's face when he realized the gap between himself and Goku. Vegeta, observing Bege and Goku engaged in hushed conversation, could no longer suppress his curiosity. What are you discussing? He finally inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Just a little demonstration for you. The reason we have become so powerful is due to gravity training. Currently, Goku, my wife, and I have adapted to training in an environment with 500 times the normal gravity. Bege explained with a smile, emphasizing that it was Bulma's invention that enabled their progress. Goku, show him your strength. Bege elaborated on their source of strength, keen to highlight Bulma's role, anticipating that when Goku demonstrated his Super Saiyan transformation, Vegeta would likely be overwhelmed. At that juncture, it was possible that he would not wish to continue training on Salad Planet alongside them, but instead seek out Bulma for his training, as his proud nature would prevent him from enduring the humiliation of such a vast disparity in power, especially with Bardock's team and Broly present. He would only find the courage to remain if his strength reached a level comparable to Goku's. In light of Bege's words, though feeling sympathy for Vegeta, Goku stepped forward. Huh! Goku exclaimed. though he could transform into a Super Saiyan without shouting. Bege had suggested that he do so for greater effect. In an instant, as Goku shouted, a golden aura erupted around him, his eyebrows and hair turning golden, while his pupils shifted to a vivid green. What transformation is this? Could it be? Is this truly the legendary transformation into a Super Saiyan? How can this be possible? Vegeta was utterly astonished, unable to fathom the spectacle unfolding before him. If anyone were to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan, it should undoubtedly be him. Moreover, judging by the calm demeanor of both Bege and Mado, it appeared they too possessed the ability to transform. The enormity of this revelation sent Vegeta spiraling into despair, compelling him to soar away from the planet Salad. Vegeta, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, realizing that he may have overstepped his bounds. Had he inadvertently pushed Vegeta to such a state that he might never recover? If that were the case, it would indeed be a grave misstep. Yet, how could he resist teasing Vegeta, whose prideful nature was simply too irresistible? Look at how you flustered him, brother Bege. Mado laughed uncontrollably, finding Vegeta's bewildered expression utterly hilarious. Chapter 45. Bulma and Vegeta. With a hint of exasperation, Bege gazed at the mirthful Mado, unable to comprehend how things had escalated to such a degree. Nevertheless, he mused that with Vegeta's proud disposition, it would be unlikely for him to remain in such a state of despair for long. After departing from Planet Salad, Vegeta halted his flight moments later. No, he could not simply abandon this place. He must train here. If Kakarot and Bege had attained such strength through gravity training, then, as the most exceptional prince of the Saiyans, he certainly would not fall short. If he could engage in gravity training, he could surpass Kakarot, Bege, and Mado. Moreover, he resolved to learn that technique for controlling battle power and sensing energy. Having resolved this, Vegeta descended towards the ground, remembering that a woman named Bulma was situated below. Upon landing in West City, he gazed at the bustling crowd, feeling momentarily disoriented. How was he to locate Bulma among so many people? After some time, Vegeta approached a passerby to inquire about Bulma's whereabouts. Where is Bulma? What? The passerby failed to catch Vegeta's words clearly. Vegeta's face flushed with frustration, compelling him to repeat the question. How would I know? If you need directions, ask a police officer. See that person directing traffic at the traffic light? Just approach him directly. With that, the passerby walked away. Vegeta took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger. In his former demeanor, he would have reacted with lethal force to such insolence. However, he could not afford to do so here. He was not the strongest in this place, and he feared that if he harmed this individual, Bege and Kakarot would come after him. He approached the police officer and reiterated his question. If this officer failed to provide an answer, he would be met with dire consequences. He had reached his limit and vowed that this would be the final time. Are you referring to Bulma? You mean Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Briefs, the world-renowned billionaire of the Capsule Corporation? The officer stuttered, perhaps intimidated by the ferocity evident in Vegeta's gaze. However, Vegeta clearly heard the words of the officer. While he was uncertain whether the Bulma mentioned was indeed the person he sought, the impressive introduction suggested she must be the one. After all, in his eyes, anyone capable of creating something as extraordinary as a gravity chamber must possess a significant social standing. Indeed, it was she. Upon seeing Vegeta nod, the officer inexplicably sighed in relief and quickly rode off on his motorcycle, escorting Vegeta towards Bulma's residence. When Bulma caught sight of Vegeta standing at her doorstep, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the Saiyan who had invaded Earth? Why had he come to her home? This gentleman says he is looking for you. Since I have brought him here, I shall take my leave, the officer remarked. Being perceptive, he recognized Bulma's expression indicated she was acquainted with Vegeta, allowing him to depart with ease. Once the officer left, silence enveloped the scene. Neither Bulma nor Vegeta spoke. Bulma was unsure of what to say, while Vegeta felt too shy to break the quiet. It was Bulma who eventually shattered the silence. So what brings you here? She inquired, sensing that this Saiyan named Vegeta had a certain pride, reluctant to initiate conversation himself. Had she not spoken, he might have chosen to remain silent. I wish for your assistance in constructing a gravity chamber, one that surpasses those of Bege and Kakarot. Vegeta finally articulated his purpose for visiting her. Bulma scrutinized him closely, realizing that despite his fierce pride, he was not willing to concede defeat, even with the considerable disparity in strength between him and Goku. This earnest determination garnered Bulma's admiration. He was indeed a person willing to strive for greatness. Come in. I do have a gravity chamber here, albeit it only generates 100 times gravity, typically used by Krillin and others during their training. You may use it for now. The more advanced chamber will require approximately a month to complete, Bulma informed him, leading Vegeta to a gravity chamber and explaining its parameters before stepping outside. As soon as Bulma exited, Vegeta commenced his gravity training, setting the machine to 40 times gravity. The immense force immediately pressed him to the ground. I will not surrender. Damn Bege and Kakarot, I shall surpass you both. I am the strongest Saiyan warrior. Vegeta grunted through gritted teeth as he struggled through his exercises. Days passed incrementally, with Vegeta training relentlessly within the chamber, even eating and sleeping there. If Bege were present, he would undoubtedly acknowledge Vegeta as the unrivaled king of competition, for his resolve was truly admirable. Within just a month, Vegeta acclimated to the 100 times gravity, elevating his power from 18,000 to 680,000. When he finally emerged from the gravity chamber, his wild appearance caused Bulma to frown, her expression reflecting her discontent. Hasten to the bathroom and cleanse yourself. You appear utterly filthy. How long has it been since you last bathed? Do you realize that presenting yourself in such a state before a lady is exceedingly impolite? In truth, Vegeta had not bathed in a month, devoting every moment, aside from eating and sleeping, to rigorous training. Thus, the notion of bathing had completely eluded him. Vegeta, confronted by Bulma's remarks, was consumed with fury at her audacity to disdain him. If you refuse to bathe, do not expect to receive any further advanced gravity chamber training from me. It is crucial to understand that both you and Goku have attained your formidable strength through my gravity chamber. Seemingly perceptive of Vegeta's displeasure, Bulma maintained her leisurely demeanor, intending to provoke him further. After her words, she turned and departed, confident that Vegeta would follow. TCH. Vegeta scoffed, yet he trailed behind her. Once Bulma prepared the bathwater, Vegeta entered to wash himself, while she tossed his soiled garments into the washing machine and laid out a fresh set of clothing nearby. I have placed your clean clothes over here, Bulma announced before leaving. As Vegeta bathed, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of surpassing both Goku and Kakarot. Upon finishing his bath and emerging from the restroom, he was met with the sight of the attire Bulma had prepared for him, which ignited a fiery glare in his eyes. What is this you have chosen for me? A pink shirt and bright yellow pants? Hey, woman, what is this you've prepared for me? Come here. Do you hear me, Earth woman? Bulma, taken aback by his rudeness, swiftly retorted, Listen well, my name is Bulma, and you ought to address me properly. After a brief silence, Vegeta softened his tone to inquire, What about my clothes? Your garments were too filthy and odorous. Thus, I took them to wash, Bulma explained, leaving Vegeta stunned. What do you mean? I have provided you with clothing to change into. Did I not leave a fresh outfit for you? Bulma was perplexed by Vegeta's exaggerated reaction, having believed she had adequately supplied him. How dare you expect the prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans, to wear such attire? Vegeta seethed with indignation, vowing never to don such colors. If you are dissatisfied, then do not wear them. You may very well exit as you are. Bulma's voice echoed from outside. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta hesitated for a long moment, yet ultimately succumbed and donned the outfit. When he stepped out, Bulma was momentarily taken aback by his appearance. He looked rather handsome in that ensemble. Surprisingly, that outfit suits you well. You look quite dashing, Bulma exclaimed, causing Vegeta to clench his fists, his cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment, for he felt exceedingly uncomfortable in such garments. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the bedroom for some much-needed repose. One must balance diligent training with adequate rest. Much like Vegeta and Goku, you have exerted yourself for an extended period. It is wise to pause for a day and resume your training on the morrow. Observing Vegeta's barely restrained intensity, Bulma refrained from further teasing him and led him into a chamber for rest. Although Vegeta was somewhat displeased by Bulma's insistence, he found himself unable to resist her guidance. Firstly, the gravity chamber was under Bulma's control, and secondly, he could not fathom why he could not bring himself to confront her, consistently yielding instead, which left him in a state of frustration. Time swiftly passed, and Vegeta once again entered the gravity chamber for training. This time, it was a newly upgraded chamber designed by Bulma, with a gravity multiplier reaching 600 times, surpassing the training levels of both Vegeta and Goku by 100-fold. Vegeta immersed himself in relentless training, And were it not for Bulma's intervention to halt the Chamber's operations and extricate him, he likely would have remained within it indefinitely. Gradually, Bulma found herself moved by Vegeta's earnest dedication, contemplating the solitude and indomitable spirit he exhibited. Before long, a year had elapsed, and both Vegeta and Meadows had nearly acclimated to the state of Super Saiyan. Vegeta's combat power had ascended to 1.2 billion, while Meadows reached 1 billion. And Goku, having caught up, achieved a combat power of 1 billion, completing his own training for Super Saiyan regularity. On one particular day, Vegeta sensed two formidable energies along with numerous other presences descending upon Earth. These two energies captured their attention, for their combat powers were nearly equivalent to that of Vegeta and his companions. One energy was even slightly superior, leaving Vegeta astonished. Uncertain of the identities behind these energies, Vegeta, having spent considerable time with Frieza, immediately recognized one of them as Frieza's presence. However, upon feeling the overwhelming aura that nearly suffocated him, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, this is Frieza's energy. How can his power be so formidable? After a year of arduous training, Vegeta had adapted to 300 times the gravity, elevating his combat power to 8.5 million. He had also attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, a breakthrough fueled by his resentment and fury towards Goku and Kakarot. Vegeta soared towards the location of Frieza's ship, while the Z fighters, including Bulma, Meadows, and Kakarot, hastened to the same destination. At that moment, two spaceships descended upon a desolate plain on Earth. The hatches opened, and ranks of Frieza's soldiers emerged, forming orderly lines outside. Frieza and his father, King Cold, gradually stepped out into the open. Father, behold, this is Earth, the very abode of those Saiyans. This time, we shall eradicate them all. After a year of training, I am confident we have surpassed that wretched group of Saiyans. Frieza was exceedingly exhilarated. He could hardly contain his anticipation to exterminate those Saiyan wild monkeys. In pursuit of greater strength, he resolved to abandon his laziness and journey to the icy planet, the ancestral home of his frost demon lineage, for rigorous training. Once his power was sufficiently formidable, he would eagerly seek vengeance against the Saiyans. Before slaying the Saiyans, why not eliminate all the Earthlings first? It will serve as a warning to those Saiyans, suggested King Cold. Frieza found merit in King Cold's proposal and promptly commanded his subordinates to scour the Earth and eliminate its inhabitants. The soldiers saluted Frieza and King Cold before soaring into the skies. Yet, scarcely had they ascended when a blood-curdling scream echoed as one of them plummeted from the air. A youth clad in a blue jacket with gray hair obstructed the soldiers' advance. You need not proceed, for you will all perish here, Trunks coldly declared, fixing his gaze upon the soldiers and the Frieza duo. Just a mere brat, General, dispose of him, Frieza remarked dismissively, not even glancing at Trunks, and commanded his underlings to eliminate him. The soldiers, grinning menacingly at Frieza's order, charged at Trunks. Boy, meet your end. However, Trunks remained composed in the face of the advancing Frieza force. With a swift draw of his long sword, his figure vanished in an instant, flickering through the throng. When he reappeared, having sheathed his sword, the soldiers lay scattered on the ground, each one having succumbed to Trunks' blade. Clap, clap, clap. Impressive, young man. You possess remarkable strength. Would you consider joining my ranks under Frieza? Frieza, unfazed by the loss of his subordinates, began to court Trunks, for to Frieza, soldiers were expendable. But a skilled warrior such as Trunks piqued his interest. Do not indulge in fantasies, for I have come here to slay you, Trunks replied, unmoved by Frieza's proposition. Oh, what a pity. In that case, I must bid you farewell, Frieza stated coldly, his expression devoid of warmth. If he could not recruit Trunks, he would destroy him instead. Did you think there was only one Super Saiyan? There is another here, Trunks confidently proclaimed, his aura surging dramatically, his hair beginning to levitate. Gradually, his eyebrows and hair transformed into a golden hue, while his eyes turned a vivid green. Trunks had ascended to Super Saiyan form. As Trunks manifested, Vegeta and the others sensed his energy. Notably, the aura he exuded as a Super Saiyan caused Vegeta to furrow his brow. The energy of a Saiyan, realizing something. Vegeta's expression relaxed as he deduced the identity of the newcomer, fully aware that androids 16, 17, 18, and Cell were soon to make their appearance. Goku and Meadows also detected Trunks' presence, recognizing it as that of a Saiyan. Brother Vegeta, How could there be other Saiyan presences here? Aren't we the only ones left on planet Salad, along with Vegeta from Bulma's family? Indeed. What is happening, Brother Vegeta? Faced with the inquiries of Meadows and Goku, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, should he divulge the truth, it might alter the fate of this timeline's Vegeta and Bulma, resulting in the non-existence of Trunks. I am at a loss as well. We should hasten towards them, and we shall uncover the truth. Vegeta could only respond thus. Goku and Meadows understood that speculating was futile and agreed to proceed expeditiously to investigate. Vegeta, somewhat astonished by the unexpected Saiyan, felt no envy or resentment, as he could transform into a Super Saiyan himself, and sensed that this Saiyan was not his equal in strength. Nevertheless, he quickened his pace towards the location of Frieza and the others. Chapter 47. Trunks' dismal defeat. Trunks' ability to transform into a Super Saiyan truly astonished Frieza and his son, yet their surprise was fleeting. Unlike in the original tale, Frieza had not succumbed to Goku's Super Saiyan form, thus he harbored no fear or psychological scars regarding Super Saiyans. Moreover, having trained extensively before arriving on Earth, their power had significantly surpassed that of a typical Super Saiyan, allowing Frieza and his son to remain remarkably composed. They observed Trunks as he showcased his abilities, while Trunks, puzzled by their demeanor, wondered why they weren't astonished by his transformation. Shouldn't Frieza be afraid? After all, it was Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan that had once led to Frieza's defeat. Ha 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 ha. Young man, please commence your performance. I am keen to witness your true prowess. Frieza, with a mocking glint in his eyes, was eager to ascertain whether this Super Saiyan youth possessed the same formidable strength that had vanquished his brother, Cooler. Provoked by Frieza's derision, Trunks, in a fit of rage, unsheathed his sword and charged at Frieza with a fierce slash. However, Frieza effortlessly caught Trunks' sword with a single hand, pinching it between his thumb and index finger. In an instant, Trunks' strike was halted, and upon witnessing this, Trunks' expression shifted to one of disbelief as he exerted more force into his sword. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the blade remained firmly ensnared between Frieza's two fingers, immovable. This is impossible. How could Frieza be this powerful? The Frieza he had heard about was nothing compared to this being. In terms of combat prowess, this Frieza was overwhelmingly superior, inducing a profound sense of helplessness within him. Ha ha ha. My boy, there is nothing impossible here. It is merely a reflection of your own inadequacies, Frieza declared, exerting a slight pressure, sending Trunks and his sword flying backward. Simultaneously, Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing behind the retreating Trunks. Frieza unleashed a powerful punch that struck Trunks squarely in the back. Bang! 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 One punch after another, Frieza pummeled Trunks' back as if it were a mere punching bag. Gag! Cough! Intense pain surged through Trunks, causing him to spew blood profusely until he finally collapsed to the ground. Only then did Frieza cease his relentless assault, looming over Trunks with an air of superiority. Oh ho 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 ho! How do you like that? I just helped you toughen up a bit. You ought to express your gratitude. Frieza laughed heartily, finding amusement in the Saiyan's plight. He reveled in the opportunity to vent his frustrations and pent-up emotions through this brutal encounter, especially since he had never undergone any training himself. It was only due to these infernal Saiyans that he had been compelled to exert himself so diligently over the past year. Trunks, bloodied and retreating, displayed a glimmer of fear in his eyes. After all, in his future, he had been sheltered by the Dragon Ball warriors and Gohan, rarely engaging in actual combat. It was only when Gohan perished while protecting him that he had traveled back in time via Bulma's time machine. Thus, his current bravado was merely a reflection of his superior power compared to Frieza. He was not yet the Trunks who had been honed by Goku and Vegeta. Now, faced with Frieza's overwhelming strength, he was reminded of the formidable androids 17 and 18 from his timeline, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Oh, ha 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 ha. That expression, it brings me such delight. Frieza cackled as he delivered another kick to Trunks, sending him crashing into a mountain, buried beneath the rubble. Creak, creak, creak. Frieza sauntered toward the site where Trunks lay, his crimson eyes flashing ominously. Two beams of energy erupted, blasting apart the stones to reveal the severely injured Trunks beneath. Frieza extended his tail, ensnaring Trunks' neck and lifting him before his gaze. Gazing upon the nearly unconscious Trunks, Frieza felt no sympathy. His only desire was for satisfaction. He struck Trunks in the abdomen with a powerful punch. Gag! Trunks expelled a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza continued to rain blows upon Trunks's body, employing both fists and feet in a relentless barrage. When Frieza finally released Trunks, he crumpled to the ground, teetering on the brink of death, his breath shallow and labored. "Oh, are you giving up so soon? What a pity, I haven't had my fill of fun yet." Frieza sighed, clearly displeased that Trunks was nearing his end. "All right, let's finish him off quickly. We have a score to settle with those Saiyans who dared to slay members of my Frost Demon clan. They shall meet a fate most unceremonious." The Kurdish king addressed Frieza, expressing his growing impatience. It was taking far too long to dispose of an ordinary Super Saiyan. "Yes, my lord," Frieza replied, then turned his gaze to the nearly lifeless Trunks, extending a finger towards his heart. "Very well, let us bring this to an end. Soon, you shall find peace." With that, a beam of purple energy shot forth from the tip of Frieza's finger, aimed directly at Trunks' heart. Just as the energy beam was about to strike its target, Vegeta appeared, effortlessly swatting Frieza's attack into the sky. As Vegeta emerged, both Merus and Goku nearly simultaneously materialized beside him. Goku produced a Senzu bean and attempted to feed it to Trunks, but alas, Trunks was teetering on the brink of death and lacked the strength to ingest it. With no other option, Goku assisted Trunks in swallowing the bean. While Goku tended to Trunks, Frieza refrained from intervening, his attention now fixed on the suddenly arrived Vegeta. This individual had thwarted his effort to eliminate Trunks, which left him considerably displeased. Furthermore, the ability to casually deflect his attack indicated that this opponent was not to be underestimated. Vegeta's hairstyle and appearance revealed him to be another Super Saiyan. "You are the Saiyan who killed my brother, Gula?" Frieza inquired, speculating that Vegeta's formidable prowess must indeed belong to the one responsible for Gula's demise. Vegeta regarded Frieza with surprise, realizing that the immense energy he sensed emanated from Frieza, while another powerful aura belonged to his father, King Cold, albeit slightly less potent. Chapter 48. Frieza and Vegeta. Vegeta found no necessity to respond to Frieza. Regardless of his words, a confrontation was inevitable. As Vegeta and Frieza faced off, Goku successfully revived the dying Trunks. Frieza's shock was palpable upon witnessing Trunks' miraculous recovery. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, especially astonished that Trunks had fully healed from his injuries. A sight that equally astonished King Cold. Both Frieza and his father then turned their attention to Goku, having failed to witness how Trunks had been saved due to Vegeta's intervening presence. However, they had observed Goku as the one who restored Trunks to life. "That Saiyan, how did you bring him back to such a state? Tell me, and perhaps I will spare your life," Frieza demanded, pointing at Goku with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. It was evident to him that Goku possessed a divine artifact capable of reviving a dying individual in such a brief span of time. What else could it be? He was acutely aware of Trunks' condition, having inflicted the near-fatal wounds himself. The sight of Trunks now fully restored filled him with astonishment and envy. For even their most advanced medical technology could not achieve such rapid healing. Frieza's words left Goku somewhat speechless. How could he possibly relinquish the Senzu beans? He was naive, but not foolish. The potential dangers of handing them over were evident. It was clear that doing so would not spare him from harm. "Uncle Goku, be wary of Frieza. He is exceedingly powerful. Even I am no match for him," Trunks interjected, his urgency palpable. He had come to understand that this timeline was entirely different from his own. Not only was Frieza formidable, but he also had never encountered Vegeta and Mai before. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to offer a warning. Goku nodded, sensing Frieza's overwhelming strength. This version of Frieza surpassed him significantly, nearly on par with his brother Vegeta. He instinctively glanced at Vegeta, who, acknowledging Goku's gaze, replied, "Leave Frieza to me. You focus on dealing with his father." King Cold was somewhat weaker than Frieza, possessing a power level comparable to Goku's, but slightly stronger than Mai's. Thus, it was better for Goku to confront him. As for the earlier plan to have Bardock face Frieza, Vegeta had to abandon that notion, realizing that circumstances had shifted unexpectedly. He had not anticipated Frieza's considerable increase in strength. It seemed that Frieza had grown powerful due to the defeat of Cooler, instilling a sense of urgency in him and his father, prompting them to intensify their training. This oversight was regrettable. He should have ensured the demise of both Frieza and his father when he had the chance to prevent such complications from arising. Fortunately, the current Frieza had reached his final form, Vegeta could only hope that this represented the entirety of Frisia's power, without any hidden transformations such as silver or golden forms. Goku approached King Cold, his expression grave, recognizing that this adversary was formidable, perhaps even slightly stronger than himself. Vegeta faced Frieza directly, while Mai and Trunks stepped aside. Mai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She yearned to battle and alleviate some of the pressure on her brother, yet she understood that he would not permit it. However, she resolved that if she sensed her brother struggling, she would intervene, regardless of his objections. As Mai retreated to a nearby hillside, Vegeta, Bulma, and the Dragon Ball warriors arrived, gathering around her to inquire about the situation. Mai recounted Frieza's circumstances in detail, but she refrained from mentioning Trunks, as only Vegeta and Trunks himself were aware of his history. Trunks had no intention of revealing his origins just yet, especially with his parents nearby. He was determined to keep his identity concealed until after the confrontation with Frieza, at which point he would share the impending events with Goku and the one named Vegeta. I never anticipated you would wish to engage me in battle alone. You witnessed the fate of that young man. I would not object to you all challenging me together, Frieza taunted. Frieza's purple lips curled into a sinister smile, his blood-red eyes mockingly gazing at Vegeta. Following his recent battle with Trunks, he perceived Super Saiyans as rather unimpressive, believing that with a modicum of training, he could easily vanquish them. There is no need for that, he mused. I am genuinely curious about the extent of your power. Therefore, I shall unleash my full strength. And I hope you will do the same. Vegeta chuckled, brushing aside Frieza's disdain. He felt a surge of excitement, finally facing an opponent of equal caliber, rather than someone like Goku, whose overwhelming advantage rendered battles dull. Only when matched against a worthy adversary could one truly relish the thrill of combat. Is that so? Very well, Frieza replied with a chilling laugh. If you can compel me to reveal my full power, I shall oblige. If not, it shall merely confirm your inferiority, unworthy of my complete strength. Shouldn't we introduce ourselves before the battle commences? Frieza continued, his voice dripping with mockery. You might not have another chance if you do not speak now. In response to Frieza's taunts, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Confident that he would indeed force Frieza to reveal his true power, he proclaimed his name, Vegeta. Vegeta, is it? Excellent. I hope your combat proves more entertaining than our earlier encounter. Frieza chuckled, relishing the sound of the name. Just then, a tremendous explosion of air echoed as Frieza turned to see Goku and King Cold had already engaged in their battle. Let us commence, Vegeta declared, taking a fighting stance as he observed the clash between Goku and King Cold. Frieza nodded, adopting a serious demeanor as he mirrored Vegeta's stance. He understood from witnessing the earlier fight that these Saiyans were formidable, significantly stronger than their predecessors. With a swift motion, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing before Frieza, delivering a powerful punch. The impact reverberated through the air, a sonic boom erupting as Frieza raised a hand to deflect the blow. Nevertheless, the force of the strike sent him sliding back half a meter. Vegeta pressed the attack relentlessly, launching a barrage of strikes while Frieza countered with his own. They exchanged countless blows, each seeking to dismantle the other's techniques while simultaneously landing their own hits. After a flurry of attacks, Vegeta seized an opening, driving his head into Frieza's chin, forcing his jaw upward. Seizing the moment, Vegeta followed up with a powerful kick to Frieza's chest, sending him staggering back several steps. Rubbing his sore chest, Frieza's gaze shifted from calm to one of anger and cold determination. You've caused me a bit of discomfort with that kick. In return, I shall present you with a gift. Frieza raised his hands skyward, and a thunderous roar echoed through the air as the ground behind him lifted, transforming into a mountain the size of a city that hovered above his head. Psychic prowess. This was the first thought that crossed Vegeta's mind, recalling that Frieza had employed this very tactic in his original confrontation with Goku. With a furrowed brow, Vegeta gazed at the colossal island being levitated by Frieza, a grave expression marking his features. The situation was indeed precarious. Mr. Vegeta, have you seen this gift? I assure you, it will delight you, Frieza proclaimed, sweeping his hands forward. The immense island hurtled toward Vegeta at an alarming speed. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta extended his hands to catch the oncoming mass. However, its sheer size, coupled with Frieza's overwhelming power, made it an arduous task to halt its momentum. Muscles straining and face flushed, Vegeta exerted all his strength, yet was still propelled backward until he crashed into a hillside. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted, followed by the complete annihilation of the gigantic island. Vegeta emerged, enveloped in a golden aura, seemingly unscathed by the ordeal. The impact had little effect on him. It was merely the size and velocity of the island that had forced him into the hillside. Mr. Vegeta, it appears you are none the worse for wear. Which leaves me somewhat dissatisfied, Frieza remarked, his purple lips pursed, crimson eyes locked onto Vegeta. That is because you have yet to unleash your true power. The warm-up should now come to an end. It is time for the real battle to commence, Frieza. You must reveal your true strength, lest the fight grow tedious. Vegeta replied with a smile, fully aware that Frieza had merely been playing around, casually striking during their earlier skirmish. Likewise, Vegeta had not exerted his full capabilities. After all, if the opponent was merely toying with him, he would indulge in the same frivolity. In the distance, Bulma and Meadows observed the clash between Vegeta and Frieza. Upon hearing their exchange, Bulma and the Dragon Ball warriors nearly stumbled, nearly losing their footing. The intensity of their previous battle was merely a warm-up? What then would the actual confrontation entail? Meadows, however, remained silent. She could discern that neither Frieza nor her brother Vegeta had yet engaged in earnest combat. With her own formidable power, slightly below that of Goku and Vegeta, she was acutely aware of their true capabilities. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, watching Frieza and Vegeta along with Goku battling King Cold in the distance. Their power eclipsed his own, igniting a fierce sense of resentment within him. Although he had already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, boasting a combat power of 400 million, he still felt dwarfed by their might. This realization stoked the flames of his ambition. He was determined to catch up with Vegeta and even surpass them. In the distant battlefield between Frieza and Vegeta, both adversaries locked eyes, refraining from immediate confrontation. In such moments, the one who strikes first often finds themselves at a disadvantage, as initiating action can easily reveal vulnerabilities. After a prolonged silence, Frieza could no longer contain himself. He raised 3 fingers, directing a swift energy beam towards Vegeta. If Vegeta would not make the first move, Frieza would compel him to do so. That was his intention. As the energy beam hurtled towards him, Vegeta extended his palm, deflecting some of the oncoming attack while evading others. The rapidity and density of the energy beams made it impossible for him to defend against all of them, forcing him to dodge. While simultaneously defending and evading Frieza's relentless assault, Vegeta furrowed his brow. This passivity was untenable. He had to retaliate. Resolute, Vegeta conjured an energy sphere with one hand while continuing to evade Frieza's attacks. As the energy sphere soared towards Frieza, he countered with another energy beam, shattering the sphere upon contact. The explosion sent a cloud of dust and debris into the air, obscuring Frieza's vision and rendering him unable to locate Vegeta, thus halting his offensive. Frieza frowned. For one who could not sense energy, blocked vision was akin to blindness, leaving him unaware of Vegeta's whereabouts. Damn it! Outwitted. Frieza seethed with fury as his gaze darted about in search of Vegeta. Concealed within the smoke, Vegeta smirked at Frieza's frantic movements. He gathered 2 energy spheres, sending them in opposite directions. When the moment felt right, Vegeta flicked his fingers, launching one energy sphere from the smoke towards Frieza. Here, Frieza turned sharply, reacting to the sound behind him, only to be startled to find not Vegeta himself, but merely an energy sphere approaching. He quickly sidestepped to evade it. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta grinned and unleashed his final energy sphere while propelling himself towards Frieza. Here. No, this isn't it. Frieza, after dodging yet another energy sphere, felt fury boiling within him. Being toyed with by Vegeta repeatedly ignited his rage. I am here. Suddenly, Vegeta emerged from Frieza's side, shouting as he delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's side. Bang! Frieza let out a pained scream, his body plummeting like a meteor into a mountain range, which trembled violently from the impact, clearly indicating the strength of the blow. After what felt like an eternity, an energy burst shot skyward from the mountains, and Frieza slowly ascended, looking quite disheveled. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and multiple bruises marred his body. Vegeta's kick had inflicted genuine damage. Although it was but a slight wound, it ignited Frieza's wrath and heightened his vigilance in the battle against Vegeta. Just moments ago, I inadvertently sustained an injury. This Super Saiyan is remarkably powerful, and a careless mistake could indeed result in death at the hands of my opponent. Thus, utmost vigilance is imperative. As Frieza reappeared opposite Vegeta, the latter found great satisfaction in witnessing Frieza's disheveled state. He recognized that although his previous strike seemed formidable, it had only inflicted minor injuries upon Frieza, as was now evident. Young one, your recent blow has evoked a sensation of pain within me. In return, allow me to bestow upon you the experience of suffering, Frieza declared, his blood-red eyes icy as they fixated on Vegeta. In an instant, he vanished from sight, re-emerging to deliver a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta countered with equal force, striking Frieza's fist and dissipating the attack. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of punches and kicks, continuously thwarting each other's moves. Chapter 50. Frieza departs. The two warriors moved with blinding speed, appearing here one moment and there the next, the air around them resonating with explosive sounds as their battle raged from the sky to the ground. Eventually, they grasped each other's hands, engaging in a test of strength, their faces reddening and veins bulging as they exerted every ounce of their might to overpower one another. Simultaneously, their auras intensified, merging to form a semicircular barrier that enveloped them, causing the ground beneath to buckle into a crescent-shaped pit. In the depths of the pit, Frieza and Vegeta locked eyes, their hands straining against each other. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light ignited in Frieza's gaze. Sensing the impending danger, Vegeta swiftly thrust his head upward, colliding with Frieza's chin and forcing his jaw to tilt back. The beams from Frieza's eyes were redirected skyward, but he was not to be outdone. His tail lashed out, striking Vegeta's back. Both combatants endured the force of each other's attacks, simultaneously releasing their grips and leaping out of the pit. Vegeta regarded Frieza with a grave expression, astonished by his formidable strength. It was clear that Frieza was a prodigy of the Frost Demon race. Within a mere year of training, he had become terrifyingly powerful. While he had not achieved the transformation into Golden Frieza in just 1 month as depicted in the original tale, his prowess was nonetheless formidable. Defeating Frieza now seemed a daunting task, though not impossible, unless he were to collaborate with Mato. However, such an alliance would feel somewhat dishonorable, and through his confrontation with Frieza, Vegeta experienced the thrill of facing a worthy adversary. Frieza, you are exceptionally strong. You are the most gifted individual I have encountered. Your rapid ascent to such strength is truly astonishing, Vegeta remarked. Frieza, in response to Vegeta's compliments, felt a surge of elation. The thrill of this battle surpassed the mundane destruction of planets he once found so unexciting during his reign over the universe. Nevertheless, he could not forsake his mission to annihilate planets, as it was a task entrusted to his Frost Demon lineage by Lord Beerus. The thought of facing Beerus's wrath for failing to meet expectations sent a shiver down Frieza's spine. How terrifying. Frieza, you must be well aware that ending my life is no simple feat, just as it would not be an easy endeavor for me to extinguish yours. However, should my wife, Midori, and I join forces, eliminating you would pose no significant challenge. As Vegeta gestured towards Midori, Frieza directed his gaze in her direction and concurred with Vegeta's assertion. Following his recent skirmish with Vegeta, he had begun to grasp the essence of perceiving energy. Thus he too sensed the formidable aura emanating from Midori. Although her power did not quite match that of himself and Vegeta, their combined strength would undoubtedly present him with considerable difficulty. What do you mean? Are you truly contemplating an alliance with your wife against me? Frieza inquired. In response to Frieza's question, Vegeta shook his head, having come to a profound realization. This world of Dragon Ball is governed by the principle of strength, devoid of any absolute notions of good and evil. Frieza's relentless invasions and destructions of planets were merely the result of Beerus's orders, though he seemed to derive pleasure from it as well. In the face of overwhelming strength, the weak must abide by the rules, for they hold no rights before the powerful. One need only observe Goku's impotent attempts against the mighty Beerus in Dragon Ball Super, with but a thought. Beerus could obliterate Earth. Only by augmenting one's own power can one earn the right to engage in discourse with those of equal might. Now that Vegeta had attained a level of strength comparable to Frieza's, he naturally possessed the authority to converse with him. This principle is echoed in Dragon Ball Super, where Frieza acknowledged the strength of Goku, Vegeta, and their companions. Following his ultimate defeat and revenge, he ceased to seek out trouble with them so readily. Let us refrain from wagering our lives in this contest. Otherwise, we risk mutual destruction. Agreed. You are formidable, Mr. Vegeta. Frieza assented, recognizing that a relentless clash could indeed lead to the outcome Vegeta had mentioned. As for avenging his brother, such thoughts were futile. The Frost Demon race is devoid of emotions. His purpose here was to eradicate the Saiyan threat, but upon recognizing their strength, he abandoned that notion. The risks were simply too great. The peril of mutual annihilation, or even his own demise, was not worth the gamble. Upon seeing Frieza concede, Vegeta resumed his battle stance. Their dialogue was overheard in its entirety by Madouzi, Vegeta, and the others below. While most remained indifferent, Vegeta and Bardock were particularly stirred, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Frieza. Nevertheless, they restrained themselves, understanding that Vegeta's actions were driven by his own reasoning. Thus, they resolved to wait until the conclusion of the battle before questioning Vegeta about his decision to spare Frieza. Frieza smirked. Although he agreed to Vegeta's terms of not contesting life and death, he had no intention of showing mercy, and Vegeta felt similarly. Frieza raised a finger, and a dark purple energy sphere materialized, continuously expanding. Vegeta gazed at Frieza's actions with a serious expression, recognizing this as Frieza's signature move, the planet destruction bomb. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, Vegeta assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, gathering blue energy at his waist and further compressing it, transforming the energy into a bluish-white hue. Planet destruction bomb. Kamehameha wave at 5 times the power. Simultaneously, Frieza and Vegeta unleashed their most formidable techniques, intent on vanquishing each other. The two energy forces collided, and the veins on their foreheads bulged, clearly indicating that both were exerting their utmost effort to overpower the other's attack. The energies remained locked in a stalemate. At times, Frieza would gain the upper hand, only for Vegeta to retaliate and regain dominance. A tremendous burst of light erupted from the center of their clash, prompting those watching below, including Meadows and Bulma, to squint their eyes, obscuring the view of the battle. Finally, unable to maintain their equilibrium, the two energies exploded outward with a thunderous roar. The massive shockwave sent both Frieza and Vegeta tumbling backward, finally coming to a halt as they crashed into a mountain. Both warriors spat out blood, signifying the toll the recent shockwave had taken on them, leaving them significantly injured. Vegeta climbed up from the mountainside, advancing toward Frieza, who was likewise approaching him. Upon their meeting, they both paused, staring at each other until Frieza finally spoke. Vegeta, you are remarkably strong. That last strike was my full power, and yet we stand at an impasse. How about we declare this battle a draw? Continuing may lead to mutual destruction, unless you resort to cheating. Vegeta's lip twitched. He had indeed contemplated teaming up with Meadows or consuming a Senzu bean to potentially kill Frieza. However, Frieza's words made him hesitate. Perhaps it was the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins that compelled him to seek a fair victory over Frieza. Indeed, if we continue, we shall only suffer mutual defeat. This battle can end in a draw. You may leave, but your father, King Cold, cannot. Frieza's eyes narrowed at Vegeta's words, and with a slight smirk, he turned and departed without a glance back. Chapter 51. King Cold's self-destruction. Frieza harbored little affection for his father, or perhaps the Frost Demon race, in general. Placed little value on familial ties. The death of his father would be a boon for Frieza, allowing him to dominate the entire universe. Thus he left with decisive clarity. Vegeta did not attempt to stop Frieza's departure, allowing him to leave unimpeded. He descended toward Meadows, but as soon as he steadied himself, he was met with Vegeta's furious inquiry. Why did you not kill Frieza? Why did you let him go? Vegeta's anger was palpable, and even Bardock looked at him with confusion and disappointment. Frieza's power is extraordinarily formidable, and I am incapable of defeating him. Continuing to battle would only result in mutual destruction, hence I chose to let him go. Vegeta spoke with a natural candor about his reasons for releasing Frieza, as there was nothing to conceal. I understand why you harbor such animosity towards Frieza. It is because he annihilated planet Vegeta. However, there are underlying reasons for this. The true orchestrator of the destruction is not Frieza, who merely acted under orders. Vegeta's words struck like thunder in the hearts of those from planet Vegeta. What? The cause of the planet's ruin was not Frieza, but rather he was following commands. Who then possesses the authority to command Frieza? Bardock's face was filled with bewilderment. If Frieza is not the culprit behind the destruction, then who is the true antagonist? If someone as powerful as Frieza must obey another, how formidable must that individual be? Moreover, What motive could they have for exterminating the Saiyans and obliterating planet Vegeta? Upon hearing Vegeta's statement, Vegeta's expression turned pale, a look of terror flashing in his eyes as if he had recalled something. Vegeta, noticing the dread in his counterpart's countenance, realized that Vegeta had indeed remembered. After all, the lore of Dragon Ball Super recounts that Vegeta witnessed his father kneeling before Beerus in his childhood. It appears Vegeta has made the connection. In response to Vegeta's seemingly nonsensical remark, the others present exchanged confused glances between Vegeta and Vegeta, unsure of the conversation's meaning. Only Vegeta's expression grew increasingly fearful, while Bardock furrowed his brows in persistent contemplation. Did both Vegeta and Bardock know the identity of that individual? Just as Bardock was about to inquire about the person's name, he was interrupted by Vegeta. Uncle Bardock, I cannot reveal this person's name. I can only say that he is a god. As Vegeta uttered these words, outside the heavenly palace, Bobo quietly observed with a slight smirk, glancing towards a particular direction in the sky. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, Beerus had fallen into a deep slumber, leaving uncertain when he might awaken. The angel Whis, upon hearing Vegeta's words through his crystal ball, raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Swiftly, he waved his staff, and Vegeta's past was revealed within the crystal ball. After witnessing Vegeta's experiences, Whis felt a flicker of interest in him, yet it remained limited. He would pay a bit more attention to Vegeta's affairs, but would not seek to meet him. After all, given Vegeta's current strength, he had yet to earn the privilege of Whis' attention. Only when Vegeta becomes stronger might he catch Whis' eye and have the opportunity to meet him. Understanding Vegeta's words, Vegeta realized that he too recognized the entity's identity, but was hesitant to speak. Bardock, observing Vegeta and Vegeta's reticence regarding the identity of the god, felt even more intrigued, and a sense of gravity emerged within him. If even Vegeta, who is so powerful, dares not utter the name, it is evident that the strength of this individual surpasses his imagination. Furthermore, being a god, he felt compelled to abandon any thoughts of vengeance, though lingering bitterness remained. As Vegeta and Bege engaged in conversation, Goku and King Cold were embroiled in an intense battle. Both combatants bore significant injuries, as their strengths were closely matched, with Goku possessing a slight edge over King Cold. While deftly evading a powerful punch from King Cold, Goku retaliated with a strike to King Cold's face, causing the latter to instinctively tilt his head back. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a fierce kick to King Cold's chest, resulting in a spray of blood as King Cold plummeted like a meteor into the mountains. Kamehameha, a colossal beam of blue energy descended from the heavens, striking King Cold directly. Within the energy column, King Cold struggled to withstand the force, his eyes scanning the surroundings in search of Frieza. Yet he found no trace of him. Instead, he spotted Vegeta standing alongside Midori. It dawned on King Cold that Frieza had abandoned him, igniting a mixture of anger and fear within him. His rage stemmed from the betrayal of his son, while his fear arose from the realization that he was now alone in battle against Goku, whose power he had come to dread. Goku's strength, combined with Vegeta's experience from battling Frieza, rendered King Cold's chances of survival bleak. Observing King Cold's expressions under the Kamehameha, Goku and Vegeta noted the diminishing fury of Bardock and Vegeta, their resentment towards King Cold's plight starting to wane. This battle is nearing its conclusion. Shall we assist in eliminating him? Vegeta suggested, teleporting to Goku's side. In his view, the outcome of the confrontation between Goku and King Cold was already determined, and it was time to conclude the fight. However, Goku shook his head in refusal. Taken aback by Goku's rejection, Vegeta soon understood that Goku, like him, desired to vanquish King Cold alone, hence declining his offer of assistance. With this realization, Vegeta chose not to argue and promptly teleported back to Midori. In the meantime, King Cold, with a mighty roar, escaped the grasp of the Kamehameha and lunged at Goku from the side, delivering a powerful punch to Goku's ribs. Caught off guard as the Kamehameha was still in effect, Goku had no time to defend himself and was struck directly, sending him crashing into a mountain, where he was subsequently buried beneath the rubble. After incapacitating Goku, King Cold did not immediately pursue. Instead, he soared into outer space, his desire to escape overpowering any inclination to continue fighting. However, his flight was abruptly halted when Vegeta appeared before him, blocking his path, while Goku emerged from the debris. Rushing to confront King Cold, faced with the dual assault from Vegeta and Goku, despair gripped King Cold's heart. How dare you not relent? If I am to fall, Then let us perish together. I will bring you and this planet to ruin, turning it to ashes." He screamed, consumed by fury. The expression on King Coold's face was one of sheer terror and distortion as his body began to swell ominously. Both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. It appeared that King Coold was intent on self-destruction. Vegeta was particularly astonished that King Coold would resort to a technique reminiscent of Cell's self-detonation. However, self-destruction seemed to be a tactic available to all. Did not Vegeta himself explode during the Majin Buu saga? With grave expressions, Vegeta and Goku observed King Coold's inflating form. Realizing the peril they faced, one misstep could lead to the annihilation of everyone, including the entire Earth. "What is happening to him, Brother Vegeta?" Kakarot. "What on earth is going on? Why is King Coold's body swelling like this?" As Metis approached, noticing the hesitation of Vegeta and Goku to act, she could not restrain herself from flying forward to inquire about the situation. Vegeta followed closely behind, while the others remained back. Chapter 52. Trunks. Upon seeing Metis and Vegeta, a sudden idea struck Vegeta, though it was far from Goku's impulsive notion of teleporting King Coold away to meet his doom. Observing Goku's indecisive demeanor, Vegeta's heart sank. Surely he isn't contemplating that method, he thought. Goku, refrain from employing that tactic unless absolutely necessary. After addressing Goku, Vegeta proceeded to explain the current predicament to Metis and Vegeta. "I believe I have a potential solution to this crisis. We must unite the powers of the 4 Super Saiyans to create a barrier around King Coold to shield against his self-detonation. With our collective strength, particularly as Goku, Metis, and I are nearly equal to King Coold, I should be able to withstand his explosion, given my slight superiority." With that, Vegeta produced 2 Senzu beans, consuming one himself and offering the other to Goku. Having just battled, their powers were not at their peak, so it was prudent to restore their strength. Without hesitation, Goku took the bean Vegeta handed him, chewing and swallowing it quickly, soon regaining his full power. The 4 of them positioned themselves at the corners, enveloping King Coold. Vegeta extended his hands, golden energy radiating from his palms, while Metis, Goku, and Vegeta emulated his actions, channeling their energy outward. Their powers converged and fused, encasing King Coold within. Damn it! Damn it! You cannot succeed." King Coold seethed with rage upon witnessing their actions, filled with unwillingness as he initiated his self-detonation. Time had passed. There was no turning back. With a final, anguished roar, his body reached its maximum expansion before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying energy unleashed by King Coold's self-detonation collided with the energy barrier constructed by the 4, causing the spherical shield to swell continuously, while they gritted their teeth, exerting greater strength to compress it back down. At long last, the explosive energy of King Coold was subdued by the combined efforts of the 4 warriors, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. As the energy faded, the support from Vegeta and the others gradually diminished, causing them to weaken and plummet from the sky. Fortunately, Krillin and Bardock arrived just in time to catch them. Vegeta took a moment to catch his breath, retrieving 4 Senzu beans. After consuming one himself, he urged Meritus and the others to partake as well. With the nourishment of the beans, Vegeta regained his strength, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had not anticipated the overwhelming force of King Coold's self-destruction. Just moments before, they had nearly faltered, yet they had persevered. After a brief respite, Vegeta approached Trunks. Though aware of Trunks' intentions, he still inquired about his identity and purpose. Trunks beckoned Goku, Vegeta, and Meritus to step aside, distancing themselves from the group. Piccolo, eavesdropping, strained to hear their conversation. "I have information that I wish to share exclusively with you. It must remain confidential," Trunks stated. Vegeta nodded in agreement, and Goku and Meritus followed suit. "This revelation may be hard to believe, but I have traveled from 20 years into the future via a time machine," Trunks declared. His words left Goku and Meritus astonished, while Vegeta feigned surprise. "From the future? You claim to hail from 20 years hence?" Goku, unable to contain his disbelief, sought clarification from Trunks, while Meritus also cupped her ear in confusion. Piccolo, eavesdropping from a distance, was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, my name is Trunks. If you wonder about my Saiyan lineage, it is because the man standing over there, Vegeta, is my father." Trunks' revelation stunned Goku and Meritus. "You are Vegeta's son, and you traveled through time? Moreover, the Capsule Corporation insignia on your attire indicates that your mother must be Bulma," Vegeta surmised, prompting a nod of affirmation from Trunks, confirming his conjecture. Goku nearly toppled over, Meridus gaped in astonishment, and Piccolo, still listening from afar, stumbled slightly. Only Vegeta smiled subtly, clearly amused by Goku and Meridus' reactions. I was born 2 years from now, but my return to this era is not merely to share this information. Approximately 3 years from now, on May 12th at 10 o'clock a.m., an extraordinarily powerful and fearsome duo will emerge on an island located 9 kilometers to the southwest. They are androids created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. Vegeta, Meridus, and Goku listened intently as Trunks spoke. Once he finished, Goku and Meridus fell into deep contemplation, while Vegeta squinted, pondering the implications of Dr. Gero and the forthcoming androids, sensing that the Cell Games were imminent. As he pondered this, Vegeta could not help but curl the corners of his lips, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Could it be that even with the formidable power of a Super Saiyan, one could not contend with those androids? Were they truly that formidable? How did their combat prowess compare to that of the Frieza duo we just faced? Goku voiced his concerns, prompting a moment of contemplation from Trunks. He reflected meticulously on the capabilities of androids 17 and 18 in contrast to Frieza and his father, realizing that indeed, Frieza appeared to surpass the androids in strength. In my future world, the androids are stronger than Frieza. If I had my current strength, I would still be unable to defeat the androids from my timeline. Goku furrowed his brow, a perplexing thought nagging at him. He inquired of Trunks, "Wait a moment, Trunks. If there are only 2 of them, how could you possibly be unable to defeat them? What about your other allies?" Goku's question cast Trunks into silence, a pang of sorrow striking his heart as he recalled his companions from the future. "In my future, I have no comrades. For I am alone in a world 20 years hence, where all my friends have been slain by the androids. Vegeta, Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu, all have perished. Since God shares a life bond with Piccolo, his demise meant God's end as well, and with him, the Dragon Balls vanished. Even my brother Gohan, who taught me martial arts, fell victim to their wrath." Upon hearing Trunks' lamentations, both Vegeta and Meidos fell into a somber silence, and Goku too was muted. Although Vegeta was already aware of Trunks' tragic fate from the anime, hearing the painful recounting directly weighed heavily upon him. What about me? Did I not participate in the battle? And what of Vegeta and Meidos? Did they not fight either? Goku questioned, his confusion palpable. Trunks had mentioned that Vegeta and the others had perished, yet he had not clarified the fates of himself, Vegeta, and Meidos. "In my future world, neither Vegeta nor Meidos exist, and you did not take part in the conflict. For in the near future, you will succumb to illness, a viral heart disease that will ultimately claim your life." Hearing Trunks speak of a future devoid of himself and Meidos did not surprise Vegeta. After all, his time travel was an accident that altered many events from the original timeline. In Trunks' world, he had not traversed into the body of Vegeta, allowing events to unfold as they did in the original narrative. Goku, upon realizing that his demise would not be in battle but rather due to affliction, found it difficult to accept. Chapter 53, The Android Saga begins. However, this illness is currently deemed incurable, yet in 20 years hence, a potent antidote has been developed. As Trunks spoke, he produced a vial of the antidote for the viral heart disease and handed it to Goku. Goku, with excitement, carefully took the vial and tucked it safely into his bosom, finally exhaling in relief. In this way, he would not succumb to the ravages of illness and could continue to fight. His curiosity about the forthcoming android was piqued. He was eager to ascertain the true prowess of this creation. Vegeta observed Goku as he acquired the miraculous medicine, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He recalled Goku consuming the super divine water, which seemed to be the reason behind this. It followed that in 3 years, Goku's viral heart condition would manifest, and it would be prudent to remind him to take that medication before embarking on their journey. This could potentially eradicate the virus before it took hold, preventing Goku from being incapacitated by his heart condition when confronting Android 20. Simultaneously, he resolved to continue his training over the next 3 years, striving to break through to Super Saiyan 2, which would enable him to face Cell with ease. After Trunks had finished discussing matters with Goku, Vegeta, and Melodies, he took his leave. Vegeta, Melodies, and Goku returned to their comrades, where Vegeta recounted the events, omitting Trunks' true identity and merely mentioning the impending arrival of androids. After absorbing this information, Vegeta clenched his fists and silently departed, with Bulma following closely behind. Krillin and the others also committed themselves to training, determined to be of assistance to Goku and his companions in 3 years' time. Piccolo, however, chose to withdraw alone, preferring solitude in his training, though he would undoubtedly reappear when needed. Vegeta, along with Melodies and Goku, returned to Planet Salad and resumed their rigorous training. Vegeta maintained his Super Saiyan form daily, striving to achieve the full power of Super Saiyan. He had only grazed the threshold of that state, convinced that 3 years would suffice for him to attain it. Goku and Melodies, inspired by Vegeta's dedication, joined him in training. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon Goku, Vegeta, and Melodies had all reached full Super Saiyan status, standing merely a veil away from Super Saiyan 2, yet despite their efforts, they could not breach that barrier. Vegeta understood that the key to transcending Super Saiyan lay in the elevation of one's emotions. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, Gohan ascended to Super Saiyan 2 due to an overwhelming rage, a path Vegeta had also attempted, yet he remained unable to break through. Before long, the day of the android's emergence arrived. On that momentous day, Vegeta, Melodies, and Goku bid farewell to Bardock and left Planet Salad. Prior to their departure, Vegeta urged Goku to consume the heart disease antidote. The trio journeyed to their destination, a city in the southwestern region. Shortly after their arrival, Vegeta, along with Krillin and other Dragon Ball warriors, joined them. Accompanying Vegeta was Bulma, cradling in her arms a small infant with a tuft of gray hair. Upon seeing the child, a smirk graced Vegeta's lips. It appeared that he and Bulma had indeed forged a bond. Weakling and Midori regarded the infant cradled in Bulma's arms with peculiar expressions, glancing from Vegeta to Bulma and back again, their eyes flitting between the two. Bulma, who is this baby you're holding? Despite already knowing the child's identity, Vegeta feigned confusion and inquired of Bulma. You can guess, but I assure you, you will never fathom who this baby is. Yamcha, wearing a crestfallen expression, uttered these words, still struggling to believe that he had been cast aside. While Bulma was now with Vegeta and had given birth to a child, Weakling playfully teased the infant in Bulma's embrace, then remarked, his name must be Trunks, the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma. Weakling, how do you know this? Bulma asked, her surprise evident as she stared at him, realizing he had inadvertently let the secret slip. Weakling hurriedly chuckled. Oh, I have no idea. I was just taking a wild guess. A wild guess. You even got Trunks' name right, Bulma said, her suspicion piqued. Sensing Weakling's odd demeanor, Vegeta, rubbing his forehead, thought Weakling exceedingly foolish for revealing the baby's name, which could only raise questions. Is it true? His name is indeed Trunks? I must be quite remarkable. Weakling laughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. At that moment, Bardock arrived, having spent the past 3 years training tirelessly, finally elevating his combat power to 8 million. Yet, he still found himself unable to transform into a Super Saiyan. Despite attempting the method Vegeta had suggested, concentrating power in his back, but to no avail. It seemed Bardock could only strive to transform through the primal method of rage, which was why he had joined the battle, hoping to incite his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Once everyone had gathered, Vegeta proposed that they split up, each to search for the androids, signaling the others with their energy once they found them. After considering Vegeta's suggestion, the others agreed, nodding in approval. Soon, they dispersed in various directions to seek traces of the androids, leaving Vegeta stationary. Noticing Vegeta's lack of movement, Midori halted as well, and seeing the two stop, Weakling followed suit. Brother Vegeta, why aren't you moving? Midori inquired. With a smile, Vegeta explained his plan. Since he could teleport, he need not venture anywhere. As long as the others found the androids and released their energy, he could instantly move to their side. Upon hearing Vegeta's explanation, Midori and Weakling understood, realizing the strategy. They too ceased their movements, attuning themselves to the fluctuations of the other's energy, ready to teleport to their side at the first sign of disturbance. Yamcha was wandering the streets in search of traces of the androids, but locating them proved to be an arduous task. He had never even laid eyes on one before, making the vast sea of humanity all the more daunting. At that moment, he caught sight of a peculiar old man accompanied by a portly fellow, and as their gazes met, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him. Sensing the strangeness of these two individuals, he hastened to unleash his energy to alert his companions. But before he could act, the frail old man vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, it was directly before Yamcha. who found himself ensnared by a single hand gripping his face. Chapter 54, Goku's Malady. Yamcha was hoisted aloft by that hand, struggling futilely against the grip, his body emanating faint waves of light. The man began to siphon Yamcha's energy, causing his vitality to dwindle. Simultaneously, Vegeta, Merides, and Goku sensed the disturbance in Yamcha's energy. Vegeta opened his eyes and vanished in an instant, followed closely by Merides and Goku, who also disappeared from their positions. Dr. Gero was in the midst of absorbing Yamcha's energy when suddenly, a figure materialized beside him, delivering a swift kick to Dr. Gero's body. The force compelled Dr. Gero to relinquish his hold on Yamcha, sending him sprawling backward into a nearby building. Yamcha fell to the ground, gasping for breath. As Vegeta produced a Senzu bean and offered it to him, Yamcha accepted it, chewing and swallowing it quickly, and soon his energy returned to normal. Thank you. That person is quite strange. He has the ability to absorb my energy. Everyone, be cautious. After regaining his composure, Yamcha exhaled deeply in gratitude to Vegeta and shared his unsettling experience with the android. Vegeta nodded knowingly, aware that the android possessed a switch in his palm for energy absorption. Dr. Gero emerged from the derelict building, and as Vegeta and the others sensed the commotion, they hastened to the scene. Dr. Gero, observing the assembled Dragon Ball warriors, felt a twinge of confusion. How did you know I would be here? He queried. Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixed on Dr. Gero, the brilliant mind behind the creation of androids. Regardless of how you came to know of my presence, it matters not. Now that you are all here, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out individually. Today, you shall all meet your demise here. With that, Dr. Gero gestured toward the portly figure beside him, and Android 21 stepped forward. As she did, Goku approached, eager to gauge the strength of this android. Wait a moment, Goku. Refrain from fighting here. Let us seek another location to engage, lest the ensuing battle wreak havoc upon the city, advised Vegeta. Goku nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of his companion's words. Why complicate matters? It is all the same wherever we go. I shall simply clear this area, rendering it desolate, Dr. Gero remarked with a cold smile, preparing to strike. Vegeta, with a chilling gaze, admonished him, I advise you to desist. This is not your domain. Do not entertain thoughts of ravaging this place. Under Vegeta's frosty stare, Dr. Gero felt an inexplicable chill run through him. Relinquishing his intent to attack, he scoffed, attempting to mask his trepidation. Very well, do as you please. It matters not where we are. In the end, you shall all perish. Since that is the case, I shall grant you the opportunity to choose your own grave site. Upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, Vegeta said nothing and took to the skies. Following his lead, Dr. Gero departed as well, with Android 21, Goku, and Vegeta trailing behind him as they exited the city. As Vegeta soared through the air in search of a suitable battleground, he sought an open area, fully aware that Dr. Gero would not acquiesce to such a choice. Thus, he refrained from insisting and settled for a random location. As he descended, Dr. Gero and the others followed suit. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourselves? Excellent. Are you prepared to meet your doom? Dr. Gero surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. The locale was expansive and offered ample opportunity for tactical maneuvering and escape. At that juncture, Goku stepped forward, prompting Dr. Gero to signal for Android 21, the heavier-set android, to step out and stand face-to-face with Goku. Without further ado, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan form. Dr. Gero's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Goku's transformation, his pupils dilating in disbelief. This is not at all how I envisioned it. The intelligence I received must have been gravely flawed. Observing Dr. Gero's reaction, Vegeta smirked, realizing that Dr. Gero remained oblivious to the Saiyant's ability to ascend to Super Saiyan forms. It was understandable, given that Goku, Vegeta, and Merides had never transformed in front of him. Though taken aback by Goku's transformation, Dr. Gero retained confidence in the capabilities of his creations. Goku charged first, delivering a punch aimed at Android 21's face, which she narrowly evaded. In retaliation, Android 21 countered with a punch aimed at Goku's abdomen, but Goku raised his knee to block her strike. The two engaged in a flurry of attacks, testing each other's strength. After gauging Android 21's prowess, Goku unleashed a powerful strike that connected with the side of her face, causing her features to cave in as she was sent hurtling into the mountainside. Dr. Gero gazed intently at Goku, whose power had unexpectedly surged, his brow furrowing in concern. A grave expression settled upon his face as he subtly retreated, contemplating his escape strategy. It became evident that Android 21 was no match for Goku. He needed to devise an alternative plan. Should he activate Androids 17 and 18? No, he decided. They could not be awakened unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Vegeta keenly observed Dr. Gero's facial expressions while watching the clash between Goku and Android 21. Noticing the Doctor's fluctuating demeanor and his discreet withdrawal, Vegeta realized Gero was intent on fleeing. He prepared himself to thwart Dr. Gero's escape. Although Gero was the one who could activate Androids 17 and 18, he believed that Bulma, being an equally brilliant scientist, could accomplish the same task. Thus, there was no need to allow Dr. Gero to remain at large. Unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, he had caught Vegeta's attention. He continued to watch the battle between Goku and Android 21 while searching for a moment to flee. The fight persisted, with Goku now fully aware of Android 21's strength. He no longer held back, delivering powerful blows that left Android 21 battered and bruised, blood, or perhaps oil, seeping from its injuries. As Goku sensed the opportune moment to deliver a decisive strike against Android 21, a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his chest. Clutching his heart, his brow furrowed, and his complexion paled, beads of sweat trickling down his face. This is bad. My heart condition has flared up. But I took that special medicine, didn't I? Could it be that taking it early, under Vegeta's insistence, rendered it ineffective? Goku, drenched in perspiration and bewildered, realized he had no time to ponder. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Chapter 55. Dr. Gero's escape. Vegeta, sharp-eyed, detected Goku's single-handed grip on his chest, mirroring his own furrowed brow. How could this be? Is Goku's heart condition really acting up? Didn't Ti instruct him to take the medicine? He questioned, puzzled. Could it be that the medication only works after an episode? If that's the case, we're in serious trouble. Goku's heart condition suddenly intensified, adversely affecting his strength as he pressed his attack against Android 21. His power waned, leaving him somewhat unsteady. Seizing the opportunity, Android 21 landed a punch to Goku's abdomen, sending him hurtling back into a mountain, where he was buried beneath the rubble. After injuring Goku, Android 21 prepared to continue its assault, but suddenly, a figure appeared before it. Vegeta delivered a swift kick to Android 21's abdomen, propelling it backward. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Android 21's trajectory. His fist shimmered with a blue radiance as he unleashed a powerful blow that pierced through Android 21's back, creating a gaping hole. The blue light surrounding Android 21 surged, and with a thunderous explosion, it was reduced to mere dust. As Vegeta made his move, Bulma, Krillin, and others hurried to Goku's side, clearing away the stones to help him up. At that moment, Goku lay there with his eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed, his face etched with pain, one hand clutching his chest as he gasped for breath. Goku was suffering from a heart attack. Fortunately, the special medicine sent by the young boy was nestled within his clothing. They needed to administer it to him and then allow him to rest. After dealing with Android 21, Vegeta approached Goku, addressing Yamcha, who was attending to him. To be honest, Goku's heart condition was somewhat unexpected. Logically, after taking the special medicine, he should have been fine. Yet, it seemed the attack had still occurred. Yamcha nodded at Vegeta's words and retrieved the vial of medicine from Goku's grasp. Administering a pill to him. You should take one as well, he advised. This heart condition may be viral and potentially contagious. Better safe than sorry. Without hesitation, Yamcha swallowed a pill himself, then lifted Goku onto his back, bidding farewell to the others as he headed towards West City. Once Goku was carried away by Yamcha, Vegeta turned his attention to Dr. Gero, only to find that the man had already vanished. Vegeta smacked his forehead in frustration. Oh no, I was so focused on Goku's condition that I neglected to guard against Dr. Gero's escape, and now he has slipped away. Vegeta, along with Meruz and Krillin, quickly realized Dr. Gero had fled. We must find Dr. Gero at once. He cannot be allowed to escape, Vegeta declared, taking to the skies in pursuit of the rogue scientist. He huffed in irritation. It's all Kakarot's fault. If he hadn't suddenly suffered a heart attack, drawing everyone's attention, Dr. Gero wouldn't have had the opportunity to escape. Despite his annoyance, Vegeta continued the search for Dr. Gero, joined by Krillin and Piccolo, who also set out to track down the elusive scientist. However, the already concealed Dr. Gero would not be easily found, androids possess no aura, making them undetectable by energy sensing. Hidden among the trees, Dr. Gero observed Vegeta, Krillin, and the others with a cold glare, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Haha. Keep searching, you will never find me. How infuriating. I underestimated that Saiyan's strength. He dispatched Android 21 with such ease. It seems I must activate Android 17 and 18 instead. Just wait. Once they are activated, your demise will be imminent. But before that, I shall collect some interest. With that, Dr. Gero stealthily approached the isolated Piccolo, who was diligently searching for any trace of the scientist. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward, silencing Piccolo by covering his mouth. Dr. Gero's cold smile widened as he activated the switch in his palm, beginning to siphon Piccolo's energy. The energy emanating from Bege was incessantly absorbed by the switch in Dr. Gero's hand, leaving Bege unable to utter a single word as he was firmly grasped. In that moment of desperation, when he believed he was destined to perish, a voice whispered in his ear. Energy disc. A yellow disc sliced through the air towards Dr. Gero's hand, compelling him to release his grip on Bege and evade the impending attack. Are you alright, Bege? Krillin rushed to Bege's side, offering support with genuine concern while presenting him a senzu bean. Concurrently, Trunks from the future arrived, his eyes widening in shock upon recognizing Dr. Gero. For this was not the android he had known. After consuming the senzu bean, Bege's strength was swiftly restored. Upon noticing Krillin's arrival, Dr. Gero sensed impending trouble. The appearance of an unfamiliar individual, coupled with the sounds of others approaching, prompted him to leap off the cliff and vanish into the forest. By the time Vegeta and the others arrived, Dr. Gero had disappeared without a trace, leaving only Krillin, Bege, and a stunned Trunks behind. Vegeta and his companions were soon on the scene, their frustration mounting at Dr. Gero's sudden absence. Upon seeing Trunks, Vegeta greeted him. Trunks recounted his encounter with the android, prompting a moment of bewilderment among Vegeta and the others. Isn't he the android you mentioned? They exclaimed. However, Trunks clarified that the individual was not the android he had previously encountered in the future, who was known as Android 17. Characterized by long black hair and a red scarf, along with another android, Android 18, who possessed charming blonde locks. None anticipated that the adversaries they had battled so fervently were not the authentic androids from Trunks' future. Only Vegeta understood that they had never truly faced the real androids 17 and 18. Dr. Gero's disappearance thwarted their opportunity to capture him once more. Just as despair began to settle, Bulma's call broke through, relaying crucial information about Dr. Gero and speculating his whereabouts. Energized by this new lead, Vegeta and the others wasted no time and hurried to the location Bulma had indicated. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero had returned to his laboratory, diligently operating the control panel as the stasis chamber for Android 17 slowly opened. A young boy with long black hair gradually awakened, his eyes fluttering open. Upon regaining consciousness, Android 17 glanced at Drive Gero and then at the remote control in his hand. Hello there, Dr. Gero, he greeted, leaving Dr. Gero in a state of disbelief. Could it be that Android 17 was fully operational? Upon witnessing the unexpectedly amiable demeanor of number 17 towards him, Dr. Gero assumed that number 17 had been successfully repaired. He promptly engaged in a series of operations at the control panel, which resulted in the awakening of number 18 from her dormant pod. With her short, golden hair, number 18 opened her eyes, glanced at number 17, and then at Dr. Gero, eventually noticing the remote control in his hand. Their eyes met, and an understanding passed between them. Hello, Dr. Gero, she greeted him, and his heart soared with joy upon realizing that both number 18 and number 17 had been restored. However, in his moment of elation, he became momentarily careless. Number 17 stealthily approached Drive Gero and, in an instant, snatched the remote control from his grasp. Chapter 56. The mysterious Zelda remote was abruptly seized by number 17, leaving Dr. Gero in a state of shock and fear, cold sweat trickling down his face. What are you doing, number 17? Quickly, return the remote to me, Dr. Gero implored, his anxiety palpable. Yet, number 17 leisurely toyed with the remote, stating, This is the device that controls us, is it not, Dr. Gero? With a slight squeeze, the remote shattered into a multitude of fragments. The destruction of the remote filled Dr. Gero with sheer terror and rage. At that moment, number 18 approached another dormant pod marked as number 16. Is this another android? She inquired while reaching for the button to open the pod. Dr. Gero, witnessing her actions, was filled with dread and shouted, "No, you cannot. Number 16 is incomplete. Do not awaken him. He is extremely dangerous." Despite Dr. Gero's urgent warnings, number 18 remained resolute and continued to reach for the button. Her disobedience incited Dr. Gero's fury. But before he could react, number 17 had already approached him, his hand poised in a lethal strike towards Dr. Gero's neck. In a swift motion, Dr. Gero's head was severed, rolling away and coming to a rest on the ground. As Dr. Gero's head rolled, a violent commotion erupted at the entrance of the cave. With a thunderous crash, the door was flung open, revealing Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin outside. Their expressions shifted to utter disbelief as they beheld the lifeless body of Dr. Gero and his severed head. They could hardly comprehend that the once vibrant scientist had now met his demise. Even as Dr. Gero's head lay on the ground, his brain still functioned momentarily, allowing him to glance at Vegeta and the others, then back at number 17 and number 18. "You will meet a most dreadful end." He cursed them. Unfazed by his ominous words, number 17 advanced and crushed Drive Gero's head beneath his foot, startling Krillin and the others. As number 18 prepared to activate the switch for number 16, Trunks, upon witnessing her intent, was filled with rage. He would not permit her to release another android. He unleashed a wave of energy, striking the dormant pod designated as number 16. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the cavern, causing the entire structure to collapse. Bege and the others hastily fled the cave. Once the dust settled, numbers 17 and 18 stood unscathed, with number 18 holding aloft number 16's dormant gun. Upon placing the weapon down, he activated the switch, and a towering figure clad in green, with short orange hair, slowly emerged from the pod. The driver, observing the impressive height of around 1.8 to 1.9 meters, was taken aback by the stature of number 16, yet quickly reconciled that he was merely a synthetic creation. He greeted number 16, who appeared somewhat unresponsive and dazed, prompting number 17 to feel a tinge of boredom. Bege, watching the trio of numbers 17, 18, and 16, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Madozi, noticing this fleeting smile, paused in confusion, questioning why Bege, upon seeing adversaries, bore such a joyful expression. Little did she know, Bege smiled because their ranks had swelled with allies. The more friends, the better, as long as they were not foes. As Bege exhibited his smile, Vegeta had already approached the three, addressing them directly. "So, you are the androids? Your power seems rather unimpressive." In response to Vegeta's taunts, the trio remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected. "Let's leave this place," proposed number 17, to which number 18 nodded in agreement, and number 16 followed suit as they departed together. The fact that they ignored him ignited Vegeta's fury, compelling him to chase after them. Bege and the others sighed, resigned to follow. Once Bege and his companions exited, a figure emerged slowly from the underbrush. Cell entered the laboratory and approached the secluded chamber where his larval form was being studied. Observing himself still incubating in the solution, Cell donned a sinister smile. His tail lashed out violently, piercing the glass vessel and impaling the larva. After a series of gurgles, the larval cell was entirely consumed. Following this, Cell's form shimmered with radiant light, undergoing a transformation as he absorbed the essence of number 17, marking his evolution. Satisfied with his newly evolved physique, Cell stealthily approached the direction from which the androids had departed, eager to assess the combat capabilities of numbers 17 and 18, and to contemplate the possibility of absorbing them as well. Meanwhile, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, catching up with numbers 17, 18, and 16. "Huh, it seems you have not yet departed." Number 17 observed Vegeta's altered appearance with surprise, noting the change in both his form and demeanor after such a brief absence. "Your demeanor seems entirely transformed." "Heh, it is not merely your demeanor that has changed. Your strength has undergone a monumental shift as well. Would you care to test your mettle? I shall reduce you to mere scraps of metal." Vegeta sneered at number 17, who remained unfazed by the provocation. Casting a glance at number 18. "Number 18, would you care to engage him in a little play?" Upon hearing number 17's words, number 18 stepped forward with a smile, responding, "Sure, after such a long slumber, I haven't stretched my limbs in ages. It's time to loosen up." Vegeta's anger flared upon hearing number 18's dismissal of him. With a furious charge, he launched a punch at number 18, which she effortlessly blocked with a single fist, and thus commenced an unceasing exchange of blows. Number 17 observed the clash between Vegeta and number 18, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Remarkable indeed. His strength surpasses what Dr. Gero's data suggested by a considerable margin. Although astonished by Vegeta's newfound power, number 17 remained indifferent, knowing well that number 18 possessed even greater strength. As the battle unfolded, the others, including Goku and his companions, arrived at the scene. Goku furrowed his brow at the sight of Vegeta engaging with number 18, realizing that her strength had significantly increased compared to the original narrative, nearly reaching the full power of a Super Saiyan. It appears that my arrival has instigated changes in this world, initiating the butterfly effect. If both number 17 and number 18 have attained full Super Saiyan power, then surely Cell's final form must be on the verge of achieving Super Saiyan 2, or even surpassing it. Chapter 57, The Third Cell. Yet, I have yet to attain Super Saiyan 2 myself, and Cell's emergence draws ever closer. I must achieve that transformation swiftly, lest matters become dire. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, Cell had already manifested prematurely and consumed the cell of this world, evolving into his second form. Concealed within the dense forest below, Cell observed the battle between number 18 and Vegeta, narrowing his eyes at the formidable strength of number 18. Oh, this world's number 18 is truly powerful, stronger than the one from my universe. It seems as though what was said is accurate. I must devour the other cell and achieve my perfect form if I am to stand a chance against number 17 and number 18. How exhilarating. My other body is on the verge of hatching. Were Vegeta to hear Cell's thoughts, he would be utterly astonished, realizing that this cell did not originate from the future timeline. Where, then, did he come from? After observing the clash between number 18 and Vegeta, Cell quietly slipped away. Now was not the time to confront number 17 and number 18. He could only wait in hiding for the opportune moment. Shiro has departed, yet the battle between Vegeta and Android 18 rages on. At this moment, Vegeta finds himself in a rather precarious situation, having underestimated the formidable strength of 18. With a swift punch, 18 strikes Vegeta in the abdomen, causing him to emit a painful groan as he spews forth bile, his body hurtling backward to collide violently with a mountainside. Trunks, witnessing his father ensnared in a fierce struggle, feels an instinctive urge to intervene. However, at that moment, Android 17 steps forth, regarding Trunks with a calm demeanor. I advise against your interference, he states coolly. This is a one-on-one challenge. Should you choose to engage, both I and Android 16 shall also join the fray, and any ensuing casualties will be on your heads. Vegeta, his expression grave, casts a wary glance at Android 16. His true concern lies not with 17, whom he believes he can match in combat, but rather with 16, who possesses a strength surpassing that of both 17 and 18 combined, likely having attained the Super Saiyan 2 state. This realization renders Vegeta cautious, compelling him to refrain from recklessly aiding his counterpart. He restrains Trunks, shaking his head in a gesture of counsel. Trunks, I implore you to hold back. Although Vegeta is in a dire predicament, he is not in mortal peril. The encounter with 18 is merely a sparring match. She has yet to deliver a lethal blow. Should you intervene, the situation could spiral into chaos with the involvement of 17 and 16, introducing a multitude of uncertainties. Furthermore, it appears that 17 and 18 are not as merciless as you might have anticipated from your world. They exhibit a surprising degree of restraint in this realm. Therefore, we should observe the unfolding events and gauge the strength of both Vegeta and 18. Given Vegeta's proud disposition, your intrusion could provoke his ire. Upon hearing Vegeta's reasoning, Trunks reluctantly withdraws. With Trunks dissuaded, all eyes return to Vegeta, who, in addition to his disheveled appearance, is now somewhat enraged and humiliated. He had not anticipated the extent of Android 18's prowess. Although she may not be the strongest among them, the fact that he is being watched by both Vegeta and Meridos while struggling is a source of embarrassment. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, 18 swiftly closes the distance, delivering a fierce punch to his abdomen before raising both hands in a hammer-like fashion to strike forcefully at the nape of his neck. The impact sends Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating a substantial indentation. As the dust settles, it becomes evident that Vegeta has reverted from his Super Saiyan form, returning to his original state. Observing that Vegeta has succumbed to unconsciousness, 18 ceases her assault. She brushes off the dust from her attire and gracefully returns to the side of 17. The trio cast a final glance at Vegeta and the others before turning away and departing the scene. Trunks, upon witnessing the departure of androids 16, 17, and 18, hastily flew to Vegeta's side to assess his injuries. He was relieved to find that Vegeta was not gravely harmed, merely rendered unconscious by android 18. With a sigh of relief, Trunks hoisted Vegeta onto his back and departed alongside his companions. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others returned to their respective locations, but Trunks accompanied Vegeta, Matus, and Goku back to Planet Salad. At that moment, Goku lay unconscious within the confines of a dwelling, having been administered a special medicine by Yamcha. As Yamcha contemplated taking the medicine himself, Goku's expression had transformed from the agony of his earlier heart ailment to one of serene tranquility. Not long after their return, Vegeta, having checked on Goku and confirming his safety, recalled another pressing matter. He and Matus made their way to Dr. Gero's laboratory, descending into the subterranean research facility. However, upon discovering the shattered vessels and the missing cell specimen, Vegeta's countenance darkened significantly. Matus, noticing Vegeta's unusual expression, cast a glance at the broken vessel, perplexed by the distress it seemed to cause him. "Brother Vegeta, what troubles you? What is the significance of that object that elicits such a reaction?" she inquired. Vegeta shook his head, opting for silence as a sense of foreboding enveloped him. The events were unfolding in an unpredictable manner, and he felt an escalating urgency to enhance his strength. A premonition stirred within him. He sensed that his current prowess might be insufficient to confront the adversities that lay ahead. As Vegeta pondered these troubling thoughts, Bulma's call interrupted his reverie. She informed him of her discovery of a time machine identical to Trunks's and sought to confirm its origin. Simultaneously, she relayed this information to Trunks, urging him to hurry to her location as well. After concluding the conversation, Vegeta set aside his phone and, alongside Matus, made haste toward the coordinates Bulma had provided. Upon their arrival, they found Trunks and Bulma already present, and the four of them gathered before the time machine. Trunks inspected it closely and was astonished to find that this machine had arrived 3 years prior to his own. While Trunks examined the time machine, Vegeta ventured toward a specific direction, the lair of Cell. Chapter 58. Goku awakens. As Vegeta approached Cell's hiding place, Cell had already hatched. Noticing Vegeta's approach, he grinned wickedly and stealthily retreated, concealing himself in a hollow of a tree, careful to mask his presence from Vegeta. Unbeknownst to Sheru, another Sheru stealthily approached him from behind, akin to a mantis stalking its prey, oblivious to the imminent peril posed by his own duplicate. Meanwhile, Vegeta ventured into a thicket and stumbled upon a chrysalis, still damp to the touch, indicating it had just emerged. A grave expression crossed his face as he scanned the surroundings, yet he could not sense Sheru's presence, rendering him unable to detect the lurking danger. At that moment, the second Sheru sidled up to the concealed Sheru, placing a hand over his mouth while his tail penetrated the latter's body, producing a ghastly slurping sound. Startled, Vegeta dashed towards the source of the noise and witnessed one Sheru dissolving at an alarming rate, gradually transforming into mere skin, while the other Sheru grinned eerily, exuding a silvery luminescence that flickered incessantly. A surge of shock coursed through Vegeta's mind. How could there be two Sherus? Without a moment's hesitation, he launched an attack against Sheru. At this juncture, Sheru was enveloped in a radiant silver glow, and when Vegeta's fist struck him, it was as though he had encountered an immovable object. Sheru remained undeterred, and the commotion soon caught the attention of Meduo and Trunks, who hurried over to find Vegeta, transformed into a Super Saiyan, delivering a powerful punch to the shimmering creature, which remained unscathed. As the glow subsided, Sheru had fully transformed into his complete form. Although not in his lightning form, he emanated a terrifying presence, his power now dangerously close to that of a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, still in his full-power Super Saiyan state, found himself outmatched, merely a hair's breadth away from attaining Super Saiyan 2, yet leagues apart in strength. Vegeta relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches, but Sheru appeared indifferent, reveling in the magnificence of his new form. Observing Sheru's lack of response, Vegeta summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful blow, which sent Sheru hurtling backward, crashing through numerous trees before collapsing to the ground. However, Sheru soon regained his footing, inspecting his body for injuries and then casting a smile towards Vegeta. He beckoned with a finger, a clear invitation for Vegeta to attack. Aware that he was not a match for Sheru, Vegeta nonetheless obliged, launching another punch. Cheru effortlessly caught Vegeta's fist with one hand, and a deafening explosion of air erupted between them. Vegeta continued his assault, throwing punches that Cheru deftly blocked with his hands and feet. When Vegeta delivered a kick, Cheru was sent skidding backward for several meters before coming to a stop, dusting himself off with a smirk. You are quite impressive, appearing formidable. Yet you remain no match for me. I wish to host a martial arts tournament, scheduled for 7 days hence. You have a week to enhance your abilities. Should you fail to surpass me by then, I shall eradicate all humanity from this planet. With a cold smirk, Cell departed, leaving only Vegeta, Meadows, Trunks, and Bulma behind. After a moment of silence, Vegeta exchanged a few words with Bulma and Trunks before taking Meadows and leaving. He sought to augment his power and intended to enter the room of spirit and time. There, a single day equates to a year, and he had refrained from utilizing it until now for emergencies. The moment had finally arrived. He aimed to spend 2 years within, striving to break through to Super Saiyan 2 and master its power, for only then could he hope to defeat Cell. Once Vegeta and Meadows had departed, Trunks found himself alone with Bulma. He then took her and exited as well. When the area was devoid of all others, a rift suddenly tore open in space, and 2 figures emerged. Cell is truly reckless. We brought him here to assist us in eliminating the Saiyans, yet now that he possesses power, he has grown arrogant, forgetting the terms we established. Is it wise to continue with such an individual? A woman clad in red, wielding a staff, spoke with a hint of disdain. Mira, he still possesses considerable strength. We must not act impulsively lest the angels take notice. We shall allow him to make the first move. Rest assured, should he falter, I will bestow upon him the power of darkness, transforming him into a demon, thus ensuring his obedience in our quest to slay the Saiyans. The figures were none other than Tawa and Mira from the Dark Demon Realm, intent on resurrecting Demigra. Mira, a synthetic being created by Tawa, was designed to handle matters that Tawa could not, possessing immense combat prowess, but lacking in cognitive capabilities. After hearing Tawa's words, Mira's crimson eyes flickered, and without uttering another word, the two vanished into the rift, which slowly sealed, returning to its former state as if nothing had transpired. Vegeta returned to Planet Salad with Meadows to visit Goku, who had now awakened. Standing outside, he heard the commotion and turned to see Vegeta and Meadows approaching. Trunks, just informed me about your battle with Cell. How did it feel? Goku inquired. After a prolonged silence, Vegeta finally replied, very strong. Cell's power is nearly limitless, approaching Super Saiyan 2, though he has yet to surpass its threshold. Nevertheless, he is considerably stronger than I. Goku, taken aback by Vegeta's assessment, scratched his head in surprise. To my surprise, even you cannot defeat him. How troublesome. However, I have thought of a place where a single day can be equivalent to a year. There. We may devise a strategy to transcend to Super Saiyan 2, thus enabling us to confront Cell. Vegeta's words momentarily stunned Goku, but then he seemed to recall something, clapping his hands in realization. Are you referring to the hyperbolic time chamber? Indeed, we have that option. We can enter and train, breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, which would allow us to defeat Cell. Goku's tone carried a hint of excitement. How had he overlooked the possibility of entering the chamber? He had been too hasty earlier. But Vegeta's reminder sparked the feasibility of this approach in his mind. Yes, we can enter the hyperbolic time chamber, granting us 2 years for training. By the way, let us summon Trunks and Vegeta as well. Isn't Trunks supposed to return to face the androids 17 and 18 in the future? If he trains here for 2 years, I believe he can defeat them upon his return. Chapter 59. Training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta's proposal was met with Goku's nod of agreement. He dialed Trunks' number, instructing him to bring Vegeta to the temple for a gathering. After the call, Goku, along with Vegeta and Meadows, departed from the Planet Salad and headed toward the temple. When Vegeta and the others arrived, Trunks and Vegeta had just landed, and they descended onto the temple plaza together. Goku relayed Vegeta's suggestion, leaving Trunks momentarily bewildered. He had not anticipated the existence of such a place within the temple. Vegeta's eyes sparkled at the thought of having 2 years to train, convinced that he could catch up to Vegeta and Goku. Let us now divide into groups. I shall team up with Meadows, while you, Goku, will pair with Vegeta. As for Trunks, he can train with Boppo. Given his relatively weaker foundation, it would be beneficial for Boppo to guide him. Vegeta articulated his reasoning behind the arrangement. He and Meadows, as a married couple, shared the deepest familiarity and synergy, allowing their training to complement one another. Goku and Vegeta, on the other hand, were not only rivals but also competitors. Training together could ignite a unique spark. Vegeta believed that having Trunks train with Boppo was prudent, as Boppo's enigmatic nature and wealth of teaching experience would serve Trunks better than their guidance. After contemplating Vegeta's proposal and glancing at Vegeta, Goku met his gaze. The two exchanged a look charged with infinite possibilities, leading Goku to nod in agreement. He, too, believed that training alongside Vegeta might compel him to elevate his abilities and transcend the Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta shared a similar sentiment. Although he did not regard himself as Kakarot, training with him could indeed prove advantageous. Then came the time for training, and Vegeta produced 3 slips of paper, inscribing the numbers 1, 2, and 3 upon them. He crumpled them into a ball and then opened his palm, allowing Goku, Trunks, and Matos to each draw 1 slip. Goku revealed the paper marked 2, indicating that he and Vegeta would be the second to enter. Matos unfolded her slip, which bore the number 3, signifying that she and her brother Vegeta were the third to enter. Consequently, the first to enter would be Trunks and Bobo. Upon seeing the result, Bobo smirked and confidently stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. Observing this, Trunks hastily bid farewell to Goku, Vegeta, and the others before following Bobo into the chamber. As Trunks crossed the threshold, the door of the chamber slowly closed behind him, vanishing and severing the connection with the outside world. At that moment, Bobo approached with a sense of urgency, his lifeless, fish-like eyes fixed intently on Trunks, who felt an unsettling chill. For reasons unknown, he found Bobo somewhat intimidating. "Transform into a Super Saiyan and attack me. Let me gauge your strength," Bobo stated calmly. Trunks was taken aback by the request, pondering whether Bobo could withstand his transformation. Sensing Trunks' apprehension, Bobo's lips curled into a slight smile. "You needn't worry, just transform." "Very well. I shall transform now," Trunks replied, setting aside his concerns. He nodded and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks launched himself at Bobo, throwing a punch aimed directly at his face. Just as Trunks' fist was about to connect, Bobo deftly sidestepped, tilting his head back slightly to evade the blow. "What? How could I have missed?" Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. His speed was remarkable. How could he have failed to strike Bobo? Unwilling to accept defeat, he attacked again, but regardless of his efforts, Bobo effortlessly evaded each assault, moving with a grace that belied the precision of his dodges. Due to Trunks' vigorous movements and the thin air within the chamber, he soon found himself gasping for breath, visibly strained. Once Trunks ceased his onslaught, Bobo also halted, approaching the panting warrior. "You see, your movements are far too erratic. You failed to discern my true actions. Attacking wildly without focus. This will only deplete your energy and hasten your fatigue," Bobo remarked with an air of indifference. Absorbing Bobo's counsel, Trunks fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, while his speed had been impressive, he had neglected to anticipate Bobo's subsequent maneuvers, relying solely on his swiftness in a haphazard manner. You must calm your heart and reach a state of tranquil stillness, allowing yourself to perceive the movements around you. Attack based on these sensations rather than merely relying on your eyes to capture the motion of objects, for it is all too easy to be deceived. Many things that appear before you may not represent the truth you seek. Only that which is derived from genuine perception can be deemed real. Bobo spoke earnestly to Trunks, noting that the current Trunks possessed a very weak foundation, even inferior to the young Goku of his childhood. He must start anew, solidifying his base. For only through this process can he ensure that his future strength does not amount to a mere castle in the air, ready to collapse at the slightest touch. "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. Please continue to guide me," Trunks responded with newfound clarity. He promptly stood and bowed to Bobo, requesting further instruction. Bobo nodded thoughtfully, contemplating Trunks before devising a plan. "Let us proceed in this manner. First, familiarize yourself with the control of your power. You must achieve a level of mastery akin to that of an extension of your own limbs. Maintain your Super Saiyan form continuously and through the minutiae of daily training. Allow your strength to be firmly grasped." Trunks nodded, comprehending Bobo's intentions. He transformed back into a Super Saiyan and moved aside to attempt lifting a teacup. However, as he gently grasped it, the cup shattered into pieces. Trunks froze momentarily, astonished that such a simple exercise proved to be exceedingly challenging. This revealed just how poorly he controlled his power. Aware of his limitations, he persisted, attempting to grasp one small object after another, each time resulting in inevitable destruction. Undeterred, He continued his relentless training. As time passed, Trunks spent a month within the hyperbolic time chamber. After a month of practice, he had mastered his Super Saiyan power. Now, he could wield his strength with the same finesse as before his transformation, able to lift teacups and other delicate items without shattering them. Chapter 60. Fusion of the Supreme Being. Piccolo Bobo observed Trunks' adept handling of his power and nodded approvingly. You have now become proficient in your abilities. The next phase is training. Sparring is unnecessary at this stage, as it requires practical experience. Engaging in combat will naturally cultivate that experience. To enhance your strength, there are two methods. Through training, you have already achieved a level of mastery over your power, which is one aspect of control. The second method is continuous training, particularly beneficial for you Super Saiyans, as the effects of gravity training are notably pronounced. As Bobo spoke, he extended a finger, and a set of clothing materialized in his hand, which he then offered to Trunks. This is a gravity suit. You should don this attire for training. During our sessions, I will occasionally engage you in combat, allowing you to swiftly acclimate to the suit's gravitational force. Once you have familiarized yourself with its weight, your abilities will experience a remarkable enhancement, thus achieving the intended purpose of this training. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Trunks couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity about the gravity suit. He reached out to take it, but as soon as he grasped the garment, its immense weight caught him off guard, causing him to collapse under its pressure. Wow, how can this gravity suit be so extraordinarily heavy? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. With all his might, he managed to lift the suit, but he wondered how he could possibly move if he were to wear it. Bobo's unwavering gaze indicated there was no intention of halting the training, compelling Trunks to muster his courage and don the suit. Once he wore the gravity suit, along with the weighted wristbands and shoes, the gravitational force surged significantly, making even the simplest of movements exceedingly arduous. All right, let us commence the specialized training, starting with acclimatization to this gravity suit. If you cannot adapt to this suit, we cannot discuss any further training, Bobo declared. Trunks, with a wry smile, shook his head in agreement, realizing he could hardly move, let alone train. Reluctantly, he made his way to the training ground to engage in basic exercises to familiarize himself with the suit's weight. Trunks struggled to perform sit-ups, each movement proving to be a monumental challenge. Oftentimes, after lying down, he felt disinclined to rise again. Yet Bobo's unwavering gaze compelled him to grit his teeth and push himself back up to continue the sit-ups. Meanwhile, outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta and the others were not idle. The Supreme Kai observed from the rooftop, seeking any trace of Cell. At this moment, Cell was not engaging in the relentless slaughter as depicted in the original narrative. Rather, he had evolved into his perfect form and attained unparalleled strength. In his arrogance, he approached a television station to broadcast his preparations for the Cell games live. The Supreme Kai, witnessing Cell's actions, let out a resigned sigh. Feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, he increasingly sensed his own inadequacy, recognizing that he relied on Vegeta and the others to resolve every crisis, while he himself remained powerless to act, having contributed little more than the creation of the Dragon Balls. Feeling utterly useless, the Supreme Kai took a few steps back, leaving the others puzzled about what he had perceived. At that moment, he turned his attention to Kibito, contemplating his next move before stepping forward to stand before him. Kibito, observing the Supreme Kai approaching, was filled with curiosity regarding his intentions. What do you wish to discuss? Kibito inquired. The Supreme Kai shook his head and articulated his purpose. Let us merge once more, becoming the magnificent Super Piccolo. In doing so, I shall bestow upon you greater strength, enabling you to contribute more profoundly to this battle. After our fusion, you shall embody the essence, while I remain your subordinate, providing you with power and wisdom. The earth no longer requires a deity. It yearns for a valiant warrior endowed with extraordinary combat prowess to safeguard it, and you are the ideal candidate. The words of the deity left Krillin and Goku momentarily speechless, astonished that the divine being intended to merge with Piccolo. Piccolo gazed at the divine incarnation of himself in disbelief, astonished that the deity would willingly offer himself to amplify his own strength. Have you truly considered this? Are you certain you will not regret it? Piccolo queried, furrowing his brow once more. I have made my decision. After this fusion, we shall never part ways again. With that, the deity straightened, gesturing for Piccolo to place his hand upon his chest. Obediently, Piccolo complied, and as he did so, the divine Piccolo radiated a brilliant light, which was mirrored by Piccolo himself. The intensity of the illumination caused Krillin and the others to squint, unable to discern the unfolding events. When the brilliance finally subsided, the divine Piccolo had vanished entirely, leaving Piccolo standing there, gasping for breath. Regaining his composure, Piccolo straightened up, and Goku approached, scrutinizing him closely. He examined him from every angle but discerned no evident changes. However, he could sense a significant enhancement in Piccolo's energy. "Lord Divine Piccolo, how do you feel?" Goku's address nearly caused Piccolo to stumble as he wiped the sweat from his brow and shot a bemused glance at Goku. "Please, refer to me simply as Piccolo. Even after our fusion, I remain the primary consciousness." Goku paused, momentarily taken aback by Piccolo's words, then complied, calling him Piccolo once more. Vegeta, too, observed Piccolo with keen interest. Unlike Goku, he not only sensed the substantial increase in Piccolo's energy, but also perceived an entirely transformed aura about him, imbued with an enigmatic essence, a clear indication of a dimensional elevation. After all, being a deity denotes a certain status, and thus, his dimensionality must exceed that of the former Piccolo, despite the power not being overwhelmingly greater. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, as Trunks engaged in combat with Bobo, the latter suddenly froze, caught in a fleeting moment of distraction. In that instant, Bobo missed the opportunity to evade, receiving a punch from Trunks that sent him staggering backward. Yet, Bobo was too preoccupied with the pain on his face to care. He stood dazed, his gaze reddening, a solitary tear escaping his eye. The deity. He is gone. "Bobo, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Trunks rushed forward, concerned by Bobo's unusual demeanor. Bobo shook his head, signaling that he was fine, though the truth weighed heavily on his heart. Only he understood that the divine Piccolo, who had accompanied him for many years, had vanished, leaving him alone once more. After so many years of companionship, it is inconceivable that he harbors no emotions. His relationship with the Supreme Kai resembles that of friends more than that of master and servant. Chapter 61. Re-electing the Supreme Kai. Now, this old friend has departed, leaving him all alone in this desolate place. Let us conclude today's training session. I feel somewhat unwell. You may continue your training by yourself. Bubbles, now disinterested in instructing Trunks, finds himself in a state of agitation. He exchanges a brief greeting with Trunks and quietly retreats to the main hall of the time chamber, where he squats on the ground, lost in thought. Observing Bubbles' disposition, Trunks understands that he wishes to be left undisturbed and thus continues his own training in silence. 3 days later, Bubbles has regained his composure and resumes teaching Trunks. Before long, 2 years have passed within the time chamber, and Bubbles and Trunks emerge from its confines. Outside, Vegeta, Goku, and the others take note as the door to the time chamber swings open, revealing Trunks and Bubbles. After 2 years, Trunks has undergone significant transformation. His physique has become more robust, and his hair has grown longer. However, these changes are not of utmost importance. Vegeta, Goku, and others sense a substantial increase in Trunks' energy. Even before transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power has already reached 25 million. Should he assume the Super Saiyan form, his strength would surge to an astonishing 25 billion, a terrifying figure indeed. It is noteworthy that Vegeta's battle power is approximately on par with this level. Thus, in merely 2 days within the time chamber, Trunks has matched Vegeta's prowess. Upon witnessing Trunks' remarkable ascent in strength, Vegeta feels a surge of envy and hastily pulls the somewhat dazed Goku into the time chamber. Bubbles, upon exiting, immediately glances at Piccolo, who reciprocates his gaze. They exchange a moment of silence, and after a pause, Bubbles approaches Piccolo, gazing intently at him for an extended period before turning and entering the temple. In Piccolo, Bubbles perceives the shadow of the old Supreme Kai, and that is sufficient. The Supreme Kai has not perished, he has merely merged with Piccolo. Piccolo regards Bubbles with a complex expression, ultimately sighing in silence. Vegeta observes the interaction between Bubbles and Piccolo, but refrains from commenting, recognizing the necessity of this narrative development. As the Supreme Kai, Piccolo holds little significance in the context of Dragon Ball. His greatest contribution has likely been the creation of the Dragon Balls, which have propelled the storyline forward. Now, with the merging of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, the Dragon Balls of Earth have vanished, necessitating the search for a new Namekian to serve as the new Supreme Kai of Earth. Bege shared his thoughts with Clint and Bick, who nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. After all, Earth cannot exist without the Dragon Balls. Their absence would render resolving any troubles through the Dragon Balls exceedingly challenging. Once Klin and the others consented, Bege wasted no time and utilized instant transmission, tracking the energy signature to Namek, vanishing from his location in an instant. Upon arriving on Namek, Bege found himself beside the Grand Elder, startling the Guardian, Nail, who stood nearby. Only the Grand Elder, seated upon his throne, appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated the arrival of an important guest. "Saiyan, what brings you so far to Namek?" he inquired. "I had foreseen that today we would receive a distinguished visitor, and it seems that it is indeed you." Bege was not surprised by the Grand Elder's ability to predict his arrival. He conveyed the purpose of his visit, informing the Grand Elder that the Kaioshin had fused with Bege. Following this fusion, the Dragon Balls on Earth had vanished, and they needed to locate a Namekian who could serve as the Kaioshin and recreate the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Bege's words, the Grand Elder turned to Nail and instructed, "Nail, please bring Dandan here." "Yes," Nail replied, casting a glance at Bege before exiting the Grand Elder's chamber and taking flight. Soon, he returned with Dandan in tow. "Dandan, come here. You will accompany this Saiyan to Earth and serve as their Kaioshin." The Grand Elder signaled Dandan over. Once he approached, the Grand Elder elaborated, gesturing towards Bege to explain his reasoning for summoning Dandan. "Very well, I shall adhere to the Grand Elder's arrangements." Dandan nodded in agreement. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Bege. He was about to accompany this individual to a place called Earth. He wondered what it would be like. "Bege, this child is named Dandan, the most exceptional among our dragon clan. You may take him with you," the Grand Elder remarked. Bege was well aware of Dandan's remarkable abilities. Not only was he adept at crafting Dragon Balls, capable of granting 2 wishes without limitation on the number of revivals, but he also possessed outstanding healing abilities, akin to infinite use of the Senzu Beans. "Thank you for your assistance, Grand Elder. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to aid you. Now, I shall take my leave and not intrude further." Bege expressed his gratitude. The Grand Elder nodded, signaling that Bege could depart. Bege took Dandan's hand and used instant transmission to exit the Grand Elder's chamber. As Bege vanished without a trace, Nell could not help but feel bemused. This individual was shrouded in mystery. His rapid rise in power suggested that his future achievements would be boundless. By fostering a good relationship with him, should Namek face any crises in the future, he would undoubtedly lend his full support to help them through. The Elder spoke with a sense of reflection, and then fell silent, leaving the room enveloped in tranquility once more. Vegeta returned to Earth with Dandan, and everyone present found the diminutive Namekian to be utterly adorable. Midorezi could not resist approaching, eager to pinch the little one's cherubic cheeks. Noticing Midorezi's mischievous hand reaching out, Dandan, feeling a tinge of fear, instinctively hid behind Vegeta. "Midorezi, please don't tease him. Dandan is still quite timid since he just arrived here. Let us all be kind and not frighten him," Vegeta admonished gently. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing Dandan's shyness. Midorezi, sticking out her tongue, relented and ceased her playful antics. At that moment, Bobo emerged from the temple, a tray in hand bearing the mold of a dragon. Vegeta regarded Bobo with curiosity, pondering how he had known they needed to remake the Dragon Balls. However, a fleeting thought of Bobo's mysterious abilities dispelled his intrigue. After all, given Bobo's prowess, such knowledge would indeed be trivial. Chapter 62. The Resurrection of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta took the dragon mold from Bobo's hands and presented it to the inquisitive Dandan. "This is the model of the dragon. See if you can bring it to life." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dandan examined the dragon model closely and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this dragon is so magnificent and majestic. I can definitely revive it. Just give me a moment." As Dandan placed the dragon model on the ground and extended his hands, palms open, he began to chant an incantation. After a lengthy series of words, the dragon model radiated a brilliant light, soaring skyward and transforming into 7 streams of luminescence that scattered across the globe. With a sigh of relief, Dandan wiped the sweat from his brow and excitedly turned to Vegeta. "It's done. The Shinron has been revived, and this time, he can grant 3 wishes at once." Dandan was thoroughly pleased with his creation and eagerly shared his accomplishment. "Can these 3 wishes be used to revive multiple individuals at once?" Vegeta inquired, contemplating the implications. After all, each calamity on Earth often resulted in numerous casualties, and the need to resurrect many would complicate matters if only one could be revived at a time. If we wish to revive multiple people simultaneously, then the number of wishes granted would be limited to 2, Dandan admitted, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. The energy required to revive more than one would indeed reduce the total wishes available. That's not an issue. The priority is being able to revive multiple individuals. The quality of the wishes is paramount, even if the quantity is less, Vegeta reassured. The revival of the Dragon Balls eased Vegeta's mind, allowing him to focus entirely on his ascent to the next stage of Super Saiyan. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta and Goku entered, causing the door behind them to vanish. Upon stepping into this unique training environment, they were both filled with exhilaration, aware that their strength would burgeon rapidly in such a place. Goku, too, found himself on the familiar white steps, reminiscing about his previous encounters in this realm. He recalled how he had fled within mere months during his first visit, yet now, standing in the same spot, he felt transformed, having acclimated to the surroundings. After a moment's reflection, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and addressed Vegeta, urging, "Let us commence without delay. Our time is limited, and we must ascend to Super Saiyan within these 2 years." Vegeta, disdainful of Goku's command, retorted, "I do not need your instructions. I am well aware of the urgency." His irritation stemmed from the fact that, despite being a lower-class Saiyan, Goku possessed greater strength. This sentiment extended to anyone stronger than him, as Vegeta believed himself to be the true Saiyan prodigy, yet felt overshadowed by others. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, and the two faced each other. Goku restrained his power to match Vegeta's, as his own strength far surpassed that of his rival. Without this restraint, their training would be futile. Vegeta launched himself towards Goku with a powerful punch, but Goku remained still, sidestepping at the last moment. He retaliated with a knee strike aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. But Vegeta evaded, using his other hand to block the attack as he soared backward. As he retreated, he conjured an energy blast and hurled it at Goku. Goku swiftly deflected the blast, sending it crashing into the distance with a resounding explosion. Although Goku had successfully repelled the attack, it provided Vegeta the opportunity to regain his composure. Upon returning to his original position, Vegeta regarded Goku with a serious expression. However, Goku, undeterred by the previous exchange, charged at Vegeta. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, darting across the white expanse like flashes of lightning. Ultimately, Goku seized an opening and landed a punch to Vegeta's abdomen, sending him careening to the ground. Vegeta's hair reverted from golden to black, returning to his original form. Now back in his initial state, Vegeta gasped for breath, the thin and stifling air of the hyperbolic time chamber making it difficult for him to recover after such an intense bout. Wukong, equally exhausted, descended to the ground, panting heavily. The battle had taken a considerable toll on him as well. After suppressing his power, Vegeta's vast combat experience made their confrontation quite evenly matched. It was merely a stroke of luck that allowed Wukong to exploit a flaw in Vegeta's defense and bring him down. Yet, despite his labored breaths, Wukong did not revert to his original form. He remained in his Super Saiyan state. Vegeta, upon witnessing Wukong's appearance, felt a surge of frustration. Unwilling to concede defeat, he transformed into his own Super Saiyan form and moved aside to recuperate. If Kakarot could maintain his Super Saiyan form, then so could he. He refused to be outdone by those two. Once they had regained their strength, the two warriors continued their fierce exchange, pausing only to rest. They fought on until nightfall, at which point Wukong ascended the steps and retreated indoors to rest, while Vegeta settled on the ground nearby. As night enveloped the training chamber, Wukong fell into a deep slumber, his snores echoing through the stillness. The temperature within the hyperbolic time chamber plummeted, and Vegeta quietly rose to step outside. As he descended the steps, his feet met the icy surface below, frost forming beneath him, quickly freezing him in place. With a resounding crack, the ice shattered, and Vegeta emerged, disheveled and shivering amidst the remnants of ice. The chill was unbearable, forcing him to envelop himself in his own energy to combat the frigid air. Standing upon the platform, he resisted the cold while exercising, his thoughts consumed by a singular ambition. He must grow stronger, surpassing both Goku and Kakarot. Fueled by this resolve, Vegeta trained relentlessly throughout the night, undeterred by the biting cold. As dawn broke, the temperature of the white platform gradually rose, transforming into an oppressive heat. Thus, Vegeta spent the entire night without rest, training until the first light of day, drenched in sweat that streamed down his face and dripped onto the ground. In that moment, he noticed a figure standing silently on the platform, observing him. Wukong had awakened from his slumber and, upon stepping outside, found Vegeta training with fervor. He watched intently until dawn, having been roused in the middle of the night by a pressing need to relieve himself. Witnessing Vegeta's relentless effort, Wukong felt a profound admiration mixed with an urgent sense of competition. If he did not also strive with equal intensity, it was only a matter of time before he would be surpassed. As Wukong observed Vegeta, the latter also caught sight of him, but soon turned away to continue his training. Wukong descended the platform and charged at Vegeta, launching a kick aimed at his back. Vegeta, sensing the impending strike, deftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding Wukong's foot. What is the point of training alone? Let me join you. As Wukong charged directly at Vegeta, the latter responded in kind, continuously defending while simultaneously launching his own attacks. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows until fatigue compelled them to pause and rest. After their respite, they resumed their rigorous training, only to return to combat. This cycle of intense practice repeated daily, and soon, a year and a half had elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Both warriors experienced rapid enhancements in their strength, with Vegeta's combat power soaring to 10.5 billion, nearly surpassing Wukong's prowess. Wukong found himself at an impasse with the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, unable to break through, allowing Vegeta to close the gap. At this juncture, Wukong realized that mere training would no longer suffice to elevate his power. He needed a strategy to transcend the Super Saiyan barrier. Instead of continuing his physical regimen, he chose to meditate daily, pondering how to achieve the next level. Vegeta, too, soon matched Wukong's strength, reaching 1.5 billion in combat power and encountering the same barrier to Super Saiyan transformation. Both warriors contemplated and endeavored to breach this threshold, yet their efforts yielded no results. Before long, half a year had passed within the chamber, and the time to exit had arrived. Reluctantly, Wukong and Vegeta stepped out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, upon hearing the door creak open, Bege and the others were alerted, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. They turned their gaze toward the chamber, and shortly thereafter, Wukong and Vegeta emerged into view, walking slowly. Bege, Meduo-C, and Klin were the first to sense a significant increase in Wukong and Vegeta's energy. While Klin and Piccolo noticed the change less acutely, Bege and Meduo-C recognized that Wukong and Vegeta's auras had nearly aligned with Bege's own. Did you not break through to Super Saiyan 2? Bege inquired, having anticipated the answer based on the fluctuations in their energy. No, we both remain stuck at a bottleneck. Unable to find a way to advance, Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head in frustration. He had pondered the issue for quite some time, but to no avail. Vegeta, with a disdainful huff, turned away, mirroring Kakarot's predicament exactly. Bege felt a twinge of disappointment. If both Wukong and Vegeta could achieve Super Saiyan 2, their chances of success would significantly increase. Now, it seemed that transcending this form was no simple task. Resolute, Bege took Meduo-C's hand, and together they entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon crossing the threshold, the door vanished abruptly. Meduo-C, sensing the environment, was taken aback by the high temperature and the thin air, which was far more sparse than that of the sacred world of the Kais. Seeing Meduo-C's adorable expression, Bege couldn't help but smile, his earlier gloom lifting considerably. Medos approached, stepping onto a pristine white staircase to absorb the atmosphere. Upon hearing Bege's words, she ascended the steps, immediately sensing that, aside from the elevated temperature and thinner air, the most striking difference was the gravity. Here, the gravitational force was significantly heavier than above. However, this posed little challenge for her. Given her current prowess, she was unaffected by the weight, merely astonished by the stark contrasts between this place and the one above. How do you find it? Quite remarkable, I assent it. The temperature varies greatly between day and night. The nights are notably frigid while the days are exceedingly warm. This stark diurnal temperature fluctuation is not something an ordinary person could withstand. Yet, training here will accelerate our strength, Bege explained. For now, I shall accompany you in your training. Once your abilities have improved, I will resume my own practice. I have reached a bottleneck in my power, and this place will grant me the time needed to break through. Nodding in agreement, Medos readied herself, launching an attack towards Bege. As he defended himself, he also offered guidance on the errors in her strikes. Their rapid exchanges allowed Mados to swiftly enhance her capabilities. Meanwhile, as Bege and Mados trained within the hyperbolic time chamber, Shala found himself in a desolate plain. Standing at the center, he summoned his wings, causing the ground to tremble. A massive stone lifted into the air, and with a flash of red in his eyes, Shala split the stone into numerous fragments. In a flurry of white light, the pieces transformed into countless perfect cubes, cascading down to form a fighting arena on the plain. Inspecting the expanse of the arena, Shala nodded in satisfaction. Its vastness rivaled that of a medium-sized island, providing ample space for their combat. Indeed, with such a grand arena, they will surely be pleased. We can unleash our full potential without restraint. The arena Shala crafted was over 100 times larger than the one from the original story. Outside the heavenly temple, the god of destruction, Bege, observed Shala's creation with a grim expression. He truly intended to host a deadly tournament. Curiously, Goku used instant transmission to arrive at Shala's arena. Standing behind him, Shala remained still atop the platform, a smirk tugging at his lips upon sensing Goku's presence. He unleashed his energy, prompting Goku to respond in kind. Their auras intensifying to a point that the air around them buzzed, and dark clouds began to gather above. Within the heavenly temple, Bege, Vegeta, and Krillin sensed the escalating energies, with Bege astonished by the sheer strength radiating from Goku, who stood toe-to-toe with Shala. The breaths of the two individuals came swiftly and departed just as quickly, both retracting their energies. How did Goku perceive this arena? It is indeed the very stage upon which we are to compete. How does it feel? Is it not perfectly suited for our battle? Goku surveyed the immense arena, finding it exceptionally fitting. With such a vast expanse, they could unleash their full potential without the constraints of a smaller stage. It is evident that considerable thought has gone into this arena's design. I shall await our forthcoming duel with anticipation. Chapter 64. Breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2. Upon uttering these words, Goku vanished, returning to the heavenly temple. The moment he reappeared, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others gathered around him. How formidable is Goku's opponent, Cell? Do you believe you can defeat him? Krillin inquired eagerly. Reflecting on Krillin's question, Goku reluctantly shook his head. Observing Goku's reaction, Piccolo and Krillin's expressions fell, while Vegeta's countenance darkened. Being of comparable strength to Kakarot, if Kakarot could not triumph over Cell, neither could he. Cell's power was unfathomable. After a brief assessment, I sensed that he had yet to unveil his full strength. Although I too had not showcased my complete prowess, it was clear to me that he had only revealed a fraction of his capabilities. Should I engage him in combat? Victory seems unlikely unless I ascend to Super Saiyan 2, otherwise, I would surely be at a disadvantage. Goku's words plunged Vegeta into silence, and Krillin, Piccolo, and Yamcha fell quiet as well. If a breakthrough were possible, Goku and Vegeta would have achieved it long ago within the hyperbolic time chamber. Their prolonged inability to ascend indicates that the transition to Super Saiyan 2 is no trivial matter. For now, they could only place their hopes in Vegeta and Meadows. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated Vegeta and Meadows were immersed in their training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Though time outside passed swiftly, 3 months had elapsed within. Meadows' power had ascended to match that of Vegeta. Upon reaching the threshold of Super Saiyan's full capacity, Vegeta paused to endeavor his own breakthrough to Super Saiyan, while Meadows refrained from interrupting his focus, instead attempting to advance to Super Saiyan 2 herself. Seated upon the ground, Vegeta ceased his training, reflecting on how Gohan had achieved his own transformation to Super Saiyan 2 in the original Dragon Ball narrative. He recalled that Gohan's breakthrough was spurred by the death of Android 16 at Cell's hands, coupled with 16's poignant words, which ignited Gohan's fury and propelled him into Super Saiyan 2. Suddenly, Vegeta comprehended that to transcend to Super Saiyan 2, one must experience an intense emotional upheaval to shatter the barriers of Super Saiyan, harnessing the power born from such profound emotion to achieve the transformation. Upon grasping the pivotal point, Vegeta began to reminisce about his experiences in the Dragon Ball world, seeking the source of his anger. Unfortunately, despite his efforts to reflect, he found himself unable to summon the fury needed to transform into Super Saiyan 2. This inability left him somewhat despondent, pondering whether he would ever achieve such a transformation. Observing his downcast demeanor, the solitary training companion, Meadows, felt a twinge of concern. "What is troubling you, brother Vegeta?" she inquired. kneeling beside him and gazing earnestly into his eyes. "If something is amiss, please share it with me. Perhaps we can devise a solution together." With a resigned sigh, Vegeta shook his head and confided in Meadows about his struggle to transcend into Super Saiyan 2, elucidating the critical nature of extreme emotional outbursts required for the transformation. Meadows, perplexed by this revelation, pondered how Vegeta had come to understand that such a breakthrough necessitated an overwhelming emotional surge. Though initially baffled, Meadows began to contemplate the myriad forms of extreme emotions. "Brother Vegeta," she proposed, "if extreme emotion is essential for the transformation, then there are various kinds. Surely it need not be solely anger. For instance, could not the overwhelming power of love also facilitate the transition to Super Saiyan 2? Anger is merely one pathway among many." Upon hearing Meadows' insight, Vegeta felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Clarity washed over him. Indeed, within the realm of extreme emotions, anger was but one option, while numerous others could also lead to the transformation. Reflecting on his own experiences, he recalled how he had once transcended into Super Saiyan 2 by channeling his profound love for his family. Could he not do the same again? With this newfound understanding, Vegeta embraced Meadows tightly, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips. "Thank you, Meadows. You are truly remarkable," he exclaimed. Meadows' face flushed a deep crimson at the kiss, and she shyly lowered her gaze, her fingers intertwining nervously. Yet, a smile graced her lips, filled with joy at having aided her brother. After the kiss, seeing her bashful demeanor stirred something within Vegeta. He drew Meadows into his embrace once more, captivated by her coyness, and leaned in to kiss her again. Meadows closed her eyes, surrendering to the kiss until they finally parted. Embarrassed, she hastily retreated to a distance, her cheeks aflame, unable to meet Vegeta's gaze. It wasn't until the warmth faded from her face that she dared to glance back at him, only to find Vegeta seated in a meditative posture, preparing to embark on his quest to transcend into Super Saiyan 2. Upon witnessing this, Meadows felt a sense of relief. However, she refrained from approaching Vegeta, choosing instead to sit cross-legged, contemplating how to surpass Super Saiyan. Since her brother Vegeta had mentioned that transcending to Super Saiyan 2 required an extreme release of emotions, she realized that she too needed to discover her own emotions in order to break through to Super Saiyan 2. Both of them sat quietly, lost in their thoughts on how to achieve this transformation. At that moment, Vegeta began to reminisce about the myriad moments since his rebirth in the Dragon Ball world, pondering how he could ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Reflecting on his past, Vegeta recognized that the memories he cherished most were those spent with Meadows. Together, they had arrived on Earth, training under Master Roshi's roof, participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, scaling Korin Tower, and training in the Heavenly Temple. Each memory played back in his mind like scenes from a film. Throughout these experiences, Meadows had consistently been by his side, occupying his thoughts and heart entirely. Thus, the most profound emotion he felt was his love for her. With this realization, Vegeta opened his eyes, releasing an immense aura that resonated through the space around him, creating a palpable tremor. His power surged, causing his hair to stand sharply upright, accompanied by crackling lightning swirling around him. Chapter 65. Meadows breaks through to Super Saiyan 2. The commotion caused by Vegeta's transformation was so significant that it compelled Meadows, who was also meditating with her eyes closed, to open her eyes and gaze in his direction. The sight astonished her. Vegeta's hair was fully erect, with a strand jutting forward like bangs, while silver lightning flickered around him, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Observing Vegeta's dramatically different form from his earlier Super Saiyan transformation, Meadows was taken aback. After carefully sensing his aura, she realized that his power had increased tremendously, multiplying several times over. This newfound energy had completely surpassed that of Cell. Gazing at Vegeta's striking appearance and formidable strength, Meadows' eyes sparkled with admiration. Her heart swelled with pride for her brother. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 2? It is truly remarkable. Vegeta has advanced to Super Saiyan 2 so swiftly. I must hasten my own progress to achieve Super Saiyan 2 as well. Meadows murmured to herself before promptly sitting down to attempt her own breakthrough. At this moment, after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta felt his power surging and swelling within him. Clenching his fists, he nodded in satisfaction, marveling at this newfound strength. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 2? It exceeds Super Saiyan 1 by more than double. Super Saiyan 2 enhances 1's power by 100-fold. With my original battle power at 30 million. That means my current combat strength stands at 3 billion. Now, my strength has surpassed that of Cell. However, for the sake of caution, I shall continue my training. Having already transcended into Super Saiyan 2, the next objective is to enhance my foundational power. The greater the elevation of my base strength, the more pronounced the augmentation of my combat prowess shall be. Vegeta, sensing the surge in his own power, murmured a self-assessment before exhaling and reverting from his Super Saiyan 2 form back to his original state, his hair returning to its natural black. At that moment, he suddenly perceived an anomaly nearby. Turning to investigate, he observed that Meido's hair was also beginning to stand on end, albeit subtly, indicating her own ascent to Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta whispered to himself, choosing not to disrupt Meido's transformation, instead opting to silently cheer her on as he observed from the sidelines. Sitting cross-legged, Meido reflected upon her experiences, her mind filled with the image and visage of her brother, Vegeta. Their reflections were nearly indistinguishable from one another, and thus, Meido's heart brimmed with affection for Vegeta. As her thoughts grew clearer and her love for Vegeta intensified, Meido's hair stood ever more prominently, and electric currents began to manifest around her. Suddenly, Meido opened her eyes, sprang to her feet, and let out a resounding shout. With her powerful exclamation, the space around her vibrated. Silver lightning crackling around her as her hair stood upright, she had indeed broken through to Super Saiyan 2. Overcome with excitement upon realizing her newfound strength, Meido could not contain her joy and leaped into the air. Oh yeah, I have finally transcended into Super Saiyan 2. Seeing Meido's exuberance, Vegeta couldn't help but smile, feeling genuine happiness for her achievement. After some time, Meido regained her composure and, with a flash, found herself beside Vegeta, enveloping him in a warm embrace. In that instant, Vegeta inhaled sharply but found himself momentarily breathless, for Meido, having just attained Super Saiyan 2, had yet to master her newfound power, making her embrace somewhat overwhelming. Noticing Vegeta's sharp intake of breath, Meido quickly realized her misjudgment and released him, only to see his face flushed red. As he took a deep breath to recover, Meido, feeling a bit sheepish, stuck out her tongue in a playful yet embarrassed manner. I'm sorry, big brother. I just broke through and couldn't control my strength. Vegeta, upon hearing her words, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine. After a few deep breaths, he turned his gaze towards Meido. Meiduo, as you have observed, we have now ascended to the formidable Super Saiyan 2. However, we have yet to fully harness this newfound power. Henceforth, we shall diligently practice to master this strength, beginning with a sparring session to familiarize ourselves with our abilities. Once we have acclimated to this power, we will proceed to the next phase of our training, enhancing our foundational strength. As our basic capabilities improve, our transformation into Super Saiyan 2 will yield an exponential increase in power. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Meiduo nodded in agreement. Acknowledging his perspective, she realized that it was her inability to control her strength that had inadvertently caused harm to her brother, Vegeta. Had she been able to wield her power effectively, akin to unleashing her full Super Saiyan potential, such an incident would have been avoided. Seeing Meiduo's ascent, Vegeta swiftly transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, assuming a combat stance. In response, Meiduo also transformed into Super Saiyan 2, preparing herself for the ensuing battle. Vegeta gestured for her to initiate the attack, and without hesitation, Meiduo charged at him. In an instant, Meiduo's figure vanished from sight, only for her fist to appear unexpectedly beside Vegeta's temple, intercepted by his left hand. The force of her punch was so great that it momentarily destabilized him, causing him to stagger back a few steps before regaining his footing. Unfazed by the initial setback, Meiduo continued her relentless assault, striking at various parts of Vegeta's body with fists and feet. Vegeta adeptly evaded or blocked her strikes, retaliating with swift counterattacks. The two engaged in an aerial duel, exchanging blows amid the cacophony of their fists colliding, producing explosive sounds that echoed through the air. The intensity of their energy fluctuations resonated throughout the space, creating minute rifts that, though small, indicated the magnitude of their power. As the sparring intensified, neither party gained the upper hand, leading to a growing sense of urgency. Suddenly, Meiduo noticed Vegeta's form wavering to the left. Seizing what she believed to be an opportunity, she aimed a kick at his left abdomen. However, this was precisely the opening Vegeta had feigned. He deftly seized Meiduo's right leg, immobilizing her, and began to spin rapidly, creating a whirlwind-like effect. Dizziness overcame Meiduo as she struggled to break free, but the force of Vegeta's grip combined with the speed of his rotation rendered her efforts futile. With a decisive motion, Vegeta released her, sending Meiduo plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash. With a thunderous crash, Meiduo C fell to the ground, causing the very floor of the Spirit Time House to tremble. Fortunately, the unique material of the floor prevented it from shattering, merely quaking slightly. Struggling to regain her footing, Meiduo C shook her head, still feeling a bit dizzy. Meanwhile, Bege had swiftly appeared by her side, and, seizing the moment while she was still disoriented, delivered a punch to her back. Meiduo C was sent flying, yet by the time she soared through the air, she had regained her senses. A surge of energy pulsed through her, and after a resounding explosion of air behind her, she stabilized her form. However, Bege's figure had vanished. Cautiously observing her surroundings, Meiduo C attuned herself to the fluctuations of Bege's energy, seeking any trace of his presence. The Spirit Time House was enveloped in an unsettling silence, the air thick and stifling, with only the sound of her own breath filling the void. Bege's presence had seemingly evaporated, leaving her with the eerie sensation of being utterly alone. Yet, she dared not let her guard down. She focused intently, even closing her eyes to sharpen her concentration. Suddenly, she instinctively stepped back to the left, just as a fist materialized, striking the very spot where she had stood moments before, but hitting nothing. As Bege's figure reappeared, Meiduo C opened her eyes and delivered a swift kick to his solar plexus. He barely managed to protect himself with his arms, but was still forced to slide back several paces from the impact. Grimacing from the pain in his arm, Bege silently lamented the unexpected strength of Meiduo C's kick. Suddenly alert, he performed a backflip, narrowly evading another of her strikes aimed at his previous position. After landing, he discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but Meiduo C was relentless, charging at him with renewed vigor. She unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, forcing Bege into a frantic defensive dance. Yet, he was not merely on the defensive. He sought to exploit any weaknesses in her attacks. At last, as Meiduo C swung a punch, he sidestepped and retreated a few steps, distancing himself from her reach. In that moment, he conjured an energy orb and launched it toward her. Meiduo C, seeing the orb approaching, raised her hand to swat it away. However, Bege had already achieved his objective. He had successfully evaded her relentless onslaught. Now free from her grasp, he steadied himself and charged back at Meiduo C, hurling a massive energy orb in her direction while simultaneously vanishing from sight to strike once more. As Meiduo C observed the energy blast hurtling towards her, she contemplated deflecting it. Unfortunately, this particular energy blast was unlike any other. The moment she made contact, it detonated with a thunderous explosion, enveloping her in a dense cloud of smoke that obscured her surroundings. Kamehameha wave 5 times. Suddenly, a fragmented voice emerged from the mist, followed by a robust blue energy beam piercing through the haze, aimed directly at Meiduo C. Upon witnessing the approaching Kamehameha, her expression turned grave. She extended her hands, attempting to absorb the energy attack directly. However, it was too late to evade, as the energy traveled with astonishing speed, already at her doorstep. The formidable Kamehameha collided with her outstretched hands, and the immense force propelled her backward, causing her to slide uncontrollably. Veins bulged on her forehead, and the sinews in her arms writhed like worms, as she summoned every ounce of strength to counteract Vegeta's lethal assault. While Meiduo C struggled to withstand the attack, her body gradually slid backwards. Vegeta, witnessing this, felt a flicker of surprise, though it was somewhat expected. After all, Meiduo C was currently in a Super Saiyan 2 state, her energy levels comparable to his own. While she might be slightly weaker in sheer power, she was undeniably formidable, making it no easy feat to defeat her swiftly. It was only logical that she could withstand this strike, but he was determined to make it more challenging. With this thought, Vegeta intensified his energy output. As he did, Meiduo C found it increasingly arduous to resist the Kamehameha, her retreat accelerating. Gritting her teeth, she amplified her strength to stabilize herself, yet she continued to slide backward. Realizing that this stalemate could continue indefinitely, and acknowledging the formidable nature of Vegeta's attack, she understood that resisting him was indeed a daunting task. With renewed resolve, she bolstered her energy to momentarily withstand Vegeta's Kamehameha while simultaneously attempting to evade to the side. As she gracefully sidestepped, Vegeta's Kamehameha whizzed past her, tearing through the fog behind her, creating a path that seemed to stretch infinitely. Once the immediate danger had passed, Meduo-C flickered beside Vegeta. Caught off guard and unable to retract his stance from launching the Kamehameha, he was taken aback by her sudden appearance, mentally cursing himself for his oversight. Before he could defend himself, Meduo-C's fist struck his abdomen with force, sending him hurtling backward. And the Kamehameha he had been unleashing gradually dissipated without the energy to sustain it. Seizing the opportunity, Meduo-C pursued the direction in which Vegeta had vanished. As he stabilized himself mid-air, he felt a surge of irritation upon noticing the relentless advance of Meduo-C. He had not anticipated her cunning. She had evaded his attack and retaliated, leaving him with a lingering pain from her previous strike. Vegeta did not continue to evade. Instead, he launched an attack towards Melody's. The two engaged in a relentless aerial battle, their clashes producing thunderous echoes that reverberated through the air. Ultimately, Melody's plummeted from the sky, gasping for breath, her hair reverting to its original black hue as she exited the Super Saiyan 2 form. Vegeta also descended, not faring much better himself, with numerous bruises adorning his body from Melody's strikes. He had merely relied on his superior physical strength to gain an upper hand. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his hair to darken, relinquishing the Super Saiyan 2 transformation as well. Chapter 67. Exiting the chamber, Vegeta crouched on the ground to rest, casting a glance at Melody's, a smirk unconsciously forming on his lips. He was pleasantly surprised by her remarkable growth. Her combat prowess now rivaled his own. As he felt a sense of pride for her, he also fell into contemplation, reflecting on the recent battle and pondering his own shortcomings and areas for improvement. Meanwhile, Melody's had begun to regain some strength. She rose from the ground and looked at Vegeta. Recognizing her unspoken desire, he smiled and approached her. Squatting down with his back turned, Melody's, filled with joy, expertly climbed onto his back. With both hands supporting her thighs, Vegeta stood up and carried her toward the hyperbolic time chamber. After such an exhausting battle, they were in need of rest, intending to resume their sparring the following day. As he walked toward the chamber, Melody's steady breathing filled his ears, and he realized she had fallen asleep on his back due to fatigue. Vegeta paused momentarily, then slowed his pace, careful not to disturb her slumber, and gently placed her on the bed inside the chamber, tucking her in snugly. Melody slept soundly, perhaps too exhausted to awaken as Vegeta shifted her. Her peaceful expression was endearingly charming, occasionally smacking her lips as if dreaming of something delectable. She even murmured softly, prompting Vegeta to lean in closer to catch her quiet words. "Brother Vegeta, we will surely win. We will be together forever." Upon hearing Melody's sentiment, Vegeta stood, his gaze softening as he looked at her. He leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her lips, to which she responded with a subtle, smacking motion, as if savoring a delicious treat. After standing back up, his expression grew resolute. He chose not to disturb Melody's any further, carefully exiting the chamber. Once he felt he had distanced himself enough not to interrupt her rest, he paused. Vegeta refrained from transforming into his Super Saiyan form, maintaining his original black-haired appearance. He vigorously practiced various attack drills, performing push-ups and sit-ups. The oppressive heat enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to pour down his back and soak his clothing, with droplets cascading from his cheeks to the floor below. However, Bege did not relent. He continued his rigorous training. Time swiftly passed, and soon the daylight faded, giving way to a chilling drop in temperature that plunged below freezing. The frigid air began to coalesce into frost, cascading down around him. Despite the biting cold, Bege persevered in his training, though the extreme temperatures rendered his limbs increasingly rigid, and beads of sweat crystallized into ice that fell to the ground. Each movement became a Herculean effort, far more daunting than during the warmth of day. As time elapsed, Bege found his limbs incapable of bending, encased in layers of frost that transformed him into a frozen statue. Suddenly, cracks resembling spider webs appeared within the icy shell, accompanied by sharp, crackling sounds, culminating in a thunderous shatter as the ice burst apart. Gasping for air, Bege knelt on the ground, surrounded by a cloud of white vapor. "Bege, brother," a voice called out, causing Bege's body to momentarily stiffen. He slowly turned his head toward the source, where stood a girl, Meduo-C, who had seemingly been watching him for an eternity. Meduo-C approached, tenderly caressing Bege's face, her voice trembling. "Bege, brother, why do you exert yourself so fiercely in your training?" You do not include me in your endeavors. Do you intend to bear this burden alone? This crisis is not yours to face alone. It belongs to all of us. I am your wife, and it is my duty to fight alongside you, to share in both hardship and joy. How can you leave me to endure this alone?" Her words enveloped Bege in silence, for he understood that this battle was not solely his own. He was not noble enough to shoulder everything alone. Rather, he wished to spare my Ducey from suffering. His desire to grow stronger stemmed from a wish to ensure her happiness and well-being, not to impose upon her such trials. Yet, his mindset was still influenced by his past life on Earth, where men were expected to protect the women they loved from harm. Regrettably, this was the Dragon Ball world, where strength reigned supreme, and those he cherished were Saiyans, natural warriors. Even the women, infused with Saiyan blood, yearned for battle rather than merely standing as ornamental figures behind their beloved. It was only when he gazed into my Ducey's eyes that he recognized the profound desire within her for combat, for fighting alongside him. He realized she did not need his protection. She sought to stand beside him, confronting every challenge together. Taking a deep breath, Bege relinquished his previous notions. From that moment on, he vowed to include her in his training. "Very well, I will train with you. We shall grow stronger together and face whatever comes our way." Upon hearing Bege's words, my Ducey's lips curled into a sweet smile that dazzled him, captivating his attention entirely. Noticing Bege's enraptured gaze, my Ducey's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided, "Bege, brother, how annoying. Stop staring and let us get back to training." Faced with Ijuo's reproach, Vegeta awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The two trained together until the sun's rays began to warm the air, prompting them to cease their practice and venture into the hyperbolic time chamber for breakfast. After their meal, they resumed their training, and as time gradually slipped away, they lost track of it, ultimately spending 2 years within the chamber. Each day was filled with rigorous practice, and both Vegeta and Ijuo experienced significant enhancements in their foundational strength. Vegeta's initial battle power of 30 million had escalated to 45 million, while Ijuo's had risen to 43 million. Vegeta felt immense satisfaction with his newfound power. Taking Ijuo's hand as they stepped outside together. Outside the sacred temple, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks heard the door open, followed by the sound of footsteps, and soon beheld Vegeta and Ijuo emerging hand in hand from the chamber. Upon noticing the smile on Vegeta's lips and the joyful expression on Ijuo's face, Goku could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to Vegeta, inquiring, "Brother Vegeta, have you broken through to Super Saiyan 2? At Goku's question, the aloof Vegeta turned his head to glance at Vegeta, eager to hear his response. Chapter 68. Vegeta's breakthrough. Vegeta glanced at Goku, then at Vegeta, and finally at Krillin and the others, nodding to confirm that he had indeed achieved the transformation to Super Saiyan 2. Upon witnessing this affirmation, Goku felt a wave of mixed emotions. He was initially disheartened to learn that just as he had caught up to Vegeta's strength, he had now been surpassed once more. However, excitement soon took over as he reflected on Vegeta's formidable power, fueling his desire to challenge him and gauge the true strength of Super Saiyan 2. Yet, such a contest would have to wait until the Cell Games were concluded. Their primary objective remained the defeat of Cell to prevent further devastation and loss of life on Earth. Vegeta, witnessing Vegeta's nod, felt a twinge of frustration. Like Goku, he had only recently caught up to Vegeta, only to be overtaken again. The thought of being outmatched by Vegeta, a lower-class Saiyan, stung his pride as the Prince of Saiyans. Not only have I ascended to Super Saiyan 2, but Ijuo has achieved the same transformation, Vegeta declared, leaving both Goku and Vegeta momentarily speechless, gazing incredulously at Ijuo. The notion that she too had reached Super Saiyan 2 was disconcerting for them. It became imperative that they also strive to achieve this transformation swiftly. "Brother Vegeta, now that you have attained Super Saiyan 2, do you know the secret to breaking through?" Goku eagerly asked. "I have attempted numerous times, yet I always sense that thin barrier, unable to surpass it. What could be the reason?" Goku's inquiry was urgent, as he yearned to uncover the method to achieve the transformation, believing that if Vegeta possessed the knowledge, his own breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2 would become significantly more attainable. Upon hearing Wukong's inquiry, Vegeta did not withhold his insights, revealing that an intense emotional eruption is a prerequisite for transcending to Super Saiyan 2. As Wukong and Vegeta absorbed this information, they fell into deep contemplation, Trunks mirroring their introspection. Each individual's ultimate emotion is unique. For me and Medusa, it is our love for one another that facilitated our breakthrough. As for the source of your ultimate emotions, that is for you to explore and discover on your own. Vegeta shared with Wukong and Vegeta the profound emotions he harnessed during his own ascension. Listening intently, Wukong gradually closed his eyes and seated himself, pondering what his ultimate emotion might be. Vegeta, too, sat in reflection, seeking the essence of his own profound feelings. Trunks, however, was yet to reach the pinnacle of Super Saiyan. Thus he had not encountered the threshold to Super Saiyan 2 and remained unable to break through. Observing Wukong and Vegeta, Vegeta chose not to disturb their meditative states, harboring confidence in Wukong's potential to transcend to Super Saiyan 2. Yet he was apprehensive regarding Vegeta's ability to do so, knowing it would likely prove more challenging. At present, Vegeta found himself in a transitional phase, lacking the extremes of malevolence or love, existing instead in a neutral state, making the breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2 considerably difficult. In the original narrative, Vegeta had attained Super Saiyan 2 by willingly embracing the dark power bestowed upon him by Babidi during the Majin Buu saga, ultimately reverting to his original self and breaking through the love he felt for his family. Thus, his current aspiration to surpass this threshold was undeniably arduous. Indeed, it was not long before Wukong's aura began to surge, his hair standing on end, crackling with energy. With newfound clarity regarding the essence of breaking through to Super Saiyan 2, Wukong found the process significantly more attainable. With a triumphant roar, he ascended to the Super Saiyan 2 form, feeling the overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, excitement bubbling within as he tightened his fists. Meanwhile, Vegeta furrowed his brow, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The realization that Wukong had succeeded only intensified his frustration. Through gritted teeth, Vegeta endeavored to break through to Super Saiyan 2, but found himself unable to reach that pinnacle. His emotions could not erupt to the necessary extremes. Vegeta felt a tinge of bitterness, reluctant to remain stagnant at this juncture. Witnessing Vegeta's struggle, Wukong sighed softly and approached him, saying, "Vegeta, do not despair. Emotions come in many forms, such as intense anger or profound love. You can amplify these feelings. For instance, think of whom you wish to protect and magnify that desire to its utmost. That may be the key." Wukong attempted to guide Vegeta in amplifying the emotions within him, and whether he could indeed transcend to Super Saiyan 2 would ultimately depend on his own resolve. Upon hearing the suggestive words of Vegeta, he endeavored to amplify his emotions in his mind, yet found himself at a loss, as his thoughts were consumed by Goku, Vegeta, and Meadows, all of whom had transcended to Super Saiyan 2, leaving him behind. A fierce sense of resentment surged within him. As the prince of the Saiyans, he ought to have been the most exceptional among them all, yet he alone had failed to break through. This realization filled him not only with discontent, but also with a simmering anger. Observing Vegeta's furrowed brow and his continued inability to ascend, Vegeta could not help but let out a quiet sigh. He had made it abundantly clear that the love of a guardian was the key to Vegeta's successful transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Just as he began to think that Vegeta would not succeed, a baby's wail broke the silence. Turning towards the sound, Vegeta saw Bulma cradling little Trunks, who was crying inconsolably. Bulma was tirelessly soothing him, urging him not to cry. Vegeta, momentarily indifferent, shifted his gaze back to Vegeta, only to suddenly notice his energy beginning to surge, with his hair standing on end. What was happening? He glanced sharply at Bulma and Trunks. Could it be the infant's influence? At that moment, Vegeta, who had been engulfed in frustration and resentment, was unexpectedly calmed by the sound of Trunks' cries. The noise flowed into his mind like a refreshing spring, allowing him to regain his composure. Memories of his moments with Bulma flooded his thoughts. Although she often delighted in teasing him, she was the only one willing to engage with him, while others either shunned or feared him. Gradually, Bulma had woven herself into the fabric of his heart, unknowingly capturing his attention. When they were together, a peculiar sensation blossomed within him, one that he had overlooked at the time, but now seemed to evoke a sense of warmth and gentle joy. Then came the time of Bulma's pregnancy, when he watched her lovingly caress her belly, radiating maternal grace. At that moment, he found her truly beautiful, and his gaze softened. However, when Bulma looked up at him, he quickly adopted a stern demeanor, reverting to his usual cold and proud self. He perceived the sorrow in her eyes as she regarded him, causing a pang of pain in his heart that he could not reveal. Unwilling to let her witness his vulnerability, he believed he should embody the stoic and haughty Saiyan prince, rather than a tender and caring husband. Eventually, Bulma gave birth to a boy named Trunks, and when he heard the infant's heart-wrenching cries, it felt as though something had struck him. A wave of unfamiliar emotion washed over him. He was to become a father. He had a son. He reached out to touch Trunks, but halted midway, his hand suspended in the air. Although his hand had come to a halt, his gaze remained fixed intently upon his son. Mrs. Briefs, witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, could not help but smile, promptly placing her grandson into Vegeta's arms. Vegeta froze, caught in a moment of indecision, unsure how to react to the delicate and lightweight form of his son resting in his embrace. He remained motionless until the infant began to whimper, prompting him to awkwardly sway his arms in an attempt to soothe the child. This scene unfolded before Bulma, who had just given birth and was still quite frail. A smile crept onto her lips, her eyes sparkling with happiness. At this moment, time seemed to freeze for Vegeta, as if struck by a revelation. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, Bulma and Trunks had become the most significant parts of his life. A profound desire to protect them surged within him, intensifying until it erupted. Thus, the scene that Vegeta witnessed materialized. His energy surged, hair standing on end, crackling with electricity. Vegeta's transformation took even Vegeta by surprise. He had not anticipated such a breakthrough at that moment. The cries of little Trunks had clearly played a pivotal role, serving as the catalyst for his ascension to Super Saiyan 2. As his aura stabilized, he opened his eyes and clenched his fists, exhilarated by the powerful energy coursing through him. He then turned to Bulma, her husband, and Goku, his eyes gleaming with eagerness to engage in battle. Eager to test his strength against theirs, perhaps even surpass them. Vegeta, noticing the fierce desire for combat in Vegeta's gaze, couldn't help but smile. It was a testament to their Saiyan heritage, their very essence woven into the fabric of battle. He recognized the same spark in Goku's eyes, as well as in the arms of the gentle melodies nestled beside him. It seemed only he, the time traveler, managed to temper that instinct, though it was a struggle, as he too craved the thrill of combat. However, the time was clearly not right. Only after defeating Cell could they engage in a proper sparring session. For peace would follow, lasting until the next great threat emerged, likely with Babidi and the Dark Demon King Dabura, heralding the beginning of the Majin Buu saga. Vegeta, if you wish to battle, you might have to wait a bit longer until we vanquish Cell. Then we can truly spar. Vegeta's words fell like a bucket of cold water, bringing Vegeta, Goku, and Melodies back to a state of calm. Indeed, Vegeta's words ring true. Now is not the appropriate moment for their contest of skills. Should they inadvertently sustain injuries during their sparring, it would adversely affect the upcoming Cell games. Hence, their bout must await the conclusion of the Cell games. Vegeta, albeit somewhat displeased, found himself powerless to vent his frustrations upon Vegeta. Instead, he redirected his ire towards the grotesque figure of Cell, who was the reason he could not challenge Vegeta and Goku at this very moment. When will the Cell games commence? I yearn to obliterate that wretched creature. Upon hearing Vegeta's expletive, Vegeta could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Was Cell truly a wretched being? That individual's combat prowess was far from negligible. Ahem, the Cell games will commence tomorrow, he began, but before he could finish, Vegeta seized his beloved Bulma and soared into the sky, departing without further ado. This left Vegeta in a state of bemusement and Meritus stifling a chuckle behind her hand. Noticing her amused demeanor, Vegeta ground his teeth in irritation, then embraced her and took off into the air, vanishing from sight. This girl was becoming increasingly mischievous. It seemed necessary to take her back for some re-education. Ah, brother Vegeta, I was wrong. Please let me down. Only Meritus' shrill cries echoed in the air. Observing Vegeta and Vegeta's departure, Goku exchanged greetings with Krillin and Piccolo before following suit. Time swiftly passed, and soon the day of the Cell games arrived. Vegeta rose early, donning his attire and standing by. Noticing that Meritus had yet to awaken, he gently shook her awake. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Meritus saw her brother Vegeta was already up and hastily got dressed. Although Vegeta had not been overly playful with Meritus the previous night, given the battles that lay ahead, he was mindful not to exhaust her too much, as it could affect her performance. However, a little teasing was still in order. Once Meritus was fully dressed, her cheeks flushed and unable to meet Vegeta's gaze, He couldn't help but smirk at her adorable demeanor. "Let us go," he said, refraining from further teasing. Taking her hand, they exited the room, where Goku was already waiting outside, evidently having risen even earlier than Vegeta. Also present were Bardock and his wife. Bardock observed Vegeta and Goku. He and his wife understood their purpose without a word. He simply approached and patted them both on the shoulder. Everything was understood in silence, and both Vegeta and Goku nodded in acknowledgement, as did Meritus, who tightened her grip on Vegeta's hand while nodding at Bardock. The trio then departed Planet Salad, heading towards Cell's location. Watching them fade into the distance, Bardock sighed. At that moment, Broly's father, Paragus, stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "They will be fine. They will return safely. Have faith in them." Bardock remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, convinced that Vegeta and the others would indeed return safely. Regrettably, he lamented the inadequacy of his own strength, unable to assist them. This thought compelled him to clench his fists, and without uttering a word, he returned to the training room to continue his regimen. Paragus, observing this, said nothing, his gaze still fixed on the direction where Vegeta and the others had vanished. Chapter 70. The official commencement of the Cell Games. At this moment, a helicopter gradually approached and descended at the site of the Cell Games, from which emerged a group of individuals. Leading them was a man with explosive, curly hair, followed by a young man in a suit with golden hair, a robust, bald man, and a woman clad in revealing attire. Behind them trailed a throng of cameramen and reporters wielding microphones. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Cell Games. I am your reporter Jiangyan. We are here with world champion Mr. Satan, who has arrived at the arena. Soon we shall witness how Mr. Satan triumphs over Cell. Let us look forward to it." The reporter enthusiastically introduced the event before turning to inquire about Mr. Satan's feelings regarding the Cell Games. Upon hearing the reporter's inquiry, Satan raised his eyebrows with pride. Snatching the microphone from the reporter's hand, and declared with great self-satisfaction, "Cell is nothing to worry about. Just wait until I take the stage and witness how I will defeat him. I want Cell to understand that when his meager strength encounters mine, failure is his only fate. It's akin to an adult overpowering a child, utterly devoid of excitement. However, since he has dared to provoke the wrath of the masses, I shall have no choice but to vanquish him with overwhelming force." Cell, unfazed by Satan's words, exhibited a disdainful indifference, as if he deemed Satan to be nothing more than a bothersome insect. Yet, the more Satan spoke, the more animated he became, mistakenly believing that Cell was intimidated by him. It was only when the reporter pointed towards the sky, astonished, and asked Satan about it, that he raised his gaze in the indicated direction. What he beheld rendered him utterly astonished. An assembly of individuals soaring through the sky without the aid of any flying apparatus. Cell, too, in the midst of this aerial spectacle, glanced upward, a smirk playing on his lips. The anticipated had indeed arrived, and he felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, in the sky, Vegeta, Goku, and the others spotted Cell as he stood on the arena awaiting them. They descended directly, landing one by one at the edge of the platform opposite Satan. Satan, witnessing the aerial entrance of Vegeta and his companions, widened his eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of what he had just witnessed. It was not until the reporter nudged him that he snapped back to reality. Hearing the incredulous inquiry from the reporter beside him, "Mr. Satan, how did they accomplish that?" Satan was momentarily taken aback by the reporter's inquiry, pondering how he could possibly respond. However, it was evident that he could not answer truthfully. He cleared his throat and offered a vague retort to appease the journalist. "Oh, well, that is merely an illusion, a trickery. I have mastered such deceptions long ago, a decade past, and I can easily discern how they have misled you all." Upon hearing Satan's words, the reporter gazed at him with profound admiration, realizing that even the intricacies he could not grasp were perceived by Satan with such clarity. Truly remarkable. As soon as Bege and the others arrived, Sheru released his arms from their previous embrace and turned to face them. "You've arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time. I trust your powers have seen a significant enhancement. Who among you shall step forward first? I hope you bring me the thrill of battle. Otherwise, should you falter, I shall be compelled to eradicate all of humanity on this planet." Upon hearing Sheru's declaration, Bege and the others merely scoffed, dismissing his words as inconsequential. At this moment, Bege, Goku, Bege, and Madozi had all ascended to Super Saiyan 2, their strength surpassing that of Sheru, rendering his defeat inevitable. I shall take the lead in this contest, Goku proclaimed, preparing to step onto the stage to challenge Sheru. However, before he could make his move, Bege swiftly restrained him. What a delightful opportunity to battle Sheru. It cannot be squandered on you. No, if anyone should go, it ought to be me, Bege insisted, eager to confront Sheru, whom he had long found displeasing. Not only was Sheru unappealing, but he had also interrupted Bege and the others' own skirmishes. Bege was determined to teach him a lesson. Yet, he was thwarted by both Goku and Bege, as they all tugged at one another, intent on claiming the chance for themselves. Meanwhile, Midori, observing the commotion, discreetly maneuvered around Bege and the others, seizing the moment to approach the stage. However, Goku, Bege, and Bege quickly detected her intentions and rushed to prevent her from advancing. Bege even seized Midori by the collar of her garment and placed her beside him. Midori, feeling disgruntled after being set down, stood beside Bege, resigned to her fate. Meanwhile, Sheru, witnessing the antics of Bege, Goku, and the others, felt a wave of indignation wash over him, perceiving their actions as a slight against his prowess. Before he could voice his frustration, Satan and the reporter intervened. The reporter dashed forward to confront Bege and the others. Cease your squabbling. You shall not have the opportunity to compete. It is Satan who will face Sheru. Only he possesses the capability to defeat him. You will witness how Mr. Satan overcomes Sheru from the sidelines. Upon hearing the reporter's statement, Bege and the others were taken aback, halting their actions in unison. Bege regarded Satan with a perplexed expression, incredulous at the notion that this individual could vanquish Sheru. Surely, he must be jesting. Subsequently, he recalled a particular segment from the Dragon Ball saga, specifically the episode featuring Satan's challenge to Cell. The moment he envisioned Satan's entrance onto the stage, a peculiar expression crossed his face, and his shoulders began to tremble slightly. As he suppressed a laugh, Goku and the others cast puzzled glances at Vegeta, unable to comprehend his reaction. Noticing their collective gaze, Vegeta quickly stifled his amusement and gestured dismissively. Mr. Journalist, please inform Mr. Satan that we shall refrain from taking the stage for now. We are eager to witness his performance and observe how he intends to defeat Cell. Vegeta, with a grin held back, addressed the journalist, who failed to detect any oddity in his words. Upon hearing Satan's name, the journalist promptly relinquished the first spot in the competition to them, nodding in agreement. He regarded Vegeta and the others with newfound admiration, patted Vegeta on the shoulder, and proceeded to relay the message to Satan, indicating that his opponent had consented to let him take the stage first. Chapter 71. The comical Satan. Once the journalist departed, Midori cast a puzzled look at Vegeta. Brother Vegeta, why would you allow someone as weak as Satan to compete against Cell? He could easily be killed. Others shared the same confusion regarding Vegeta's decision. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, reassuring them, do not worry, Cell will not harm Satan. Let us decide who shall take the next turn. Since our previous debate yielded no conclusion, why not settle it with rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins shall go second. Upon hearing Vegeta's suggestion, Midori, Goku, and Vegeta shifted their focus. Considering the proposal favorably, the four of them formed a circle and extended their hands to commence the game of rock, paper, scissors. After a vigorous bout, Vegeta ultimately emerged victorious and would ascend the stage to contend with Cell following Satan's match. Upon realizing his triumph, Vegeta couldn't help but wear a smug smile, while Vegeta, Goku, and Midori exchanged glances of dismay, casting irritated looks at him. Observing their expressions only fueled Vegeta's pride. He elevated his chin in a gesture that proclaimed, you lost. I won. I shall face Cell, while you cannot. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor, Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration, turning away to avoid the sight of his smugness. Meanwhile, Satan had already taken to the stage, clutching a backpack in his hands. As he ascended, Cell directed his gaze toward him, crossing his arms over his chest, his expression indifferent. To Cell, Satan was akin to an insignificant insect, eliciting no interest whatsoever. His attention merely shifted to Satan out of curiosity about his intentions. Satan proceeded to unzip his backpack, extracting a pile of tiles, followed by another stack, continuously layering them until the heap reached the height of his waist. Upon witnessing Satan's actions, Sheru gazed at him in bewilderment, clearly taken aback by the appearance of such a fool in his presence. He had already anticipated Satan's next move. Even Goku, Vegeta, and the others, including Mato and Krillin, stood frozen in disbelief, watching Satan's antics. Only Vegeta's shoulders trembled violently as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Oblivious to Sheru and the crowd's reactions, Satan meticulously stacked the tiles, took a deep breath, and then raised his hand high above his head, striking downwards with force, shattering the tiles one by one until none remained intact. As he lifted his hand, the other gently caressed the area where he had struck, revealing a slight redness and swelling. The atmosphere below was silent, everyone rendered speechless. Satan mistakenly believed that Goku and the others were awestruck by his power, prompting a smug grin to spread across his face. Journalists captured this moment, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Mr. Satan has shattered all 64 tiles. He is truly formidable, surpassing his previous record. Our Mr. Satan is destined for victory." They lauded his prowess incessantly. Meanwhile, Sheru remained silent, regarding Satan with an expression akin to that of an observer of folly. Krillin and the others mirrored this sentiment. Could he truly not see Sheru's strength? Believing himself to be impressive and performing such a ridiculous stunt in public? "Sheru, do you see? Soon you will be defeated just like these shattered tiles," Satan proclaimed, brimming with self-importance. Yet, Sheru merely stood there, cold and indifferent, observing him. After uttering his misguided threats, Satan assumed a fighting stance and charged at Sheru, launching a flurry of attacks that Sheru absorbed without flinching. Eventually, growing weary of the futile assault, he waved his hand dismissively, sending Satan flying as if swatting a fly. The journalists and his disciples could hardly believe their eyes, astonished that Satan had been so effortlessly vanquished by Sheru. Vegeta, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, his mirth contagious as Mato followed suit, chuckling aloud. Goku's lips twitched in suppressed amusement, while Vegeta's expression darkened, feeling that his pride had been tarnished. Krillin and the others trembled with laughter, taking a while to regain their composure. "I just witnessed Satan being swatted away by Sheru. I can't help but want to applaud Sheru," Krillin exclaimed, unable to stifle his laughter. Vegeta nodded in agreement, having entertained similar thoughts while reading the original story. And now those sentiments were amplified in light of the live spectacle. It can only be said that Satan's antics were so irksome that they provoked a desire to strike him, even from someone as malevolent as Sheru. Not long after Satan was sent flying, he managed to rise again, gingerly touching his sore cheek as he slowly made his way back towards the arena where Cell awaited. The reporters observed him with expressions of concern. If even Mr. Satan had been defeated, what fate awaited humanity? Upon noticing the journalist's gaze, Satan quickly masked his discomfort with a fa of nonchalance, claiming that he had merely stumbled momentarily and would soon rest before returning to vanquish Cell. Reassured by his words, the reporters shifted their focus to Vegeta, who had already ascended the stage, hoping he could endure against Cell long enough for Mr. Satan to regain his strength and ultimately triumph. Cell, upon seeing Vegeta take the stage, furrowed his brow in discontent. He had anticipated a battle with Goku, whose strength he respected, but he held little regard for Vegeta's abilities. According to the data collected by Dr. Gero, Vegeta was notably weaker, even in comparison to Goku. The fact that Vegeta was now stepping into the ring with him was infuriating, and Cell lamented not having imposed restrictions on power levels for this tournament, allowing lesser beings like Satan to compete. This was undoubtedly a waste of his time, and his gaze towards Vegeta was laced with disdain. He contemplated dispatching him with a single blow, having lost all patience. Vegeta, sensing the contempt in Cell's eyes, was filled with rage. How dare this grotesque creature look down upon him? He was no longer the same. His power had soared, and he was determined to dismantle this abomination to demonstrate his strength. As the two stood on the stage, an ominous tension enveloped the arena, drawing the spectators' full attention to the impending clash. Chapter 72, Vegeta versus Cell below. Satan and the reporters could not help but swallow nervously as they absorbed the charged atmosphere above. "Let us go?" "Huh?" Vegeta shouted, his aura surging dramatically. His hair and eyebrows transformed to a brilliant gold, and his locks stood high, swaying with the intensity of his energy. Lightning crackled around him, illuminating the scene. Satan and the reporters were left speechless, awestruck by the profound transformation Vegeta underwent. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others remained relatively calm. They understood Vegeta's capability to ascend to Super Saiyan 2, though they had not anticipated him unleashing his full power right from the start. Cell, taken aback by Vegeta's transformation, could hardly believe his eyes. Was this the true extent of Vegeta's power? How had he grown so formidable in such a short time? Vegeta's energy was now significantly stronger than his own. This was intolerable. Cell's composure began to unravel, shattering his previous confidence. This was impossible. How could your strength have increased so dramatically? I do not believe it. Cheru gritted his teeth and, with a sudden burst of aggression, lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at Vegeta's face. Yet, Vegeta effortlessly caught his fist with a single hand, rendering him immobile. A disdainful smirk curled upon Vegeta's lips as he retaliated with a powerful blow to Cheru's abdomen, causing Cheru to double over in agony, involuntarily expelling a mouthful of bile. After delivering the strike, Vegeta seized Cheru's hand and began to spin, pulling him into an uncontrollable rotation that left Cheru suspended helplessly in midair. Vegeta increased his velocity, generating a fierce whirlwind that compelled the spectators, including Bege and others, to squint against the force. Finally, Vegeta released his grip, sending Cheru hurtling backward, crashing through 4 mountains before he finally came to a halt. Vegeta hovered in the air, gliding towards Cheru's location, where he found Cheru sprawled amidst a pile of rubble. In that moment, Cheru appeared utterly disheveled, his body marred by numerous small wounds inflicted by the rapid friction against the stones. However, these injuries were inconsequential. Cheru's prowess was formidable, and he would not be easily vanquished. Yet, the wounds stung like slaps against his face, igniting a fierce expression in his eyes. He rose, spitting out a mixture of blood and dirt, his gaze transforming into one of intensity and ferocity. Upon witnessing Cheru's demeanor, Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances. Their expressions shifting, Cheru was about to get serious. Previously, he had fought with a sense of playfulness. But the shocking display of Vegeta's power had finally prompted him to adopt a more earnest approach. Vegeta, too, noted the change in Cheru's eyes but dismissed it, for he had already transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, confident that Cheru could not match his strength. "I can see that you are formidable," Vegeta proclaimed. "The power you have just exhibited has indeed astonished me. But do you believe that this is the extent of my capabilities? Allow me to reveal the true measure of my strength." With a loud roar, Cheru began to amplify his own energy, swiftly elevating it to match Vegeta's level. As arcs of electricity crackled around him. Electric Cheru. Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock, realizing that Cheru had ascended to the level of Super Saiyan 2, achieving this formidable strength solely through the absorption of both the infant Cheru and the Cheru from the future, without the need for self-destruction to revive. This revelation caught him by surprise, yet after the initial shock, Vegeta regained his composure. Feeling grateful that he had continued to train after his own transformation into Super Saiyan 2, further enhancing his strength. Goku and Matos were equally astonished. Though Matos quickly regained her composure, inwardly admiring her brother Bege for his prowess and glad that they had all continued to elevate their abilities after their breakthroughs. Goku and Vegeta, however, were not so calm. They could both sense that Cheru's energy rivaled their own, making it evident that he was a formidable opponent indeed. In essence, the current prowess of Cell and Vegeta is equal, rendering the outcome of their confrontation utterly unpredictable. Vegeta, astonished by the true might displayed by Cell, soon regained his composure. Even should his opponent reveal the full extent of his power, it would merely match his own, and he remained confident in his ability to prevail. After showcasing his complete strength, Cell extended his hand and clenched his fist, reveling in the overwhelming force coursing through him, a sensation that was intoxicating. "Are you ready? Prepare to be defeated by me." Vegeta's voice jolted Cell from his reverie. Gazing at Vegeta with a murderous intent, Vegeta fearlessly met his gaze. Suddenly, Cell vanished from sight, prompting Vegeta to throw a punch to the right. Their fists collided midair with a thunderous bang, and as dust billowed around them, neither combatant yielded an inch. Their blows were evenly matched. Bang, 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 bang. The two continued to unleash a flurry of punches, the air crackling with explosive sounds as their incredible speed rendered them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Even Krillin and the others struggled to perceive their movements, with only Goku, Vegeta, and Matos able to discern their actions. Onlookers could only hear the resounding booms in the air, unable to catch sight of either fighter, leaving Satan and the reporters in a state of bewilderment. Is this magic? No one was present to answer their inquiries. In midair, Cell and Vegeta relentlessly attacked one another, neither able to inflict harm. Growing impatient, Cell suddenly forced Vegeta back and descended to the arena, fixating on Vegeta hovering above. "Vegeta, Show me your skill, Cell proclaimed, raising his hands in a familiar gesture. Vegeta's expression darkened upon recognizing the stance. It resembled his signature technique, the final flash. Cell had indeed integrated his cells. Vegeta had previously informed them that Cell was a creature born from Dr. Gero's utilization of the cells of all warriors. While hearing such an account was one thing, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking. The realization that Cell possessed his cells filled him with a sense of revulsion and boundless fury. Damn you, Cell. Damn you, Dr. Gero. I shall dismantle this abomination. Chapter 73. The Death of Cell. Ha. If you have the ability, then receive this. Final flash. Cell concentrated a significant portion of his power in his hands, transforming it into crackling bolts of lightning that coalesced within his grasp. The dense energy radiated with electricity, striking the mountainside and reducing it to dust. Vegeta gazed intently at the energy coalescing in Cell's hand, his expression turning grave. Although he felt a deep disdain for Cell's ability to wield his ultimate move, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of his own technique, which was not easily withstood. He also formed the gesture for his final flash, intending to counter Cell's ultimate attack with his own. Both warriors amassed their full energy, and the onlookers, including Bulma and the others, felt the tension rise in the air. Bulma's face was etched with concern, and she prepared to intervene. She had resolved that if Vegeta could not withstand Cell's onslaught, she would step in. After all, this was no mere contest. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of Earth, a fate she could not abide. Satan lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear, having realized that the opponent's power far exceeded his wildest imaginings. They were monstrous beings, and this was no mere sorcery. Just moments ago, he had foolishly strutted about. But now he was paralyzed by terror. The reporters did not mock him. They too felt weak-kneed, witnessing a scene that resembled the apocalypse. Finally, the final flashes in Cell and Vegeta's hands were unleashed, colliding in midair and sending waves of energy rippling outward. The clash emitted a blinding radiance, causing everyone to instinctively squint. In the midst of this confrontation, both Vegeta and Cell exerted every ounce of their strength, striving to engulf the other's energy in a bid for victory. The energies of both combatants oscillated, with Vegeta momentarily suppressing Cell's power, only for Cell to retaliate and dominate Vegeta's energy in turn. Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, having exerted all his might, yet still unable to overpower his adversary. The struggle had devolved into a stalemate, and he sensed his energy dwindling with each passing moment, while Cell's reserves remained unyielding. If this continued, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position. He needed to devise a strategy to defeat Cell. Given that Cell was an android, he was not supposed to possess unlimited energy. Only androids 17 and 18 had such capabilities. However, after absorbing both, Cell had seemingly acquired this perpetual energy feature, rendering any energy contest futile. At that moment, Vegeta found himself restrained, unable to divert his focus to confront Cell. Below, Bulma, Goku, and Mato sensed Vegeta's precarious situation. Exchanging glances, Goku and Vegeta nodded in silent agreement. Though it was somewhat dishonorable, there was no other choice. Cell was the enemy, a threat that had to be eliminated. In unison, Goku and Vegeta transformed into their Super Saiyan forms, vanishing from their spots and reappearing right in front of Cell, launching a kick aimed at him. Sharu was evidently taken aback by the unexpected intervention of Vegeta and Goku in his battle with Vegeta. Had he been granted a moment longer, he would have surely triumphed over Vegeta. However, their sudden interference abruptly disrupted his onslaught. After being struck in the back by Vegeta and Goku, Sharu was sent careening into the mountains, while Vegeta's assault came to an abrupt halt. He gasped for breath, his expression darkening as he realized he had been bested by Sharu. It was not that his strength paled in comparison to Sharu's. Rather, it was Sharu's inexhaustible energy that gave him the upper hand. As the battle progressed, Vegeta's energy waned, while Sharu remained at his peak. Suddenly, the mountains surrounding Sharu erupted in a violent explosion, debris scattering everywhere as Sharu emerged, his countenance as grim as a soot-stained pot, his eyes glinting with icy resolve as he glared at Vegeta and Goku. "You are truly despicable," he spat, "to resort to such underhanded tactics. If you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, Sharu's tail unfurled, and from its orifice, he expelled 7 eggs. As the shells shattered, 7 diminutive versions of Sharu emerged, each sporting malevolent grins as they fixed their gaze upon Vegeta and Goku. These smaller Sheras possessed nearly 80% of the original Shera's power, making them slightly inferior to Goku and Vegeta, yet significantly stronger than Krillin and his companions. Vegeta, having exerted considerable energy in his previous clash with Sheru, had yet to recover, rendering him potentially vulnerable to these smaller foes. Vegeta's eyes hardened with cold fury as he regarded Sheru, a murderous intent gleaming within. He produced a Senzu bean and tossed it to Vegeta, who consumed it without hesitation. Almost instantaneously, his injuries began to mend at a visible pace, restoring his power to its former zenith. Goku, you and Vegeta must join forces to eliminate Sheru. Leave these smaller Sheras to me and Meadows. You must dispatch Sheru swiftly. Do not prolong the battle, lest he resort to self-detonation like King Cold. Goku nodded in understanding, recognizing the urgency of the situation. It was indeed time to eradicate Sheru once and for all. As for the fight, they could engage in friendly sparring after this encounter. Despite his annoyance, Vegeta acquiesced to the plan, acknowledging that facing Sheru alone would be a formidable challenge. In an instant, Goku charged forward to engage Sheru, while Vegeta poised himself, ready to strike at the opportune moment. The smaller Sheras, sensing their father's peril, attempted to assist him, but Vegeta's gaze hardened. He swiftly appeared before the small Sheras and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, one of the small Sheras was obliterated, as Vegeta's fist pierced through its form, resulting in a spectacular explosion. He continued his assault with relentless determination, his fists and feet a blur as he struck the remaining small Sheras. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions as they detonated one by one, leaving Vegeta standing amidst the chaos, as though he had not moved at all. The small Cell Juniors were swiftly dispatched by Vegeta, exploding into brilliant bursts of light. Krillin and the others gazed in astonishment at Vegeta. Even the battling Cell, Goku, and Vegeta paused, turning their attention toward him. They instinctively swallowed, overwhelmed by his formidable strength. In mere moments, he had obliterated the Cell Juniors, each possessing nearly 80% of Cell's power, yet they faltered against Vegeta's might. After concluding his task, Vegeta noticed Goku and Vegeta had ceased their actions, all eyes fixed upon him. With a raised eyebrow, he vanished from sight, reappearing abruptly before Cell, delivering a powerful uppercut to Cell's abdomen. The impact caused Cell's midsection to cave in, forcing him to expel a mouthful of bile as he was propelled skyward by the immense force. Kamehameha. Final flash. Goku and Vegeta seized this opportunity, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Two colossal energy blasts surged toward Cell, striking him directly. In a moment of defiance, Cell barely managed to cry before being engulfed by the twin waves of energy. Reduced to ashes. Witnessing Cell's demise, a collective sigh of relief swept through everyone present. Even Vegeta felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Unbeknownst to them, as the energy consumed Cell, a minuscule rift in space opened, drawing in a fragment of Cell's cells before sealing shut. Chapter 74. Dark Cell. With the battle concluded, cheers erupted among the gathered crowd. Mr. Satan and the reporters collapsed to the ground, gasping as if they had narrowly escaped death. Vegeta, you are truly remarkable. With Cell defeated, the crisis on Earth has finally passed, allowing us to resume our peaceful lives, Krillin exclaimed, rushing forward and playfully slapping Vegeta on the shoulder. Vegeta smirked, feeling an immense sense of relief. After vanquishing Cell, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart had quietly dissipated. Not solely my achievement. Vegeta and Goku contributed significantly as well. Ultimately, it was their combined ultimate attack that brought Cell down. They are formidable in their own right, Vegeta humbly acknowledged. In truth, he had played a pivotal role in creating the opportunity for them to launch their assault, but the final blow was delivered by their teamwork. Now that the Cell tournament has concluded, when shall our battle commence? Vegeta inquired, stepping forward to address Vegeta. Despite having gleaned the vast disparity in their strengths from the recent skirmish with the Cell Juniors, he was eager to engage in combat, seeking to gauge the extent of the difference between them. This would provide him with the motivation and direction needed to pursue his own growth. Observing Vegeta's eagerness to battle, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing Vegeta's nod of assent, Wukong eagerly clamored to join the contest, and even Midori silently stepped forward, her intentions unmistakable. She too wished to partake in the battle. The four formed a circle, each prepared for the impending clash. Just as they were about to commence their duel, An abrupt voice echoed from the heavens. Have you rejoiced too soon? I am not dead yet. Startled by this unexpected proclamation, the group was taken aback. The voice seemed eerily familiar. They all looked up to behold Cell hovering in midair, his expression cold, a sinister smile curving his lips. Vegeta's pupils constricted violently at the sight of Cell, for this incarnation was starkly different from the last. Not only had he returned from the dead, but his appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. His once green skin had morphed into a grayish hue, and an ominous black aura now enveloped him, rendering him even more malevolent and terrifying. His power had surged significantly, instilling in Vegeta a sense of urgency. How could this be possible? What had transpired to cause such a profound change? How had he been resurrected after being utterly vanquished by Wukong and Vegeta's combined might? Cell, how is it that you are alive? What has happened to you? Vegeta pressed, desperate to uncover the truth, sensing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, becoming unpredictable. Ha ha ha, I owe it all to you. Were it not for your actions, I would never have obtained the power bestowed upon me by those two gentlemen. I am now far more formidable than before. Cell laughed heartily. The narrative then shifted back to the moment when Cell had been slain by Vegeta and Wukong. The fabric of space tearing as Cell's cells were drawn into the rift. They landed in a pair of hands, belonging to Tawa, who gazed at the cells with a smile playing upon her lips. Tawa, what do you intend to do with this weakling's cells? They hold no value whatsoever. Mira remarked disdainfully, observing the weak cells in Tawa's grasp. What do you know? Though his cells may be feeble, they can be instrumental against the Saiyans. Moreover, he was born from the fusion of multiple cells, which piques my interest for research purposes, Tawa replied, retrieving a vessel to collect a sample for study while murmuring incantations over the remaining cells held in her palm. As she recited the spell, a dark magical aura surged forth, permeating the cells. Under the influence of this black energy, the once blood-red cells grotesquely writhed, transforming into a grayish-black hue, gradually enlarging until Cell was resurrected. However, his skin had shifted to a gray-green tone, now shrouded in a black mist. Upon his revival, Cell clenched his fists, savoring the potent surge of power that far surpassed his previous strength, and then gazed at Tawa and Mira, dropping to one knee before them. Grateful for the grace bestowed by her master, Tawa nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Sheru's words, raising her hand to lift him effortlessly. Rise, she commanded. From the moment Sheru was resurrected, he had become Tawa's servant, bound by her absolute authority. His life or death lay solely in her hands. Sheru could feel the weight of her control over his existence, compelling him to submit. Go and eliminate all the Saiyans outside. I require their cellular flesh, regardless of whether they live or die, Tawa ordered. Sheru complied, departing from that realm to fulfill her command, which led to the earlier scene. Naturally, Sheru would not divulge to Vegeta and the others who had rescued him or the identity of his puppet master. His hatred for Vegeta and his companions ran deep. Although he had gained formidable power, he had become a mere marionette, stripped of his autonomy, an intolerable fate. Unable to seek vengeance against Tawa and Mira, whose strength was overwhelming, he channeled all his resentment towards Vegeta and his allies. Since Tawa merely sought the Saiyan cellular matter, he deemed it acceptable to slay them and extract their blood and cells afterward. After all, he had been told that their fate was inconsequential. With this thought in mind, Sheru surged towards Vegeta and the others, moving with such incredible speed that even Vegeta and Goku could barely discern his actions. Only Vegeta and Meadows could perceive Sheru's movements amidst the chaos. Both Vegeta and Meadows transformed into Super Saiyan 2, with Vegeta stepping forward to intercept Sheru's blow with a powerful punch. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that sent Goku and Vegeta staggering backward, while Krillin and Yamcha were hurled away, leaving only Piccolo able to skid to a halt after sliding several meters. Mr. Satan and the journalists were nowhere to be seen, and Vegeta and Goku exchanged serious glances, focusing on the epicenter of the battle. At that moment, Vegeta and Sheru grappled, their hands locked in a contest of strength, veins bulging on their foreheads. Both were exerting their utmost effort, striving to overpower one another, yet neither could prevail, resulting in a standoff filled with tension. Chapter 75. The demise of Sheru. Suddenly, Sheru's tail coiled and elongated, aiming a sharp spike directly at Vegeta's head. Seeing the imminent attack, Vegeta attempted to evade but found himself unable to move, trapped in the confrontation. He could only bend slightly, lowering his head to avoid Sheru's lethal strike. But not entirely escaping, the spike pierced his shoulder. A surge of elation filled Sheru as he prepared to absorb Vegeta's energy, but Vegeta, in a sudden burst of defiance, thrust his head upward, colliding with Sheru's chin. The unexpected pain forced Sheru to retreat, and the two were separated, Sheru's tail retracting from Vegeta's shoulder. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Vegeta executed a sweeping kick, toppling Sheru. Seizing the opportunity while Sheru was off balance, he delivered a swift kick to Sheru's abdomen, sending him hurtling away, crashing into the mountains. Vegeta gathered 2 energy blasts and hurled them towards the towering mountain, just as Cell emerged from the pile of rocks. Unprepared to retaliate against Vegeta, he noticed the 2 energy blasts hurtling towards him from afar. With no time to evade, he could only shield his head with his hands in a passive defense. The energy blast struck Cell with tremendous force, engulfing the entire mountain and leveling it to the ground. At the epicenter of the energy, Cell gritted his teeth, relentlessly enduring the onslaught. Finally, as the energy dissipated, he stood panting, casting a dark, brooding gaze towards Vegeta. However, Vegeta paid little heed to Cell's condition, having anticipated that the damage would not be severe. If it were so easy to wound Cell, this battle would not be so arduous. In a flash, he appeared before Cell and unleashed a punch, which was met with Cell's own fist, leading them to grapple once more. This time, however, Vegeta took the initiative while Cell adopted a defensive stance. Below, Krillin and the others anxiously watched the battle unfold in the sky. Unfortunately, due to their limited power, they could not discern the combatants' figures, only hearing the continuous explosive sounds echoing through the air. Only Goku and Vegeta could barely make out the indistinct silhouettes. Both men gritted their teeth. Feeling a sense of frustration, they had believed themselves to be strong enough to match Vegeta, only to find the gap in power widening once more. Midos observed the clash above with increasing concern, noting that Vegeta's fighting prowess was waning, while Cell remained at the peak of his power. This could not continue. She had to assist her brother, or he would be in grave danger. Resolving this, she vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, the battle between Vegeta and Cell raged on in midair. As time wore on, Vegeta's stamina began to dwindle, and his strength started to decline, while Cell maintained his prime condition. At that moment, Vegeta inadvertently exposed a vulnerability, prompting Cell to seize the opportunity and deliver a decisive punch to Vegeta's lower left abdomen. The blow caused Vegeta to be propelled backward, landing some distance away. Rubbing the sore spot where Cell had struck, he felt a weight of seriousness envelop him. He realized that continuing in a war of attrition against Cell, who possessed boundless energy, would surely lead to his defeat. Determined, Vegeta clenched his teeth, his muscles beginning to swell as he prepared to unleash his energy. This technique, akin to the Kaioken for enhancing strength, was not as formidable but bore fewer side effects. Vegeta's aura surged, rapidly elevating his power by more than half, and still climbing. Sensing the impending danger, Cell rushed forward to thwart Vegeta's ascent, only to be intercepted by the suddenly appearing Midos, who launched a punch at Cell. As the anger surged within him, Cell found himself unable to retaliate. For Midosi's assault was equally formidable. With both hands clasped before him, he braced himself against her punch. During this momentary delay, Vegeta had finished increasing his power, enhancing his combat strength by a staggering 15-fold to an astounding 67.5 billion. His prowess now surpassed that of Cell. However, this surge could not be maintained for long, as it would take a toll on his body. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta's form flickered, his speed reaching its zenith. Before Cell could react, he struck him hard in the abdomen. Cell felt a blinding flash before an excruciating pain erupted in his gut. He doubled over, unable to suppress the bitter bile that surged forth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Vegeta. Vegeta, however, paid no heed to Cell's thoughts. Time was of the essence, and he had to defeat Cell swiftly, lest his own body succumb first. He relentlessly attacked Cell, who was battered like a punching bag. Midosi, witnessing Vegeta's predicament, understood the urgency of the situation. She was acutely aware that while Vegeta's technique was powerful, it required defeating the opponent within a very brief window. Otherwise, his muscles would succumb to extreme soreness, rendering him temporarily incapacitated and unable to utilize the technique for a day. Rushing to assist, she positioned herself opposite Vegeta. As he propelled Cell towards her, she too unleashed a punch to strike Cell in the abdomen, sending him back. The two engaged in a relentless back and forth, treating Cell as if he were a mere soccer ball. Cell, feeling deeply frustrated, found himself ensnared in this predicament, his roar of defiance echoing as he attempted to break free from their onslaught. Vegeta, recognizing that further delay was inadvisable, understood the need to conclude this battle before unforeseen complications arose. Having endured considerable punishment, Cell's injuries were severe. It was time to bring this to an end. As Cell charged towards him once more, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. With both hands extended in a blossom-like fashion, he then drew them back to his waist. Kamehameha times 10, he exclaimed. A deep azure wave of energy surged forth from Vegeta's palms, hurtling towards the airborne Cell. In midair, Cell, gravely wounded, could not evade the impending attack, his eyes wide with sheer terror as he beheld the Kamehameha barreling towards him. No, please. I have just been revived. I cannot perish again. No. The colossal wave engulfed Cell, his body disintegrating into dust, leaving not a single cell behind. Within the dimensional rift, Tova and Mira watched the terrifying display of energy with furrowed brows, their eyes gleaming with cold malice. This individual could not be allowed to live, for he would pose a significant obstacle to their resurrection of the demon Demigra. Regrettably, they could not act openly, for attracting the attention of the angels would lead to dire complications. Chapter 76. Chaos. This individual must be eliminated to prevent future calamities. Mira cast a gaze filled with malevolence towards Bege as she spoke to Tova. It was imperative to eliminate him, yet it must not be by our own hands. Engaging directly would easily attract the attention of the angels, jeopardizing our future plans. However, while we cannot strike directly, we can orchestrate his demise through others. For now, let us spare him. Tova, too, regarded Bege with a murderous intent, yet her calm demeanor reminded her that both she and Mira must refrain from action, biding their time until an opportune moment to eliminate their foe. Although she would not act herself, she was capable of employing another to do so. Having departed, Bege, after enduring the fierce battle, recognized his own inadequacies. He was not yet strong enough. During his confrontation with Shalu, he found himself at a disadvantage, and without Meta's assistance, he might have succumbed. He resolved to enhance his strength, for only then could he navigate future dangers with ease, rather than in the current state of disarray. Bege and his companions returned to their respective homes. He, along with Goku and Vegeta, agreed to meet the following day for a friendly spar on Planet Salad. After their arrangements, they dispersed. Bege and Metis journeyed back to Planet Salad alongside Goku and Vegeta. Throughout their flight, Bege remained silent, lost in contemplation, prompting Metis to wonder what occupied her brother's thoughts. Upon their arrival at Planet Salad, Bege finally broke his silence after a prolonged pause, declaring, "Once this spar concludes, I intend to delve deeper into my training. I plan to seek out Bobo for guidance on how to further surpass my current limits." His words astonished Metis, Goku, and Vegeta alike. None had anticipated such a declaration from him. Metis immediately expressed her desire to accompany Bege, stating that wherever he ventured, she would follow. Goku, naturally, wished to join as well, unwilling to fall behind Bege. Although Vegeta averted his gaze with a haughty demeanor, his flickering eyes betrayed his eagerness to join the endeavor. Bege simply smiled, welcoming the prospect of companionship in his training. With comrades by his side, the solitary path of self-improvement would not feel so isolating. Moreover, the presence of rivals might spur him to elevate his abilities even more swiftly. His desire to consult Bobo stemmed from a belief that the upcoming phases of training would necessitate Bobo's wisdom, especially as he approached transformations such as Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, or even Super Saiyan God, which Bobo could undoubtedly provide valuable insights on. Upon returning to their residence on Planet Salad, Bege and Metis settled in, while Vegeta made his way back to Bulma's home in West City. The day swiftly passed, and soon Vegeta arrived early at Bege's home, standing outside. Goku, too, appeared outside Bege's dwelling, awaiting their emergence. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, surprised that the two were so eager to wait outside so early in the morning. Without hesitation, he led Vegeta and Goku to an open area, with Melodies trailing closely behind. The four of them positioned themselves at the corners, facing each other, as if time had come to a standstill. A gentle breeze stirred the air, accompanied by the soft rustling of sand, and a palpable tension hung in the atmosphere. At that moment, Vegeta made the first move, swiftly appearing before him and launching a punch aimed squarely at his face. Smirking, He sidestepped the blow while delivering a knee strike towards Vegeta's abdomen. Just then, Goku materialized beside him, extending his leg to kick at his side. If he did not restrain his offensive, he would become vulnerable to Goku's attack while targeting Vegeta. With no other option, he abandoned his assault on Vegeta and executed a backward somersault to evade Goku's strike. However, as soon as he regained his footing, Melodies appeared where he had just stabilized himself, throwing a punch towards his back. "Hey, you three are ganging up on me. This is hardly fair," he exclaimed, half amused and half annoyed by their coordinated assault. Did they truly think him so easily bullied? He shot a disgruntled glance at Melodies, astounded that she had silently allied with Goku and Vegeta against him. In a swift maneuver, he slightly angled his body to let Melodies' punch miss, allowing it to pass through the gap between his arms. He then seized her arm, twisting it and executing a shoulder throw. The ground trembled as Melodies crashed down, creating a sizable crater in the earth. Simultaneously, he unleashed a wave of energy that forced both Goku and Vegeta to retreat. With Goku and Vegeta temporarily pushed back, he charged toward Goku, determined to dismantle their alliance one by one. Upon seeing him advance, Goku became flustered. After witnessing the battle between him and Cell, he understood that in a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match for Vegeta. Thus, he had sought Vegeta's assistance to attack him together, only for Melodies to overhear and join their ranks instead. "Vegeta, come help me." Goku called out for assistance, and Vegeta hurried over, eager to aid his friend. However, Vegeta would not allow Vegeta to interfere with his plans. He swiftly launched an energy blast in Vegeta's direction. Simultaneously, he accelerated towards Goku, appearing beside him and, catching him off guard, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Goku felt a sharp pain as he realized too late that the figure before him had struck. He abruptly expelled a mouthful of sour liquid, and before him, everything turned hazy. His figure swayed and collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness. When Meduo-C regained her footing, she beheld that Vegeta had already dealt with Goku single-handedly. The remaining skirmish held little suspense, as the Arctic Tower had also fallen to Vegeta, leaving only him and Meduo-C. Vegeta's combat prowess surpassed that of Meduo-C by a slight margin, thus he ultimately emerged victorious. Once the battle concluded, Goku regained consciousness, and Vegeta gradually regained his composure. They were both astonished by Vegeta's formidable strength, capable of overcoming even their combined efforts. In truth, Vegeta had merely exploited a momentary lapse. Had Meduo-C been engaged, he might not have triumphed. It was only by seizing the opportunity during the fight to incapacitate Goku and Vegeta that he could secure his victory. Chapter 77. The rampaging Broly. While Vegeta and the others were sparring, Tawa and Mira ventured into another timeline seeking assistance to confront the primary timeline's Vegeta and his companions. In the realm of Dragon Ball's Broly cinematic saga, a rift in the void was torn open, allowing Tawa and Mira to emerge. Tawa surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. This was indeed the place. Mira, however, was perplexed, unsure of Tawa's intentions in bringing him here. "Tawa, what purpose does this place serve?" "There is nothing here," Mira inquired, genuinely confused about Tawa's motives. "Patience, let us wait and explore a bit. I wonder how he is faring now. If he still exists, this endeavor will be flawless." Tawa replied as they began their search, seemingly in pursuit of something significant. After a lengthy search, Mira's impatience grew. He was about to question Tawa regarding their objective when he sensed a distant surge of combat energy. Both Tawa and Mira followed the energy, discovering three figures entangled in a fierce struggle. Among them were two familiar silhouettes, mirroring the Goku and Vegeta from their primary timeline, while the third figure bore wild green hair and sunken eyes devoid of pupils, Broly in his berserk state. Goku and Vegeta collaborated to confront Broly, yet even their combined might proved inadequate against him. In his rampaging state, Broly's power escalated exponentially, far surpassing that of both Vegeta and Goku, driving them into a relentless retreat. Upon sighting Broly, Tawa felt a surge of elation. She had finally located him. Mira, upon witnessing Broly, felt a profound sense of respect, acutely aware of the ominous aura emanating from him, a sensation that left him distinctly uneasy, prompting him to turn to Tawa with an inquiry. "Who is he? I sense a formidable threat emanating from him. What is the nature of this power? Is he also a Super Saiyan? Why does he differ so vastly from the other Super Saiyans?" In response to Mira's question, Tawa's lips curled into a smile as she began to elucidate the matter to him. This Broly is unlike any other Saiyan. His veins pulse with the fabled blood of legendary Saiyans. Consequently, his transformation diverges from the ordinary Super Saiyan, manifesting as the mythical Super Saiyan. However, this legendary form is fraught with instability, leading him easily into a state of rage. Upon entering this frenzied state, although his power escalates dramatically, his rationality gradually dissipates, ultimately rendering him a relentless killing machine. Upon hearing Tao's elucidation, Mira was taken aback. The legendary Super Saiyan. Could it be that this era harbors such an ancient relic of Saiyan lineage? Yet, he soon pondered another pressing issue. A legendary Saiyan is not a being they can easily control. Once engulfed in rage, he becomes indiscriminate, rendering any attempts at control futile. What then? Is Tao's true objective in seeking him? Mira voiced his concerns, and Tao's face lit up with a triumphant expression. Though he becomes indiscriminate in his frenzy, I do not require control. I merely need to transport him to the desolate realm of the Saiyan planet, where they will inevitably turn on one another. We shall simply observe from our vantage point, like fishermen waiting for the catch. Mira, upon hearing Tao's plan, was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. He found the scheme quite agreeable. Meanwhile, the battlefield shifted as Goku, after being bested by Broly, finally summoned the collective strength of all warriors to forge a colossal spirit bomb, directing it towards Broly. By the time Tao and Mira registered the unfolding events, Broly had already been struck by the spirit bomb, ensnared within its formidable energy. Tao swiftly tore open a rift in space to rescue Broly, but alas, he had sustained severe injuries from the bomb's overwhelming force and slipped into unconsciousness. Fortunately, due to Broly's unique physiology, he merely fell into a state of unconsciousness rather than suffering catastrophic harm. With a brief respite, he would surely recover. Tao's timely intervention was fortuitous. Had it been a mere few seconds later, Broly's body would have disintegrated into dust under the spirit bomb's terrifying power. Both Tao and Mira gasped at the severity of Broly's injuries, though they soon breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was not gravely harmed, they were content. They departed from the realm of Broly's cinematic saga, journeying back towards the main timeline. In the primary timeline, after a fierce contest, Vegeta, Matos, Goku, and Vegeta soon found themselves at rest. Once rejuvenated, Vegeta rose and, accompanied by Matos, made his way towards the heavenly temple in search of bubbles to continue his training. Goku and Vegeta followed closely behind, resolute in their desire to train alongside him. Upon reaching the heavenly temple, Vegeta approached Bubbles and conveyed his intentions. Bubbles regarded the four of them with an air of tranquility, his gaze as serene as a still lake, revealing no hint of disruption. As if he had anticipated Vegeta's visit all along, he turned around and left directly, with the four companions closely following behind him. They entered the Hall of the Gods, where he operated the machine, and gradually the surroundings transformed into an endless grassland. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the changes around him, while Bege, Madozi, and Goku remained unfazed. Having previously trained in the Hall of the Gods and aware of the time machine's function, they were not surprised. However, soon a wave of gravity enveloped them, pressing them down to the ground despite their current prowess. Among those present, only Bobo stood calmly, seemingly unaffected by the immense force. Vegeta, struggling against the pressure, felt his face flush and veins throb on his forehead. He attempted to rise, but found it exceedingly difficult even to move a finger. He was astonished that with his current strength, he could not even shift. What magnitude of gravity was this? Observing their predicament, Bobo shook his head. He snapped his fingers, and the oppressive gravity began to dissipate, allowing Vegeta and the others to stand once more. As they regained their footing, they realized the weight that had burdened them had vanished without a trace, as if nothing had occurred, though the sensation they had just experienced was undeniably real. When they looked at Bobo again, a sense of reverence filled them. Bobo's power exceeded their imagination. At that moment, he produced 4 sets of clothing, offering them to the 4, indicating that they should don the garments. Chapter 78, Broly and Broly. Once Vegeta and the others donned the attire, they discovered it fit them perfectly, as if tailored specifically for them. Wearing it brought no discomfort. Rather, it was exceedingly comfortable, allowing for free movement. Just as they finished putting on the clothes, Bobo snapped his fingers again. Suddenly, they felt a weight pressing down on them, causing them to bend at the waist, the ground beneath them sinking slightly. Fortunately, this gravity was not as overwhelming as before, permitting them to move, albeit with difficulty. At that moment, Bobo pointed to the grass below and instructed the four. You must crouch down and pull up the grass while moving forward, circling the planet and returning here. Upon hearing Bobo's directive, Vegeta attempted to crouch and pull up a blade of grass. However, as he bent down, the gravity concentrated on his upper body, causing him to lose his balance and be pressed flat against the ground. With a mouthful of dirt and grass, he spat out the remnants before struggling to rise again. He cautiously attempted to crouch once more, this time being mindful to maintain his balance. Carefully, he grasped a blade of grass and exerted force to pull it up, but the grass refused to budge. The grass remained firmly rooted in the ground and did not yield to Vegeta's initial efforts. Undeterred, he exerted greater force, ultimately employing nearly 60% of his strength to finally uproot the stubborn blade. Witnessing Vegeta's struggle, the others adopted a more serious demeanor and began attempting to pull the grass as well. Soon, they encountered the same formidable challenge. Each required close to 60% of their strength to extract the grass. For some inexplicable reason, it seemed as though each blade adhered to an unseen rule, necessitating nearly the same exertion to remove it. After attempting to uproot 3 blades, Vegeta found himself breathless and utterly fatigued, his undergarments soaked with perspiration. The added weight of his gravity suit, combined with the tenacity of the grass, demanded an inordinate amount of energy to accomplish the task. The effort expended on those 3 blades equated to a full day's worth of physical exertion. Meritus, Vegeta, and Goku faced similar tribulations. After their own attempts at uprooting 3 blades, they too were left panting and collapsed onto the ground. Bobo observed their plight with a slight smirk. Though his expression remained neutral, he spoke directly. For you Saiyans, the most effective form of training lies in physical conditioning. Your robust physiques can rapidly enhance your strength through such training. Once you reach a certain level of power, you can further elevate your lineage and undergo ancestral evolution. Upon hearing Bobo's words, the 4 were taken aback. Vegeta pondered silently. Ancestral evolution? Surely, he refers to the transformations into Super Saiyan 4 and beyond. Goku looked at Bobo with eager anticipation. The prospect of becoming stronger thrilled him. Vegeta shared the same sentiment, determined to surpass both Vegeta and Goku during this period. Energized by Bobo's words, the 4 felt their fatigue dissipate. They rose again, bent down, and resumed their efforts to uproot the grass. Observing their renewed vigor, Bobo nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. The desolate planet now showcased only the silhouettes of Vegeta and his companions diligently working in the plains. As they pulled the grass, they secretly compared their speeds. With Vegeta possessing the strongest power, he took the lead, followed closely by Meritus, while Goku and Vegeta were neck and neck in their current strength. Upon returning to the Heavenly Temple, Bobo stepped outside and furrowed his brow, gazing intently at a certain direction in the sky. As Bobo focused on that point, a distortion in the cosmic expanse manifested, and a rift in space appeared. From it emerged Tawa, Mira, and a meteorite, which were swiftly transported from the universe, only for the rift to gradually close thereafter. Tawa gazed with immense satisfaction at the meteorite beside her, for within it lay the comatose Broly, whose wounds had miraculously healed. The reason for his continued unconsciousness stemmed from Tawa's manipulations. She had temporarily sealed his 5 senses, imprisoning him within the meteorite, thus rendering him in a state of slumber. Once she released the seal, Broly would awaken. Outside the Heavenly Temple, Bobo observed Tawa and the encased Broly with a furrowed brow. Vegeta and the others were still training in a different dimension and were not present here. Moreover, the Saiyan within the meteorite bore a trace of ancient Saiyan blood, indicating a level of power beyond what Vegeta and the others could contend with. In that moment, Bobo recalled another individual on planet Salad who also possessed ancient Saiyan blood. Indeed, they were one and the same. He realized that this formidable opponent required someone of equal caliber to confront the malevolent Broly. Without hesitation, Bobo ascended upon his flying carpet, hastening towards planet Salad, which was conveniently located not far from the Heavenly Temple. Upon arriving, he sought out Broly, Bardock, and Broly's father, Paragus. He candidly expressed his purpose for visiting. After listening to Bobo, both Bardock and Paragus furrowed their brows, realizing that this adversary was a powerful entity, formidable enough to challenge even Vegeta and his allies, another Broly from a different timeline, sharing the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Concern washed over Bardock as he pondered the potential danger for Broly should he engage in battle. He turned his gaze towards Paragus, recognizing that only he, as Broly's father, could truly decide. Paragus contemplated for a long moment, ultimately still uncertain. He then addressed Broly, asking if he wished to fight, assuring him that he would not compel him if he did not desire to. Broly glanced at his father and Uncle Bardock, then nodded resolutely. Father, I wish to fight. I want to protect this planet. With Vegeta and the others absent, I am the only one who can safeguard everyone, so I must step forward. Hearing Broly's words, Paragus could not help but feel a complex mix of pride and concern. Unbeknownst to him, his son had matured into a warrior capable of standing on his own. Once Broly agreed to battle, Bobo led him out of Planet Salad. Just as they exited, they beheld the meteorite containing Broly plummeting towards Earth. Bobo's expression turned grave as he informed Broly that meteorite harbors another version of you from a different timeline. Due to certain circumstances, Bobo was unable to assist Broly in combat, leaving him to rely solely on his own strength. Broly nodded resolutely, gathering a sphere of energy and launching it at the descending meteorite. Upon impact, the meteorite erupted in a brilliant explosion, releasing the seal contained within it. The Broly from the movie series awakened, escaping from the chaos of the explosion. Confused and still under the impression that he was engaged in battle with the movie version of Goku and Vegeta, he roared defiantly into the sky, "Kakarot, come out. I will slay you." After calling out several times without a response from Kakarot or Vegeta, he paused in bewilderment. However, in his berserk state, his dulled senses failed to detect the oddity of his surroundings, leading him to believe that Kakarot and Vegeta had fled, which only fueled his rage further. He unleashed energy blasts around him to vent his frustration. Observing this, Broly hurriedly intervened, determined to prevent the destruction of Earth. He positioned himself in front of the movie version of Broly, deflecting all his energy blasts into outer space, where they detonated, shattering the surrounding meteorites into dust. With the assault thwarted, the movie version of Broly turned to regard his blocker, and even in his frenzied state, Broly was momentarily taken aback by the striking resemblance. "Who are you? How do you look exactly like me?" This question escaped the lips of the movie version of Broly. After voicing it, he shook his head, gradually regaining his senses as his pupils reappeared, suggesting that he was on the brink of awakening. In a nearby spatial rift, Tawa and Mira grew anxious. This was not acceptable. They had painstakingly transported the movie version of Broly to confront Vegeta and the other Saiyans. What if he regained his senses and refused to fight? Their previous efforts would be in vain. Gritting her teeth, Tawa extended her hands while reciting an incantation, dark energy coalescing in her palms. As the dark energy materialized, an ominous presence invaded the mind of the movie version of Broly, eroding his mental sanctum. The invasion caused him great anguish, prompting Broly to step forward in concern for the movie version of Broly's condition. Yet, Bobo urgently cautioned him, "Be careful, something is amiss with that one. Stay back." As Bobo spoke, a transformation overtook the movie version of Broly. Dark energy enveloped him, his pupils vanished once more, and an evil grin spread across his lips. Concealed within the spatial rift, Tawa wiped the sweat from her brow, relieved that she had previously sown the seeds of dark energy within the movie version of Broly's mind. Now, it was proving invaluable. Once the dark energy fully corrupted his mental sanctum, the movie version of Broly would be trapped in a state of perpetual rage. However, in this manner, the cinematic version of Broly becomes a thoughtless engine of destruction, leaving her no opportunity to attempt to subdue him. Thus, she is reluctant to act unless absolutely necessary. Once the cinematic Broly's psyche has been corrupted, he descends into an eternal state of fury, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Upon seeing Broly before him, he launches a swift punch, striking Broly squarely on the right cheek before he can evade. Broly plummets like a meteor, crashing into a forest, startling the surrounding wildlife into a frenzied escape. The cinematic Broly pursues him closely, descending rapidly, and upon reaching the pit where Broly lies, he seeks to assess his condition. To his surprise, Broly suddenly erupts from the pit, and, catching the cinematic Broly off guard, lands a punch to his abdomen. The cinematic Broly merely takes a few steps back before halting, his rage intensifying, and his power surging. With a single kick, he sends Broly flying. Broly, clearly unprepared for the lack of impact from his attack, halts midair while the cinematic Broly closes in. In their aerial confrontation, the unrestrained Broly proves no match for the already enraged cinematic Broly. Broly's strikes are ineffective, while the cinematic Broly's blows inflict excruciating pain upon him, further destabilizing his emotions and causing his energy to surge, making him stronger. Regrettably, Broly still cannot contend with the cinematic Broly's might. Watching from the rift in space, Tawa and Mira are exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the cinematic Broly's triumph over Broly and the subsequent extermination of other Saiyans. Meanwhile, Bobo, observing Broly embroiled in a fierce battle, furrows his brow, contemplating how he might assist Broly in securing victory. At that moment, Paragus, concerned for his son's safety and accompanied by Bardock, emerges from the planet Sharada. Upon exiting, Paragus is alarmed to see his son engaged in a fierce struggle, particularly when he notices another individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to Broly. Bobo hastily explains to Paragus that this other Broly hails from an alternate timeline, which brings him some understanding, yet he finds himself in a quandary, for both are, strictly speaking, his sons. While Paragus ponders this dilemma, the cinematic Broly relentlessly unleashes energy waves toward Broly, who can only defend himself passively. At this juncture, Broly catches a glimpse of his father observing him and the other Broly. The sight of Paragus's eyes reflecting a hint of pride as he gazes at the cinematic Broly fills Broly with discomfort, further destabilizing his emotions. During his time on the planet Salad, Broly had learned to master his emotions, preventing them from spiraling out of control. However, the emotions instilled in him by Paragus, especially when he witnessed his father bestowing a rare look of approval upon the alternate version of himself, began to unravel that control. Broly found himself perplexed as to why his father, who had never offered him a semblance of praise, could seemingly favor this iteration of Broly, leading him to believe that Paragus favored the cinematic Broly even more. The pride that Paragus exhibited toward the cinematic Broly stemmed from the fact that he was, after all, his son, albeit from a different timeline, and the sheer might of this version naturally elicited pride. Yet, this very expression provoked Broly, sending him into a state of emotional turmoil. As his emotions spiraled, his power surged, manifesting as a vibrant green aura that forcefully repelled the cinematic Broly, who had been caught in a rage. In Chapter 80, titled Super Spirit Bomb, after Broly had successfully driven back the cinematic Broly, his emerald energy continued to swell, gradually tinting the entire sky a vivid green. The central area of this green aura radiated outward in concentric black ripples. At this juncture, Broly was entirely consumed by his fury, his energy surpassing that of the cinematic Broly, and even exceeding the powers of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Super. Had Vegeta been present, he would undoubtedly remark on how profoundly Paragus influenced Broly's emotions. Even the slightest reaction from his father could evoke significant changes in Broly's demeanor. This illustrates the pivotal role Paragus occupies in Broly's psyche. In the Dragon Ball Super film, Frieza exploited Paragus's demise to incite Broly's rage, underscoring the magnitude of his influence. As Broly succumbed to his fury, he swiftly appeared before the cinematic Broly, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. In tandem, he conjured a green energy sphere that detonated upon impact, sending the cinematic Broly hurtling back into a mountain. Shortly thereafter, a column of emerald energy erupted skyward as the enraged cinematic Broly emerged from within the mountain, launching an assault on Broly. The two engaged in aerial combat. The more severe the injuries sustained by the cinematic Broly, the greater his power surged, albeit at the cost of his rationality. At this moment, their energies were nearly equal, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Despite being from different timelines, both were legendary Saiyans, and as they inflicted wounds upon one another, their battle prowess intensified. However, the toll on their bodies escalated, leading to an inevitable climax where one would ultimately succumb to the overwhelming surge of energy within, resulting in their defeat. The following Bobobo evidently perceived this predicament, his brow furrowing in contemplation. However, Broly, too, was ensnared in a state of berserk rage, rendering his words unintelligible. To assist him, one could only devise a strategy to either vanquish the theatrical version of Broly or awaken both incarnations of Broly from their stupor. Achieving such a feat, however, proved to be exceedingly arduous. He refrained from intervening directly, for should those adversaries detect his presence, it would surely lead to considerable trouble. He had no desire to be ensnared by such foes. At present, the sole viable course of action was to deliver a decisive blow to the theatrical Broly. Otherwise, continued conflict would only culminate in mutual destruction. Possessing the requisite strength to accomplish this, he resolved to seek out Vegeta and Goku. After a period of rigorous training, their powers had surely experienced significant enhancement, particularly Vegeta, who had advanced most rapidly. Yet, even after such extensive cultivation, their prowess still paled in comparison to the Broly who had succumbed to his berserk state, having attained the first stage of divine power. Nonetheless, Goku's spirit bomb could be harnessed to potentially obliterate the theatrical Broly. With this thought in mind, he observed the two Brolys engaged in aerial combat. Directing his gaze towards Paragus and Bardock, with a mere utterance, he vanished in an instant. Bobobo arrived in the realm of the gods, operating a machine before making his way to the training grounds of Vegeta and the others. At that moment, Vegeta and his companions were engrossed in gravity training and cultivating their strength. The flow of time in this realm differed from the outside world. Reminiscent of the hyperbolic time chamber, here, time advanced even more swiftly, with a single day outside equating to 2 years within. Having only been absent for half a day, Bobobo found that Vegeta and the others had diligently trained for nearly a year. Approaching them, he signaled for them to cease their efforts. Once they had halted, Bobobo recounted the situation regarding the theatrical Broly and the battle currently unfolding between Broly and his cinematic counterpart. He then turned his attention to Goku, articulating his intentions. Goku, you mastered the spirit bomb under King Kai, did you not? I implore you to utilize it to defeat the theatrical Broly. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. If he is not vanquished in one fell swoop, as his injuries accumulate and his consciousness wanes, his strength will only escalate infinitely. Therefore, to conquer him, the only recourse is to deploy your spirit bomb to eliminate Broly. Otherwise, both he and the theatrical Broly will merely inflict mutual harm. In that moment, Vegeta, you and the others must channel your strength into Goku. Only by uniting our powers can we hope to slay the theatrical Broly. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Wukong and Vegeta nodded in understanding. They subsequently removed their gravity suits and returned to the heavenly temple alongside Bobo. As they stepped out of the temple and approached Paragus, they observed that the two Brolys in the sky had been engaged in battle for quite some time, each bearing wounds inflicted by the other, their powers evidently escalating. Upon witnessing and sensing the might of the two Brolys, Vegeta furrowed his brow, realizing that their strength had likely reached the level of Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue state combined with the Kaioken technique. The legendary Super Saiyan lineage was indeed astonishing. Apart from the tendency to lose control and struggle with energy management, it was truly enviable. This was Vegeta's first encounter with the prowess of the fabled Saiyan bloodline. Though he gritted his teeth in reluctant acknowledgement, he had to concede that Broly's strength was formidable. What infuriated him further was the fact that this individual required no training. Mere anger was sufficient for him to grow stronger. No longer hesitating, Vegeta signaled Wukong to commence. Wukong nodded, extending his hands to begin forming a super spirit bomb. Vegeta, along with Bege and Midozi, joined in, channeling their energy into Wukong to aid in the creation of the super spirit bomb. With the infusion of their powers, the super spirit bomb grew at a visible rate, expanding in size. The Broly engaged in battle sensed a shift, turning his head to behold the colossal spirit bomb hovering above Wukong. Even in his rampaging state, devoid of reason, the film Broly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. He recognized the threat, understanding that it possessed the potential to annihilate him. He attempted to thwart Wukong's efforts to continue forming the spirit bomb, but his counterpart would not allow him to escape, launching an attack that forced the film Broly into continued combat. In the hidden rift, Toa and Mira observed the unfolding events with growing anxiety, yet they were unable to intervene. They felt an instinctive wariness towards Bobo and his companions, sensing their formidable nature, and thus refrained from recklessly emerging to rescue the film Broly. Unbeknownst to them, an angel named Whis, far away in the Destroyer-S realm, was also monitoring the situation. Upon witnessing the appearance of the film Broly, Whis recognized the handiwork of the Dark Demon realm. However, his focus was not solely on the Dark Demon realm's machinations. Rather, his gaze shifted toward Bobo. As their eyes met, Whis was startled, questioning whether Bobo had perceived him, which deepened his intrigue and curiosity regarding Bobo's true identity. Kid, mind your own business. Inform the Grand Priest, but do not seek me out, a sudden voice startled Whis. He turned sharply to see Bobo, who was also looking at him with a subtle smile playing on his lips. At this moment, Whis confirmed that the person who had just spoken was indeed Bobo. which left him utterly astonished. How could this individual discern his presence? However, he had no choice but to suppress the confusion within him, intending to seek clarity from the high priest once this matter had concluded. Since the individual had mentioned the high priest's name, it was likely that his father, the high priest, would know the identity of this person. In the theatrical version, after Broly had ensnared Broly, the power of Vegeta and the others was entirely transferred to Goku. Upon bestowing all their strength upon Goku, Vegeta produced some senzu beans to share with Meredith and Vegeta, urging them to consume them. After ingesting the senzu bean, Vegeta's strength was restored to its peak, and with a mighty roar, his power began to surge dramatically. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and even after his transformation, his strength continued to escalate, swiftly reaching the limits of Super Saiyan 2. He was on the cusp of a threshold that seemed to lead towards Super Saiyan 3. Breaking through this barrier would grant him access to that form. As Meredith and Vegeta sensed the immense power surging within Vegeta, their expressions grew grave. Vegeta, observing his counterpart, was eager to ascertain the extent of Vegeta's training over the past year and whether he had caught up to his progress. Even Goku diverted a fragment of his focus to monitor Vegeta's transformation. With a series of vigorous shouts, Vegeta's internal power finally shattered that barrier. His hair gradually lengthened and swept back, while his eyebrows faded away, leaving only a lone tuft of bangs dancing upon his forehead. In front of everyone, Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3, amplifying his strength to an astonishing 400 times that of his original power. Through a year of diligent training, Vegeta's foundational battle power had escalated from 45 million to 100 million, resulting in a staggering battle power of 4 trillion after the enhancement. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation and newfound strength, both Meredith and Vegeta were astounded, and even Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. What was this form? How could his power have surged to such an extent? Goku was taken aback by his brother Vegeta's appearance and might. Yet, Vegeta furrowed his brow, not reveling in his augmented power. Instead, he realized that transforming into Super Saiyan 3 caused a rapid depletion of his energy, indicating that he could not maintain this form for long. The strain of Super Saiyan 3 on his body was exceedingly burdensome, and he required even greater strength. Goku, wait for me to separate the two Brolys. Then you can directly engage the theatrical version of Broly. I cannot sustain this state for much longer. Vegeta, you should ambush Broly from behind and knock him out. Vegeta quickly relayed his strategy to Goku and Vegeta, both of whom understood the urgency of the situation. Noting the beads of sweat pouring from Vegeta's forehead, a clear testament to the immense strain this form imposed on his body, signaling that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Upon exchanging nods, Vegeta unhesitatingly unleashed a surge of power, amplifying his strength threefold to an astounding 120 billion. However, his muscles bulged grotesquely, with veins pulsating and writhing beneath his skin. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body, each cell felt as if it were being pierced by needles, a torment unbearable. Ignoring the agony, Vegeta understood that any delay would intensify his suffering. He had to act swiftly. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing at the side of Broly from the film, delivering a devastating punch to Broly's face. The impact sent Broly's head twisting to the side as his body was propelled backward. Without missing a beat, Vegeta followed up by launching a powerful kick to Broly's abdomen while he was still reeling, sending him flying further away. Following these two strikes, Vegeta's hair rapidly retracted to its original black state, and he gasped for breath, his face drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta also sprang into action. As Broly was sent hurtling away by Vegeta's assault, Goku hurled a super spirit bomb towards him. Simultaneously, Vegeta transformed into a full-power Super Saiyan 2, acutely aware of the limitations of this form. Yet, he chose not to ascend to Super Saiyan 3, not due to inability, but rather a deliberate decision. He recognized that while Super Saiyan 3 significantly enhanced strength, it also imposed the greatest strain on the body. Vegeta's aura surged, his power multiplying fivefold from his full-power Super Saiyan 2 state. With a foundational combat power of 95 million, the full-power Super Saiyan 2 yielded a 150-fold increase, bringing his strength to 25 billion. An additional five-fold enhancement resulted in a staggering combat power of 5 billion. Although this was considerably lower than Vegeta's peak, it placed far less strain on his body. In a flash, he positioned himself along Broly's trajectory, targeting the back of Broly's neck with a fierce attack. The force of Vegeta's blow sent Broly staggering, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair reverting from grass green to its original black. Vegeta caught the unconscious Broly, exhaling in relief, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Meanwhile, after being struck by Vegeta and then targeted by Goku's Super Spirit Bomb, Broly's form was gradually disintegrated by the overwhelming energy, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. Witnessing this, both Vegeta and Goku sighed in relief, as did their companions, finally feeling the weight of the battle lift. Chapter 82. The path ahead. With the ordeal concluded, Bobo glanced towards a certain direction, the spatial rift where Tawa and Mira were concealed. Upon noticing Bobo's gaze, Tawa felt a chill run down her spine, sensing impending danger. She swiftly grasped Mira's hand, urging them to escape into another timeline. In the fleeting moment following Tawa's escape, Bobo extended his hand towards her direction and grasped the void, causing the space in Tawa's vicinity to collapse. Had she delayed even a second longer, she would have been crushed into fragments by the collapsing space. Upon witnessing the retreat of the adversary, Bobo ceased his actions, harboring no intention of pursuing Tawa and Mira. At this juncture, Goku approached Vegeta and delivered a hearty slap upon his shoulder. "Brother Vegeta, you are incredibly formidable. What transformation did you just undergo? I sense an immense surge in your power. How did you achieve this?" The force of Goku's slap elicited a grimace from Vegeta, who was still grappling with muscle soreness. Recently, he had not only transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, but had also exerted himself to the utmost in this form, pushing his body beyond its limits. This was the reason he reverted to his original state after merely 2 strikes. The ache in his muscles mirrored Goku's experience after surpassing his own limits with the Kaishin. An additional factor was his unfamiliarity with the immense power of Super Saiyan 3, which contributed to his current discomfort. Vegeta elaborated on the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, explaining that it was a further evolution from Super Saiyan 2, amplifying strength by a staggering factor of 300, compared to the 200 increase from Super Saiyan 2. However, the strain on the body was significantly greater than that of Super Saiyan 2. After his explanation, Vegeta turned to Goku and Bobo, stating, "You should also be able to transform into Super Saiyan 3. I encourage you to attempt the transformation. You will understand the sensation it brings." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Vegeta nodded, eager to experience the transformation himself. He had just witnessed the fatigue etched upon Vegeta's face post-transformation and was curious to discover the nature of that form. He glanced at Goku, who also nodded in agreement, and the two stepped forward. Meduo-C, however, remained disinterested, as she felt that the absence of eyebrows in the Super Saiyan 3 form was unappealing, thus lacking enthusiasm for such a transformation. Simultaneously, Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, their auras continuing to escalate until they reached the threshold of Super Saiyan 2. With a resounding shout, they broke through this barrier and ascended into Super Saiyan 3. Their hair began to lengthen, and their eyebrows vanished, resulting in a dramatic transformation as they attained the Super Saiyan 3 form. Their combat prowess surged to approximately 28.5 billion. However, after experiencing this transformation, both Vegeta and Goku furrowed their brows, exhaling deeply as they reverted to their original black-haired forms. After Brother Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his strength significantly increased. However, the corresponding burden on his body intensified. Given my current power, should I transform into Super Saiyan 3, I would likely be able to sustain it for merely around 15 minutes, and that is without employing the Kaioken technique. If I were to utilize Kaioken, I would probably find myself compelled to revert to my original form after just a few attacks, much like you, Brother Vegeta. Goku furrowed his brow as he spoke, and Vegeta, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, as he experienced a similar predicament. It was evident that the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 bore its flaws, which they both sensed. The transition from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2 did impose a greater strain on their bodies, yet it remained within manageable limits. Conversely, Super Saiyan 3 significantly curtailed their combat duration. Therefore, they could only endure the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 at most, and any further transformations would undoubtedly demand even greater physical resilience. In essence, the enhancement in their combat prowess would reach a plateau. Goku articulated his thoughts, yet Vegeta displayed no change in his expression, for he understood that the path diverged after Super Saiyan 3, leading to Super Saiyan 4, which represented a different transformation avenue. However, the transition from Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan 5 posed its own challenges. The transformation into Super Saiyan 5 not only necessitated higher physical demands, but also had implications for their mental state. Nevertheless, such considerations were not his immediate focus. Vegeta also furrowed his brow, pondering why, as members of a warrior race, their potential seemed limited, restricting the frequency of their transformations. Just as Goku and Vegeta were deep in thought, Bobo stepped forward. He glanced at the composed Vegeta before addressing Goku and Vegeta. The current predicament you face arises from the inherent limits of the human physique. As beings bound by human flesh, you are unable to withstand the burdens imposed by greater strength, thus hindering your ability to advance your transformations. Presently, Super Saiyan 3 represents the pinnacle of your physical transformations. To further evolve, you must awaken your bloodline. Alternatively, the second path entails divine cultivation, harnessing divine power to fortify your bodies, enabling you to unleash greater strength. This second path is commonly chosen by most ordinary beings, but your Saiyan lineage is distinct. Your unique bloodline allows for power enhancement through transformation. You can pursue both paths simultaneously, cultivate divine power to attain divine strength, while also activating your bloodline to achieve superior physical attributes and strength. The key to bloodline activation lies in your tails, which you must all be well aware of. The tail is the wellspring of your Saiyan power. Hence, subsequent transformations will necessitate your tails. The words of Bobo filled Goku and Vegeta with astonishment. Yet they remained uncertain about how to initiate the ancestral return of their lineage. Only Vegeta was taken aback, pondering how Bobo was aware that transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 required the presence of a tail as a catalyst. In the realm of Dragon Ball, although Vegeta could achieve the Super Saiyan 4 transformation without utilizing a tail, he was compelled to harness the power of the blaster ray each time he transformed. Conversely, Goku, possessing a tail, could effortlessly metamorphose. This distinction underscored the significance of having a tail. However, Bobo's assertion that they could engage in divine training brought him immense joy. This implied that he could not only pursue the original bloodline path of the Super Saiyan, but also simultaneously cultivate the path of the divine.